Today marks the day of professional awakening for your cohort. Remember, once you enter the novice village, all will be enveloped by the game's rules and become players. A select few will awaken their professions. All those who awaken a profession will receive rewards from the Galactic Federation. The higher the profession level and rarity, the greater the rewards. The novice equipment issued by the school provides only basic defense. Even the weakest of monsters can breach it. Do not be complacent. This time, you will have 3 days in the novice village. Survive these 3 days and attain a high level and profession ranking, and you shall be richly rewarded. Bear in mind, you are merely regulated by the game's rules. This is not merely a game. You can die for real and will not be revived. Outside the apocalyptic rift guarded by the 7th High School in High Bay City, an elder clad in a crimson robe spoke solemnly. His gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked down at the throng of over 3,000 students clad in identical novice attire. He was Ling Yan, the principal of the 7th High School in High Bay City, a level 49 fire mage. Upon hearing his words, the students surged with excitement. Amidst the crowd, a youthful boy with delicate features brightened with hope. Professional awakening. I never imagined I would be reborn on this day. The boy, named Ling Yan, was a reborn individual. In his previous life, he awakened the unique profession of passive plunderer. This allowed him to plunder from all living beings, characters, and so on, but the success rate was exceedingly low. Despite the seemingly miraculous nature of this passive ability, it proved to be of little practical use, and he died having only plundered a rare passive ability, Rebirth, from a ghostly creature. In essence, in his previous life, he was akin to someone without a profession. During a battle, he was ambushed and killed by an adversary. Believing he was doomed, he unexpectedly found himself reborn on the day of professional awakening at the age of 15. Yet, I wonder if this time I can awaken as a passive plunderer again. If so, it seems I may end up squandering my life as I did in my previous existence. Ling Yan sighed in resignation. He had just awakened this seemingly extraordinary profession, which drew the attention of ancient beings within the Galactic Federation. There were even esteemed figures of several hundred levels who sought to take him as an apprentice. Alas, when they discovered the minuscule probability of success for the plunder passive, which decreased with higher levels, they were left dumbfounded. For a decade, he had been trained by dispatch companions, slaying countless low-level monsters, nearly hundreds of millions. Yet he had failed to replicate even the most trivial of passives. Ultimately, Ling Yan was entirely abandoned. Who could have predicted that later, through sheer luck, he would manage to replicate a rare passive of a ghostly creature? Rebirth? Regrettably, before he could report this to obtain significant resources, he was killed by his adversary. Buzz! As Ling Yan reminisced, a sudden disturbance emanated from the vast spatial rift ahead. Ding! This year's novice village is now open. Non-players aged 15 and above, please enter. Simultaneously, a resounding voice echoed throughout the plaza. Everyone, enter the apocalyptic rift. Principal Ling Yan commanded with authority. Upon his command, all the students rushed towards the spatial rift without hesitation. Ling Yan followed suit. Buzz! With a flash of white light, Ling Yan found himself on a vast expanse of grassland. Surrounding him were his fellow students from school. This place was known as the Apocalyptic Continent, boundless and filled with countless novice villages floating above. Each apocalyptic rift led to a different novice village. Every novice village contained dozens of monster zones. Thus, there is no need to worry about encountering monsters belonging to students from other schools. Of course, once a player reaches level 10, they can leave the novice village and descend upon the true apocalyptic continent. There, the real battleground awaited. Moreover, besides the rifts leading to the apocalyptic continent, there were many other rifts leading to different instances. However, one must first meet the corresponding level and conditions to access them. Buzz! At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from a nearby student. Without even looking, Ling Yan knew who it was. It's Zhou Tong. What is this radiance? Has he awakened as a light mage? Or perhaps a holy knight? Regardless, any light-based profession must be at least B grade. I can't believe our 7th high school has produced a B grade or higher professional. This time, the principal will surely be overjoyed. In an instant, the crowd erupted in exclamations. Ling Yan, however, paid little attention. Zhou Tong had awakened as a holy knight and was excessively self-assured. Thus, he ventured into the Wind Wolf's Nest, where the lowest level was LV6, and was ultimately surrounded and killed by a pack of LV6 Wind Wolves. An A-grade professional could not even survive the initial 3 days in the novice village. The principal was so enraged by this that he spent over 10 days hospitalized before recovering. It is important to note that an A-grade professional, once out of the novice village, equipped with the Federation's rewards and corresponding skills, would possess combat prowess at least 3 times that of a non-professional of the same level. In the entire High Bay City, it could take 2 to 3 years to find even one A-grade professional. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have awakened the unique profession, Child of Fortune. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Instantly, Ling Yan was taken aback. Child of Fortune? Has my profession changed in this life? Is it also a unique profession? Ling Yan was overwhelmingly excited. In this life, he would finally be free from the burdens of the passive plunderer profession. The name alone, Child of Fortune, sounded magnificent. Was it not a symbol of unparalleled luck? He was uncertain about the potency of this new profession, but it was at least unique. Throughout the recorded history of humanity, these apocalyptic rifts had existed. Yet, in the span of thousands of years, Ling Yan was the only one to have awakened a unique profession. This was precisely why he had drawn the attention of the formidable figures within the Galactic Federation, who govern thousands, even tens of thousands, of life planets, wishing to take him as an apprentice. Regrettably, due to the dismal success rate of his profession, he was ultimately cast aside. After all, if he could not replicate even the most basic passive after slaying billions of monsters, how could he expect to replicate high-level passives? Chapter 2. A thousand-fold drop rate. Can minor monsters yield blue weapons? Though these prominent figures could effortlessly command Ling Yan to slay trillions of elite monsters, the outcome would merely yield a character of S-class, or perhaps even less. With such resources, one could cultivate dozens of S-class or even SS-class practitioners. However, the Child of Fortune is distinct. Perhaps it does not carry the same burdensome drawbacks as the passive plunderer. The thought of potentially turning his fate around in this lifetime exhilarated Ling Yan, prompting him to open his attribute panel without hesitation. Attribute panel name: Ling Yan race, human profession, passive plunderer. Child of Fortune level: LV1, 0, strength, 9 agility, 9 constitution, 9 soul, 10 professional passive. Passive plunder allows the plunder of the passives from those killed or defeated. The success rate of plundering LV1 wild monster passives is 0.0001. The higher the level of the wild monster, the lower the success rate of passive plunder. Fortune roulette. Possessing this passive significantly enhances the success rate of any endeavor undertaken. Rebirth LV1. Upon death, there is a 0.01 chance to be reborn once. The timing of rebirth is random. Skills: none weapons. Beginner's clothes LV1. Beginner's shoes LV1. Beginner's sword LV1. Money: 0 weight. Why is my passive plunderer still here? Staring at his attribute panel, Ling Yan was momentarily taken aback. Dual professions were not unheard of, and indeed, quite common. But they usually consisted of one combat profession and one auxiliary profession. Instances of 2 combat professions or 2 auxiliary professions coexisting were rare. Typically, dual professions were predetermined upon the awakening of one's vocation, who, like Ling Yan, had one profession before rebirth and another after. Moreover, both were unique professions. It seems that my talent as the Child of Fortune can enhance my success rate. Does that imply that even the success rate of duplicating passives could be improved? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Ling Yan's mind, filling him with excitement. With this realization, he promptly exited the attribute panel and set out to test his abilities against monsters. Without hesitation, Ling Yan grasped his attack power of 1 with the beginner's sword and ventured towards the nearby Fire Rabbit Forest. The Fire Rabbit Forest, a relatively perilous area within the novice zone. Upon arriving, Ling Yan discovered that apart from Zhou Tong, who had just awakened as a holy paladin, there was no one else around. Zhou Tong was fervently attacking a level 1 fire rabbit. Holy Knight slash. Evil wild beast, perish. A series of impassioned roars erupted from Zhou Tong, accompanied by damage values of 8 and 5 popping up above the fire rabbit's head. Ling Yan could only roll his eyes at the overly dramatic dialogue that resonated nearby. Ignoring Zhou Tong, he sought out a solitary fire rabbit not far off. Wild monster, fire rabbit level, LV1 passive talent, fire mastery LV1. Increases fire spell potency by 100 health, 100 mana, 100 attack power, 10 defense, 10 skill. Fireball can inflict fire damage. Moreover, with a searing damage of 10 per second lasting for 10 seconds, consuming 20, the fire rabbit's offensive prowess, combined with subsequent lingering damage, amounts to a staggering total of 20 points of harm. Just 3 or 4 small fireballs, coupled with a few ordinary attacks, could easily slay a standard level 1 individual. In contrast, an ordinary student with an attack power of 8 or 9 requires a dozen strikes to achieve the same feat without considerable combat experience. One stands little chance of victory. It is no wonder that apart from Zhou Tong, this A-grade class young man, no one else dares to venture here. Fortunately, in my previous life, I had dispatched at least 1 million of these fire rabbits, thoroughly understanding their weaknesses and attack patterns. The creature virtually could not land a blow on me. Without hesitation, I brandished my longsword and struck directly at the rabbit's vulnerable spot. With a sickening thrust, my sword deftly avoided the fire rabbit's tail and pierced its rear, eliciting a horrifying shriek from the creature. You dealt a critical hit to the fire rabbit, inflicting critical damage, 27. A notification chimed, prompting a smile from me. Critical hits yield triple damage and bypass defense. However, the conditions for triggering such a blow are notoriously difficult, requiring a precise strike to a vital point along with a stroke of fortune. In this life, my luck is undoubtedly unparalleled. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, the fire rabbit turned and expelled a fireball the size of a fist. Observing this, I swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile. The fireball impacted a nearby tree, creating a small crater upon collision. Had it struck a common student, they would likely be incapacitated by the pain, for here, the agony is all too real, not mere data. Without a moment's pause, I retaliated with another thrust, this time aiming for the rabbit's mouth. In an instant, my sword plunged deep into its stomach. The fire rabbit writhed for several seconds before falling silent. You delivered a fatal blow to the fire rabbit. Damage, 68. Its health bar diminished to 0. At that moment, a beam of experience surged from the lifeless body of the fire rabbit into me, while a fiery red dagger tumbled to the ground. You have slain a level 1 fire rabbit, earning experience, 10 star coins. 1. Fortune wheel activated, receiving a 10,000 full drop rate. Obtaining weapon, fire rabbit dagger, blue. Fire rabbit dagger, blue level 1 weapon, strength 20, sharpness 20. Inflicts ongoing fire damage. 3. What an astonishing turn of events. The fortune wheel has effortlessly yielded the legendary novice artifact, the fire rabbit dagger. I hastily grasped the dagger, and an invisible force surged into my being. Instantly, I felt my strength multiply, at least twofold. The fire rabbit dagger is the highest quality weapon that can be obtained in the entire fire rabbit forest, often referred to as one of the novice divine armaments. It is rumored that one such dagger can fetch a staggering price of 10 million star coins. Killing 10 million fire rabbits is necessary to accumulate such wealth. The purchasing power of a star coin is considerable. A pound of ordinary rice typically costs only 2 or 3 star coins. In his previous life, Ling Yan was unable to obtain even a single weapon after slaying several million fire rabbits, aided by a group of level 100 experts. This illustrates the rarity of such items. With this, my pace in hunting fire rabbits should accelerate significantly. Each fire rabbit grants 10 experience points, and by killing just 10, I can level up to level 2. With this thought, Ling Yan strode purposefully towards the nearby area. Chapter 3, Elite Fire Rabbit, the Chrysanthemum Ripper, Radiant Night Slash. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Tong, with a furious roar, cleaved a fire rabbit cleanly in half. His strength was undoubtedly 2 or 3 times greater than Ling Yan, who could only rely on skill. Phew, I'm utterly exhausted. These fire rabbits are truly tough. I expended all my magical energy to take down just one. However, I can slay a fire rabbit in merely 3 minutes. Once my magic and health regenerate, I will need just 10 minutes, plus the time to find another fire rabbit. In total, I can defeat one every 15 minutes. At this rate, I can level up to level 2 in just 2 hours. When that happens, slaying these level 1 fire rabbits will be as easy as cutting through vegetables. With this notion, Zhou Tong beamed with pride. With a full month until the college entrance examination, if he could reach level 15 and secure an A-grade profession, gaining admission to a prestigious university would be assured. With renewed determination, he pushed forward. Are there others here? Suddenly, Zhou Tong spotted Ling Yan passing by. This was the Fire Rabbit Forest. What could this fool be doing here? Was he courting death? Observing Ling Yan venture deeper into the forest, Zhou Tong couldn't help but scoff. Overestimating oneself. He will soon regret it when he encounters a fire rabbit and meets his end. Every year, there are reckless students who mistakenly believe they can respawn here as if in a simulated game. He then dismissed Ling Yan from his mind and continued attacking the nearby level 1 fire rabbits. A few minutes later, several hundred meters away, Ling Yan concealed himself behind a tree, intently watching a level 1 fire rabbit. The rabbit sniffed the air and upon detecting no threat, leisurely began to graze. Now's my chance. Behold my 1,000-year kill. Suddenly, Ling Yan surged forth, brandishing a dagger, and mercilessly plunged it into the rabbit's delicate rear. With a splatter of blood, the intense pain caused the fire rabbit's eyes to widen in shock. A piercing scream echoed throughout the forest. You dealt a critical hit to the fire rabbit. Damage, 147. In an instant, the rabbit's health was completely depleted. After a few moments of desperate thrashing, it fell silent. At that moment, the life energy of the slain fire rabbit surged into Ling Yan's body. You have slain a level 1 fire rabbit, gaining experience, 10. Star coin, 1. Passive plunder activated. You have acquired the fire rabbit's passive ability, Fire Mastery, level 1. The success rate of plundering, 0.00001. The fortune wheel has been activated, granting a 10,000 fold success rate. Yet the passive plundering has failed. At that moment, a sound of notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Has it failed again? Indeed, even with a 10,000-fold enhancement, the success rate merely amounts to 1%. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, but soon broke into a smile. Is 1% low? Hardly. With the fire rabbit dagger in his possession, even without upgrades, he could effortlessly slay dozens of fire rabbits in an hour. Moreover, the stronger he became, the swifter he could dispatch the fire rabbits. If one attempt fails, there will be 100. If 100 fails, then 1,000. As long as he succeeds, it would lead to mastery of fire attributes. Mastery of fire attributes would position him as a fire mage, a profession that starts at a minimum of B rank. If he elevates his mastery to LV3, he would become an A-rank fire mage, and reaching LV6 would grant him S-rank status. With this thought, Ling Yan took a deep breath and resumed his search for fire rabbits. Consequently, the fire rabbits in the fire rabbit forest faced dire consequences. Encountering Ling Yan, the formidable adversary, they were swiftly eliminated with a single strike. After a little over 10 minutes, the 10th fire rabbit fell victim to Ling Yan's prowess. The fortune wheel spun again, yielding a 10,000 fold drop rate, and he acquired the fire rabbit armor, blue. Congratulations. Your level has risen to LV2. All attributes increased by 3, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. At last, Ling Yan's level ascended to LV2, and he wasted no time distributing his points. A uniform allocation would yield minimal growth, but focusing on speed would significantly enhance his monster-slaying efficiency. Speed, 10. Current speed, 22. As the notifications chimed, he also received a complete set of Fire Rabbit armor. Fire Rabbit armor, blue, level, LV1 attributes, Constitution 20, Defense 30, Flame damage reduction 30. Ling Yan promptly equipped it. Instantly, a fiery red armor adorned with Fire Rabbit runes enveloped him, bringing a refreshing sensation throughout his body, evidently due to the added constitution. Suddenly, a shrill cry of a fire rabbit pierced the air behind Ling Yan. Instinctively, he dodged. Whoosh. In an instant, a fireball the size of a basketball whizzed past him. Boom. A resounding explosion followed as a nearby sapling was obliterated. The erupting flames cascaded onto the ground, igniting the surrounding underbrush into a raging fire. What audacity! A mere fire rabbit dares to ambush me. Ling Yan was infuriated. Turning around, he spotted a fire rabbit the size of a wolf, its mouth seething with flames, seemingly preparing to launch another attack. What on earth? This is merely a level 1 fire rabbit zone. Where did such a colossal fire rabbit come from? Ling Yan was bewildered and promptly opened the creature's attributes. Wild monster, elite fire rabbit level, LV1 passive talent, flame mastery LV2, Increases fire attribute skill damage by 200, health, 1000 mana, 500 strength, 30 speed, 30 constitution, 30 soul, 30 skill. Fireball causes extensive area splash damage and inflicts burn damage of 20 per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cost, 50. Upon encountering this elite fire rabbit, Ling Yan was instantly filled with excitement. Goodness, an elite monster. The level of its fireball skill is significantly higher. If I manage to defeat it, surely there will be a tremendous reward. How could Ling Yan not be thrilled with such high attributes for a mere LV1 creature? In a typical scenario, even a group of LV1 and LV2 students combined might struggle to overpower it. Most importantly, such creatures are rare. In High Bay City's Novice Village, one might not even encounter them a few times in an entire year. However, the attributes of this creature were rather formidable, without considering equipment enhancements. Its attributes were nearly 3 times greater than Ling Yan's. Chapter 4. Successful Plunder, LV2 Flame Mastery, 200 Fire Attribute Attack Bonus. Its skill was also Fireball. With just a single strike, it could unleash 60 points of damage. Of course, the most powerful aspect was the subsequent burn damage. A continuous burn of 20 points means a total of 120 points of sustained damage over 10 seconds. This translates to an impressive total output of 180 points of damage from one skill. Ordinary LV1 and LV2 students typically possess only around 100 health points, or even less. A single attack could easily eliminate them, and with the splash damage effect, those caught in the blast would also suffer from burns. A single fireball could effortlessly take down 7 or 8 ordinary students. Nevertheless, as a seasoned hunter of fire rabbits for several years, Ling Yan, equipped with weapons and armor, was undaunted. Without hesitation, he sprang forward, charging at the fire rabbit. Squeak! The elite fire rabbit let out a sharp cry and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Ling Yan. However, despite the fireball's speed, Ling Yan, having enhanced his agility, deftly sidestepped the attack. Squeak! The elite fire rabbit was taken aback and immediately opened its mouth to conjure a second fireball. Puff! Unfortunately, Ling Yan had already reached its front, plunging a dagger directly into one of its eyes. You dealt a critical hit to the elite fire rabbit. Damage, 68. Due to its defense of 30, the critical damage was not particularly high. However, the burn effect was substantial. The health of the elite fire rabbit began to dwindle slowly. Squeak! In an instant, the excruciating pain caused the fire rabbit to scream, and it unleashed a fireball at Ling Yan in desperation. Given the proximity, Ling Yan had no chance to evade. Boom! The fireball detonated, and the tremendous force sent Ling Yan flying several meters away. You were attacked. Health 1. Burn effect immunity. Yet, in the next moment, Ling Yan smiled. Indeed, the novice's divine equipment lives up to its reputation. Such a colossal fireball spell inflicted merely a single point of damage upon me, and furthermore, it was immune to burn effects. Ling Yan felt immense satisfaction. This solitary point was indeed forced damage. Otherwise, with Ling Yan's defensive capabilities, he could have sufficiently mitigated the fire damage from the flame rabbit. Springing from the ground, Ling Yan felt assured, knowing that the opponent's strongest attack had proven futile, and thus he charged forward without hesitation. Suddenly, the enraged flame rabbit, witnessing Ling Yan's resilience, unleashed another fireball the size of a basketball towards him. This time, Ling Yan chose not to evade but instead struck the fireball with his dagger. Boom! At the moment of collision, the fireball erupted violently. You have been attacked. Health -1. Burn effect immunity. Although he still lost health, Ling Yan was not flung back. He continued his advance towards the flame rabbit, seeing her previous attack ineffective. The flame rabbit let out a furious roar and clawed at Ling Yan. Without hesitation, Ling Yan's dagger met the assault. Splatter! In an instant, blood gushed forth as the rabbit's paw was severed by the blade. A number 19 appeared above the rabbit's head, while miss flickered above Ling Yan's. Clearly, the opponent's physical damage had failed to breach his defenses. What followed was a relentless onslaught from Ling Yan. 19, 68, critical hit. 19, 117, critical strike. A series of damage values erupted from the elite flame rabbit's head. Although it managed to land 4 or 5 hits on Ling Yan, the damage was negligible, amounting to less than 10 points of health lost, which was swiftly recuperated by Ling Yan. In a matter of minutes, the flame rabbit's considerable health was ultimately depleted. Boom! As the elite flame rabbit collapsed, a radiant flow surged from its body into Ling Yan. You have slain the LV1 Elite Flame Rabbit, gaining 500 experience points and 10,000 star coins. Passive Plunder activated. Successfully plundered Elite Flame Rabbit's passive. Fire Affinity LV2. Plunder success rate 0.00005. Fortune Wheel activated. Achieving a 1,000,000 times success rate. Success rate increased to 50. You have acquired the passive. Fire Affinity LV2. Fortune Wheel activated. Achieving a 10,000 times drop rate. You have obtained armor. Flame Rabbit Shoes LV1 Blue. Accessory. Flame Rabbit Necklace LV1 Blue. And Skill Book. Fireball LV1 Green. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV3. All attributes 3, awarded 15 free attribute points. At that moment, a cascade of notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing these messages, his eyes sparkled with delight. He had succeeded. The passive plunder had finally worked. Ling Yan could not help but smile. In his previous life, he had spent countless years slaying hundreds of thousands of low-level monsters to obtain a single passive rebirth, yet now, as a child of fortune, he had managed to plunder a passive in less than half an hour, and it was even at LV2. It is known that an ordinary fire mage awakens with only a level 1 proficiency in fire manipulation. Only a select few manage to attain level 2. Upon reaching level 3, their profession is classified as A grade, while achieving level 6 elevates one to the esteemed S grade fire mage. This pattern holds true for nearly all professions. The higher the passive skill level, the more formidable the classification of the profession becomes. Alas, there exists but one method to upgrade these passives: reincarnation. After attaining a certain level, a minuscule number of individuals may trigger the reincarnation quest. Upon completion, their passive level resets to 1. However, the cost is steep, as their level reverts to 1, necessitating a fresh start in their journey. Naturally, unless one is on the brink of death or possesses an excessively high level. The moment a quest is received, reincarnation will undoubtedly be pursued. Yet, Ling Yan, endowed with the passive skill of Predator, need not harbor such concerns. He merely needs to seize higher-level passives. Ding. Initiating loading of Fire Manipulation LV2. At that moment, a cascade of notification sounds echoed forth. Buzz. In an instant, a dazzling radiance surged into Ling Yan's being. Concurrently, the light rapidly coalesced, allowing Ling Yan to distinctly sense the abundance of fire elemental energy gracefully swirling around him. Remarkably, he could harness this fire elemental energy. Fire Manipulation LV2, capable of controlling fire elemental energy, enhancing fire-based skill potency by 200. Another notification resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Indeed, fire manipulation truly lives up to its reputation as the innate passive of fire mages, with level 2 bestowing a remarkable doubling of power. Simply formidable. Chapter 5. The Mighty Fireball Technique. A single strike annihilates over 10 fire rabbits. Ling Yan smiled. With level 1 fire manipulation lacking any power enhancement, it merely enabled an ordinary fire mage to execute fire-based skills. The potency relied on the strength of one's soul. An elite fire rabbit with 30 points of soul strength, under level 1 fire manipulation, would only inflict 30 points of fireball damage. However, level 2 could reach a staggering 60 points. First, let us examine the data for the Fire Rabbit Necklace and Fire Rabbit Shoes. Without hesitation, Ling Yan directly accessed the data for the two pieces of equipment. Fire Rabbit Necklace, green, level, LV1 attributes, soul 20, spell damage 30, mana 300. Fire Rabbit Shoes, blue, level, LV1 attributes, speed 20, defense 20, fire damage reduction 20. The attributes of both pieces of equipment are remarkably high. When combined, they rival the gear typically found at level 10. It is indeed a true novice-esque divine equipment. Equip the Fire Rabbit Shoes and Fire Rabbit Necklace. Additionally, allocate all my attribute points to soul and learn the fireball technique. Ling Yan wasted no time, immediately addressing the attribute panel. Buzz. In an instant, Ling Yan felt a refreshing clarity envelop his consciousness. Congratulations to the host for equipping the complete Fire Rabbit set, which grants the following effects. All attributes 10. Fire attribute damage reduction and damage 20. Your soul level is 15, with a total of 61 souls. Congratulations, player, for learning the green skill. Fireball level 1 green. 20 seconds of continuous damage, requires upgrade. 01000. Cost 50 mana. The 3 notification sounds resonated in the air. Ling Yan was well aware of the effects of the complete Fire Rabbit set, as it was valued at no less than 30 million star coins. The effectiveness of this set is undoubtedly at the pinnacle for his current level, with all his attributes hovering around 50. With a continuous burn of 20, he could unleash 200 damage in just 10 seconds, combined with direct attack damage. That would amount to triple damage. If he were to augment it with Fire Mastery, it would mean that a single fireball could yield 6 times his soul value in total damage. No wonder fire mages are renowned for their rapid monster-slaying abilities. Regrettably, this green skill book was worth over 10 million, a price even the principal could not afford. Moreover, the level of fireball could be enhanced, indicating that frequent use would be necessary. Ling Yan smiled slightly, recognizing that skill quality, much like equipment, is categorized into white, green, blue, purple, gold, dark gold, and red. The skill level, however, requires proficiency to advance. The higher the level, the greater the potential power. For instance, a white skill, once cultivated to level 10, could surpass the potency of an ordinary blue level 1 skill. He then opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel name: Ling Yan race, human class, passive predator, child of fortune level, LV3, 0, strength, 45 agility, 55 constitution, 45 soul, 61 talent passive, rebirth LV1, 0, 2, A0, 0, 1 probability of rebirth after death. Rebirth timing is random. Fire mastery LV2, 0, 4, fire damage 200. Skill, fireball LV1, green, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 20s, weapon, fire rabbit set LV1, blue, fire attribute damage reduction 50. Damage 50, money, 10, 0, 10 star coins. Gazing at the attribute panel, Ling Yan fell into contemplation. He had known that passive skills could be upgraded since his previous life, but the meaning behind the numbers remained a mystery. However, he now understood that by replicating 4 Fire Mastery level 1 skills or 2 level 2 Fire Mastery skills, he could elevate Fire Mastery to level 3. Such a feat would have been inconceivable in his past life. Yet, in this new existence, endowed with the class of Child of Fortune, everything seemed possible. Just 4 passives to acquire. It appeared he would need to hunt more fire rabbits. With a subtle smile, Ling Yan considered that the corpses of these fire rabbits were quite valuable, worth at least several thousand star coins. He decided to secure them without hesitation. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in thought as he approached the corpse of the elite fire rabbit and promptly stored it in his backpack. Although the initial backpack space is ample with 20 slots, the corpses of certain creatures cannot be stacked. As a result, Ling Yan has only collected 1 elite fire rabbit thus far. The ordinary fire rabbit corpses, however, are scarcely worth a single star coin each. He then grasped his weapon and proceeded deeper into the fire rabbit forest. Soon, he encountered several level 1 fire rabbits. Without hesitation, Ling Yan swiftly formed a series of hand seals with his right hand. With a whoosh, a fireball, slightly larger than a basketball, surged forth and struck the fire rabbits. A tremendous explosion echoed as the fireball collided with one of the rabbits, reducing it to mere fragments. From the wreckage emerged a bright crimson number, 122. The ensuing flames ignited several nearby fire rabbits, sending them into a frantic retreat, their frantic cries piercing the air. Damage values of 24 cascaded through the surroundings. Within 5 seconds, the 7 or 8 ignited fire rabbits collapsed to the ground, streams of radiant energy flowing into Ling Yan's being. Notification: player has slain 8 level 1 fire rabbits, gaining experience, 16 star coins, 2. Passive plunder activated. Current probability of acquiring fire mastery, 0.00008. Lucky wheel enhancement, 8. Plunder failed. Lucky wheel drop rate increased by 1,000 times. You have obtained Fire Rabbit Longsword Blue. Incredible. Such is the power of a green skill. Ling Yan was exhilarated. The sustained damage of 20 combined with splash damage was simply extraordinary. If he were to reach the 100th level, his fireball would boast a diameter of at least 10 meters. Once unleashed, all ordinary creatures within a radius of several hundred meters would be obliterated. With this thought, Ling Yan smiled. With such a skill, he need not worry about passive gains in the future. However, leveling up posed its own challenges. Gaining a single level would have the experience points, and 2 levels could reduce it by a factor of 5. If one's level exceeded or fell short by 10, experience points would be entirely nullified. This explains the widening gap between ordinary players and those capable of defeating foes of higher levels. Chapter 6. Frenzied Leveling. Rapid Ascension. Ling Yan contemplated. Though this world had descended from a game, it was not a true game. The strength of wild creatures typically surpassed that of players of the same level, and this disparity became increasingly pronounced as levels rose. Eventually, in the later stages, even ordinary level 100 monsters could prove too formidable for B-class players of the same level to handle alone. Consequently, power progression would inevitably slow. Moreover, dying in this world meant true death. Most individuals would opt to slay creatures they could easily defeat, leading to a reliance on sheer level superiority to overcome opponents. This also elucidates why, despite being a B-class fire mage and the principal of the 7th middle school at over 60 years of age, he had only reached the 40s in levels. In this realm, the only path to swift advancement lay in defeating enemies of higher levels. Regrettably, a moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise. Not only would one lose experience points, but even the precious star coins would dwindle. This illustrates why it remains exceedingly arduous for the average individual to survive in this futuristic, gamified world. Contemplating this, Ling Yan hesitated not, exchanging his Fire Rabbit dagger for the Fire Rabbit longsword, and continued his journey deeper into the Fire Rabbit forest. After all, a longsword is far more advantageous than a dagger. As he ventured further, the presence of level 1 fire rabbits became increasingly dense. Simultaneously, level 2 and even level 3 fire rabbits began to emerge. With an impressive 50 points of flame damage reduction, Ling Yan made his way to the heart of the fire rabbit forest. Here, numerous fire rabbits congregated in groups of 7, 8, or even 10, with the lowest among them being level 3 and level 5 ones scattered about as well. Wild Monster, Fire Rabbit level, LV5 passive talent, Flame Mastery, LV1, enhances fire spell potency by 100, health, 1000 mana, 500 attack power, 40 defense power, 40 skill. Fireball deals fire damage and inflicts 10 burn damage per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cost, 20. Although the attack power of the level 5 fire rabbits appeared superior to that of the elite fire rabbits, in reality, a single level 1 elite fire rabbit could easily vanquish a multitude of level 5 fire rabbits. As for the level 3, their weakness was even more pronounced. Fireball. Ling Yan spotted a cluster of level 3 fire rabbits and unleashed a fireball without hesitation. Boom. In an instant, the fireball detonated amidst the throng of fire rabbits. Before they could react, the explosion ignited a number of them. The air was filled with their furious and anguished cries. In the next moment, all the fire rabbits unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards Ling Yan. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, fireballs exploded upon Ling Yan's fire rabbit armor. Miss, miss, miss. Alas, a series of notifications indicated that their attacks had failed to penetrate his defenses. Even the level 5 and level 6 fire rabbits fared no better. This exemplifies the invincibility of superior equipment. While the passive talent of plunder is indeed formidable, Ling Yan believed that the profession of this fortunate child of destiny far surpasses the passive plunder by countless magnitudes. With this, he could ensure that his equipment would always remain the most formidable within the same tier. With a smile, Ling Yan brandished his longsword and charged into the throng of rabbits. Stab, stab, stab. Following the enhancement of the luck wheel, every strike became a critical hit, while his left hand conjured massive fireballs aimed at the surrounding fire rabbits. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the area. One by one, the fire rabbits fell to Ling Yan's flames and swift slashes. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding fire rabbits charged in anger to join the fray. Unfortunately, against Ling Yan, whose defenses were impenetrable, their assaults were rendered nearly futile. You have slain a level 3 fire rabbit. Experience gained. 30 star coins, 3. You have slain a level 5 fire rabbit. Gaining experience points. 100 star coins, 5. You have slain a LV4 fire rabbit. Gained experience points. 60 star coins, 4. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully replicated the talent. Fire Mastery, LV1. The notifications echoed in succession. Soon, Ling Yan's level ascended to LV4. Ding. Congratulations on leveling up to LV4. All attributes 3, gained free attribute points, 20. Without hesitation, Ling Yan allocated all his points into the soul attribute. Instantly, His soul value soared to 84. A fireball spell could inflict a staggering 168 damage upon its target. The damage over time reached 33 per second. Even a LV3 fire rabbit would be left with merely half its life after being ignited. One decisive strike from Ling Yan would suffice to eliminate it. Unfortunately, after leveling up, the LV3 fire rabbits could only yield 15 experience points, while the LV4 ones provided a mere 40. Nevertheless, Ling Yan remained unfazed. His singular objective was to stack passive levels. Everything else was secondary. As his relentless slaughter continued, the population of fire rabbits dwindled rapidly. When he ran out of mana, he resorted to melee attacks, and once his mana replenished to 50, he unleashed a fireball in the area with the highest concentration of rabbits. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up to LV5. All attributes 3 gained free attribute points, 25. His level swiftly rose to LV5. The number of rabbits he had slain reached hundreds. Ling Yan replicated another fire mastery LV1. However, at this level, the surrounding LV3 fire rabbits contributed only 7 experience points each. The silver lining was that Ling Yan had already acquired a complete set of LV5 fire rabbit gear. It was now available for him to equip. Fire rabbit set LV5. All attributes 50, fire damage reduction, damage 80. Mana and health recovery speed, 5 seconds. The total attribute enhancement exceeded the previous set by a remarkable 20 points. Ling Yan donned the armor, and his attributes surged by 20 instantly. This time, he allocated the free attribute points once more to his soul, inflating it to a terrifying value of 129. The power of his fireball spell escalated once again. A single cast could obliterate even a LV3 fire rabbit caught in the splash damage. Most significantly, the LV5 fire rabbit set also provided health and mana recovery effects, greatly enhancing Ling Yan's mana regeneration speed. Following this, he continued his frenzied slaughter. At the edge of the fire rabbit forest, other ordinary level 1 monsters had been monopolized by other players. Some regular students were compelled to form teams and venture here. However, they soon spotted Zhou Tong, radiating a brilliant white light as he dispatched fire rabbits. Look, that's Zhou Tong. Chapter 7. The Astonishment of Zhou Tong. Ling Yan's terrifying prowess. In less than an hour, he had already reached LV2, truly worthy of being an A-class professional. Such strength is formidable. He single-handedly dominated 3 or 4 LV1 fire rabbits. He must be on the brink of leveling up to LV3, right? How I wish I were an A-class professional too. At this moment, the students were filled with envy. Not far away, Zhou Tong effortlessly dispatched 2 fire rabbits, and upon hearing the astonished and envious exclamations from the students nearby, a triumphant smile spread across his face. Humph. With my A-grade profession, I am undoubtedly the most brilliant genius in the entirety of Haibei City. In that instant, Zhou Tong envisioned prestigious universities extending their invitations to him. However, despite being an A-grade professional, lacking skills and equipment, he could only contend with level 1 and level 2 fire rabbits. Indeed, level 3 fire rabbits were social creatures, often found in groups of 7 or 8 level 1 companions. Even Zhou Tong might not prevail. As he pondered, regretful murmurs reached his ears, darkening his expression. Could it be that he, a distinguished A-grade professional, could not defeat a level 3 fire rabbit? Such a notion was ludicrous. Resolute, he kicked aside a fire rabbit he had already engaged and strode deeper into the forest of fire rabbits. Witnessing this, the students were momentarily stunned. Was Zhou Tong truly daring to confront higher-level fire rabbits? Yet, they hesitated to follow. Should they encounter multiple fire rabbits, they feared they wouldn't even be able to escape. However, when Zhou Tong arrived at the territory of the level 3 fire rabbits, he was taken aback. There was nothing there, only charred corpses strewn across the ground. What was happening? Where had all the fire rabbits gone? Zhou Tong stared blankly at the desolate woods. Could it be that elite-level fire rabbits had come to slaughter their own kind? But that seemed improbable. With questions clouding his mind, he pressed further into the depths. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion echoed nearby. Zhou Tong quickly climbed a tree to gain a vantage point, and what he saw made his eyes widen in terror. A youth clad in fiery red armor was surrounded by hundreds of fire rabbits, all frantically attacking him. Yet, none of these level 3 or even level 5 fire rabbits could breach his defenses. It was him. How could this be? Wait, wasn't he that armor part of the fire rabbit set? Where did such a wealthy individual come from? No, Even a super-rich heir wouldn't possess a fire rabbit set within just 3 days. External items, apart from the attribute-less novice gear, couldn't be brought in. In that moment, Zhou Tong was astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. But what was that earlier explosion? Suddenly, with a swift motion of his left hand, Ling Yan unleashed a fireball the size of a basket, which plummeted into the throng of fire rabbits. A thunderous explosion ensued. Instantly, over a dozen fire rabbits were sent flying. 2 or 3 were reduced to cinders, while the remaining rabbits, ignited and screeching in terror, sprinted away. Yet, mere seconds later, they were all incinerated. A fire mage, this was at least an A-grade fire mage, possessing skills of at least green rarity. Zhou Tong was utterly bewildered, believing himself to be the most dashing figure in the school. Yet, when compared to the striking Ling Yan before him, the disparity was glaringly apparent. Suddenly, a level 5 fire rabbit unleashed a fireball that hurtled towards Zhou Tong, who was perched upon a branch. Bang! Caught unawares, Zhou Tong was instantly struck by the fireball. Plummeting from the tree, 2 damage values, 30 and 15, promptly emerged above his head, followed by a continuous loss of 4 points per second. This was dire. It was a 5th-level fire rabbit. Zhou Tong's expression transformed as he stifled the searing pain in his chest and hastily turned to flee. Alas, the rabbit, roughly the size of a small dog, dashed towards him with remarkable speed and sank its teeth into his leg, fracturing his bones in an instant. "Ah!" he screamed, as 25 points of damage flashed on the screen. The fire rabbit inflicted crippling damage. Zhou Tong's right leg immediately succumbed to paralysis. Holy Knight S/. He hastily activated his innate white skill, striking the fire rabbit with his sword. Although the damage dealt was minimal at just 5 points, it nonetheless pushed the creature back 2 meters. In a state of desperation, Zhou Tong sought escape, with barely over 100 health points remaining. He was perilously close to death. The wounded fire rabbit, in agony, became engulfed in flames, gathering fiery energy in its mouth. Buzz! In an instant, another fireball materialized, poised to strike Zhou Tong and guarantee his demise. This was it. He never imagined he would meet his end here, felled by such a novice creature. Just then, a fiery red longsword pierced through the fire rabbit's skull. 995. A crimson number appeared, representing a critical strike. This lethal blow had a 1 in a million chance of triggering when inflicting what would typically be a fatal wound. Upon activation, it could eliminate any foe, regardless of their health. The fire rabbit, its health obliterated, struggled briefly before collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhou Tong breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped a grim fate. "Zhou Tong, what are you doing here? Are you not aware of the dangers?" Ling Yan furrowed his brow, speaking to Zhou Tong with exasperation. Was this lad truly so brave, daring to venture here at level 2? It was no wonder that in his previous life, many perished before even leaving the novice village. Had it not been for hearing Zhou Tong's cries, he might have been charred to a crisp by the fire rabbit. Cough, cough. I saw that all the fire rabbits on the road had been slain, so I thought I'd take a look. Thank you, my brother, for saving my life. Zhou Tong struggled to his feet, expressing his gratitude to Ling Yan. Yet, he felt immense embarrassment, having previously deemed Ling Yan overconfident, when in truth, it was he who had overstepped his bounds. This revelation made Ling Yan realize that while the fire rabbits would respawn after death, the rate at which they did so was quite slow, taking at least a day or 2, perhaps even 3, depending on luck. This was why ordinary monsters were insufficient to satiate the hunter's needs. Certainly, it is primarily due to Zhou Tong selecting a route akin to his own. Otherwise, the number of fire hares he has slain would be less than 1%. It is inconceivable that no monsters would have spawned. We are all classmates, and there is no need for formalities. You may take a look around. I have only been hunting the wild creatures along this particular path. However, under your current circumstances, it would be prudent to ensure that your legs are healed before returning. Even an A-class professional, when venturing out at level 2, can expect substantial rewards. Should misfortune befall you, it would only serve to render you a laughingstock. Ling Yan cautioned Zhou Tong, and after delivering his warning, he turned away and hurled a fireball behind him. Boom. Instantly, over 20 fire hares were obliterated and incinerated. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Tong could not suppress a gulp. Thank you for the reminder, my classmate. I shall take my leave now. Without hesitation, Zhou Tong leaned on his sword and made his way toward the safe zone. Observing his departure, Ling Yan nodded slightly. This lad possesses some wit. But should he become too obstinate, Ling Yan would not concern himself with his fate. Chapter 8. Slaying 10,000 fire hares, 400 strength bonus several hours later. In the midst of hundreds of fire hares, Ling Yan wielded his sword, mercilessly slaying the surrounding creatures. Ding! Congratulations, your level has risen to LV8. All attributes 5. You have gained 40 free attribute points. You have successfully acquired the passive, Flame Mastery LV1. Flame Mastery proficiency has reached 44. Upgraded to LV3. You have successfully acquired the passive, Flame Mastery LV1. Flame Mastery proficiency has reached 88. Upgraded to LV4. Flame Mastery LV4. You can manipulate the power of fire elements and enhance fire-based skill potency by 400. At last, as Ling Yan's rank ascended to LV8, his Flame Mastery also finally upgraded to LV4. He now possessed an impressive strength enhancement of 400, reaching the threshold of an A-class profession. Should he attain LV5, he would fully embody the A-class status. System, elevate all my attributes to 100, excluding my soul, and allocate the remaining attribute points entirely to my soul. In these recent upgrades, Ling Yan opted not to enhance intelligence, as he recognized the necessity for comprehensive development across all attributes. Attribute allocation successful, the system promptly responded. In the next moment, Ling Yan's LV8 attributes materialized before his eyes. Attribute table. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human. Profession, passive plunderer, son of fortune. Fire mage level, LV8, 0, strength, 100 agility, 100 constitution, 100 soul, 185 talents and passives. Rebirth LV1, 0, 2. Upon death, there is a 0.01 probability of rebirth once. Rebirth time point is random. Flame Mastery LV4, 0, 16. Fire damage 400. Skills, Fireball LV1, green, 580-1000. 20s, weapon, Fire Hair Set LV5, blue, fire attribute damage reduction 80, damage 80. Currency, 151 star coins. This data is nothing short of extraordinary in the novice village. Even those second-generation heirs emerging from the illustrious families cannot bring their equipment to the novice village. Thus, within this realm, everyone is treated equally. However, once one departs from the novice village, these heirs will attain at least formidable purple gear, if not golden sets. Coupled with the strength of their respective classes, Ling Yan's rank merely equates to an A-grade profession, rendering him somewhat inferior. Nevertheless, Ling Yan remains unfazed, although his two unique classes do not augment his attribute strength. As a class plunderer, he can seize a multitude of passive abilities. In fact, he may eventually replicate certain class passives that can enhance his attributes. At that point, a single level up could result in a dramatic surge in each of his attributes. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have slain 10,000 fire bunnies, achieving the title Fire Bunny Hunter LV1. Fire Bunny Hunter LV1. Upon equipping, damage dealt to fire bunnies is increased by 20, with the effect Revenge of the Fire Bunny, granting a hatred value of 20 within a radius of 100 meters. At this moment, as several fire bunnies fell around him, a notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind, causing his brows to arch in surprise. He had finally secured the Fire Bunny Hunter achievement, which would undoubtedly amplify his monster-slaying speed exponentially. Observing the increasing number of fire bunnies, a smile spread across his face. Typically, the hatred radius is merely 10 to 20 meters. Now, it has been extended to 100 meters, along with a damage boost of 20. This would surely accelerate his pace of annihilation. Of course, while this achievement could enhance his grinding and leveling speed, it also posed a risk. Should a high-level wild beast be drawn to him, his demise would be imminent. Fortunately for Ling Yan, this was merely the novice village, where the highest level threat was only a level 10 fire bunny. Suddenly, an overwhelming swarm of fire bunnies surged towards him from all directions. Ling Yan chuckled. Fireball technique. In the next instant, he waved his hand, unleashing a fireball the size of a basin, which hurtled towards the throng of fire bunnies with ferocity. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted. 1050, 3150, critical hit, 2100 critical strike. The base damage exceeded 1000, obliterating several lower-level LV3 fire bunnies instantly. Within a radius of over 10 meters, 30 or so fire bunnies were ignited. 210, 210, 210. a cascade of burning damage values emerged. You have slain 25 LV 3 fire bunnies. Experience gained 25 star coins 2. You have slain 3 LV 5 fire bunnies. Experience gained 18 star coins 2. You have slain 7 LV 4 fire bunnies. Experience gained 14 star coins 1. With a single fireball, he had dispatched 35 fire bunnies. And yet more continued to fall around him. Alas, the experience points these low-level fire bunnies could offer had already diminished significantly for Ling Yan. However, Ling Yan remained utterly unconcerned. He raised the weapon in his hand and commenced the harvest of the remaining fire rabbits. His goal extended beyond mere experience. Primarily, he sought to acquire passives. Even if his experience points were diminished, his leveling speed continued to outpace that of many others by considerable margins. Thanks to his extraordinary luck, almost every strike resulted in a critical hit or a critical strike. This effectively amplified Ling Yan's attack power by 2 to 3 times, occasionally delivering a fatal blow that resulted in instant kills. At his current pace, he could eliminate at least 100 fire rabbits each minute, which amounted to over 6,000 in an hour. Even with the lowest probability of looting, an hour would suffice for him to acquire at least 4 or 5 passives. Nevertheless, due to his frenzied hunting, he was compelled to venture deeper into the forest, simultaneously expanding his reach around the periphery of the fire rabbit forest. After every couple of hours of relentless slaughter, Ling Yan would take a brief respite to organize his equipment and restore his condition. In the midst of this chaotic massacre, the surrounding fire rabbits were cleared away in just 2 to 3 hours. Reluctantly, Ling Yan had to press further into the depths of the fire rabbit forest. Here, he encountered fire rabbits at levels 8 and even 10, which considerably reduced his monster-slaying efficiency. After all, a single fireball could not annihilate them all. Fortunately, the experience gains surged significantly. Ling Yan's previously stagnant level began to rise rapidly once more. This killing spree lasted a full day and night. With a decisive blow, Ling Yan vanquished a level 10 fire rabbit at the deepest part of the forest. A series of notifications followed. Chapter 9, Clearing the Fire Rabbit Forest, Level 13. Fire Mastery Level 6. You have slain a level 10 fire rabbit. Experience gained 25 star coins 2. Ding. Congratulations, player. Your level has risen to level 13. All attributes 10 free attribute points 65. The Wheel of Fortune activates. Looting Fire Mastery Level 1. Acquiring equipment. Fire Rabbit Armor Level 101. Fire Mastery level increased to level 6. Enhancing fire-based skill potency by 600. 064. Fireball Level 3. 0100. Basic explosion damage 130. Damage over time increased to 30. Several notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. At last, his fire mastery had ascended to the formidable level of 6. Consequently, his power surged dramatically. After allocating his attributes to a whole number, he unleashed a fireball towards a horde of charging fire rabbits. This fireball now measured a full meter in diameter. With a resounding roar, the damage figures exploded forth. 2,700, 5,400 critical, 8,100 critical strike, 10,000 fatal. The damage output from the level 3 fireball, combined with the level 10 fire rabbit set and level 6 fire mastery, was nothing short of catastrophic. Furthermore, the subsequent damage was impressive, dealing a staggering 600 damage per second, culminating in a total of 6,000 over 10 seconds. With the addition of base damage, the total damage approaches 9,000. Even a fireball from a level 10 fire rabbit would leave one with a sliver of health. Moreover, Ling Yan's attacks predominantly consist of critical hits and devastating strikes, ensuring that any opponent caught in the blast is almost guaranteed to be annihilated. Of course, such damage would be unattainable without mastery over fire. Even if Ling Yan's fireball technique were elevated to level 20, it would still be impossible to achieve a staggering boost of 600. Indeed, only formidable classes possess such extraordinary prowess. However, leveling up also provides a significant advantage. Currently, the number of free attribute points gained with each level increase continues to rise. It is rumored that upon reaching level 100, each minor advancement in rank will yield thousands of free attributes. Neglecting one's level is simply not an option. Ling Yan couldn't help but let out a wistful sigh. He then opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel name: Ling Yan race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune. Fire mage level, LV 13, 1, strength, 200 agility, 200 constitution, 200 soul, 315 talent passive, rebirth LV1, 0, 02, a 0, 01 chance to be reborn upon death. Rebirth time is random. Fire mastery LV6, 0, 64, fire damage of 600. Skills, fireball LV3, green, 17, 000, 30s, 130. Weapon, fire rabbit set LV10, blue. Fire damage reduction 400, damage 400, mana regeneration, 2 per second. Money, 480, 000 star coins. His current attributes are undeniably formidable. Alas, the path to further advancement proves to be increasingly arduous. It is estimated that only the lower tiers of fire rabbits remain in the entire fire rabbit forest. And even if he were to eliminate them all, reaching level 13 would still be a formidable challenge. After all, the highest level of fire rabbit here is merely LV10. Slaying one now yields only 12 experience points. Furthermore, the majority are at levels 8 and 9, with level 10 being a rarity. This explains why even someone with an A-grade class like Zhou Tong can only aspire to reach LV15 within a month, during the initial 3 days in the novice village. Due to the lack of external resources, achieving level 10 solely through personal effort is nearly impossible, unless one possesses an S-grade class from the outset, along with appropriate area of effect skills. It is evident that Ling Yan currently embodies this level of genius, especially after obtaining a blue equipment set early on. His combat prowess skyrocketed, enabling him to reach LV13 in less than a day and a half. However, to continue his ascent, he has but one choice: to depart from the novice village and venture into the continent of revelation. Remaining here would render it improbable to reach LV20, even after cycling through dozens of wild areas. Nevertheless, Ling Yan has refrained from such a choice. What does he currently lack the most? Naturally, it is passives. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of cutting wood. Upon reaching the continent of revelation, the lowest level creatures are level 10. If he cannot achieve instant kills, the speed at which he acquires passives will be significantly hampered. Waiting for one's passive abilities to accumulate before taking action is indeed the true path to mastery. With that thought, Ling Yan glanced at his backpack. He had acquired thousands of sets of the Fire Rabbit gear. If each set were valued at 30 million, selling them all would likely yield hundreds of billions. Unfortunately, if he were to produce such a vast quantity of Fire Rabbit sets all at once, it would undoubtedly astonish the entirety of the Lungting Star. Ling Yan shook his head in resignation. After all, the annual influx of new players, totaling 4 to 5 billion, could scarcely produce a mere 100 sets of Fire Rabbit gear. Fortunately, there exists a profession known as the refiner, capable of transmuting equipment into essences. The blue essence derived from blue gear is valued at 1 million. Although each set of Fire Rabbit gear only yields a single essence, which is worth significantly less, even a few thousand essences could be easily absorbed by the market. Moreover, essences can be utilized to upgrade the equipment's level with sufficient quantities. Blue gear can be transformed into purple gear, or even golden. Of course, the price conversion is considerably higher than purchasing directly. Only a select few affluent individuals employ this method for upgrading their specialized equipment. It was time to venture into other monster zones. There are numerous formidable passives in other areas. Ling Yan pondered briefly before heading towards the nearby Wind Wolf Nest. The Wind Wolf Nest is renowned as a forbidden ground for novice players. Although the total number of wind wolves here is less than 30,000, which is less than 1/3 of the Fire Rabbit forest, each wind wolf is at least level 6 and typically found in packs. Each small group has a leader, at least level 8. Furthermore, every wind wolf possesses wind mastery, with some even boasting level 2 wind mastery. Their swift movements and savage temperament render them far superior to fire rabbits of the same level. Thus, this area is undoubtedly a perilous domain for novices. Even level 10 beginners might not survive an encounter with the weakest wind wolves. However, the advantage lies in the fact that the experience points gained from wind wolves are significantly higher than those from fire rabbits of the same level, around 3 times as much. It is, without a doubt, a leveling ground for the exceptionally gifted. Ordinary individuals should refrain from intruding. Dressed in a striking red Fire Rabbit set, Ling Yan approached this treacherous locale. Chapter 10, New Passives, Speed Enhancement, and Wind Mastery. It is said that the highest tier equipment dropped in the Wind Wolf Nest is the Wind Wolf set, which possesses slightly superior attributes compared to the Fire Rabbit set. Whether this is true remains to be seen. He would first attempt to acquire a set. Observing the plains, where groups of wind wolves lay sleeping, Ling Yan did not hesitate and ventured deeper into their territory. As soon as he entered the alert range of a group of wind wolves, he was promptly detected by an alpha wolf of level 8. Monster, Wind Wolf level, LV8 passive abilities. Wind Mastery, LV2. Enhances wind-based spell power by 200. Speed Enhancement, LV1. Increases speed attribute by 150. Health, 5000 magic, 1000 attack power, 100 defense power, 100 skill. Wind Blade. Deals immense slashing damage and inflicts bleeding damage of 10 per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cost, 30. This level 8 head wolf not only possesses level 2 mastery of wind, but also has enhanced speed. Most importantly, it is this speed enhancement. With the spoon, Ling Yan's speed attribute can surge to a staggering 15 times its current value, allowing a 200-point attribute to explode to a level of 300. Quite impressive indeed. If he could acquire this, Ling Yan's strength would see a significant elevation. After all, compared to the mastery of wind, this speed enhancement is undeniably superior. Whoa! The level 8 head wolf let out a piercing howl, and in an instant, over a dozen wind wolves surged towards Ling Yan. They opened their mouths wide, unleashing a barrage of wind blades aimed at him. Swish, swish, swish. The surrounding air was torn asunder by the 1-meter-long wind blades. Overestimating their abilities, Ling Yan scoffed disdainfully and unleashed a palm strike into the void. Buzz! Instantly, a massive fireball hurtled towards the oncoming wind blades. Boom, 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 boom. At the moment of collision, the fireballs engulfed the wind blades completely. Before the wind wolves could comprehend the situation, the enormous fireball crashed down upon them. Boom. In an instant, the fireball detonated. 2200, 4400, critical, 6600, combined. In mere moments, the terrifying force of the explosion reduced the dozen wind wolves to charred remains. You have slain 17 level 6 wind wolves, gaining experience, 17 star coins. 1. You have slain 1 level 8 wind wolf, gaining experience, 5 star coins. 1. Passive plunder activated. Can plunder elite wind wolf's passive. Mastery of wind level 2. Plunder success rate, 0.00005. Speed enhancement level 1. Plunder success rate, 0.0001. Mastery of wind level 1. Plunder success rate, 0.0001. Fortune wheel activated, gaining a 100,000 fold success rate. You have acquired the passive, Mastery of Wind level 1. Fortune wheel activated, gaining a 10,000 fold drop rate, acquiring gear, Wind Wolf armor, blue. In that fleeting moment, a series of notification sounds echoed through the air. Upon hearing the notifications, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. A 10 probability to obtain a passive on the first attempt? Such fortuitous luck? Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with delight. Buzz! Just then, a gentle breeze began to swirl around him, flowing into Ling Yan's body. He could distinctly feel an abundance of wind energy surrounding him, which, like the fire energy, he could manipulate at will. Is this the mastery of wind? Truly remarkable. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. With a mere thought, he commanded the wind energy to enhance his longsword. Swish! In an instant, a small blade of wind was unleashed, cleaving through a group of wind wolves that charged towards him. With a series of muffled thuds, each wind wolf caught in the path of the blade was violently torn asunder, their bodies split in half by the 2-meter-wide gust. Another wave of experience points was harvested. Ding! Player has mastered the foundational skill, Wind Blade, white capable of inflicting substantial slashing damage, along with a bleeding effect of 10 per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cost, 30. Is this the white skill known as Wind Blade? Its power is indeed commendable. Ling Yan smiled faintly. This exemplifies the might of an elemental practitioner. By infusing elements into their weapon, they can conjure a variety of white skills. Some exceptionally gifted individuals can even forge formidable green or blue skills. Alas, in comparison to the fireball spell, its potency is vastly inferior. Even upon leveling up, this white skill can only increase its damage by a mere 5. As for the ongoing damage, it can only rise by 2, unlike the green skill fireball, which boasts an increase of 15 per level, with a sustained damage boost of 5. Moreover, fireball possesses splash damage, which is truly remarkable. So let us slay. I shall first eradicate all the wind wolves in their den. with a slight curl of his lips. Ling Yan wasted no time, brandishing his long sword as he plunged into the throng of wolves. Simultaneously, he unleashed powerful fireballs. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed throughout the Wind Wolf den. Numerous wind wolves were obliterated and incinerated. After all, the wind blade lacked splash damage, rendering its monster-slaying efficiency rather low. You have slain 50 LV6 wind wolves, earning experience 50 star coins, 5. You have slain 20 LV7 wind wolves, earning experience 44 star coins, 4. You have successfully acquired the passive Speed Enhancement LV1, grants a speed boost of 150. You have slain 10 LV9 wind wolves, earning experience 80 star coins, 8. You have successfully acquired the passive Mastery of Wind LV2, passive level upgraded to LV3, wind power damage boost of 300. As Ling Yan continued his slaughter, a multitude of notifications reverberated in his mind, prompting him to silence them, leaving only the alert for successfully acquiring passives. With each wind wolf that fell to his blade, he gradually approached the core area of the wind wolves. His Fire Rabbit set was replaced with the Wind Wolf set. Wind Wolf set LV10, all attributes 100. Wind damage reduction, damage 400. Mana recovery speed, 2 seconds. Health recovery speed, 2 seconds. The attributes of this set are comparable to those of the Fire Rabbit set. The only difference being that the damage reduction and enhancement have transitioned to wind-based effects. Ding. Your level has increased to LV14. All attributes 10, free attribute points, 70. Ding. You have successfully slain 10,000 wind wolves, achieving the title Wind Wolf Slayer LV1. Damage to wind wolves increased by 20. And you gain 20 points of enmity with wind wolves within 100 meters. Chapter 11. The ultimate boss of the novice village. Wind Wolf King. At last. As the number of wind wolves slain by Ling Yan reached an astounding 10,000. A sound of notification resonated through the air as Ling Yan allocated all his attribute points to his soul. He had eradicated nearly all the wind wolves below level 8 within their lair. The remaining adversaries were of levels 9 and 10. With a slight smile, Ling Yan did not hesitate and continued to strike at the surrounding wind wolves. Thanks to his achievement as a wind wolf slayer, his offensive capabilities against these creatures saw a significant enhancement. Moreover, with their numbers increasing, the pace of slaughter quickened. In just over 5 hours, Ling Yan had completely decimated nearly all the wind wolves in their den. Attribute panel. Name, Ling Yan. Race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune. Level, LV14, 98. Strength, 210. Agility, 210. 500. Constitution, 210. Soul, 395. Passive talents. Rebirth LV1, 0, 2. A 0. 0-1 chance to resurrect upon death. The timing of resurrection is random. Fire Mastery LV6, 1564. Fire damage 600. Wind Mastery LV5, 3032. Wind damage 500. Speed Enhancement LV5, 2832. Speed increase 500. Skills. Fireball LV3, green, 17,000, 30s, 130. Wind Blade LV1, white, 121000. Weapon. Fire Rabbit set LV10, blue, fire attribute damage reduction, damage 400. Health and mana restoration every 2 seconds. Currency. 640,000 star coins. Although the Wind Wolf set was more powerful than the Fire Rabbit set, Ling Yan, with his superior fire mastery, naturally preferred to wield the Fire Rabbit set for its formidable offensive potential. He was on the cusp of leveling up. Thus, he decided to upgrade before venturing elsewhere. Observing the final 2 experience points, he resolutely approached the last group of wind wolves at the core. How? As Ling Yan drew near, the remaining wind wolves roared and charged towards him. However, under Ling Yan's terrifying prowess, they fell one after another. He discovered that channeling the power of fire or wind into his sword significantly augmented his combat effectiveness. With a base strength of 210, even with the wind attribute damage of 400, his maximum output was merely 600 damage, and a critical strike barely reached 2,000. Yet, by harnessing the wind's power, his basic attacks soared to a whopping 2,000 damage. Critical hits reached a staggering 6,000. However, this came at a cost of 3 mana points per second, perfectly matching his regeneration rate. Conversely, employing fire damage escalated his basic attack to an impressive 2,500 damage, albeit with a mana cost of 4 points per second. In fact, when considering the efficiency of clearing these groups of monsters, utilizing Fireball was far more economical, and even Windblade was preferable. Nonetheless, for battling bosses, it was undoubtedly the prime choice. Ding! Player level has increased to LV 15. All attributes 10. Gain 75 free attribute points. At that moment, a notification sound resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Level 15, combined with my S-Class profession, should suffice for admission into Longting University, right? Ling Yan smiled faintly at this realization. However, it had barely been 2 days since the novice village opened, and there remained a full 28 days until the entrance exam. By then, Ling Yan's aspirations might well surpass merely attending Longting University. Suddenly, the remaining wind wolves around him began to howl in unison. Initially, Ling Yan presumed it was due to the wind wolf hunter's presence, but he quickly sensed something amiss. As the sound spread, every wind wolf in the den raised their heads and roared in fury. The cacophony of their howls filled the air with palpable tension. This was not merely a reaction to the wind wolf hunter. Ling Yan furrowed his brow. It was evident that the uproar could not be solely attributed to a level 1 wind wolf hunter, as such a creature could not provoke all the wind wolves within a radius of several kilometers to roar in unison. Indeed, a ferocious roar suddenly emanated from the depths of the grassland. At the sound, the remaining wind wolves prostrated themselves in reverence, all turning their gazes towards the source of the noise. What was this? Was a boss emerging? Could it be the legendary Wind Wolf King? Observing the situation, Ling Yan felt a grave sense of foreboding. Ordinary elite wind wolves could not possibly exude such terrifying presence, nor could even the leader-class wind wolves. Only one of the mightiest bosses from the novice village, the Wind Wolf King, could command such respect. With an earth-shattering roar, a colossal silver wind wolf, standing 3 meters tall and stretching 5 to 6 meters in length, charged toward him with alarming speed. Were it not for Ling Yan's level 5 speed enhancement, he would have been utterly overwhelmed. All attributes were directed toward speed. Fireball. Without hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed a fireball with all his augmented attributes. The Wind Wolf King, undeterred, responded with a roar, slashing the air with its claws. With a sound akin to tearing air, a massive spiraling wind blade surged toward Ling Yan's fireball. The collision was catastrophic, as the spiraling wind blade shattered the fireball like a drill. Yet, the wind blade continued its deadly trajectory toward Ling Yan. Fortunately, due to his recent upgrade and an increase of 75 points in speed, his speed attribute surged to 295, with mastery and speed granting a 5-fold enhancement. Ling Yan's velocity skyrocketed to a staggering 1475. A mere push from his feet transformed him into a fleeting shadow, evading the onslaught of 4 wind blades. The colossal wind blade, measuring 3 meters in length and 1 meter in width, struck the ground with tremendous force, creating a massive crater several meters in diameter. The sheer power of the impact left Ling Yan gasping in awe. The spiral wind blade of the Wind Wolf King indeed lives up to its reputation. If struck by it, one would likely be reduced to mere fragments. Chapter 12. Global Announcement. The terrifying attributes of the Wind Wolf King. Ling Yan, upon reading this, could not help but exclaim in admiration. Although the stronger the opponent, the greater the rewards after their defeat, this level of power seemed excessively fearsome. Surviving this encounter would be a blessing. Announcement. Longting Novice Village, 125-5841. The ultimate boss has appeared. Wind Wolf King, King level. All inhabitants of this novice village, please take heed. The ultimate boss disregards regional limitations. Safe zones cannot provide protection. Please avoid it. However, at that moment, a series of announcements echoed throughout nearly all novice villages on Longting Star. In an instant, all novices of this generation were left in shock. What on earth was happening in Novice Village 125-5841? How could the ultimate boss of a novice village appear? It was rumored that in order for the ultimate boss to emerge, one needed to eliminate 99% of the beasts in the wild before their respawn, creating a mere 1 in 1,000 chance of summoning the ultimate boss in less than 2 days, who possessed the strength to infiltrate the Wind Wolf Den and slay so many wind wolves. Yet, it was also said that the ultimate boss might occasionally wander out for a stroll. In an instant, nearly all novices were left dumbfounded. Even those few who had awakened S-level professions were rendered speechless. The strongest among them had only just managed to battle a LV-7 Wind Wolf. Yet someone had managed to cleanse an entire Wind Wolf den within a day or two. Could it be that they had awakened an SS-level profession? Shock engulfed everyone. It was known that among the 2 billion inhabitants of Longting Star, fewer than 100 S-level professions emerged in a year. Each of these was of extraordinary caliber, while SS-level talents emerged only once every few decades. Only an SS-level genius, coupled with the fortuitous acquisition of powerful weapons and skills, could achieve such a feat in less than 2 days. With this thought, all the prodigies felt a heaviness in their hearts. Of course, they were also aware of another possibility. The Wind Wolf King might merely be taking a leisurely stroll. While such occurrences had only manifested a few times throughout the millennia of human history, who could say if this instance was one of them? What? Is 125-5841 our novice village? How could the Wind Wolf King emerge as the ultimate boss in just 2 days? Could it be that someone in our school awakened an S-level profession? Surely, an S-level profession could not conjure the ultimate boss. It must be at least an SS level. However, I am convinced that we have encountered the rare phenomenon of the ultimate boss wandering about. Alas, the ultimate boss has emerged, rendering even the safe zone unsafe. What shall we do now? In this moment, all the students from the 17th school, resting within the safe zone, were utterly petrified. Since Zhou Tong returned yesterday to recuperate, he had remained here, and even if he were to venture out, no one would suspect him of summoning the ultimate boss. After all, Zhou Tong could barely defeat a level 5 fire rabbit. How could he possibly lure out the Wind Wolf King by slaughtering the entire Wind Wolf nest? Yet, apart from Zhou Tong, who else could it be? Could it be him? At this moment, Zhou Tong's mind wandered back to the figure who effortlessly conjured a massive fireball. Could he truly be an SS-level professional? A shiver of disbelief coursed through him. An SS level, as long as he remains alive, could become the most talented individual in all of Dragon Soaring Star. Impossible. The last time he witnessed that individual, though formidable, his attack power barely met the standards of an S-level professional. It absolutely could not be him. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Tong resolved to join the others as they ventured beyond the safe zone. Initially, he had planned to heed Ling Yan's advice, to remain here for 3 days and then procure equipment rewards before hunting monsters. After all, although he was more than thrice as powerful as the average player without skills or gear, he still found himself at a disadvantage against wild monsters. However, remaining here was no longer an option, as the obvious location of the safe zone would soon be overrun. At that point, the combined strength of over 3,000 students would scarcely suffice to withstand a single onslaught from the Wind Wolf King. Would there be a planetary announcement? Would slaying the Wind Wolf King warrant a name announcement? If so, he might just attain fame. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat exasperated. To defeat the Wind Wolf King within the 3-day novice period would undoubtedly mark one as a super genius throughout the entire Flame Godstar system. It is worth noting that the Flame Godstar system governs countless life planets, including Dragon Soaring Star. With this thought, he promptly accessed the attributes of the Wind Wolf King. Wild Monster. Wind Wolf King. King level. LV-10 passive talent. Wind Mastery, LV-3. Enhances wind-type spell power by 300. Speed enhancement, LV-3. Increases speed attribute by 300. Health, 300. 000 mana. 5000 attack power. 1, 500 speed. 300 defense. 2, 000 skills. Spiral Wind Blade, LV-1. Blue skill. Deals 200 damage upon impact. Inflicts an additional bleeding damage of 30 per second for a duration of 10 seconds. Cost, 500. King's Blood Fury, LV-1. Purple skill. Doubles all attributes by igniting one's own blood. Consumes 1 health point per second. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. These attributes indicate that even faced with hundreds of level 15 novices, they would merely be fodder. With a staggering defense of 2,000, I pose the question, who, aside from A-level professionals focused solely on attack, could breach such defenses? Furthermore, with 300,000 health points, it is enough to instill despair in countless souls. Truly, one of the ultimate bosses of the novice village. Merely to draw it out requires an SS-level professional, let alone to defeat it. To vanquish such a formidable entity within the novice village, it would necessitate a coalition of several S-rank professionals or a gathering of at least 100 A-rank professionals, sacrificing lives in the process. As for a solo kill, That has occurred only a handful of times throughout the entire Flame God galaxy. Those who managed such feats were all super geniuses possessing SS-level professions. And a solo kill within the 3-day novice period? That has never transpired. With a purple skill and a blue skill, the power exhibited appears somewhat terrifying. An attack of 1500, coupled with the 200 strength enhancement from the Spiral Wind Blade. In addition to the 300 boost from Wind Mastery, if one were to be struck, it could inflict a staggering 9,000 damage. Adding the subsequent 30 damage per second from the tearing effect, the total damage would undoubtedly exceed 25,000. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? Chapter 13, Self-Created Skill. Wind and Fire Shield, Green. Ling Yan, witnessing this scene, could not help but feel speechless. How could the disparity between players and bosses be so alarming? Indeed, whenever a king-level boss appears, it is impossible for one to solo it. Contemplating this, Ling Yan felt a weight in his heart. How could he possibly defeat such a powerful being? After all, even a mere graze from the Spiral Wind Blade would spell doom for Ling Yan, who possesses only 1,000 defense and 2,200 health, not to mention a direct hit. Furthermore, should the opponent unleash Blood Fury with 4,000 defense, Ling Yan would certainly be unable to break through, even without triggering a critical hit. However, there is a glimmer of hope. My current speed is a staggering 1,500, which would undoubtedly overwhelm him. As long as I remain cautious, it would be nearly impossible for him to land a hit. Yet, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, making a decisive choice. If this king-level boss were not defeated, it would be a disservice to himself. As for Blood Fury, a skill that consumes life force, even the boss would only use it when in a critical state, and it has at least a 5-second wind-up. During that time, all I need to do is flee desperately. With my speed, it would take him at least 10 to 20 seconds to catch up, and in that interval, his health would dwindle. With that thought, Ling Yan acted without hesitation. Fireball. He hurled a fireball forth. Fortunately, having just leveled up, his mana and health were restored to their peak. Roar. The Silver Wind Wolf King, upon witnessing this, disdainfully snorted, and in the next moment, charged directly towards the 1-meter diameter fireball. Boom. However, as soon as it collided with the fireball, it erupted explosively. A critical hit of 5,200 instantly appeared above the Wind Wolf King's head. With a reduction of 2,000 points in damage, it was of little consequence to Ling Yan. Moreover, the terrifying flames swiftly enveloped the entire Wind Wolf, igniting its entire body with searing intensity. As the flames of burning damage surged above the Wind Wolf King, his health began to gradually diminish. This burning effect could be mitigated by defense, albeit not significantly. For instance, the initial burning damage was calculated at 1030 per second, amounting to a staggering total of 10,800 over 10 seconds. With a reduction of 2,000 in defense, the overall burning damage was consequently decreased by that same amount. Nevertheless, even with such a reduction, the resultant damage still sufficed to reduce the Wind Wolf King's health by 1/20th. If this continued, Ling Yan would inevitably wear him down. Suddenly, the Wind Wolf King let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying gale that dispersed the flames engulfing him. The continuous damage effect vanished in an instant, leaving Ling Yan momentarily stunned. To his dismay, the beast possessed yet another formidable ability. Without hesitation, a colossal spiral wind blade surged toward him. Ling Yan swiftly dodged, narrowly evading the massive wind blade. A thunderous crash echoed as he chose to disregard the attack and charged towards the Wind Wolf King at an astonishing speed. In a mere moment, Ling Yan closed the distance, reaching the beast before it could react, moving at a speed of 1,500, far surpassing the Wind Wolf King's 900. In an instant, a torrent of flames surged forth, coalescing upon the longsword in Ling Yan's grasp. He then thrust the fiery blade towards the Wind Wolf King's eye with tremendous force. The attack delivered a crippling blow of 36,000 damage, accompanied by a continuous damage effect of 2,500 per second. As the longsword pierced the volleyball-sized eye of the Wind Wolf King, a colossal damage value appeared. This crippling attack inflicted tenfold damage and ignored defense, in addition to a degree of ongoing damage. It was noteworthy that this continuous damage had no time limit. It could last for mere seconds or persist until death. Theoretically, the probability of triggering such a crippling attack on these beasts or bosses was a mere 1 in 10 million. Yet, Ling Yan, endowed with the talent of the Child of Fortune, executed it effortlessly. The excruciating pain prompted the Wind Wolf King to roar in fury, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent Ling Yan hurtling through the air. Fortunately, Ling Yan had conjured a shield of wind and fire around himself, mitigating the impact. Though he was propelled dozens of meters away, he remained unscathed. Notification: player has combined wind power and fire power to create the skill Wind Fire Shield LV1. Green significantly enhances personal defense by merging wind and fire energies. Upon receiving this notification, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow in intrigue. No wonder it is said that high-level elemental practitioners can effortlessly create skills infused with their elemental powers that are of green, blue, or even purple quality. Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Elemental practitioners have always been regarded as the most esteemed of all professions. Take fire mages, for instance. Their innate enhancement of fire spells not only amplifies their offensive capabilities, but also, when they learn defensive skills in fire magic, allows them to unleash a defensive prowess that rivals, if not surpasses, that of dedicated defensive classes, especially when augmented by mastery of flames. Acquiring speed-enhancing skills can lead to an alarming increase in velocity. This explains why a speed-focused practitioner with level 3 speed enhancement holds merely a B rank, while one with level 3 flame mastery achieves an impressive A rank. Ling Yan briefly examined the skill and discovered it could augment his defense by an astonishing 200 points. If he were to infuse it with the power of wind and fire, the defense could surge by an additional 600 points, culminating in a staggering 1,200 points of enhanced defense, primarily owing to his high level of fire mastery. Although it may not withstand the spiral wind blade, it would certainly suffice to mitigate a portion of other attacks. This was merely a green skill. Should it be blue, the defensive boost would be even more formidable. At that moment, the one-eyed Wind Wolf King let out a furious roar and charged directly at Ling Yan, surrounded by a tempest of wind blades, clearly unwilling to allow Ling Yan to close the distance. This skill was evidently at least green in quality. Fireball. Ling Yan furrowed his brow but did not hesitate. He unleashed a colossal fireball aimed squarely at the Wind Wolf King's head. With a swift movement, he darted to the side and launched another fireball at the beast. A dual assault of fireballs. Chapter 14. Fatal Strike. 184500. The Wind Wolf King falls. Roar. The Wind Wolf King growled lowly, its wind blades swirling violently. With a series of impacts, the two fireballs collided with its body, the flames instantly shredded by the wind blades. 2,500. 2,500. Although it still inflicted damage, the effectiveness had been significantly diminished. How am I supposed to continue fighting like this? Ling Yan was at a loss upon witnessing this scene. Even though the Wind Wolf King now had only around 240,000 health, it would still require a staggering 100 fireballs to defeat it. Suddenly, he recalled how he had fused the powers of wind and fire, which seemed to yield even more potent abilities. What if I integrate the wind power into the fireball? Would it drastically enhance its potency? A spark of inspiration ignited within Ling Yan. Elemental practitioners can indeed create skills, but it comes with considerable risks. A stroke of bad luck could lead to their demise. However, in this lifetime, Ling Yan possessed the destiny of a child of fortune. Bad luck? Not a chance. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan conjured a massive fireball with a diameter of 1.5 meters. Buzz. In the next instant, a surge of azure wind power erupted forth. In an instant, the power of the wind surged into the colossal fireball, initiating a spiral wind blade mechanism. In a fleeting moment, the fireball began to distort, gradually transforming into a fiery drill. However, as the drill took shape, it began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of an explosion. Fortunately, at that very moment, the wheel of fortune within Ling Yan's consciousness turned abruptly. In an instant, the imminent explosion of the fiery drill stabilized, then continued to contract. The drill became exceedingly sharp, with a diameter of 1 meter and a length of 3 meters. With a resounding metallic rending sound, the fiery drill ignited the surrounding grassland within a radius of over 10 meters, and then shot forth rapidly towards the Wind Wolf King not far away. The Wind Wolf King, witnessing this scene, let out a disdainful roar. Its body enveloped in whirling blades of wind, evidently preparing to block the attack with its own body. In a heartbeat, the wind-fire drill collided forcefully with the Wind Wolf's figure. A thunderous boom reverberated across the heavens and the earth. The wind-fire drill shattered the wind blade defenses atop the Wind Wolf King's head, creating a massive breach that pierced through its skull. Fortunately, The skull was robust, otherwise. This strike would have inflicted fatal damage. Amidst the earth-shattering cacophony, the drill erupted, unleashing a terrifying conflagration that incinerated a vast area of grassland equivalent to the size of a basketball court, scorching it black. Even the soil was blasted downwards by several decimeters due to the wind's force. A staggering damage value of 72,000, crippling damage, erupted from the Wind Wolf King's head, followed by a continuous stream of debilitating damage values. This strike could be said to have nearly taken half of the Wind Wolf King's life. Ling Yan was equally astonished by the sheer power of the attack. Congratulations, player. You have successfully created the blue skill, Wind Fire Rending Drill LV1, with a power enhancement of 200, inflicting burn and tear damage, 30s, consumption, 200. This skill was derived from the Fireball spell, thus inheriting its level, LV3. Wind Fire Rending Drill LV3, power enhancement of 260, inflicting burn and tear damage, 44. 127,000. A series of notifications resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing these notifications, even Ling Yan could not help but marvel at the terrifying nature of this skill. The power enhancement alone was a full double that of the Fireball spell. Of course, the reason for the staggering damage of 70,000 was primarily due to the inflicted crippling damage. Otherwise, even if it were a golden skill, it could not boast such might. Furthermore, even without the crippling damage, a critical hit could still yield over 10,000 damage. Ling Yan smiled faintly, as if envisioning the imminent explosion of the Wind Wolf King. As a fierce gale swept forth from the epicenter of the explosion, the flames that continued to burn were swiftly dispersed. The Wind Wolf King, charred and with its scalp brutally torn, bloodied and battered, materialized before Ling Yan. At that moment, its eyes had been reduced to hollow sockets, and its skull was cracked with a myriad of fissures. The once imposing figure now appeared utterly wretched. Roar! Just then, the Wind Wolf King unleashed a thunderous howl towards the heavens. Awoo! 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 The surrounding wind wolves, previously cowering on the ground, paralyzed by fear even when two combatants perished before them, now all raised their voices in an ominous chorus. An overwhelming surge of vitality emanated from the Wind Wolf King, its fur transforming into a deep crimson hue. Simultaneously, a staggering damage value of 30,000 suddenly erupted from its head. Ling Yan, witnessing this, immediately comprehended that the Wind Wolf King had activated its ultimate skill. Warning: the Wind Wolf King has activated the royal skill, Royal Blood Rage. Evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. A chilling alert resounded in Ling Yan's mind. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. It was a no-brainer, with all attributes doubled. Even he would not stand a chance against such a formidable foe. The best course of action was to wait until the opponent's vitality waned significantly before returning. Before making his retreat, however, Ling Yan swiftly pivoted and unleashed a powerful strike into the void. Whoosh! Instantly, the surrounding air was torn asunder. The colossal wind fire drill surged forth, slicing through the air towards the Wind Wolf King's head. Yet, in its current state, the Wind Wolf King was rendered immobile, unable to evade the impending assault. Boom! A resounding crash echoed through the air. Crack! The skull of the Wind Wolf King was obliterated in an instant. The immense wind fire drill penetrated its brain, reducing it to mere ashes. Fatal damage, 184,500. A dark, colossal damage value erupted from its head. Boom! The massive form of the Wind Wolf King crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, player, for single-handedly slaying the ultimate boss of the novice village, Wind Wolf King. Would you like to announce this server-wide? Chapter 15, Wind Wolf King Set. All attributes 800. At that moment, a notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind as he had sprinted over 100 meters away, causing him to come to an abrupt halt, bewildered. Could it be that the Wind Wolf King has perished? Ling Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even without witnessing the entire ordeal, he surmised that he had undoubtedly dealt the fatal blow. No announcement. Ling Yan opted for discretion. He had long contemplated this. While he intended to reveal some of his talents to secure valuable resources, there was no need to disclose everything. At most, one could only bring forth their S-rank flame mage. However, their two singular professions remained unspoken. In his previous life, he distinctly recalled that upon his initial exposure, the most formidable entity of the Flame God Galaxy, ranked among the top 30 of the human power hierarchy, personally came to safeguard Ling Yan. During this period, several major civilizations of the Milky Way dispatched assassins to target Ling Yan. On multiple occasions, he narrowly escaped death. Once, an entire galaxy, significantly larger than the solar system, was obliterated. Had it not been for the overwhelming strength of the flame god, Ling Yan would have perished long ago. However, upon learning that Ling Yan's success rate was remarkably low, other civilizations ceased their attempts to send personnel. Ultimately, even the human race abandoned Ling Yan entirely. In this life, should his easily replicable talent be exposed, despite the influx of resources, the threat of assassination would be even more terrifying than in his previous life. Other civilizations might even deploy entities more powerful than the flame god to eliminate Ling Yan. At that point, his demise would be inevitable. The entire server announcement, yes, the announcement encompassing the entirety of the human populace within the galaxy, was a stark reminder. Did they wish for Ling Yan's demise to come even swifter? Survival through leveling up was the true path. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yan made his way toward the direction of the Wind Wolf King. Soon, he stood before the lifeless body of the Wind Wolf King. Buzz! In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from the Wind Wolf King's corpse, enveloping Ling Yan. You have soloed the boss, Wind Wolf King. Earned experience, 3,000,000. Earned star coins, 10,000,000. Buzz! 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 Simultaneously, 3 beams of light radiated from Ling Yan. Your level has risen to LV16. All attributes 10. Earned attribute points, 80. Your level has risen to LV17. All attributes 10. Earned attribute points, 85. Your level has risen to LV18. All attributes 10. Earned attribute points, 90. A series of 3 notifications echoed, and this was merely the beginning. Passive discovered. Mastery of Wind LV3. Speed enhancement LV3. Plunder success rate 0.0000001. Fortune roulette activated. Success rate increased 1.000,000 times. Replication successful. Congratulations. Player, Mastery of Wind level has increased to LV6, 264. Speed enhancement upgraded to LV6, 064. Fortune roulette activated. Drop rate increased 10,000 times. Congratulations. You have acquired the following equipment. Wind Wolf King's Sword LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King's Armor LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King's Necklace LV10, purple. Wind Wolf King's Boots LV10, purple. Skills. King S Blood Fury LV1, purple. Spiral Wind Blade LV1, blue. Wind Blade Barrier LV1, green. Items. Bag Expansion, 100 slots. Purple Essence X10. Equipment Level Scroll LV30, purple, X5. Wind Wolf King's Remnant Soul X1. Congratulations, you have slain the Wind Wolf King. Achievement. Wind Wolf Hunter, earned experience. 1,000,000. Leveled up to LV3. Hatred range increased to 1,000 meters. With a hatred value of 50 and a damage value of 50. A series of prompt sounds resonated in Ling Yan's mind at that moment. Simultaneously, a plethora of items manifested in his backpack. The passive abilities were noteworthy. A level 3 passive equated to 4 level 1 passives. It was as though he had acquired 8 passives in one fell swoop, while typically, one would need to vanquish 7 or 800 wild monsters to gain just a single passive. This was indeed a significant windfall. As for the complete Wind Wolf King set, it was nothing short of extraordinary. Ling Yan promptly examined the attributes of the Wind Wolf King set. Weapon, Wind Wolf set level, LV10 attributes. All attributes 500, wind attribute damage, damage reduction 2000, mana and health recovery every 20 seconds effect, armor piercing 30 below level 30. For every 10 levels above, the effect diminishes by 10. Additional 30 damage to wolf-type creatures. Skill, Wrath of the Wind Wolf King. Purple gain 1 point of rage for every wild monster slain. Upon release, 1 point of rage can unleash 1 point of damage. Maximum, 100,000. Anger dissipates upon removing the equipment. However, as Ling Yan beheld the skill attributes, his eyes widened in astonishment. The other attributes were commendable, but the Wrath of the Wind Wolf King truly captivated his attention. A potential storage of 100,000? Was it as simple as having hands? Such damage could easily diminish a third of even the ultimate boss's health. Furthermore, with an astounding 500 increase to all attributes, my highest attribute is merely 395. Subtracting the 100 provided by the Wind Wolf set leaves me with a meager 295. This essentially multiplies my overall attributes by 25. Truly remarkable. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel at the might of the ultimate boss. Not only was it powerful in itself, but the loot it dropped was equally impressive. Oh, and there was also the level 30 equipment upgrade scroll. This item could elevate purple equipment below level 30 by 5 minor realms. The Wind Wolf set would ascend to LV 15. Let us upgrade it first. Ling Yan promptly activated the upgrade scroll. He also opted to expand his backpack, instantly increasing the original 50 slots to 150. Simultaneously, the Wolf King set gleamed with a radiant purple light. Wolf King set upgraded to LV 15. Consumed 4 upgrade scrolls. Weapon, Wind Wolf set level, LV 15 attributes. All attributes 800. Wind attribute damage. Damage reduction 3000. Mana and health recovery every 30 seconds effect. Armor piercing 30 below level 35. For every 10 levels above, the effect diminishes by 10. Additional 40 damage to wolf-type creatures. Skill, Wrath of the Wind Wolf King. Purple gain 1 point of rage for every wild monster slain. Upon release, 1 point of rage can unleash 1 point of damage. Maximum, 150,000. Anger dissipates upon removing the equipment. With the elevation of the set's level, nearly all attributes surged by a remarkable 50%, marking an immense enhancement. An increase of 800 to all attributes was sufficient to elevate Ling Yan's prowess to new heights. He immediately donned the entire Wind Wolf King set. In an instant, Ling Yan was enveloped in the magnificent silver armor of the Wind Wolf King. A colossal sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length, materialized in his grasp. Both the armor and the sword were adorned with intricate totems of the Wind Wolf King. This striking ensemble, combined with Ling Yan's handsome visage, would undoubtedly elicit countless gasps from enamored maidens if he were to step outside. Boom. Chapter 16. A surge in power. All attributes at 1000. The moment he donned the armor, an overwhelming force surged throughout Ling Yan's entire being. The terrifying strength compelled him to clench his fists. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the air. Subsequently, Ling Yan unleashed a powerful punch upon a nearby tree. Crash. With a resounding thud, the tree, as thick as a barrel, was shattered in half by Ling Yan's blow. The power of over 1,000 attributes proved to be formidable. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. An average adult possesses a strength of approximately 7 to 10 points, with each point corresponding to an explosive force of 10 pounds. However, Ling Yan's attributes had skyrocketed to over 1,000, equating to a staggering weight of 10,000 pounds. System, allocate all upgrade points to my soul. Ling Yan commanded the system. Buzz. In an instant, he felt his consciousness sharpen, and his ability to harness the powers of fire and wind expanded immensely. Ding. Points successfully allocated. Soul value. 1350. System, learn all skills. Ling Yan continued. Boom. In a flash, a torrent of memories surged into Ling Yan's mind, detailing the application of various skills. Among these, the Spiral Wind Blade and Wind Blade Barrier even included complete cultivation methods. Buzz. Concurrently, an aura of a king emanated from Ling Yan, causing the surrounding monsters to tremble in fear. The Blood Rage of the King is a rare skill that is not class-restricted but belongs to a category of special enhancements. Such a skill, if brought to market, could fetch trillions of star coins. This was merely due to the fact that it was the most basic level, LV1. Should a LV10 skill drop from a king-level monster above level 100, it could be exchanged for several life planets. After all, leveling a purple skill to LV10 would require at least several hundred years. Of course, the primary issue lies in the exceedingly low drop rates. King-level monsters are the ultimate bosses in all wilderness areas. Defeating one typically yields only experience points and perhaps 1 or 2 pieces of blue equipment. With a stroke of luck, one might even acquire a blue skill. However, purple equipment requires at least 100 kills to drop once. Skills are even more elusive, sometimes requiring thousands of attempts for a single drop. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have learned the skill, Blood Rage of the King LV1, purple, 0-100. Limited to 1 use per day. Upon use, all attributes increase by 200, consuming 1 health point per second. The Spiral Wind Blade LV1, blue, 01000, gathers countless wind blades into a spiral formation for attack, inflicting 200 damage along with 30 points of tearing damage. The Wind Blade Barrier LV1, green, 01000, harnesses the power of wind to condense wind blades that guard the user, significantly enhancing their own damage. A series of 3 notification sounds resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Although he already possessed similar skills in both the Spiral Wind Blade and the Wind Blade Barrier, the precision of the two, despite their equal level, varied greatly. For instance, the Spiral Wind Blade is solely composed of wind attributes, whereas the Wind Fire Tearing Drill combines both wind and fire attributes. If Ling Yan were to augment the Spiral Wind Blade with both powers, its potency would undoubtedly soar. With this thought, Ling Yan wasted no time in experimenting. He initially applied the method of using the Wind Blade Barrier to condense the wind and fire attributes into wind blades. As the two forces erupted, wind and fire surged wildly throughout Ling Yan's body, intensifying their might. Just as it seemed on the verge of spiraling out of control, the fortune roulette activated once more. The impending chaos of the wind and fire powers was swiftly quelled, ultimately converging into a flurry of wind blades that rapidly circled around Ling Yan, forming a wind-fire shield that enveloped him entirely. Congratulations, host. Successfully upgraded the wind-fire shield, quality enhanced to blue. Wind-fire shield LV1, blue, 01000, a shield formed by the amalgamation of wind and fire powers in the shape of wind-fire blades, significantly boosting the user's defense while inflicting 200 points of spell damage as retaliation against enemies who engage in physical attacks. Consumption, 20 magic points per second. The upgraded Wind-Fire Shield even gained the additional ability to reflect damage, which was quite reasonable. Upon reaching blue quality, skills receive extra attributes. However, the consumption of 20 magic points per second was indeed formidable. Fortunately, Ling Yan's magical energy had tripled, and his recovery rate had increased 5 to 6 times. He could endure it. Without hesitation, he proceeded to enhance his wind-fire tearing drill using the techniques from the Spiral Wind Blade. The application of the wind-fire tearing drill was quite similar to that of the Spiral Wind Blade, albeit simpler. With the more refined and advanced condensation method of the Spiral Wind Blade, Ling Yan succeeded in upgrading the wind-fire tearing drill in no time. Congratulations, player. Blue skill, Wind-Fire Tearing Drill LV3, enhanced. Power increased to 300 spell damage, inflicting burn and tearing damage of 50, duration, 10 seconds. Consumption, 300 magic points. However, Ling Yan found himself somewhat disappointed that the level did not advance to purple. The silver lining was that, although it had not reached purple, its power was significantly greater than an ordinary blue skill, approaching that of purple skills. It seemed he needed to seek a third elemental force. He pondered whether merging 7, 8, or even 10 elemental powers could yield a golden skill. Ling Yan contemplated this with a sense of anticipation. He promptly opened his attributes panel. Attributes panel name, Ling Yan race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune level, LV 18, 12, strength, 950 agility, 1025, 600, constitution, 950 soul, 1350 innate passive abilities. Rebirth LV1, 0, 2, a chance of 0, 0, 1 to resurrect upon death, with the timing of rebirth being random. Fire Mastery LV6, 1564, inflicts 600 fire damage. Wind Mastery LV6, 264, inflicts 600 wind damage. Speed Enhancement LV6, 064, provides a boost of 600 to speed. Skills, Wind and Fire Rending Drill LV3, blue, 147000, 50s, 300. Wind and Fire Shield LV1, blue, 121000, King's Blood Rage LV1, purple, grants 200 to all attributes, 0, 100, weapon, Windwolf King Set LV15, purple. Reduces wind damage, inflicts 3000 damage, restores 30 health and mana every 30 seconds, rage, 0, 15 million, wealth, 10, 124, 000 star coins. Chapter 17, Frenzied Harvesting, slaying 190,000 goblins in 1 hour. Upon gazing at his attributes that had undergone a tremendous transformation, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. Should he encounter the Wind Wolf King again, Defeating him would be a trivial matter. The ultimate boss of this novice village wouldn't respawn for another year. There are 4 ultimate bosses in the novice village. If he were to vanquish them all, his level would likely soar past LV20. Most importantly, he would acquire numerous passives. Ling Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He soon reached a decisive conclusion. He would first conquer the 4 ultimate bosses. With this thought in mind, he carefully stored the remains of the Wind Wolf King and set off toward the next wilderness area. The 4 ultimate bosses include the Wind Wolf King of the Wind Wolf Nest, the Lizard King of the Lizard Wasteland, the Slime King of the Slime Prairie, and the Goblin Priest of the Goblin Tribe. Among them, the Wind Wolf King is undoubtedly the most formidable. Ling Yan swiftly arrived at the neighboring Goblin Prairie, where he observed goblins patrolling the area, armed with wooden sticks. Wild Monster, Goblin Level, LV1 Innate Passive Ability, Throwing Mastery, LV1, utilizing wooden blocks or stones for throwing. Inflicting 150 damage, health, 100 mana, 100 attack power, 10 defense power, 10 skill, stone throw, attacks enemies with stones, causing a bleeding effect of 10 physical attack damage upon hitting a vital point. Consumption, 20. This exemplifies the strength of a level 1 goblin. Slightly weaker than the fire rabbit. However, the goblins inhabiting the Goblin Prairie possess the highest intelligence among all wild monsters in the novice village. Their gregarious nature means that, despite being weaker than the fire rabbit, they pose a danger level that surely rivals that of the Wind Wolf lair. Consequently, no newcomers have dared to venture here as of yet. Ling Yan, unfazed by the circumstances, ventured deeper into the Goblin Prairie. Indeed, the further he delved, the greater the number of goblins he encountered. Along his path, each goblin that crossed his way fell victim to his swift blade. At this juncture, a mere flick of his sword could unleash a staggering 4,000 points of damage, with a wind attribute damage boost of 3,000 and nearly 1,000 in strength. His prowess was undeniable. Alert! You have slain a LV5 goblin. Due to your level exceeding by 10, experience points and star coins cannot be acquired. Fortune Roulette activated. Successfully acquired passive skill. Throwing Mastery, LV1. Alert! You have slain a LV8 goblin. Due to your level exceeding by 10, experience points and star coins cannot be acquired. Alert! You have slain a LV10 goblin. Due to insufficient experience, you cannot acquire experience points and star coins. Fortune Roulette activated. Successfully acquired passive skill. Throwing Mastery, LV1. Despite having vanquished over 1,000 goblins along the way and upgrading his throwing mastery to LV2. The unfortunate reality was that his level was too high to gain any experience. Yet, Ling Yan remained indifferent. Possessing a passive skill was commendable in itself. After all, his primary objective was the Goblin Shaman. This particular shaman was distinct from the ordinary goblins, possessing the elusive passive skill that Ling Yan sought. Upon reaching the heart of the tribe, the quantity of goblins surged dramatically. Ling Yan soon found himself engulfed by a throng of goblins. Boom. However, as Ling Yan unleashed a terrifying gust of wind blades, the goblins within a meter or two were instantly shredded into fragments. Damage values of 10,000, 9,000, and 8,000 erupted forth consecutively, with his wind mastery having ascended to LV6 and his soul value at 1350. The base damage of his wind power soared to an alarming 8,000. Coupled with the 3,000 wind attribute damage from the Wind Wolf King set, his total damage reached an astounding 11,000. These goblins, even the mightiest of LV10, possessed merely 10,000 health points, making their swift demise a foregone conclusion. Witnessing this scene, the goblins were struck with terror, resorting to hurling stones from a distance. Alas, the rain-like barrage of stones, upon striking Ling Yan, was reduced to mere debris by the flames enveloping him. Continuous wind power eruption. Mana consumption per second, 10. An alert chimed in, indicating a trivial consumption of 10 points, far outweighed by Ling Yan's mana regeneration rate. Without hesitation, he expanded the radius of his wind blades, enveloping an area of 5 meters. Continuous wind power eruption. Mana consumption per second, 35. At this moment, the mana consumption rate aligned perfectly with Ling Yan's recovery speed, prompting him to cease the expansion. It was now time for the harvest. A slight smile graced Ling Yan's lips as he sprang forward, dashing towards the surrounding goblins. Upon witnessing his advance, all the goblins were seized by fear, their souls seemingly fleeing as they frantically scrambled for escape. as Ling Yan surged forward with a staggering speed exceeding 6,000. He transformed into a fleeting gust, darting rapidly around him. The goblins, moving at a mere 10, were utterly outclassed. Wherever he passed, within a 5-meter radius, every goblin was mercilessly shredded into fragments. Fortune Wheel activated. Successful plunder passive. Throwing mastery, LV1. Fortune Wheel activated. Successful plunder passive. Throwing mastery, LV1. You have acquired a weapon. Goblin wooden stick, blue. You have acquired a skill. Stone throwing, white. Fortune Wheel activated. Successful plunder passive. Throwing mastery, LV1. Your throwing mastery level has risen to LV308. You have slain 10,000 goblins. Achievement unlocked. Goblin Slayer. Goblin damage bonus. 20. Hate value within 100 meters. 20. As goblins fell in droves, a series of notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. The moment he achieved this milestone, the goblins that had been fleeing within 100 meters abruptly halted, as if ensnared by some mental enchantment, and charged towards Ling Yan instead. The consequence of this was their swift annihilation. Ling Yan's monster-slaying speed surged dramatically with his frenzied slaughter. The silver wind wolf king set he wore began to absorb the essence of the fallen creatures around him, taking on a blood-red hue. Remarkably, after just over an hour, the entire goblin prairie, consisting of 190,000 goblins, lay slain at Ling Yan's feet. You have slain 100,000 goblins. Achievement unlocked. Goblin Slayer level increased to LV2. Attributes. Goblin damage bonus. 30. Hate value within 300 meters. 30. Your throwing mastery level has risen to LV7. 105128. Chapter 18. The emergence of the second ultimate boss. Goblin Shaman. After the massacre of an entire goblin tribe, Ling Yan had upgraded his throwing mastery to a terrifying LV7. This was undeniably due to the sheer volume of foes. While this mastery may not rival the might of fire mastery or wind mastery, it was still formidable. Regrettably, Ling Yan's experience points had not even increased by 1%. After all, the highest level LV10 goblins could not offer him any experience. This explains why, upon reaching levels 11 and 12, players tend to abandon novice villages. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A dense, gray mist began to waft towards him from the distance. Alongside it came an aura of sovereignty emanating from the mist. Goblins within dozens of kilometers of the prairie fell to their knees, bowing repeatedly in the direction of Ling Yan. At last it had arrived. Ling Yan smiled knowingly. As the mist swiftly coalesced, an elder goblin appeared before him, wielding a black staff and draped in a flowing black robe. His eyes, brimming with wisdom, marked him as an entirely different caliber than the ordinary goblin. Announcement: Dragon's Newbie Village, 125-5841. The ultimate boss has emerged. Goblin Priest, King level. All inhabitants of this newbie village, please take heed. The ultimate boss disregards regional limitations, and the safe zone cannot provide protection. Exercise caution. At that moment, a series of alert tones resonated through the ether, echoing across the entire expanse of the newbie village. This was not merely confined to the village where Ling Yan resided. All newbie villages on the Dragon Star were simultaneously agitated by this monumental announcement. In an instant, billions of newcomers on the Dragon Star halted their combat actions in sheer astonishment. The Goblin Priest had also appeared. What on earth was happening? Wait, wasn't this the very newbie village that had previously encountered the Windwolf King? Incredible. The simultaneous emergence of two ultimate bosses. Could it truly be that an SS-level prodigy had materialized? The realization was terrifying. Indeed, terrifying. Ultimate bosses in newbie villages typically manifested only a few times per generation, and almost exclusively when S-rank geniuses reached levels 12 or 13, equipped with a complete set of blue novice gear and blue skills. How could it be possible for two ultimate bosses to appear in a single newbie village before the trial phase had even concluded after just 3 days? It must be an SS-level genius. Otherwise, the emergence of two ultimate bosses simultaneously could not be fathomed. Instantly, billions of newcomers were set ablaze with excitement. Anyone with even a modicum of awareness understood the significance of this event. An SS-level genius. Such talent had not graced the Dragon Star in a millennium. Such an entity would be regarded as a super genius even within the entire Flame God Star system. With this thought, Those who had already reached LV7 or even LV8 among the S-rank geniuses felt a sense of helplessness. They had believed themselves to be among the most illustrious talents of their generation on the Dragon Star, yet the emergence of such a super genius would eclipse their brilliance. Simultaneously, in Dragon's Newbie village number 1255854, deep within the lair of the Wind Wolves, a young girl clad in white, encircled by hundreds of Wind Wolves, paused at the sound of the announcement. This Newbie village belonged to the first high school of High Bay City. With a casual wave of her hand, an endless cascade of frost erupted forth. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, all the surrounding Wind Wolves were encased in ice. 500, 500, 500. Concurrently, continuous damage values emerged above the heads of these Wind Wolves. As their health dwindled to half, the girl clenched her right hand in the air. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, all the encased Wind Wolves detonated. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. In an instant, massive damage values erupted from the heads of these Wind Wolves. A staggering total of 10,000 damage. Even the level 10 Wind Wolf could be vanquished in an instant. Might there be an SS-ranked practitioner among them? I never anticipated that such a prodigy would emerge from the humble dragon's rising star, and astonishingly, they reside in the same city as I do. It seems we must not underestimate the talents of the world. As Su Miaoran contemplated this, a flicker of battle intent ignited in her eyes. According to her master, although she currently holds only an S rank with a strength augmentation of 900, she can trigger a reincarnation quest by locating the corresponding materials he provided. Upon completing this quest, she would ascend to SS rank, with the potential for further advancement thereafter. With this thought, the chill in the air around her intensified. The human race? Once again, it is you. Meanwhile, the goblin shaman gazed at Ling Yan, his expression suddenly turning frigid. Naturally, if not human, what else could it be? Yet Ling Yan merely smiled. This novice village's boss had appeared several times before, yet had never been defeated. Each time it appeared, it would massacre the entire village before vanishing. Ling Yan then opened the attributes of the goblin shaman before him. Wild creature, goblin shaman, king level, LV10 passive talent. Mastery of throwing LV6, augments throwing power by 600. Mastery of venom LV3, grants an additional 300 to poison skills. Health, 300. 000 magic, 5000 attack power, 500 speed, 300 defense, 2000 skills. Death Spear, blue utilizes all bodily strength to hurl the weapon, inflicting 200 physical damage and causing piercing effects. Inflicts continuous bleeding, 30 seconds. Bone Deep Poison Mist LV1, blue skill upon contact, inflicts 50 magical damage per second due to toxins, lasting 10 seconds. Cost, 500. Deadly Poison Explosion LV1, purple skill detonates all bodily toxins, dealing 500 magical damage to all entities within a 100-meter radius. Additionally, inflicts continuous damage over total health, 1 second, lasting 10 seconds. Requires a health cost of 50, usable only once per day. Chapter 19, The Terrifying Deadly Poison Explosion. Although the strength of this goblin shaman does not rival that of the Wind Wolf King, it is undoubtedly one of the most insidious foes. The use of poison does not merely result in health depletion. Once engulfed in toxins, one experiences a profound sense of discomfort, severely impairing mobility and cognitive function. Moreover, the deadly poison explosion is truly terrifying. Once unleashed, the 500 damage is sufficient to obliterate the previous Ling Yan in an instant. The most alarming aspect is the continuous health loss based on total health. This skill is indeed extraordinary. Such a mechanic, which depletes health relative to total health, even affects royal-level monsters and those of higher imperial ranks, resulting in a loss of 1% per second. For a level 100 royal monster, that 1% could translate to tens of millions in total health. For higher-level creatures, the ramifications are even more formidable. As long as the level is upgraded to a rate of damage per second of 2, or even 5, any creature would lose half its health in an instant. Of course, reaching 5% would likely require elevating the skill to several dozens of levels, which seems unattainable. Nevertheless, even achieving 1% is remarkably impressive. Old fellow, are you prepared to engage? If not, I shall strike first. Ling Yan, possessing a sense of martial ethics, refrained from taking advantage of the elder. Ignorant human, since you have come here seeking your demise, do not blame me. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, the goblin shaman hesitated no longer. With a low growl, he waved his black staff through the air. Buzz! In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist surged towards Ling Yan. Should it make contact, the consequence would be a staggering loss of 750 health per second from an initial 1500 damage. Wind and fire shield. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed the blue-level wind and fire shield, transforming the boundless power of wind and fire into countless blades that encircled him. The encroaching toxic mist was immediately repelled, unable to touch him. Witnessing this scene, the goblin shaman's expression shifted dramatically. As a poison mage specializing in toxic mist, he dreaded the elements of wind and fire. And here was Ling Yan, possessing both wind and fire-rending slash. Ignoring the goblin shaman's ashen face, Ling Yan struck downward with his sword into the void. Clang! In that moment, the sound of a sword resonated through the air as a rapidly rotating blade of wind and fire hurtled towards the goblin shaman. The speed was astonishing, arriving before the shaman in the blink of an eye. This technique was a modified version of Ling Yan's wind and fire-rending drill, making it even more suitable for him while retaining the same formidable power. The goblin shaman hastily enveloped himself in a shroud of poisonous gas. Unfortunately, the wind and fire-rending slash shattered through the toxic barrier and struck him fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the wind and fire-rending slash exploded upon impact. The goblin shaman was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing violently against a massive boulder, which shattered upon his collision, finally bringing him to a halt. Critical damage of 52,000 manifested, with a cascade of 4,000 damage points erupting from the goblin shaman's form. With just a single strike, without even landing a critical hit, Ling Yan had already reduced the goblin shaman's health by nearly 1/3. At this moment, Ling Yan marveled. Indeed, the full set of purple gear was terrifying. Coupled with the enhancement from the half-step purple skill, his attack power surged 7 to 8 times beyond its previous might. Impossible, how could this be? How could a human possess such overwhelming strength? The goblin, emerging from the ruins, roared incredulously at Ling Yan, though he often slumbered. Awakening only to feel the passage of time when summoned, he had nonetheless slaughtered countless thousands of humans. In his eyes, humanity was but a mere swarm of ants. Despite possessing a modicum of strength, they could not withstand even a single strike from him. However, when Ling Yan cleaved a third of his blood away with a single sword stroke, panic ensued. Clutching the gaping wound on his shoulder, the goblin priest gazed in horror at Ling Yan's formidable gear. Wait, purple equipment? His entire being adorned with purple gear? How could this be? Finally, he recognized the caliber of the massive sword in Ling Yan's grasp and the armor enveloping his form. How could a mere human possess such equipment? Before the goblin priest could recover from his shock, Ling Yan had already lunged forward with astonishing speed. A sword infused with the powers of fire and wind struck the goblin priest squarely in the chest. A critical hit of 24,000 appeared in the air, sending the goblin priest flying. This was intolerable. How could he move so swiftly? With a velocity of 6,000, the goblin priest had no time to react. Human, even in death, I shall drag you down with me. He roared in fury, realizing that failure to unleash his ultimate skill could lead to his demise. He promptly activated his purple skill, Fatal Poison Explosion. In an instant, a vast quantity of black mist erupted from his body, engulfing him in a 2-meter diameter black sphere. As the sphere darkened, his aura grew increasingly terrifying. King-level boss activates purple skill, Fatal Poison Explosion. Players are advised to exercise caution. At that moment, a warning echoed in Ling Yan's mind. So soon, he thought, as he furrowed his brow. Boom. Just as he contemplated, the enormous poison sphere detonated. A horrific cloud of toxic mist surged outward in all directions, dealing 150,000 damage, which erupted from the goblin priest's head. Wind and fire shield. Without hesitation, Ling Yan activated his defensive ultimate, enveloping himself in protection. Boom. The shockwave of the toxic mist slammed against Ling Yan's shield. Crack. Instantly, the shield, forged from the powers of wind and fire, began to fracture. It was critical to note that this toxic skill could unleash a terrifying 500 damage, compounded by an additional 500 base attack and a staggering 3-fold amplification of poison mastery. This attack could potentially exceed 20,000 in damage. Even Ling Yan's blue skill, Wind and Fire Shield, barely managed to withstand it. Fortunately, he had upgraded the wind and fire shield to blue prior. Otherwise, this move would have been sufficient to obliterate him entirely. However, Ling Yan soon realized something was amiss. His wind and fire shield was being dissolved by the pervasive toxic mist. This poison was extraordinarily potent. Ling Yan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Without further delay, he charged toward the goblin priest, braving the terrifying fumes at an astonishing speed. Only by eliminating him could the toxic gas dissipate. Otherwise, once his fiery shield was corroded and shattered, death awaited him. How could it be? He was still alive. Chapter 20. The Method of Acquiring Golden Equipment. At this moment, the goblin priest also caught sight of the charging Ling Yan and was instantly struck with terror. He attempted to flee, but with a mere speed of 300, he stood no chance against Ling Yan. In an instant, Ling Yan was before him. Wind and fire-rending slash. Before the goblin priest could react, Ling Yan seized his colossal sword and delivered a ferocious strike down upon his head. The goblin priest raised his black staff in defense. Boom! In a heartbeat, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The terrifying wind and fire-rending slash struck forcefully against the goblin priest's staff. Crack! With a sharp sound. The staff could not withstand the overwhelming attack and was instantly shattered. The colossal sword, propelled by an unstoppable force, came crashing down onto the goblin priest's head. Thud! In an instant, the goblin priest was cleaved in two, much like a watermelon, by Ling Yan's strike. Critical damage, 75 for 100. A massive damage value emerged from his lifeless body. Bang! Bang! Ultimately, with two resounding thuds, the halves of the goblin priest's body crashed heavily to the ground. Observing the frail goblin priest, who was significantly weaker than an ordinary goblin, Ling Yan let out a sigh of relief. Despite his seemingly pitiful state, had it not been for Ling Yan's prior defeat of the Windwolf King, which had significantly enhanced his strength, it would have been Ling Yan who perished this time. Congratulations, player, for single-handedly defeating the king-level monster, Goblin Priest LV10. You have gained experience, 5 million, star coins, 5 million. You have single-handedly defeated the LV10 king-level monster, Goblin Priest. Should this be announced to the entire server? However, at that moment, a prompt echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Due to having leveled up 3 times previously, this time the experience gained was halved. This was still a result of the king-level monster's experience reduction being less severe than that of ordinary monsters. Had it been an ordinary monster, leveling up 3 times would have resulted in an experience reduction of at least 80. The 5 million experience points elevated Ling Yan's experience to level 68. With the defeat of just one more monster, he would undoubtedly level up again. However, at that point, Ling Yan's level would no longer be able to increase in the novice village. No announcement, Ling Yan slowly uttered, deeming any announcement unnecessary. Of course, the rewards for this encounter were not yet finished. Discovered passive, Throwing Mastery LV5. Plunder Success Rate 0.000003. Poison Mastery LV3. Plunder Success Rate 0.000001. Fortune Wheel activated. Success rate increased 1 million times. Copy successful. Congratulations, player. You have acquired passive Toxin Mastery LV3, and your Throwing Mastery has been upgraded to LV8. The Fortune Roulette has activated, enhancing the drop rate by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have received the following equipment. Toxin King's Staff LV10, purple. Toxin King's Robe LV10, purple. Toxin King's Necklace LV10, purple. Toxin King's Boots LV10, purple. Skills, Lethal Toxin Burst LV1, purple. Bone Piercing Toxin Mist LV1, blue. Death Spear LV1, blue. Items, Backpack Expansion, 100 slots. 10 Purple Essence, Equipment Level Scroll LV30, purple. X5, Goblin Priest Remnant Soul, X1. Congratulations on defeating the Goblin Priest, achieving the title of Goblin Hunter, and earning 1,000,000 experience points, allowing you to level up to LV3. Your aggro range has increased to 1,000 meters, with an aggro value of 50 and damage value of 50. As before, a series of notification sounds echoed in Ling Yan's mind. A complete set of the Toxin King armor appeared in his backpack. At this moment, Ling Yan's backpack had been expanded to 250 slots, easily accommodating these items. The Death Spear from the Goblin Priest wielded tremendous power, and with his current LV8 Throwing Mastery, It could unleash a single target attack even more formidable than the Windfire Tier Slash. Contemplating this, Ling Yan stroked his chin, realizing such immense power could be used for treachery. He then examined the attributes of the Toxin King set. Weapon, Toxin King set level. LV10 attributes. All attributes 500, poison damage, damage reduction -2000. Mana and health recovery every 20 seconds. Effect, armor penetration -30 for levels below LV30. For every additional 10 levels, the effect decreases by 10. Skill, Toxin King's Domain. Inflicts 1,000 points of poison damage per second to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Can be enhanced with various poison attributes, with a maximum increase to 10,000 seconds. The base attributes of the Toxin King set were comparable to those of the Wind Wolf King set. However, its unique skill inflicted 1,000 points of damage to nearby foes upon equipping, and it could be enhanced with poison effects. Although this skill did not match the Wind Wolf King's staggering 100,000 damage, it was still commendable. If Ling Yan could fully stack the toxin effects, wearing this armor would allow him to wreak havoc wherever he went. Regrettably, Ling Yan had just fully stacked the 150,000 rage required for the Wind Wolf King set. Switching to the Toxin King set would reset his rage to 0, necessitating a fresh start. Moreover, he currently possessed only 6 equipment level upgrade scrolls, insufficient to support the progression of both sets. Ultimately, after careful consideration, Ling Yan chose to retain the Wind Wolf King set. As for the Toxin King set, he intended to pursue the profession of a disassembler in the future and subsequently dismantle the Toxin King set. A piece of LV10 equipment typically yields 4 to 5 purple essences. A set consists of approximately 20 items. Currently, I possess only 20 purple essences. Even with an additional 20, I would merely have 40. To elevate a level 20 purple equipment to golden status, I require nearly 1,000 purple essences. Fortunately, I have amassed a considerable stock of blue equipment, totaling over 100,000. Most of these are level 10 items, each capable of yielding 4 or 5 blue essences upon disassembly. If I were to decompose them all, I could potentially acquire around 500,000 blue essences, valued at approximately 500 billion star coins. This sum would suffice to purchase 500 purple essences. With a little more effort, I could upgrade the Wind Wolf King's sword to level 20 and simultaneously enhance it to golden quality. As this thought crossed Ling Yan's mind, a slight smile graced his lips. The price of golden equipment is nearly 100 times that of purple equipment of the same level. A level 10 purple item is typically priced around 1 billion star coins, while a golden level 10 item soars to an astounding 1 trillion. Naturally, as the level increases, so too does the price exponentially. The cost of a level 20 purple equipment is 4 to 5 times that of its level 10 counterpart, and the level 30 items are similarly priced in multiples of their predecessors. Although one can utilize essences for enhancement, there exists a risk of failure. Should one fail, there is a certain probability that the weapon could be destroyed. The transition from purple to golden requires, on average, 20 to 30 attempts for a single success. If a single failure occurs during this process, the weapon is irrevocably lost. Chapter 21. The terrifying damage of 900,000. Instantaneously vanquishing king-level monsters. Thus, theoretically speaking, purchasing a golden weapon outright is far more economical than relying on essences for enhancement. The exorbitant prices are attributed to the fact that equipment of blue quality and above is not intended for the average individual. This explains why a typical warrior who can afford a full set of green equipment is already considered part of the middle class. Only the offspring of prominent families can afford purple or golden equipment, as even the ancestors of these families often cannot afford purple items of the same level. However, Ling Yan is different. Fortuitously invincible, he plans to adopt the profession of a reforger and, coupled with the effects of the fortune wheel, his success rate for enhancements will be nearly 100%. When that time comes, adorned in a complete set of golden equipment and bolstered by numerous passive enhancements, his power will surpass that of countless others. System, learn 3 skills. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke up. Boom, boom, boom. As his words echoed, 3 immense streams of memory surged into his mind. These streams contain the methods and techniques for utilizing and mastering the 3 skill books. Among them, the most formidable is undoubtedly the Deadly Poison Burst, a skill that requires 50% of one's vitality to activate, the power of which needs no further elaboration. The life-claiming spear is also a remarkable skill, particularly due to its high throwing proficiency. Should Ling Yan wield the Wind Wolf King's great sword as a spear and deliver critical or debilitating strikes, he could unleash damage exceeding 200,000. Next, the Lizard Wasteland awaits. Casting a glance at the time, there remains a full day and night before the Novice Village period concludes. During this interval, Ling Yan plans to solo the remaining 2 bosses. By that time, the creatures in both the Fire Rabbit Forest and the Wind Wolf Nest will have respawned, allowing him to stack an additional layer of passive abilities. Ling Yan's ambition is to elevate his passive skills to the SS level standard, which equates to a 10-fold enhancement in strength upon reaching level 10 before he departs. After all, the emergence of 4 ultimate bosses cannot be concealed, and a timely display of his talents will ensure no one suspects he possesses any hidden cards. With this thought in mind, he strides towards the Lizard Wasteland. With a significant level advantage, coupled with superior equipment and overwhelming skills, Ling Yan annihilates 95 of the lizards in the entire Lizard Wasteland in just over an hour. Even one of the 4 ultimate bosses, the Lizard King, barely materializes before Ling Yan unleashes his King's Blood Fury. With all attributes at 200, he delivers a lethal spear strike that obliterates the creature's head, resulting in a staggering damage output of 900,000, leading to an instant kill. Remarkably, not a single skill was utilized. His level has now risen to 19. It is noteworthy that the Lizard King possesses a passive ability that enhances physical attributes, commonly known as physical enhancement. This attribute significantly influences health, defense, and health regeneration. The total population of the lizard tribe exceeds 100,000, allowing Ling Yan's physical enhancement to soar to level 6, multiplying his physical attributes 6-fold. This translates to a 6-fold increase in health, and combined with his current 1,000 in physical attributes, his health skyrockets to 600,000 points. Such a health pool elevates Ling Yan's vitality to a level more formidable than that of the Wind Wolf King and other king-level bosses. As for skills, he acquires 2. One purple skill, Abyssal Bite, which, despite its formidable power, requires biting an opponent, so Ling Yan decides to forego learning it, intending to sell it in the marketplace instead. The other skill, however, is quite impressive, named Earthquake Stomp, a blue skill. With a single step, it can shatter the ground. If directed at a foe, the effect would be utterly devastating. This skill serves him well for both showcasing prowess and vanquishing enemies. Naturally, the appearance of the Lizard King is accompanied by a global announcement, once again leaving everyone astounded. In just over an hour since the last Goblin Priest's emergence, the Lizard King has also made its entrance. This implies that within that brief span, the mysterious super genius has traversed to the Lizard Wasteland and eradicated 90 lizards. Who could this individual possibly be? Though Ling Yan can surmise the reactions, he remains unfazed and promptly exits the Lizard Wasteland. Having vanquished the Lizard King, Ling Yan proceeds to the Slime Prairie. Slimes, gelatinous and soft-bodied creatures, are known for their gregarious nature. However, slimes rank among the weakest of monsters and are located quite close to the safe zone. The number of students grinding monsters here is exceedingly high. While the Slime Prairie is teeming with creatures, the sheer volume of players is overwhelming. With over 3,000 individuals present, if each were to defeat 100 monsters, that would result in a staggering 300,000 foes dispatched. Consequently, nearly all the male students, after leveling up to LV3 by battling lower-tier monsters, venture to other locations in pursuit of more formidable adversaries. After all, although slimes may be weak, they yield scant experience points. The remaining students, predominantly young women, find themselves unable to engage in the more aggressive pursuit of leveling up, a domain in which males excel. Thus, they are relegated to tackling only the common monsters. This is a significant reason why many individuals struggle to reach LV10 throughout their gaming careers. As for their fear of the Wind Wolf King, Lizard King, and Goblin Priest, there is certainly trepidation. However, where else could they retreat? The Wind Wolf King could lurk anywhere, making it more practical to continue grinding here. Fortunately, Ling Yan has concealed his equipment. Otherwise, his striking appearance would reveal to everyone that he possesses the Wind Wolf King set. The news of him having defeated the Wind Wolf King would be impossible to keep under wraps. As Ling Yan arrived at this juncture, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Despite his soul level having risen to over 1,000, 2 days of relentless combat had taken a toll. Nonetheless, this did not impede his ability to fight. Clearly, after the 3-day novice village assessment concludes, he would need to rest adequately. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan prepared to venture deeper into the slime prairie. Isn't that Ling Yan? Why is he still in the slime prairie at this hour? Suddenly, a female classmate from his class spotted him among the crowd. Several other girls, part of a group hunting slimes, turned their attention toward him as well. It truly is Ling Yan. He seemed to vanish right after entering. I've never seen him grinding monsters. Most likely, he had been hiding in the safe zone all along. A big guy so fearful of danger, even less brave than the girls. Indeed, little Yuan, a girl, reached LV4 yesterday and has already gone to the wild chicken prairie to hunt. How could he be so timid? Chapter 22. The 4 ultimate bosses have been summoned. The nearby girls began to voice their disdain, each chiming in to belittle Ling Yan, suggesting he was less courageous than even the girls. Ling Yan, possessing striking good looks, was somewhat of a celebrity at 7th middle school, often receiving love letters from admirers. However, he had consistently focused on preparing for his entrance into the novice village, disinterested in romantic pursuits with these young ladies. Thus, he ignored every love letter that came his way. This indifference eventually bred resentment among some girls, who took pleasure in witnessing Ling Yan's struggles. Look, a level 4 slime is charging toward Ling Yan. Suddenly, one girl exclaimed. The others quickly turned their gazes to see a green jelly-like creature, over half a meter tall, bounding toward Ling Yan. Without warning, it unleashed a torrent of green water directed straight at him. Upon witnessing this scene, the girls were momentarily taken aback, believing that Ling Yan was doomed. Yet, the subsequent event left them all incredulously agape. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying blaze erupted from Ling Yan's body. Sizzle. Instantly, the flames engulfed both the fire emitted by the slime and the slime itself. 700. A damage output that directly led to the demise of the level 4 slime emerged from the inferno. A fire mage. Ling Yan is a fire mage? 700 damage. How can this be? An ordinary level 10 fire mage, even with maximum intelligence, would only deal around 200 points of damage. It is inconceivable to produce such a high output. Could it be that Ling Yan is an A-grade fire mage? Hiss, A-grade. Isn't that more formidable than Zhou Tong? No wonder he has been absent these past few days. He must have been out leveling up since he was level 1. The astonishing damage value left these young women utterly astounded. This commotion also attracted the attention of nearby students engaged in leveling. Upon witnessing the flames enveloping Ling Yan, they all gaped in horror. Little did they know, if Ling Yan were to unleash his full power, a single skill could yield tens of thousands in damage. With the addition of luck and critical strikes, he could even deal a staggering 900,000 lethal damage. After vanquishing the unfortunate slime, Ling Yan continued to stride deeper into the slime prairie. Wherever he went, level 1 and level 4 slimes rushed towards him, only to be reduced to ashes by his flames. How powerful. He appears to be Ling Yan, the Ling Yan from class 13? Who would have thought he would not only be handsome, but also awakened as a fire mage? His power seems to surpass even Zhou Tong. Of course, Zhou Tong spent 3 hours on his first day hunting monsters, then consistently hid in the safe zone. After the emergence of the Wind Wolf King yesterday, he has been nowhere to be seen. Now, he likely requires several skills just to defeat a level 4 slime. Yet even so, he is still more powerful than us. Sigh, why didn't I pursue Ling Yan earlier? If I had started chasing him sooner, I could have been living well by now, instead of remaining in the ordinary zone. You? Don't even think about it. Even Lu Xiyuan from their class has attempted to pursue Ling Yan and failed. The impact of this scene ignited admiration and adoration in the eyes of all the girls. In this world, strength is revered, and a genius can swiftly become a powerful individual. Coupled with Ling Yan's striking appearance, he utterly enchanted these young girls. However, Ling Yan was swift, soon vanishing from everyone's sight as he entered the midsection of the slime prairie. Here, the girls dared not follow. After all, the lowest slimes here were at least level 5. If they ventured forth, it would only lead to their demise. Out of the 3,000 students in their school, no more than 10 could solo a level 5 slime. Over an hour later, ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully acquiring the passive skill, Water Mastery, level 1. The mastery of water has ascended to level 7. At that moment, a notification resonated within Ling Yan's mind, prompting an immediate smile from him. The mastery of water had finally reached level 7. The abundance of slimes here had allowed Ling Yan to eliminate a staggering 130,000, thus elevating his mastery. This skill enables him to manipulate the power of water. He attempted to merge it with the forces of wind and fire, but regrettably, due to the inherent resistance between the attributes, the fusion diminished the potency of his wind and fire strikes. It appears that he must combine it with elements of an offensive nature instead. Suddenly, the water in the surrounding puddles began to churn violently. The earth trembled fiercely, and soon it began to sink, transforming the area within a kilometer into a vast lake. Ling Yan did not flee. Instead, he summoned the water power within him and stood atop the surface of the water. This commotion was no less significant than that of the Wind Wolf King. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow at the spectacle. Abruptly, the water beneath him surged wildly, and a colossal mass of red jelly, measuring 5 to 6 meters in diameter, slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. A global announcement blared: Dragon Rising Beginner Village, 125-5841. The ultimate boss, Slime King, King level, has appeared. All residents of this beginner village, please take note. The ultimate boss disregards regional restrictions. Safe zones are ineffective. Please exercise caution. In that instant, a worldwide announcement erupted. The millions of newcomers in Dragon Rising were thrown into a frenzy. Another one? All 4 major bosses of the beginner village had been summoned. Is this super genius intending to drag the entire village into calamity? What could this individual possibly be planning? Does he wish for the 4 bosses to engage in mutual slaughter? There's a possibility. It is rumored that the 4 ultimate bosses have a sensing mechanism among them. If they were to clash, and he were to reap the benefits, wouldn't that be extraordinary? One might wonder, should we attempt this as well? However, even if one were to profit from such chaos, strength is paramount. An ultimate boss can only be defeated without being attacked. Within a day, it will regenerate. Who could possibly eliminate all 4 bosses in a single day? Aside from this potential SS-level genius, who might have even reached SSS. Indeed, it seems the gap between geniuses and ordinary individuals only widens, with shortcuts available solely to the gifted. Chapter 23. The Demise of All 4 Ultimate Bosses. Countless discussions began to echo across the numerous beginner villages of Dragon Rising. After all, Ling Yan's achievements were indeed formidable. Within 3 days, he had summoned all 4 ultimate bosses. If he were to truly benefit from this, it would undoubtedly inspire countless talents, revealing that bosses could be vanquished in such a manner. Undoubtedly, to achieve this feat, one must possess a genius intellect of at least SS rank or higher. Furthermore, one must remain in the novice village until reaching a minimum level of LV-15, adorned in full purple gear and equipped with purple skills to have any chance of luring out all 4 formidable bosses. However, this is merely a possibility. The greatest challenge in summoning the 4 ultimate bosses lies not in the thorough extermination of the wilderness, but rather in fortune. Should luck be unkind, even 100 clean sweeps may yield no boss, let alone all 4 appearing simultaneously. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Slime Prairie's lake, Ling Yan and the Slime King were engaged in a rapid and fierce battle. The Slime King possessed 2 skills. 1. A purple skill known as Deep Sea Heavy Water could transform the surrounding water into heavy ionic water, inflicting immense and terrifying damage upon foes, while simultaneously infiltrating their bodies to corrode them from within. However, this skill required a staggering 10,000 points of mana. Thus the Slime King refrained from utilizing it. Even for an entity of the Slime King's caliber, the usage of this skill was limited to merely 2 instances. Instead, it opted for its second blue skill, Endless Water Arrows. This skill was an upgraded version of the ordinary slime's small water column, capable of launching countless powerful water arrows from the lake's surface beneath its feet. Each arrow could deal considerable damage, potentially surpassing even Ling Yan's fully stacked Wind Wolf King's fury when directed at colossal bosses or high-level wild creatures. Nonetheless, the power of a single water arrow was not formidable enough to breach Ling Yan's flame wind shield. After merely exchanging a few blows, the Slime King's health had plummeted to under 100,000. With a thunderous roar, Ling Yan executed the wind-fire rending slash, instantly appearing above the Slime King. His colossal sword came crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! The overwhelming power struck the Slime King's massive form, leaving a significant fissure across its body. A critical hit of 52,000 damage was simultaneously displayed. A pained howl erupted from the vast body of the Slime King, and in that moment, Its health was reduced to less than 20%. Suddenly, the Slime King, resembling a vibrant red jelly, began to transform into a deep crimson hue. Not only did its body change, but even the lake water beneath it rapidly shifted colors, ultimately becoming pure black. Warning: the Slime King is using the skill Deep Sea Heavy Water. Please exercise caution. The system's alert echoed through the air. Without hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed his ultimate skill, Wind Wolf King's Fury. Witnessing this transformation, he was acutely aware of the potency of the purple skill, despite his formidable prowess. He dared not underestimate it, for a misstep could spell his demise. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying howl erupted from the Wind Wolf King armor adorning Ling Yan, which had turned blood-red from absorbing a surge of rage. In an instant, this armor unleashed an endless torrent of crimson mist, coalescing around Ling Yan into a colossal blood-colored wolf standing 5 meters tall and stretching 8 to 9 meters in length. With a furious roar, the gigantic wolf lunged directly at the Slime King. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the massive blood wolf collided forcefully against the Slime King, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The terrifying force shattered the now black Slime King into a myriad of fragments. A staggering damage value of 148,000 erupted from the remnants of the Slime King. Thus, the Slime King met its demise. Ding! Congratulations, player, for single-handedly defeating the boss-level creature, Slime King LV10. You have gained experience, 3 million, star coins, 3 million. You have slain the LV10 boss-level creature, Slime King. Would you like to announce it to the entire server? No announcement. Ling Yan replied slowly. Passive discovered. Mastery of Water LV3. Plunder success rate 0.0000001. Fortune wheel activated. Success rate increased by 1.00000 times. Duplication successful. Congratulations, player. Your passive mastery of water has upgraded to LV7, 33,128. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the following equipment. Slime King set, purple. Skills: Abyssal Heavy Water LV1, purple. Endless Water Arrow LV1, blue. Items: Backpack Expansion, 100 slots. 10 purple essence. Equipment level scroll LV30, purple. X5, Slime King Remnant Soul X1. Congratulations, you have killed the Slime King. Achievement: Slime Hunter, gained experience, 1 million, leveled up to LV3. Aggro range increased to 1,000 meters. Aggro value, 50. Damage value, 50. As before, a series of notifications appeared before him. The effect of the Slime King set is the domain of water. It doubles the power of water within a radius of 100 meters, significantly enhancing combat effectiveness for a short duration. This ability is indeed formidable, if wielded wisely. Its power is undeniable. However, in regular circumstances, the Wind Wolf King set remains more practical. After learning the two skills, Ling Yan opened his Attributes panel. Attributes panel name: Ling Yan race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune. Level: LV19, 33, strength, 960 agility, 1035, 600, 064, constitution, 960, 600. 064, soul, 1460 talent passives. Rebirth LV1, 0, 2. A chance to be reborn after death once. Rebirth time is random. Mastery of Fire LV6. 1564, fire damage 600. Mastery of Wind LV6, 264, wind damage 600. Mastery of Water LV7, 33, 128, water damage 700. Toxin Mastery LV3, 08, water damage 300. Throwing Mastery LV8, 8256, throwing damage 800. Skill: King's Blood Fury LV1, purple, 200 all attribute enhancement, 0-100, deep sea heavy water, purple, 500 heavy water damage. Plus 60 seepage damage per second. Fatal Toxic Blast, purple, 500 toxin damage, and a loss of 1 health point per second. Chapter 24. The 3-day trial period concludes. 3 new passives. Weapon: Wind Wolf King set LV15, purple, wind attribute damage reduction, damage 3000, health and mana recovery in 30 seconds. Rage: 0, 15 million. Currency: 24. 124 million star coins. With the demise of the 4 ultimate bosses, Ling Yan's attributes have undergone a profound transformation. A total of 7 or 8 passive abilities have significantly enhanced Ling Yan's strength. The 4 attributes consist of strength enhancement, speed enhancement, constitution enhancement, and soul enhancement. However, the soul enhancement overlaps with elemental enhancement. This means that passives such as water mastery and toxin mastery can collectively be classified as soul enhancement types. Now, all I lack is strength enhancement. Regrettably, the new monster village does not have any strength enhancement creatures, compelling me to thoroughly clear the Fire Rabbit Prairie and Wind Wolf nest once more. By then, my passive levels should be elevated to LV7. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan proceeded without hesitation towards the initial Fire Rabbit Prairie. It had been over a day since Ling Yan last cleared the prairie, so all the fire rabbits had respawned. Ling Yan wasted no time and continued his onslaught. 5 hours later, he had once again cleared all 4 ultimate boss zones. As anticipated, all passives had been upgraded to LV7. Among them, Throwing Mastery reached LV9, while Water Mastery attained LV8. It can be said that Ling Yan's strength has seen considerable improvement. Next, he turned his attention to other monster zones. Ling Yan's eyes gleamed slightly as he focused on the remaining monster zones on the map. After all, the novice village had a full 3 days, with still a solid 15 hours left, making these monster zones the easiest to farm. Furthermore, some of these zones contained monsters with commendable passives. The Poison Scorpion Desert, situated at the edge of the novice village, is inhabited by monsters known as poison scorpions, which are of the poison attribute. Ling Yan ventured here to enhance his toxin mastery. An hour later, after reducing over 100,000 poison scorpions to ashes, Ling Yan's toxin mastery rose to LV7. In the subsequent hours, he cleared a total of 9 monster zones. Among them, speed enhancement, fire mastery, and constitution enhancement reached LV8, with water mastery advancing to LV9. This places it at the level of an S-class practitioner, and reaching LV10 would elevate it to the standards of an SS-class super genius. However, acquiring the requisite 512 passive quantities remains a challenge for Ling Yan at present. Moreover, Ling Yan has acquired 3 new passive abilities: Earth Mastery, LV8, which allows him to harness the power of the earth for attacks, enhancing the potency of his earth-based skills by 800. This ability has proven effective, emerging from the territories of the Earth's Silkworm and Earth Lizard. Thorned Armor, LV8, grants a 40 chance to inflict 40 points of rebound damage to adversaries upon being attacked. This skill is indeed intriguing. For Ling Yan, a 40 chance equates to nearly a certainty. However, this does not imply complete immunity to all damage, as Ling Yan will still endure harm, albeit the enemy will also suffer 40 points of damage in return. In terms of practical application, this passive ability pales in comparison to Earth Mastery. Therefore, it is likely that the LV1 Thorned Armor would rank only as D or even E in professional tier evaluations. Yet, should this level be elevated to the mid-teens, its impact could become quite formidable. At the very least, a single attack from an opponent could lead to their demise through rebound damage. The final passive skill is Counterstrike, LV8, which unleashes a powerful attack of 400 across all attributes when health drops below 10. This ability is undeniably formidable. Although the original LV1 version possessed merely a 50-point increase in attack power. Upon reaching LV8, however, its potency becomes somewhat terrifying. It must be acknowledged that high-level passives are remarkably impressive. Nevertheless, this ability, while offering an all-attribute boost, is contingent upon the precarious condition of having less than 10 health. While Ling Yan's health is generally robust, losing 90 points would place him in a precarious situation, rendering him vulnerable to ambush and potential demise. Thus, it is prudent for Ling Yan to refrain from utilizing this passive unless absolutely necessary. After all, should he be swiftly vanquished, who can predict whether Fortune's will allow him to resurrect? If not, his fate would be sealed. Notice, the 3-day novice trial period has concluded. After 10 seconds, all novice players will be forcibly removed from the novice village. Please prepare accordingly. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the sky, causing Ling Yan to raise an eyebrow in mild surprise. Has the 3-day period truly come to an end? Time has flown by. Ling Yan gazed thoughtfully at his passives, now exceeding a dozen in number, each nearly at LV8. Achieving LV8 requires a staggering accumulation of over 200 passives. This equates to Ling Yan having stacked more than 2,000 layers of passives. Based on the calculation that one passive necessitates the defeat of approximately 800 monsters, Ling Yan has effectively vanquished nearly 1.6 million creatures. This figure is indeed daunting. Upon his return, there will be no need to revisit the novice village. He can directly venture into the continent of revelation. With this thought, Ling Yan's gaze deepened. The novice village is merely a transitional phase. The true battleground lies within the continent of revelation. After all, the total number of monsters in the novice village amounts to 4 to 5 million, most of which yield low-level passives of little utility, with some even lacking passives altogether. Upon arriving at the Apocalypse continent, countless monsters awaited Ling Yan in every wilderness. As he pondered, the sky erupted with thousands of radiant beams of light, which instantaneously enveloped all players in the novice village. In the next moment, the figures of every player vanished from their original positions. At the Apocalypse Square of the 7th High School, the principal and a group of teachers gazed eagerly at the rift in the center of the square. Do you think this year our school might produce a B-level professional? One swordsman, wielding a great sword, inquired eagerly of a nearby teacher. It's hard to say. Our school had a B-level genius 2 years ago. If we were to have another this year, our ranking would ascend into the top 30 in the city. Sigh. Remember when the 7th High School was ranked among the top 10 schools in the city? If our student enrollment hadn't dwindled to just a tenth of its original size, we wouldn't have to wait years for a single B-level professional. Of course, if the school hadn't fallen from grace. Would we ordinary professionals of level 20 or 30 even have the opportunity to teach here? Chapter 25, The Disappointed Principal. Not a single B-level professional this year. This batch is truly subpar. As the swordsman spoke, all the teachers began to engage in animated discussions. A B-level professional, while merely an entry-level elementalist, remains a coveted aspiration for countless ordinary individuals. The minimum professional rank begins at E-level, and even the lowest E-level offers numerous advantages compared to students without a profession. Each year, the 7th High School accommodates approximately 3,000 to 4,000 students, with a typical awakening probability of 1 in 10. This generally results in 300 to 400 professionals. Among these, 90% are E-level, with only 20 to 30 reaching D-level, and merely 2 or 3 attaining C-level. Every few years, a B-level genius may emerge, while an A-level professional is an exceedingly rare occurrence. In the entire North Sea City, over 1 million students enroll annually, with over 700 middle schools. Yet, from this vast number, only 2 or 3 A-level geniuses arise each year, and an A-level professional appears only once every several decades. It is easy to imagine the principal's fury upon hearing of Zhou Tong's awakening as a holy paladin, only to fail to pass the 3-day trial period, leading him to the ICU, where even the advanced medical technology of this era took 10 days for him to regain consciousness. Suddenly, a surge of light emanated from the rift in the apocalypse. Everyone hurriedly turned their gaze toward it. In an instant, amidst the brilliant beams, the figures of over 2,000 students materialized before the instructors. They finally emerged. The trials of the past 3 days were truly unbearable. Nonetheless, I have leveled up to LV5, allocating all my points to strength. I feel capable of slaying a bull. Indeed, I share your sentiment. If it weren't for the emergence of the 4 ultimate bosses, I could have leveled up even further. Thankfully, I didn't encounter a boss. Otherwise, I might not have returned. I too have not encountered them. Speaking of which, it seems that apart from the announcements, I have not heard of anyone witnessing the 4 great bosses. Over 2,000 students have just emerged, and excitement instantly ignited fervent discussions among them. Amidst the crowd, Zhou Tong also spotted Ling Yan. Observing Ling Yan clad in novice attire, Zhou Tong couldn't help but twitch his lips. This classmate truly embodies modesty. Previously, he had possessed a complete set of the Fire Rabbit ensemble, yet now he has chosen to don beginner's gear. Zhou Tong felt somewhat speechless. Silence, please. At that moment, the principal and others, amidst the chaotic murmurs of students, spoke up. Instantly, the entire square fell into a hush. The principal and the mentors breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that over 2,000 students had survived, although 700 to 800 had perished. This mortality rate was relatively low. However, as he and the surrounding mentors began to scrutinize the students' levels, their brows furrowed deeply. Most of these students were at levels 3 and 4, with only a rare few reaching level 5. What could be the reason for this? The average level was a full tier lower than in previous years. The principal felt a surge of anger. Could it be that his students were all so fearful of death? While valuing life is commendable, in this era, excessive caution guarantees a lifetime devoid of achievements. Yet, considering these students had just returned from the brink of death, he refrained from voicing his displeasure. Dear students, welcome back. Now, all those who have awakened their professions, please step forward, the principal announced slowly. Upon hearing his words, those youths and maidens who had awakened their professions proudly emerged from the crowd. As professionals, their future lives would undoubtedly diverge from those of ordinary individuals. Of course, this is contingent upon their ability to survive. To see more than 300 of them alive is indeed commendable. The principal finally revealed a hint of a smile upon realizing the survival of over 300 professionals. Are there any B-grade professionals among you? If so, please step forward, he inquired with hopeful anticipation. He himself was a B-grade professional, a fire mage with mastery at level 2. In his prime, he had propelled 7th high school to the 7th rank citywide. Alas, over 20 years ago, he received a reincarnation quest, which he believed would be a turning point in his destiny. Little did he know that this task would irrevocably lock his realm at level 49, preventing any further advancement. As time passed, 7th high school fell into decline. Thus, he was acutely aware that even the weakest B-grade professional, if they did not tread the same path, could achieve great accomplishments in the future. Regrettably, upon hearing the principal's words, no one stepped forward. After all, there truly were no B-grade professionals among them. Following his announcement, over 2,000 students instinctively glanced at Zhou Tong, while some female students who had witnessed Ling Yan's formidable prowess directed their gazes towards him. Zhou Tong, the Holy Knight of Light, was undoubtedly an A-grade professional, whereas Ling Yan, those who have not witnessed his prowess are unaware of his remarkable strength. Those who have can never believe that Ling Yan is merely at the A level. He is a prodigious talent capable of summoning the 4 ultimate bosses. Indeed, upon witnessing this scene, the principal felt a sense of resignation. It appears that the ambition to break into the top 30 has evaporated. The C and D levels emerged, and with no other option, the principal continued to speak. Subsequently, over 40 students stood forth, among them 5 C-level practitioners, each boasting a level exceeding LV6. Upon seeing this number, the principal's smile returned. Quite commendable. Although the average level of your cohort may be somewhat low, with diligence, you shall surely catch up. Others need not be disheartened. Although you may lack a profession, as long as your level is sufficiently high, you too can effortlessly overpower those with higher level professions. In this world, level reigns supreme, while profession is secondary. The principal encouraged those present with a smile. Instantly, those without professions found their spirits lifted, a glimmer of excitement dancing in their eyes. Indeed, while talent may falter, one can rely on levels. As long as the disparity in levels is substantial, even without a profession, one can vanquish an SSS-level practitioner. Alas, the mentors surrounding them sighed inwardly at this sight, recalling their own youthful naivety. It was only later that they realized how arduous it is to level up with a low profession. Moreover, for these ordinary individuals without professions, no matter how formidable their combat skills, it is exceedingly difficult to bridge the gap in attributes. Even facing monsters of equivalent levels poses a significant challenge, let alone defeating foes of higher tiers. Chapter 26. The Arrival of the 10,000-meter Spaceship. Longting University. The inability to defeat stronger enemies results in a natural stagnation in the enhancement of strength. Thus, a staggering 99% of those without professions are unlikely to exceed level 30. Monsters above level 30 exhibit a notable increase in strength. Historically, the highest recorded level for a non-professional barely surpassed 100, which merely aligns with the average level of A-level practitioners. Those who reach LV5 or higher, or attain a C-level profession, shall be rewarded with 10,000 star coins each. A D-level profession yields a reward of 1,000 star coins, which can be claimed later from the director. After collecting your rewards, return home to rest. All classes are canceled before the entrance exams, and I expect you to diligently level up. If you reach LV10 by the time of the exams, you will secure a guaranteed reward of 10,000 star coins. Should you attain LV15 and gain admission to a key university, the reward escalates to 1,000,000 star coins. The higher your level, the greater your rewards. The principal spoke sternly to the students present. Although the reward for reaching LV-15 is substantial, achieving such a feat without a B-level profession is exceedingly challenging. Do not be deceived by the fact that the highest level has reached LV-6 in just 3 days. In the upcoming month, reaching LV-11 would be an extraordinary accomplishment. With that, he prepared to take his leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Tong could no longer remain seated among the crowd. Headmaster, a B-class profession offers a reward of 100,000 star coins. Imagine what an A-class would yield. With an air of superiority, Zhou Tong stepped forth from the throng. His words elicited puzzled glances from the headmaster and the other mentors. Boom. In the next moment, Zhou Tong was enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Instantly, the headmaster and all the mentors widened their eyes in disbelief. An elemental profession, and of the light affinity. It was Zhou Tong, a student from my class. Goodness, this boy is about to make it big. Hiss. An elemental profession is at least B class. It cannot merely be B. Did he not proclaim it to be A? At that moment, all the mentors were electrified, realizing that an A-class profession signified their school could rank within the top 5 this year. Their rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. My dear student, might we see your passive level? The headmaster approached, brimming with excitement. Of course, Zhou Tong replied with a smile, and promptly revealed his LV-3 mastery in light, along with the title of Holy Paladin. Boom. In an instant, the minds of the headmaster and all the mentors exploded with astonishment. A-class. Ha ha ha. Indeed a holy paladin of A-class. The headmaster burst into jubilant laughter. Why did you not step forward earlier? Zhou Tong's mentor reproached him. The headmaster only inquired about B-class. Why should I have stepped forward? Zhou Tong replied with haughty bravado, causing the onlookers to twitch their lips in disbelief. Even Ling Yan could not help but marvel. Goodness, this fellow has quite the flair for showmanship. Had he not met his demise in the previous life, he would have been boasting for years. Indeed, that was my oversight. Now, are there any other A-class professionals among you? The headmaster chuckled wryly, addressing the other students. However, his inquiry was met with silence. It was to be expected. Having one Zhou Tong was a stroke of fortune for the 7th high school. How could there possibly be another? Yet the headmaster's words jolted Zhou Tong's heart. Indeed, Ling Yan's talent must exceed A-class. After all, he could possibly be the prodigy capable of summoning the 4 ultimate bosses. How could he merely be A-class? In Zhou Tong's estimation, he should be at least S-class, if not SS class. Wait a moment, Zhou Tong. Why is your level only LV-2? The headmaster suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. An A-class professional, with a modicum of effort, could undoubtedly elevate to LV-7 or higher within 3 days. Even if one were to be lethargic, it was impossible to remain at LV-2. LV-2 is achievable with mere effort. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tong's proud expression instantly froze. He could hardly confess that he had been frightened by the fire rabbit and had remained in the safe zone ever since. Upon hearing the conversation, the surrounding students erupted into laughter. Each time they returned to the safe zone, they encountered Zhou Tong, initially believing he was merely resting. However, as time passed and their level surpassed his, they realized that this fellow had not gained a single point of experience for a full 3 days. It seemed he was cowering in the safe zone out of fear. Principal, I assure you there is a reason for this. Our novice village has unleashed an ultimate boss. If I wander about carelessly, I could perish at any moment. Thus, I refrained from venturing out to level up. Zhou Tong hastily concocted an excuse for himself. What? An ultimate boss? His words left the principal and all the instructors in sheer disbelief, their eyes widening in astonishment. Yet, at that very moment, an unprecedented event transpired. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted from the sky, reverberating across the entirety of Haibei City. The familiar sound of an engine ignited a wave of confusion among the populace, compelling everyone to gaze skyward. Even the principal and the instructors, who were previously startled by the mention of the ultimate boss, instinctively looked up. What they beheld made them collectively gasp in astonishment. A colossal spaceship, spanning several kilometers, was gracefully descending from the heavens. Adorned on its surface was the majestic image of a 5-clawed golden dragon. The awe-inspiring design elicited gasps of admiration from the entire populace of Haibei City. It was the spaceship of Longting University. Indeed, it was the vessel of Longting University, suggesting that the visitors must be instructors from that esteemed institution. What could this mean? Why would instructors from Longting University come to our Haibei City? Could it be that a super genius has emerged from our city, prompting Longting University to recruit. In an instant, curiosity enveloped everyone. Longting University stands as the pinnacle of education across the Longting Star. Its principal is none other than the mightiest being of the realm, the Star Master, Longting. The instructors of Longting University are all formidable individuals, each exceeding level 150. Naturally, the admissions process at Longting University is exceptionally stringent. Each year, only 1,000 students are enrolled from a pool of billions, ensuring that only the elite are chosen. Every candidate is a paragon of excellence, with a minimum profession rank of A. Chapter 27. Instructor Sikong Shuiyun. It is worth noting that no institution would impose direct restrictions on professional ranks, as such a limitation would be tantamount to telling ordinary individuals that their efforts are futile. After all, hard work would not guarantee entry into a prestigious school. Therefore, the sole criterion for eligibility is level. Only those who reach level 25 before the entrance examinations may qualify for the Longting University assessment. Reaching level 25 within a month is no small feat typically. Only those with A-rank professions and significant area damage skills can achieve this. Consequently, aspiring to enter Longting University hinges primarily on professional rank. Even scions of prominent families must elevate their professional ranks. Relying solely on equipment and skills would not suffice to reach level 25. As for seeking training partners, such a scenario seems increasingly improbable. The training partners not only face diminished output and experience points, leading to a slower progression in levels, but this also adversely affects their drop rates. Typically, only when the next individual cannot breach a dungeon will anyone consider forming a team. The fact that even before the examination begins, an instructor from Longting University arrives to recruit indicates that the professional level must be at least S grade. Each year, few individuals enjoy such privileges. Yet now, such a person has remarkably appeared in Haibei City, which is nothing short of astonishing. Before long, an enormous spacecraft silently hovered a kilometer above Haibei City. With a resounding click, the hatch gradually opened, and a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a crimson robe descended rapidly towards the ground, mastering aerial flight. She is an elemental mage at level 80. She appears to be barely in her 20s. To think that someone so young has reached level 80. Could this be the renowned Sikong Shuiyun? In the entirety of Longting Star, aside from the newly appointed instructor from Longting University, the flame prodigy Sikong Shuiyun is the only one who possesses such exceptional talent at such a tender age. In fact, she is not merely at level 80. She has achieved an impressive level 99. It is rumored that this genius recently accepted a reincarnation quest, and should she succeed, she could ascend to SS grade, potentially qualifying for admission to the Flame God Academy. Upon catching a glimpse of her figure, some seasoned professionals in Haibei City instantaneously deduced her identity. Sikong Shuiyun, celebrated as the most formidable genius in Longting Star over the past several decades. Her entrance into Longting University a decade ago was nothing short of legendary. Coupled with her stunning beauty, it is no surprise that whispers about her circulate widely. As a fire mage, she truly embodies strength. Zheng Yun remarked with a mixture of admiration and envy. Wait, why is she heading towards our school? Suddenly, the principal's expression changed. Sikong Shuiyun's trajectory indeed led directly towards their institution. Boom. Before he could utter another word, a wave of terrifying flames descended, and Sikong Shuiyun's figure landed above the plaza. The overwhelming aura she exuded instantly dominated the entirety of the 7th middle school. Ling Yan, observing Sikong Shuiyun, bore a look of surprise. Who would have thought it would be her? With a raised brow, Ling Yan could easily surmise the purpose of her visit. Having summoned the 4 ultimate bosses and announced it globally, it was likely that this news had spread beyond Longting Star, reaching even other planets. Such a prodigy would undoubtedly not escape the notice of Longting University. However, Ling Yan was acquainted with Sikong Shuiyun. More accurately, they had known each other in a past life. After all, during the first 2 years after his profession awakened, Ling Yan's status was such that even Star Lords treated him with respect. Sikong Shuiyun was one of the bodyguards assigned to him by the Star Lord at that time. Although her level has reached an impressive 99, she remains unable to progress further due to the reincarnation task she accepted, which she cannot seem to complete. The ultimate outcome is that, more than a decade later, Ling Yan had not heard of her successful ascension before her demise. Like Ling Yan, a once promising prodigy has now fallen into obscurity. However, she fared slightly better. Having reached level 99, whereas Ling Yan barely surpassed the 60th level before her untimely end, as Sikong Shuiyun gracefully descended before the principal and others. The temperature within a 10-kilometer radius began to rise rapidly. This is the terrifying power of a level 99 S-rank fire mage. The over 2,000 students in attendance gazed at Sikong Shuiyun with eyes alight with admiration. She is, after all, the foremost talent of the younger generation of Longting Star, and her beauty is undeniable. You must be Principal Zheng Yun of Haibei City's 7th High School? Sikong Shuiyun inquired, her fiery long hair cascading around her. Indeed. I am Zheng Yun. I apologize for not having received such a distinguished guest properly, the principal responded, hurrying over with utmost respect. A mentor of level 99 from Longting University commands a level of reverence even higher than that accorded to the mayor of Haibei City, let alone himself. I have come on the orders of Lord Xingzhu to investigate the recent appearance of 4 ultimate bosses in the novice village you oversee. Do you know who summoned them? Sikong Shuiyun stated calmly. What? All 4 ultimate bosses have appeared in our school's novice village. How is this possible? The principal exclaimed in disbelief. His astonishment mirrored that of the surrounding mentors, who all widened their eyes in shock. The novice village bosses appear less than 10 times during the yearly initiation period for Longting Star students, and it had never happened during the 3-day assessment period. Although Zhou Tong had just mentioned the emergence of an ultimate boss, their thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden arrival of a spaceship. Now, Sikong Shuiyun claimed that all 4 ultimate bosses had manifested in the novice village. How could this be conceivable? You are unaware of this matter? Such a significant occurrence. And as school leaders, you know nothing about it? Sikong Shuiyun responded without a hint of surprise. Upon hearing her words, the principal broke into a cold sweat. We truly had no knowledge of this. It is my dereliction of duty. I implore you to forgive me. He hastily apologized, fear evident in his tone. If held accountable for such a grave oversight, his position as principal would surely be untenable. I imagine this unprecedented situation caught you all off guard. Let us set aside matters of negligence for now. Chapter 28. The Simultaneous Awakening of 4 Professions. The Astonishment of Sikong Shuiyun. Fortunately, Sikong Shuiyun did not press further. After all, who could have anticipated that 4 ultimate bosses would emerge in such a remote city's small school? Her fiery gaze then swept over the more than 2,000 students below, assessing their levels and attributes one by one. If the existence of the 4 ultimate bosses is indeed a result of human intervention, their levels alone reveal a great deal. It seems that even if one wishes to remain inconspicuous, such a desire is futile. Ling Yan felt a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, this outcome was within his expectations. Since Longting University had sent Sikong Shuiyun, there was no longer any need for Ling Yan to conceal himself. He stepped forward from the crowd with determination. No need to search. It is I. Ling Yan spoke slowly. In an instant, all the students and instructors present turned their gazes toward him. Ling Yan, what nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you an E-rank practitioner? Is this a matter for jest? His homeroom teacher, Old Wu, exclaimed, fearing that he might inadvertently provoke a superpower like Sikong Shuiyun. I never claimed to be an E-rank. By standard classification, I should be at least an S rank. The principal only inquired about those below A rank and did not ask about S ranks. Ling Yan replied with an air of exasperation. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell into stunned silence, particularly Zhou Tong. Wait, isn't that my line? How did it get stolen? Zhou Tong felt a pang of annoyance. Moreover, Ling Yan's delivery was evidently more sophisticated than his own. However, the next moment, the principal and the instructors were filled with excitement. An S-rank profession. While they found it hard to believe that such a genius could emerge from the modest 7th high, they recognized that Ling Yan was not one to jest at such a moment. This young man seemed to possess a flame power that rivaled their own. Meanwhile, Sikong Shuiyun furrowed her brow as she scrutinized Ling Yan. Could he also be a fire magic practitioner? Yet, Ling Yan's claim of being merely an S rank left her with lingering doubts. Could a fire magician of such a rank truly summon the 4 ultimate bosses? Perhaps his level was not as low as it appeared. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and she invoked an identification spell. Level 19. How could this be? Sikong Shuiyun gasped in astonishment upon seeing the level. Even she, after her own trial period of 3 days, had barely reached level 11. It is worth noting that a level 19 attribute is more than double that of level 11. If an S-rank practitioner possesses a level 19, their strength could indeed rival that of an ordinary SS rank practitioner at level 11. After all, S-rank practitioners have a power multiplier of 900, while an SS rank achieves an 18-fold increase. This precisely accounts for the doubled base strength. Her revelation stunned everyone present. Level 19? How could this be possible? How did he reach level 19 in just 3 days? Could this student truly have summoned the 4 ultimate bosses? If even Sikong Shuiyan acknowledged it, it must be true. Level 19. I recall that our highest record at Longting Star was merely level 13, wasn't he it? After all, during the 3-day novice period, one cannot venture into the Apocalypse continent. In that instant, everyone was left utterly astonished. It is crucial to understand that reaching level 19 in the novice village is at least 100 times more challenging than attaining level 14. Perhaps only the legendary SSS rank powerhouses could achieve such a level within the novice village. Once one's level rises, defeating level 10 monsters yields almost no experience points. Unless, of course, Ling Yan were to eradicate all the wild monsters in the novice village. Furthermore, did Ling Yan not claim to possess only an S-class profession? How could he possibly reach this level within a mere 3 days? My dear fellow, are you truly just an S-class profession? Would you be so kind as to share a screenshot of your passive skills with me? Sikong Shuiyun, suppressing her astonishment, hurriedly addressed Ling Yan. That is not an issue. Ling Yan nodded slightly and promptly shared a screenshot of part of his attribute panel. Passive skills: Fire Mastery, LV8, Fire Damage 800. Wind Mastery, LV8, Wind Damage 800. Water Mastery, LV9, Water Damage 900. Earth Mastery, LV8, Earth Damage 800. Ling Yan displayed all of his elemental mastery skills, and upon seeing that all 4 were at least LV8, the school leaders present could hardly believe their eyes. Goodness, a master of the 4 elemental magics. How is this even possible? Among 10,000 elemental practitioners, only one would be a dual element wielder. It is said that the more elemental types one possesses, the greater the potential power one can unleash. An ordinary LV1 dual element wielder can exhibit combat power comparable to that of LV2, and if it were LV8, it might rival a typical LV10 SSS elemental adept. Is there really such a notion? But what about Ling Yan's 4 elements? One of them is even LV9. Would that not render him even more formidable? In an instant, everyone present gasped in astonishment. Only Sikong Shuiyun remained somewhat perplexed. Is LV9 truly the highest? However, even with 4 elemental proficiencies, the combat power one could unleash would only be comparable to that of an ordinary SSS rank, unless he possesses a blue area attack skill. Otherwise, it would be impossible to eradicate monsters above level 95 in such a short time and summon the 4 ultimate bosses. Sikong Shuiyun analyzed the situation and began to piece together some of the events. However, acquiring a blue skill is not an easy feat. Everyone has their own secrets. Since Ling Yan chose not to disclose his, she felt it inappropriate to inquire further. Moreover, obtaining a blue area attack skill is far less challenging than simultaneously awakening 4 professions. My fellow student, I have come at the behest of the Star Master to ascertain the reasons behind the emergence of the 4 ultimate bosses. Now that the cause is understood, I would like to discuss 2 matters with you, Sikong Shuiyan stated seriously as she gazed at Ling Yan. Ling Yan's talent undoubtedly surpasses hers, and with proper cultivation, he will soon catch up to her. Hence, her attitude has naturally improved considerably. Upon her statement, the principal and others were equally exhilarated. 2 matters to discuss? One of them must certainly pertain to inviting Ling Yan to join Longting University. After all, a genius of this caliber is indeed a rare find, occurring only once in a century on Longting Star. Longting University would undoubtedly allocate substantial resources to entice Ling Yan's enrollment. While they were uncertain of the second matter, it was assuredly a positive development. What are the 2 matters? Speak freely. Chapter 29. Is the guaranteed reward a golden set? The opening of the dark gold level dungeon. Ling Yan inquired with curiosity. The first matter is that I, representing Longting University, wish for you to join us. Given your talent, you would likely receive rewards at a minimum of SS rank. These rewards include the option to select any golden set available for levels under 50. Furthermore, by returning your old set, you may opt for a higher tiered set. Upon reaching level 50, you will be eligible for a purple set, continuing up to level 100. Additionally, you may choose 1 purple skill worth up to trillions from the Apocalypse shop. There is also a star coin reward of 300 billion. Of course, this is merely the foundational reward. The ultimate rewards will adhere to the latest standards set by the Human Alliance. Should you attain an SS rating, your rewards will be elevated to an even higher tier. Sikong Shuiyan smiled as she addressed Ling Yan. Boom. Upon her announcement, all present were left in astonished disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. The opportunity to choose any golden set available under level 50? Goodness, this is a golden set. Even the lowest tier LV20 golden set would cost at least hundreds of billions to procure a complete set. Yet, now Ling Yan could choose freely. Naturally, this reward is bestowed by the entire Human Federation, not merely Longting Star, as the latter lacks such substantial resources. A complete golden set? That is indeed commendable. Ling Yan mused, stroking his chin and nodding slightly. In his previous life, after his profession emerged, he was directly taken away by the Star Master. Within a month, the mightiest being of the Flame God Star system, the Flame God himself, descended upon Longting Star to take Ling Yan away. The treatment he received then was vastly superior to the current offerings, as he wielded dark gold sets, of which there were scarcely a few within the entire human alliance. However, these sets were ultimately reclaimed due to the flaws revealed by Ling Yan's profession. Nonetheless, during that period, Ling Yan could be regarded as above average among his peers, even overpowering some with S-level talents. He was scarcely inferior to those with S-level gifts, despite not possessing any profession himself. Yet, one must sacrifice to gain. Even under the Flame God's protection, Ling Yan nearly met his demise. Thus, in this lifetime, he intends to avoid risks, allowing his SS-level talent to surface, thus ensuring a certain degree of resource rewards. Moreover, one would not be targeted by the formidable outsiders of other civilizations. After all, being under scrutiny can easily lead to one's demise. Exercising caution is certainly prudent. As for the dark golden gear, should Ling Yan, endowed with the talent of the Child of Fortune, desire it, a single expedition into a dark golden dungeon would guarantee its acquisition. Indeed, even the red gear could be within reach. Of course, this is contingent upon possessing sufficient strength. With my SS-level talent, gaining entry to such a dungeon poses little difficulty. Observing Ling Yan lost in thought, Sikong Shuiyan mistakenly believed that he was rendered speechless by shock. She reflected that it was fortunate he hails from an ordinary family. Had he been a scion of one of the elite families from the Flame God Galaxy, he would likely have reacted with mere surprise. The rewards are commendable. But what about the second matter? However, the next moment, Ling Yan's words caused Sikong Shuiyan's lips to twitch. Commendable? Such rewards are merely described as commendable? Sikong Shuiyan felt somewhat speechless. Her own reward had merely been a purple set. She had been elated for quite some time back then. Yet this young man remained wholly unperturbed by the prospect of a golden set. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions. The second matter is rather exceptional. It pertains not only to you but to all S-level and above geniuses in the entire Tianbei Galaxy. Every S-level genius within the Tianbei Galaxy must participate. Sikong Shuiyan began to address Ling Yan. Upon hearing this, everyone present was astonished. Pertaining to the entire Tianbei Galaxy, the Tianbei Galaxy governs over 1,000 life-bearing planets, including our own Longting Star. The S-level geniuses from all these life-bearing planets must engage. Could it be that a large-scale dungeon is about to be unveiled? Indeed, the number of S-level geniuses across so many life-bearing planets could easily reach several 100,000, with no fewer than 10 SS-level talents. This is a significant event, and we are fortunate to be informed. In an instant, the principal and others were filled with wonder. This occurrence indeed marks the opening of a dungeon, and it is an exceptionally rare novice dungeon. The dungeon's level is LV20, with a difficulty rating of dark gold, as it has emerged within the Tianbei Galaxy. Lord Flame God has designated it for a first-time conquest by the Tianbei Galaxy. The duration for this endeavor is 10 days. Should they succeed, this dungeon will become a dedicated domain for the Tianbei Galaxy. However, if they fail to conquer it within 10 days, the dungeon will be opened to the public. At that point, anyone from the Flame God Galaxy may attempt to clear it. Sikong Shuiyan spoke with utmost seriousness. Her tone conveyed the gravity of the situation. This event is of paramount importance. For the Tianbei Galaxy, it is crucial for the growth of future talents. Novice dungeons, let alone in the Tianbei Galaxy, are exceedingly rare even across the millions of life-bearing planets in the entire Flame God Galaxy. Their emergence will invariably incite frenzied competition. If successful this time, the novice strength of the talented individuals in the Tianbei Galaxy will experience a remarkable leap in growth. In the future, one will attain an even more formidable realm. The reason why the Lord of the Dragon Rising Star did not personally seek out Ling Yan is not due to the latter's potential as an SS-level genius being deemed insufficient. Rather, at that moment, he had arrived at the administrative main planet of the Northern Sky System, conferring with other planetary lords regarding the new novice dungeon. Initially, the Dragon Rising Star held little hope, as there were merely a handful of S-level geniuses each year, rendering their position nearly the lowest in the entire Northern Sky System. The prospect of conquering the dungeon seemed nearly impossible. Who would have thought that a genius like Ling Yan would emerge unexpectedly? A level 20 dark gold dungeon? Upon hearing this, Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was as if fate had aligned perfectly. Suddenly, he recalled that the dark gold novice set he had initially utilized in his previous life was likely obtained from this very novice dungeon, albeit a month later. It was probable that this dungeon had already been conquered by other talents from various places. After all, he remembered that there was an SSS-level genius in the Flame God system back in the day. Clearly, purple equipment was immensely powerful, and dark gold equipment was even more extraordinary. Ling Yan distinctly remembered that the dark gold dungeon possessed an exceptionally potent set attribute, which had allowed him to effortlessly defeat enemies beyond his level in his past life. However, due to the orders from the Flame God, he was forced to relentlessly slay lower-level monsters. This was to be expected. After all, without the powerful passive skill of duplication, Ling Yan would not have acquired such treasures. When did it all begin? Chapter 30. The Level 150 Guardian Scroll. A large novice village. Ling Yan spoke directly. It opens in 2 days. We shall depart tomorrow. During this period, your level must not exceed level 20. Otherwise, you will be unable to participate. At that time, you will complete your talent level assessment on the way, ensuring that you receive your golden set reward before the dark gold dungeon opens. Tomorrow at this time, I and the Vice Dean will come to collect you and the other geniuses. Sikong Shuiyun spoke gradually. All right, I understand. Then we shall meet tomorrow. Upon her words, Ling Yan nodded slightly. No more than level 20. Huh? He had originally planned to dive straight into the Enlightenment continent for a frenzied leveling spree, but it seemed that was no longer possible. After all, once he arrived at the Enlightenment continent, even if only for a day, his level would undoubtedly surge beyond 20, perhaps even higher. At that time, the opportunity to explore the dark gold novice dungeon would not fall to him. After all, he remembered that exploring dark gold dungeons had a very low probability of yielding some exceedingly rare items, which could only be obtained during the initial foray into the dungeon. All right, then we shall meet tomorrow. By the way, here is a one-time level 150 Guardian Scroll, which can be used outside the Enlightenment continent. If anyone attempts to harm you, make sure to use it immediately. The Vice Dean will arrive shortly to rescue you. Sikong Shuiyun solemnly handed a scroll to Ling Yan. These Guardian Scrolls, unrestricted by level, were indeed exceedingly rare treasures. The value of the 200-level Guardian Scroll surpasses that of ordinary items. The purpose, of course, is to protect prodigies like Ling Yan or to safeguard the disciples of prominent families from being slain by rival factions. Such scrolls are exceedingly rare, with perhaps fewer than 10 existing throughout the Dragon Soaring Star. This particular scroll was specially entrusted to Sikong Shuiyun for Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan's professional rank may not appear overwhelmingly powerful, he is undoubtedly qualified to wield this scroll. I shall not be polite. Thank you, Ling Yan said with a smile as he accepted it without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Sikong Shuiyun erupted with formidable flames, soaring back into the vastness of the sky and returning to the massive ship. Subsequently, the vessel vanished into the horizon amidst thunderous roars. Ling Yan, I never imagined you would awaken for professions. You are truly a genius. My humble 7th high school is fortunate to have produced such talent, exclaimed Principal Zheng Yun, approaching Ling Yan with palpable excitement. To ensure Ling Yan's safety, Zheng Yun hurriedly led him to the principal's office along with the other teachers, leaving the students in a state of astonishment. The recent spectacle was something they would surely never forget. Wait, am I not an A-level professional too? Why am I being ignored? Zhou Tong lamented, feeling utterly dejected as he stood abandoned. He had anticipated this would be his moment of glory, only for it to be overshadowed by Ling Yan. With a resigned sigh, he recognized the vast chasm that separated him from Ling Yan. They were not even in the same league. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the 7th high school, Ling Yan expressed his gratitude. Principal, since that is the case, I will leave this matter in your capable hands. I shall return home for a bit and meet you at First High in an hour. Not at all, not at all. It is merely a small matter to visit the novice village at First High. You need not be so formal, Ling Yan. The principal replied with a warm smile. Ling Yan nodded and exited the school premises. Indeed, he intended to venture to the novice village at First High. Although all novice villages are identically configured with a plethora of 33 types of monsters, the quantity of monster zones differs. Furthermore, novice villages vary in size. The novice village of 7th High is the smallest, accommodating a mere 10,000 individuals for examinations. In contrast, First High's novice village is slightly larger, capable of hosting nearly 200,000 participants simultaneously. Naturally, First High does not possess that many students, but even without reaching 200,000, it boasts a population of around 50,000 to 60,000. This scale is perfectly suited for First High. With an increase in size, the number of monsters must also rise significantly. First High features the Fire Rabbit Forest and the Wind Wave Nest, each monster zone mirroring the quantity found in 7th High's novice village. However, the sole distinction lies in the fact that each type of wild creature possesses no less than 20 identical zones. In essence, the novice village in the first realm boasts a staggering 20 Fire Rabbit Forests and 20 Wind Wolf Dens. Should any single Wind Wolf Den's creatures be exterminated to a mere 5 in number, there exists a certain probability of summoning the Wind Wolf King. Naturally, once the Wind Wolf King is summoned, regardless of whether it is slain, this novice village will not witness another appearance of the Wind Wolf King for a whole year. Indeed, this time, Ling Yan's focus is on these wild creatures. With a 20-fold increase in their numbers, it should be sufficient to elevate both Flame Mastery and Wind Mastery to level 15. Ling Yan calculated briefly and then smiled. Level 15 is already regarded as SS rank, and the distance to the elusive level 16 is no longer considerable. Given his current speed of extermination, a span of 24 hours would suffice to obliterate 50 to 60 wild areas. Moreover, as the slaughter progresses, his strength would undoubtedly increase, leading to an even swifter pace of annihilation. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yan hastened his steps toward the Maglev train station, located a kilometer away from the school. After scanning his student card, he boarded a cylindrical train that floated within the transit tube. With a hum, as the train commenced its journey, an imperceptible centrifugal force was felt, and the train instantaneously transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight. This maglev train is not the kind from the 21st century, which could only reach speeds up to the speed of sound. In this era, maglev trains can attain speeds of up to 50 times the speed of sound for short distances, while long distances can reach an astonishing 200 times the speed of sound. Furthermore, it can accelerate to 20 times the speed of sound within a second and reach 50 times within 5 seconds. Navigating through the city feels as though one barely departs before arriving at the next station. Having lived in this world for decades, Ling Yan felt no extraordinary sensations about it. After all, with spaceships capable of spatial jumps, such technology had long been surpassed. A few minutes later, Ling Yan stood before a towering structure fashioned from alloys, located on the outskirts of the city, taking a deep breath. In this world, Ling Yan also has family, parents, and an older sister who is 3 years his senior. In his previous life, after completing his college entrance examinations, he was taken away by high-ranking members of the human race and was not returned until he was abandoned. This occurred during a fierce battle between the Flame God and formidable alien civilizations, which obliterated the entire Lungting star along with hundreds of neighboring planets. Chapter 31. The Violent Older Sister. Entering the Novice Village. After that incident, Ling Yan was irrevocably transformed into a mere human. Following his abandonment, he was not discarded carelessly but placed on the ancestral planet, Earth. After all, he was the only practitioner. Who knows if he might awaken? Life is fraught with dramatic ups and downs, and few can endure such volatility. Whenever Ling Yan contemplated giving in to despair, thoughts of his family would surface. It is precisely for this reason that he persevered. Had he relinquished hope at that time, the passive opportunity of rebirth would have vanished, along with any potential for a turning point. Upon reaching this thought, Ling Yan took a deep breath and strode into the high-rise building. As the floating elevator ascended slowly, he arrived at the 16th floor. Ding! Welcome back. With a gentle prompt from the intelligent door, it gradually opened. Before Ling Yan appeared a modest yet cozy little abode. Little Yan has returned? A middle-aged man, whose eyes revealed an endless depth of experience, emerged from the study with a smile. However, upon seeing Ling Yan, his brows furrowed slightly, eyes filled with astonishment. It was evident that he had perceived Ling Yan's level, as the latter had not concealed it. What? Little Yan is back? A voice filled with surprise resonated from the kitchen. Soon, a graceful woman, still possessing charm despite her apron, stepped out. Ling Yan's father, Ling Yan, was said to have formed a small guild with friends in his youth, occasionally battling monsters to earn a modest living, though his level was never disclosed. Ling Yan estimated it to be around 30. Their family at least had no worries regarding food and clothing. Ling Yan's mother, meanwhile, was a dedicated homemaker. In this era, automation robots were plentiful, yet they were both expensive and cold, which is why Ling Yan had always enjoyed meals prepared by his mother. The 3-day trial period has concluded, right? Did you sustain any injuries? His mother inquired anxiously, scanning him from head to toe. Upon realizing he was unscathed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Mom, I'm fine. It was merely a 3-day trial, nothing to challenge me. By the way, where's my sister? Ling Yan deftly shifted the topic. Bang! Suddenly, a playful smack landed on Ling Yan's head. Ouch! Why did you hit me, sis? He exclaimed, cradling his head in shock. What sister? Am I that old? A cool voice reached Ling Yan's ears. He turned to find a strikingly beautiful girl, with a figure that could easily be rated above 9, standing behind him. She was the one who had delivered the playful smack. All right, I was wrong, okay? Ling Yan sighed, acknowledging her. His elder sister, 3 years his senior, retained her feisty nature. No wonder she had awakened as a warrior class. Despite the sting, his heart brimmed with joy. It had been over a decade since he last saw her after the college entrance examination in his previous life. Why are you staring at me? By the way, didn't you undergo a job change? What class did you awaken? Ling Yan asked curiously, her gaze fixed on Ling Yan as she began to probe his level. What? Level 19. Upon seeing Ling Yan's level, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? 19 already? Little Yan must be quite formidable. Ling Mu exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Mom, what expression is that? Is it not impressive? Ling Yan was immediately filled with resignation. That expression seemed familiar. When she initially announced her awakening of a profession, her mother wore a similar expression and uttered the same words. Your mother clearly doesn't understand. Achieving it within a mere 3-day trial period? LV19 Xiaoyan. Did you awaken a talent of S-class or above? Ling Yan remarked helplessly, then turned his puzzled gaze toward Ling Yan. Above S-class? I would say at least SS class. Ling Yan quickly corrected. Is it truly that formidable? Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Ling Yan's face displayed sheer astonishment. Not bad at all. Although they're ISNT and SS class profession, altogether it's roughly equivalent to SS class. Ling Yan chuckled and promptly shared a screenshot of his passive abilities. For professions? Ling Yan gazed at Ling Yan in disbelief upon seeing his passives. Ling Mother, however, wore a joyful expression. For professions must surely be more powerful than just one, right? She remarked, perhaps believing that the more professions one possessed, the stronger one became. Mother, this isn't merely about strength. Xiaoyan's situation is indeed rarer than an ordinary SS class genius. Ling Yan found herself at a loss for words regarding her naive mother. All right, let us not dwell on that. We can talk during dinner. I still need to grind levels. Tomorrow, after leveling up, I will join the teachers from Longting School to enter a dark gold level dungeon. Ling Yan interjected, feeling a sense of urgency. Ah, you have to go to a dungeon? A dark gold level 1? I've heard those can be quite perilous. Ling Mother's worry was palpable upon hearing Ling Yan's words. With the child's talent, he will naturally receive proper training. You need not fret. Xiaoyan knows what he must do. Besides, even if he lacks talent, I will be here to support him. Even if the sky were to fall, your father will be here. At that moment, Ling Yan, who had remained silent, spoke up with a smile. Well, the child has grown. He must eventually venture out. Upon hearing this, Ling Mother let out a resigned sigh. By the way, Xiaoyan, I made your favorite dish. Let us eat. Ling Mother suddenly recalled and hurriedly brought Ling Yan to the kitchen. During dinner, she incessantly reminded Ling Yan to be cautious while grinding monsters, urging him not to act recklessly like his father. Ling Yan also offered a few words of caution, to which Ling Yan nodded obediently. After all, he had been waiting for this moment for over a decade. Simultaneously, he understood that to protect his family, he needed sufficient strength. Otherwise, another assassination attempt could endanger them all. Ling Yan was also aware that survival was paramount. In a world where the tall trees attract the wind, it was wise to remain humble. As long as he remained sufficiently weak, with his two powerful passives, he could undoubtedly grow into humanity's mightiest in a short span. After finishing his meal, Ling Yan left home and arrived at Hebei City No. 1 High School. Meanwhile, the principal of No. 1 High School, having received news early from the principal of No. 7 High School, anxiously awaited at the entrance alongside a group of instructors. Upon the moment of encountering Ling Yan, the crowd erupted with excitement. "Ling Yan, you have finally arrived." The principal of No. 1 High School hurriedly approached Ling Yan, brimming with enthusiasm. "Good day, principal. I apologize for any inconvenience caused." Ling Yan replied with a gentle smile, engaging in conversation with the principal. "Not at all. It is indeed a tremendous honor for our school to welcome you to this novice village. By the way, Ling Yan, I presume you are pressed for time? Please allow me to escort you." Chapter 32, A Frenzied Slaughter. The Mastery of Flames Soars. The principal of No. 1 High School quickly offered a polite smile. And with the utmost respect, he, along with several instructors, guided Ling Yan towards the Rift of Enlightenment. It is noteworthy that the principal himself is a level 71 A-class practitioner. However, in the presence of Ling Yan, he felt utterly humble. After all, Ling Yan possessed 4 types of S-class and S-rank professions, all belonging to elemental categories. Elemental professions have a distinctive characteristic: the ability to blend elements, albeit with considerable difficulty. Yet, merging just 2 elements can significantly amplify the potency of skills. If Ling Yan were able to merge all 4, even an S-rank profession could unleash SS-level power. Even if he could only combine 2, it would rival the capabilities of an ordinary SS-level practitioner. The achievements of a practitioner at this level are destined to reach no less than level 200, placing them in an entirely different league. The principal's focus, however, seems to be limited to level 99, which requires a relentless struggle to attain. The disparity between level 200 and level 99 is astonishing, to put it bluntly. Even a level 100 practitioner, should they succeed in breaking through, could effortlessly eliminate a level 99 with a single strike. As one progresses, the gap in levels becomes increasingly formidable. This vast difference undoubtedly compels the principal of No. 1 High School to exhibit utmost respect. Buzz. A few minutes later, amidst a surge of spatial fluctuations, Ling Yan's figure vanished into the Rift of Enlightenment at No. 1 High School. Upon reappearing, he found himself within a vast safe zone. The safe zone was bustling with activity, as numerous novice students were engaged in trade. "Student, over here. I have just acquired a white weapon, the Polero Longsword, fully durable. Would you care for one, honest and fair, only 300 star coins. My white chest armor is only 500, you won't regret it. As it's 600 at the Enlightenment store. I am seeking a level 5 green weapon, offering 100,000 star coins." The clamorous calls for sale and purchase reverberated throughout the safe zone. With the conclusion of the 3-day assessment period, external items could now be brought into the novice zone. Consequently, students from ordinary families were selling discarded and idle weapons from their homes. Unfortunately, buyers were scarce, as white weapons had become overly abundant. While the durability of white novice weapons is quite low, allowing a user to rely on them for merely a couple of months. This duration is sufficient for one to level up significantly. Thus, by the time they outgrew the white novice weapons, their prices remained exceedingly low. Weapons of the same tier in green are worth hundreds of times more than their white counterparts. Unfazed by the surrounding chatter, Ling Yan pressed forward, taking a decisive step towards the familiar Fire Bunny Forest. This novice village boasts a total of 20 Fire Bunny Forests. Ling Yan planned to traverse each one exhaustively before hunting down the other 2 types of fire attribute creatures. The numbers of these 2 fire attribute creatures exceeded those found in the Fire Bunny Forests, collectively equating to a staggering quantity equivalent to 70 Fire Bunny Forests. By the time he accomplished this, his passive skill level could potentially rise to LV-14 or even LV-15. Afterwards, he intended to seek out the Wind Wolf Den, where he could enhance both his wind and fire powers to commendable levels. These 2 elements could harmoniously merge, granting Ling Yan a qualitative leap in strength within a short span, provided their levels were sufficiently elevated. With this plan in mind, Ling Yan arrived at the Fire Bunny Forest and unleashed a torrent of formidable flames, enveloping a 10-meter radius in a blazing inferno. The air was filled with the anguished cries of the fire bunnies. One after another, they were reduced to ashes beneath the searing flames. The numbers, 15,400, 15,400, 15,400, emerged prominently amidst the smoldering remnants. Utilizing the power of fire, Ling Yan's damage output was merely the basic fire attribute damage, augmented by a soul value of 800 and an additional 30 damage from the Fire Bunny Hunter LV2 skill. Aside from these enhancements, no other skills contributed to his damage. Nevertheless, even with just over 1,000 points of base damage, he was able to inflict a staggering 15,000 damage. Even the LV10 Fire Bunnies fell victim to his might. Ding! Your level is LV19, therefore, defeating creatures below LV9 yields no experience. Simultaneously, the Apocalypse system reminded Ling Yan that such cruelty to these innocent creatures bore no fruit. However, Ling Yan was not in pursuit of experience from vanquishing these bunnies. He sought to enhance his passive skill. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward with a surge of speed. As he advanced, the flames touched the fire bunnies, incinerating them as if droplets of water were meeting a red-hot iron plate. Yet, due to the Fire Bunny Hunter skill, the bunnies within a 300-meter radius continued to charge recklessly towards him. As numerous fire bunnies fell, Ling Yan's mastery of fire escalated rapidly. Ding! Congratulations, host. Passive acquisition successful. Fire Mastery LV8, 31256. Ding! Congratulations, host. Passive acquisition successful. Fire Mastery LV8, 125256. Ding! Congratulations, host. Fire Mastery upgraded to LV9, 0512. After ruthlessly exterminating an entire fire bunny forest and witnessing the demise of over 100,000 fire bunnies, Ling Yan's passive skill level finally ascended to LV9, all within the span of less than 20 minutes. Without a moment's pause, he set forth on his next endeavor. Under the impetus of the power of fire and wind, his speed exceeded expectations considerably. 2 fire rabbit forests were eradicated, and his mastery of flames surged to LV10, 01000. Subsequently, 4 more fire rabbit forests fell, elevating his level to LV11, 02000. The Fire Rabbit Hunter's rank ascended to LV3, augmenting damage inflicted upon the fire rabbits to 50. While this increment from 40 to 50 may seem modest, it translated to a substantial increase in lethality of 2,000, given that at this moment, Ling Yan's ordinary fire damage neared an impressive 20,000. Of course, with the enhancement of passive skills, the requirements for progression grew significantly. It was only after the destruction of 8 fire rabbit forests that Ling Yan's passive skill reached LV12, 03000. Indeed, beyond LV10, the accumulation of requirements did not appear as formidable as before. Were the accumulation to persist, reaching LV15 would be an arduous endeavor. Perhaps even LV14 would prove challenging. Chapter 33, The Astonished Middle School Student. This novice village is cheating. Observing the requirement for passive skills had merely risen from 2,000 to 3,000, Ling Yan exhaled in relief. According to the system's prior declarations, the need for passive skills would increase by 1,000 for each level advancement until LV16. However, transitioning from LV15 to LV16 would necessitate a staggering 10,000. Each subsequent level would demand an additional 10,000 passives. Thus, ascending from LV19 to LV20 would only require 50,000 passives. While this figure is substantial, it merely reflects a 50-fold increase compared to the ascent from LV10 to LV11. Yet, had the previous exponential accumulation persisted, transitioning from LV19 to LV20 would have required a staggering 1 million passives, an increase of 1,000 times. If this trend continued, ascending to LV30 would necessitate a mind-boggling 1 billion passives. Ling Yan pondered how many monsters he would need to slay to amass such a quantity of passives. Fortunately, the diminishing rate of growth would enhance his leveling speed considerably. Naturally, it remained uncertain whether the current leveling method would apply beyond LV20. However, Ling Yan was aware that the passive level corresponding to LV20 aligned with an SSS grade profession. Achieving such a rank would signify that one was among the elite geniuses of the human race. Although reaching LV20 would require a total of 100,000 passives, he mused. Is that truly excessive? After just over 4 hours of hunting fire rabbits, he had already accumulated over 3,000 passives. Hence, to ascend to SSS grade. He anticipated it would take no more than 6 or 7 days. The prospect of attaining SSS grade in such a short span would undoubtedly astonish countless individuals if word got out. Furthermore, upon arriving in the Apocalypse continent, he could seek fire-related passives guaranteed to be LV3 or even LV4, which would not only accelerate his level progression, but also enhance the speed of his passive upgrades. Onward, he resolved to strive for LV16. Ling Yan took a deep breath. The slaughter was far from over. Numerous fire hares met a tragic fate at his hands once more. During this time, he encountered several students from Yizhong. However, Ling Yan paid them no heed, nor did he conceal his actions. Instead, he controlled the flames to ensure they were not harmed. After all, having borrowed the novice village of their school, it would be excessive to slay its inhabitants. Although Ling Yan chose to ignore them, the same could not be said for others. The sudden appearance and swift departure of the fireball ignited a frenzy on the entire Yizhong forum. Wow, a massive fireball just passed by me. All the fire hares on the road were reduced to ashes. You encountered it too? It scared me to death. That fireball engulfed me completely. I just don't understand why it didn't harm me. Did you all witness it? Could it be the fire hare leader has emerged? Impossible. Why would the fire hare leader attack its own minions, and why would it spare us? I've heard similar occurrences have transpired in several other fire hare forest regions. Those areas now scarcely harbor any fire hares, all having been incinerated. What on earth is happening? I've heard that a formidable individual from Qizhong has awakened 4 classes, one of which is the fire mage, possessing mastery in fire. Could he have summoned the 4 ultimate bosses? Has he ventured into our school's novice village? No way. What could he possibly want here? Surely it cannot be him. Could he be planning to confront the 4 ultimate bosses? With his talent, he could at least acquire a purple set along with blue skills. With a little caution, defeating the ultimate bosses might indeed be feasible. Countless posts feverishly circulated and debated the fireball incident. Some even included photographs, though the flames were so terrifying that it was impossible to discern whether anyone was inside. A small portion began to speculate whether Ling Yan had arrived at their school, considering that only he in Haibei City possessed such formidable strength. Naturally, Ling Yan remained oblivious to all of this. He continued to dart through the forest, joyfully reaping the lives of the fire hares. As Ling Yan harvested, his experience points were indeed on the rise. Although the fire hare forest lacked king-level bosses, it did possess leader-level bosses, and Ling Yan encountered more than one. Wild Monster, Fire Hare Leader Level, LV10 Passive Talent, Fire Mastery, LV3, enhances fire spell power by 300, health, 150, 000 mana, 3, 000 attack power, 800 speed, 100 defense, 1000 skill. Explosive Fireball, blue skill, deals 200 damage upon impact and inflicts 30 burn damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 300. With a health pool of 150, 000, it could be considered quite formidable. Unfortunately for it, it faced Ling Yan. Without hesitation, Ling Yan activated Blood Fury, doubling all attributes. Then he unleashed his purple skill, Abyssal Water, dealing 500 water damage, with the enhancement of 900 in the water attribute. Along with the power boost from the Fire Rabbit Hunter 50, a staggering figure of 165, 000 materialized above the Fire Rabbit Elite's head. The overwhelming deluge instantly reduced the Fire Rabbit Elite to a mere pool of blood. This was merely a standard strike, devoid of any critical hits. It is evident, with the support of the King's Blood Rage, just how terrifyingly elevated Ling Yan's prowess had become. Naturally, Ling Yan had employed 2 purple skills this time. Even an SS-grade prodigy could only earn 1. Moreover, the King's Blood Rage, a purple skill capable of unleashing a full-spectrum enhancement, is worth more than 100 ordinary purple skills, as it can amplify other skills. Such a skill is a rare treasure, and if it were to manifest, no one would part with it. Thus, unless one's talent level reaches SSS, such augmentation skills remain unattainable. However, it must be noted that I had to utilize 2 purple skills and leverage a 9-level advantage over this Fire Rabbit to eliminate it in one blow. The disparity between wild monsters and players is indeed alarming. Ling Yan could not help but reflect on this. A 9-level difference signifies a considerable gap in strength. Notification: you have slain the LV10 Fire Rabbit leader, earning experience points, 400, 000. Chapter 34, Flame Passive LV15. Is Ling Yan merely seeking to show off? A tone of notification accompanied this revelation. Ling Yan's experience bar increased by a modest 4%. Even for a leader-level monster, a vast level disparity yields minimal experience points. Achieving a 4% increase is already commendable. I almost forgot about Su Miaoran, the top student. I wonder what she is doing now. Will I encounter her in this dark gold-level dungeon? At this moment, Ling Yan recalled this thought. The genius Su Miaoran, if positioned in any other year, would be the most resplendent star. Alas, she happened to be in the same cohort as Ling Yan. Although news of Ling Yan was subsequently suppressed, the emergence of a unique class had long since spread throughout the Dragonting Star. However, events took a different turn. Ling Yan was ultimately abandoned due to the perceived uselessness of his class. On the other hand, Su Miaoran ascended to SS-level talent in just a decade by successfully completing numerous reincarnation tasks. It is a pity Ling Yan met his demise, otherwise, he might have predicted that Su Miaoran could potentially reach SSS level or even higher. While Su Miaoran's talent is indeed formidable, bolstered by her mentor's assistance in completing so many reincarnation tasks, it still took her over a decade to elevate to SS level. In contrast, at this pace, I could achieve SSS level in just a few days. It appears this lifetime will not mirror the previous one, where she overshadowed me in the later stages. With this in mind, Ling Yan dismissed any concerns. While Su Miaoran's talent is undeniably astounding, possibly ranking among the top talents in human history, compared to my own extraordinary abilities, she falls short by a significant margin. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yan did not hesitate and resumed his monster hunting endeavors. Simultaneously, as Ling Yan ruthlessly slaughtered the fire rabbits, the principal's office of No. 1 high school was filled with disbelief as the principal gazed at the blue-haired girl enveloped in an aura of frost. The girl's icy demeanor emanated a chilling presence, her aura surpassing that of any affluent young lady in Hebei City. Despite her stunning beauty, few dared to approach her. She was none other than Su Miaoran. Level 9 Ice Power. An S-class practitioner? The principal exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that their school had produced such a prodigy. Classmate, why did you not disclose your professional level earlier? I understand now. You must be modest. In this era, it is rare to find such a pragmatic genius. The principal chuckled with excitement, even concocting an excuse for why Su Miaoran had not revealed her professional rank. Principal, I have heard that only an S-class genius can participate in the dark gold-level dungeons, correct? I wish to join. However, Su Miaoran promptly stated her intent without further ado. Having learned of it from her master, the principal paused, taken aback. This was information he had only learned from Principal Zheng Yun of No. 7 High School, a friend of his. Otherwise, with the strength of No. 7 High School, they would have long been relegated to the ranks of the 70th or even 80th school in Hebei City. But how did Su Miaoran know about it? You must have encountered Ling Yan, the student from No. 7 High School, in our novice village, correct? You super geniuses share a mutual admiration. He mused. He is an SS-level prodigy, and you are an S-class. Undoubtedly, you are the foremost genius in Hebei City for centuries. Since you wish to participate, I shall report your professional rank. You will certainly secure a spot. The principal's realization dawned upon him. Indeed, Ling Yan had been in the novice village for several hours. They must have crossed paths by now, as only Ling Yan and Su Miaoran could access the high-level monster zones. The likelihood of their meeting was exceedingly high. With a beautiful girl and a handsome young man, it was hard for something not to transpire. The principal chuckled at the thought, considering himself a facilitator in this budding romance. If it succeeded and they were to marry, he could partake in the joyous celebration. Yet, his inexplicable grin left Su Miaoran bewildered. What is wrong with the principal? Why is he smiling so creepily? She thought, somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, his words had stirred something within her. Ling Yan, the SS-level genius from No. 7 High School? He was in their school? Could this Ling Yan be the legendary prodigy capable of summoning the 4 ultimate bosses? With this thought, Su Miaoran's brow furrowed with determination. Her master had mentioned that while her ice power level was not high, her potential was formidable, with the possibility of advancing to SSS or even beyond in the future. Now, she encountered a super genius who had emerged as one of the 4 ultimate powerhouses during a mere 3-day trial period. And she was curious to see whose ultimate achievements would soar higher, hers or his. However, Su Miaoran was somewhat perplexed as to why Ling Yan had ventured into the novice village. Although the number of wild monsters in Class 1's novice village vastly exceeded that of Class 7, what was the point? Given the reduced experience gains, Even an abundance of monsters would hardly yield significant levels. Could it be that he intended to summon the ultimate boss from their school's novice village? Su Miaoran pondered. Yet, even if he were fortunate enough to summon it, he likely lacked the strength to defeat it, unless, of course, he had acquired a set of golden rewards. Attempting to solo the ultimate boss without a golden set was an immensely daunting task. Even an SS-level professional would require at least level 19 along with a complete set of purple gear and skills to have a chance. Ling Yan had previously succeeded in soloing due to his terrifying crippling damage, boasting a tenfold power enhancement, which even the Wind Wolf King could not withstand. It was only with a critical strike that he had managed to slay it. At that time, Ling Yan had already possessed a full set of blue gear and blue skills. Surely, he couldn't be merely seeking to show off? Su Miaoran mused. If that were truly the case, such a talent wouldn't achieve much. As for the dark gold-level novice dungeon, that would be a matter for the principal to handle. She needed to focus on leveling up. With this in mind, Su Miaoran informed the principal of Class 1 of her intention to head to the Apocalypse continent. The dark gold-level dungeon loomed ahead, and she needed to elevate her level to 20, considering she was currently only at level 12. Entering the dungeon would undoubtedly lead to failure. Very well, Su student, you may go. I will notify you as soon as I report it. The principal of Class 1 nodded eagerly. It had already been 14 hours since Ling Yan entered the novice village of Class 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. For slaying the wild monster fire-spitting silkworm. Passive plunder successful. Fire mastery upgraded to level 15, 010000. Chapter 35. What the heck? Ling Yan really stormed into our novice village. As Ling Yan obliterated the last fire-spitting silkworm on the grassland, his passive skill level finally ascended to level 15. To reach level 16, however, he would require a staggering 10,000 more passives. With only 8 hours remaining, it seemed impossible to elevate wind power to level 14 as well. Ling Yan sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, he was just 1% away from leveling up to 20. All he needed was to defeat a leader-level boss to achieve that coveted level. Upon realizing this, he resolved to take on the Wind Wolf King without hesitation and made his way to the Wind Wolf's lair. The number of wind wolves in the Wind Wolf nest is significantly fewer than that of the fire rabbits on the Fire Rabbit Plain. However, the advantage lies in the fact that wind wolves possess not only mastery over the wind, but also enhanced speed. Defeating a single creature grants 2 passive abilities, quite a bargain. Without hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed a tremendous surge of fiery power and began to hunt monsters with fervor. How? Upon arriving at the Wind Wolf nest, all the wind wolves surged toward Ling Yan as if invigorated by a stimulant. Having previously vanquished the Wind Wolf King, Ling Yan's passive skill, Wind Wolf Hunter, was elevated to level 3, with a radius of effect extending to a remarkable 1,000. Coupled with the speed enhancement of the wind wolves, he unexpectedly discovered that his monster hunting pace was considerably quicker than when he had been hunting fire rabbits. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the passive skill. Mastery of Wind LV8, 25256. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the passive skill. Speed Enhancement LV8, 88256, in just over 10 minutes. Ling Yan had obliterated an entire wind wolf nest. How? As the wind wolf nest was annihilated, Ling Yan's passive ability, Child of Fortune, triggered instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the surrounding area, including nearly 100 head wind wolves from more than 10 nearby nests, let out a collective, thunderous howl. This terrifying sound sent a wave of panic through the strongest group of several hundred students who were grinding at the wind wolf nest. Oh no, this is a call for a boss. Damn it, could it be that an elite wind wolf has emerged? That should not be the case. Even the wind wolf leader would not command such a grand spectacle. Wait, could it be the Wind Wolf King, one of the 4 ultimate bosses? Good heavens, how could the Wind Wolf King appear in our novice village? Who could summon it? I've heard that a formidable individual capable of summoning the 4 ultimate bosses has come to our school. It must be him. Enough discussion, regardless of who summoned it. Don't you value your lives? Run. Once the students regained their senses, they no longer cared about Ling Yan. If the Wind Wolf King appeared, they would all be doomed. Indeed, the next moment, an announcement echoed through the air. Announcement, Longting Novice Village, 125-5801, Ultimate Boss, Wind Wolf King, King level, has appeared. All inhabitants of this novice village, please take heed. The ultimate boss ignores regional restrictions, and safe zones cannot provide protection. Please steer clear. Announcement: Longting Novice Village, 125-5801. Ultimate Boss, Wind Wolf King, King Level. A series of announcements resonated throughout all novice villages on the Longting Star. In an instant, everyone was bewildered. After 3 days of trial, someone had summoned the Wind Wolf King again. However, this time, the shock was tempered. The trial period had concluded, and some S-rank geniuses from prominent families on Longting Star had already acquired purple gear. Summoning the ultimate boss was not a daunting task. The only thing lacking was a stroke of luck. At this moment, the emergence of the ultimate boss and the trial phase represents two distinct concepts. Similarly, the difficulty of vanquishing the ultimate boss has considerably diminished. As long as one assembles a small team, comprising at least 7 or 8 individuals endowed with S-class talents, there exists a plausible chance to defeat the Wind Wolf King. Naturally, these S-class prodigies must be adorned in purple gear, otherwise, a single strike could lead to total annihilation. However, one might ponder the improbability of summoning the ultimate boss from such a low-ranking novice village, where even the probability of encountering A-class talents is minimal, let alone S-class. Yet, the forums soon revealed a discrepancy. Wait, this novice village appears to be in close proximity to the previous trial phase that summoned the 4 ultimate bosses. Could they possibly belong to the same city? Goodness! Could that audacious individual have traversed to other novice villages to summon them? Is he truly contemplating the solo conquest of the ultimate boss? Could this be genuine? It seems highly plausible. Indeed, it appears that our Dragon Rising Star has manifested a super genius of at least SS caliber. In an instant, countless players discerned the anomaly. Given the proximity, who else could have summoned it but Ling Yan? Previously, they speculated that Ling Yan might have reached SS or even SSS level. Presently, Ling Yan's mastery of fire has ascended to the pinnacle of SS grade, tantalizingly close to achieving SS status. Thus, their conjectures were not entirely unfounded. However, Ling Yan's prowess extends far beyond the ordinary SS. Possessing the favor of fortune, he effortlessly unleashes critical strikes, devastating blows, and even crippling damage, resulting in a geometric escalation of combat power. For an ordinary individual to achieve a critical hit is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Returning to the main narrative, just as all students began their retreat from the novice village, the battle within the Wind Wolf's lair ignited. Roar! After merely a few minutes of combat, Ling Yan and the Wind Wolf King culminated in a chilling scream, leading to the latter's transformation into charred remains amidst the inferno of the Wind Wolf's nest. Congratulations, player, for defeating the Wind Wolf King. Experience gained, 1,000,000. Star coins, 1,000,000. Congratulations, player, your experience is full. Your level has ascended to LV20. All attributes increased by 200, and you have gained 200 free attribute points. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. You have obtained the Wind Wolf King set. Chapter 36, Advancing to LV20. With the demise of the Wind Wolf King, a cascade of notifications resonated within Ling Yan's mind. Beyond the rewards that mirrored his previous achievements, Ling Yan's level surged to LV20. All attributes skyrocketed by an impressive 200 points. This exemplifies the significant disparity between LV20 and LV19, as without the enhancement of gear, the average of LV19's 4 core attributes barely grazes the 200 mark. Upon reaching level 20, all attributes are effectively doubled. However, it is important to note that the strength of level 20 monsters is unparalleled by the common level 19 foes. This is precisely why the level 20 Dark Gold dungeon is scheduled to occur 2 days after the 3-day trial period concludes. 2 days is sufficient for an S-class prodigy to elevate their level to 20. The reason Ling Yan has only upgraded once after a day is primarily due to his absence from the Apocalypse continent. Had he ventured there, he likely would have attained level 20 in merely half an hour. System, allocate all attribute points to my soul. Without hesitation, Ling Yan addressed the system. Ding. Command accepted. As soon as Ling Yan's words fell, a refreshing sensation surged into his mind. Soon, Ling Yan's soul value increased by a remarkable 200, coupled with an additional 200 from his attributes, propelling his soul value from just over 1,400 to more than 1,800. The Wind Wolf King set should be upgradable to level 20 now. System, use the weapon level enhancement scroll to upgrade the Wind Wolf King set to level 20. Ling Yan declared without a moment's pause. Though he was on the verge of acquiring a golden set, such golden sets are typically of inferior quality. Only an SS level prodigy could hope to receive a slightly superior golden set, while those of SSS level and above could obtain top-tier golden sets. As for dark gold equipment, unless one is an SSS level genius or has made significant contributions to humanity, or hails from a prestigious family with resources vast enough to procure numerous life planets, it remains entirely out of reach. After all, dark gold dungeons can only be tackled by SSS level super prodigies, often requiring the assistance of several SS level prodigies to ensure a flawless victory. However, completing a dungeon does not guarantee the drop of dark gold equipment. One might need to conquer it a dozen or 20 times before even the slightest chance arises for a dark gold item to drop. It took the SSS level super prodigy from the Flame Godstar system an entire month to acquire a full set of dark gold equipment, during which he did not level up at all. Of course, the equipment he obtained was exchanged for a suitable set from the Human Alliance. With his exceptional talent, he could freely exchange this level 20 dark gold equipment for any dark gold set below level 100 available in the Human Alliance market. The stipulation is that once he finishes using it, this level 20 dark gold equipment will revert to the Human Alliance. This policy is one of the strategies employed by the Human Alliance to nurture super prodigies while ensuring a steady supply of high-quality weapons and equipment. It is undoubtedly a win-win situation. As for super prodigies, level 20 dark gold equipment becomes less valuable than level 30 golden equipment in less than 10 days. If such policies were not in place, who would exert themselves and even suppress their own rank for a month to acquire that level 20 equipment? With that time, one could easily reach level 35 or even level 40. Ding! Level up completed. Consumed 4 LV30 purple equipment upgrade scrolls. Your Wind Wolf King set has been upgraded to LV20. Just as Ling Yan pondered, a series of notifications resonated in his mind. Simultaneously, he could distinctly feel a substantial enhancement in both his physical form and soul at that very instant. Ling Yan promptly accessed the attributes of the LV20 Wind Wolf King set. Equipment, Wind Wolf set level, LV20 attributes. All attributes 1200, wind attribute damage reduction 5000. Mana and health recovery every 50 seconds effect. 30 armor penetration below level 40, reduced by 10 for every additional 10 levels. Increased lethality by 40 against wolf-type creatures. Skill, Wrath of the Wind Wolf. Purple gain 1 point of rage for each wild creature killed. Upon release, 1 point of rage can unleash 1 point of damage. Maximum limit, 300,000. Removing the equipment dissipates all rage. The enhancement of all attributes surged from the original 800 to a remarkable 1200. The wind attribute damage escalated to 5000. Such an increase was undoubtedly terrifying. Additionally, the maximum rage value for Wrath of the Wind Wolf has been elevated to 300,000, which is commendable. Once fully unleashed, it could rival an immensely powerful purple skill. Ling Yan smiled with satisfaction. Although the Wind Wolf King set was of a lower level, it was undeniably among the finest purple equipment available. Possessing a complete set typically leads one to opt for using upgrade scrolls to enhance its level. However, the price of these LV30 purple equipment upgrade scrolls far exceeds that of ordinary LV30 purple gear. The drop rate is also exceedingly low. Only top-tier purple equipment like the Wind Wolf King set would merit the use of upgrade scrolls. As for Ling Yan, having vanquished the 5th ultimate boss, he had a substantial 25 upgrade scrolls at his disposal, having used 8, leaving him with a generous 17. Therefore, even with a golden set on the horizon, he still chose to upgrade. After all, he was quite affluent. Let the passive abilities continue to accumulate. Ling Yan paid little heed to the equipment and instead unleashed a torrent of flames as he charged towards the next Wind Wolf nest. Subsequently, much like before, he systematically obliterated each Wind Wolf nest. Due to the relatively fewer wild creatures in the Wind Wolf nests, Ling Yan accomplished the eradication of all 20 nests in just over 3 hours. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the wild creature Wind Wolf. Plunder passive successful. Wind Mastery upgraded to LV13, 04000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the wild creature Wind Wolf. Plunder passive successful. Speed Mastery upgraded to LV13, 04000, regrettably. Due to the limited number of Wind Attribute Wild Creatures and Speed Attribute Wild Creatures, Ling Yan's mastery level only reached LV13 before he ceased his efforts. Nevertheless, Ling Yan was not idle. He ventured to the Slime Prairie, investing a full 5 hours to eradicate nearly 4 million slimes. Subsequently, he sought out another area inhabited by aquatic creatures, annihilating them entirely, which resulted in the demise of an additional 3 million monsters at his hands. The Slime King that spawned was swiftly dispatched, and during this time, he also vanquished 50 elite-level creatures, elevating Ling Yan's level to LV 2099. Chapter 37, Mastery of Water. LV16. The Vice Dean of Dragon Treading University arrives. Fortunately, Ling Yan had locked his level, otherwise, the defeat of these elite monsters would have propelled him to an even higher level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the slime monster. Passive plunder successful. Mastery of Water upgraded to LV16, 020000. Indeed, the number of slimes was significantly greater than that of the creatures in the Fire Rabbit Prairie. At LV16, Mastery of Water was already equivalent to SS level. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile upon reading this description. It is noteworthy that, while he favored fire and wind elements for monster hunting, his most formidable skill was the purple-tier deep sea heavy water. After all, the disparity between purple and blue skills is considerable, with a basic damage enhancement reaching 500. When unleashed, its power was utterly terrifying. Coupled with his LV16 Mastery of Water, Ling Yan estimated that his aquatic combat prowess could easily surpass the combined might of the wind and fire tornado slash. With this thought, Ling Yan promptly opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel name: Ling Yan race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune. Level: LV 20, 99, strength, 1560 agility, 1635, 1300. 04000, constitution, 1560, 600, 564. Soul, 2260 talent passives. Fire mastery LV 15, 010000. Fire damage 1500. Wind mastery LV 13, 264. Wind damage 600. Water mastery LV 16, 020000. Water damage 1600. Toxin mastery LV 9, 0512. Toxin damage 900. Thorn armor LV 8, 0256. 40 chance to inflict 40 rebound damage to enemies. Skills: King's Blood Fury LV 1. Purple, 200 all attribute enhancement. 0100. Deep Sea Heavy Water. Purple, 500 heavy water damage, plus 60 penetration damage per second. Deadly Toxin Explosion. Purple, 500 toxin damage, plus 1 health point loss per second. Weapon: Wind Wolf King set LV 20. Purple, wind attribute damage reduction, 5000 damage. Health, mana recovery 50s. Rage, 300, 000. Money, 44. 124 million star coins. As the number of passives increased, even with Ling Yan concealing most of them, the attribute panel remained quite extensive. Oh, is it already 9 o'clock? It is time to head out. This time, the number of passive abilities acquired amounts to a staggering tens of thousands. My combat power, at this level, is undoubtedly unparalleled throughout the Yin God Galaxy. If a battle were to ensue, with critical hits, devastating strikes, and even debilitating attacks at my disposal, even an SSS-level powerhouse, equipped with identical gear and skills, might not stand a chance against me. This dark gold-level dungeon is assuredly within my grasp. Ling Yan glanced at the time and smiled faintly. He then proceeded to exit the novice village. Buzz, as he was not in combat mode. A radiant glow enveloped Ling Yan, causing him to vanish from sight in an instant. Simultaneously, a colossal ship, the Dragon Soar, descended once more over High Bay City. Observing the grand vessel, nearly all the inhabitants of High Bay City gazed upward in astonishment. The Dragon Soar University ship. It seems even larger than the one from yesterday. It must be a 4th-tier vessel, right? Hiss. A 4th-tier ship? Only individuals above level 200 possess the strength to acquire such a vessel. In our Dragon Soar star, aside from the Star Lord, only the Vice President of Dragon Soar University, Sikong Jian, has that capability. Sikong Jian? The first genius of our Dragon Soar star over a century ago, the SSS-level Flame Sword Master? Indeed, that is him. The Sikong Shuyun who visited yesterday is his granddaughter. It remains a mystery why this esteemed individual would come in person. I heard there's a super genius from the 7th high school whose talent is rated at least SS. Oh, wasn't there a genius from the 1st high school rated S? How did the 7th high school produce someone even more remarkable? How should I know? However, it is clear that Haibei City has gained some notoriety, with both an SS-level genius and an S-rated genius emerging. Either of them would undoubtedly be the top talent in any generation. As the ship descended, the populace of Haibei City erupted into excited discussions. At the entrance of the apocalypse rift of the 1st high school, amidst a surge of spatial fluctuations, a girl radiating a terrifying chill emerged from the void. This palpable cold instantly captured the attention of the surrounding faculty and students. It is Su Miaoran, truly deserving of her title as the belle of our 1st high school. She is stunning. It is indeed her. The chilling aura is formidable. Upon her arrival, I sensed the temperature plummet by more than 10 degrees. An S-rated genius, huh? This time the 1st high school has certainly made a name for itself. Yet, she still pales in comparison to the terrifying prodigy from the 7th high school. Possessing 4 classes, 1S and 3 SSS levels, it is said that this prodigy visited our school's novice village and cleared out dozens of monster zones. I wonder what his intentions are. The moment they laid eyes on Su Miaoran, everyone around was animatedly discussing her. They began to express their sympathy for her, as currently the most celebrated genius in all of Haibei City, and indeed the entire Dragon Source Star, is Ling Yan. Were it not for Ling Yan, Su Miaoran would undoubtedly be the top scholar of Dragon Source Star this year. He went to the novice village and cleared out dozens of monster zones. However, upon hearing the words of these individuals, Su Miaoran furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering why Ling Yan would venture to refresh the monster zone in Shou Village. It was said that he had already reached level 19. Even if he were to defeat countless monsters, it would seem improbable for him to gain any significant experience. I am aware that both the Wind Wolf King and the Slime King have been summoned by him, yet no one has witnessed the presence of these 2 formidable bosses, leading to the possibility that he has already vanquished them. At that moment, a student spoke gravely, and his words sent a ripple of shock through all present, including Su Miaoran. Indeed, a level 19 venturing to Shou Village could only be for the purpose of confronting the ultimate boss. With Ling Yan's extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly secure golden weapons and equipment. At the very least, he would acquire purple gear. The combination of purple equipment, an SS-grade occupational score, and a level 19 status would make defeating the Wind Wolf King a mere formality. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from a spatial rift, and in an instant, a strikingly handsome youth appeared before the fissure. Chapter 38. Is he the SS genius? All eyes instinctively turned towards Ling Yan. The reason for this collective attention was simple. Ling Yan was clad entirely in the Wind Wolf King's set. The fiery red phantom of the Wolf King, summoned by his amassed fury, sent shivers through the hearts of the surrounding novices. The Wind Wolf King set. Indeed, it was the Wind Wolf King set. How could this be? Was it truly dropped? You must be jesting. To defeat one Wind Wolf King and receive the entire set is preposterous. Under normal circumstances, even after 10 attempts, one might not secure a single piece of equipment. Could it be a reward? In an instant, all present were struck with astonishment. However, they soon surmised that this must be a reward bestowed upon Ling Yan by the higher-ups of Longting Star. After all, for an SS-level genius, gifting an additional set of purple equipment is hardly a grand gesture. As for the notion that Ling Yan had purchased it, that was utterly impossible. The price of the Wind Wolf King set is exorbitantly high, primarily due to its exceedingly low drop rate. After all, only those below level 10 can enter the novice village. Furthermore, defeating the Wind Wolf King is an arduous task, which keeps prices perpetually inflated. Those capable of affording an entire Wind Wolf King set would certainly not reside in their small city of Haibei. They would have long since moved to the imperial capital. As for the possibility of it being dropped, that was even less likely. Securing a single piece of equipment from defeating a Wind Wolf King would already be a stroke of extraordinary luck. To acquire an entire set, one must be dreaming. Is he truly Ling Yan? How could he be at level 20? This is unfathomable. Yet, the most astonished of all was Su Miaoran. Her delicate brows knitted slightly as she recognized Ling Yan's level at a glance, for she too had reached level 20. However, unlike Ling Yan, she had traversed to the continent of Tianqi, slaying monsters of higher levels with ease. An S-grade occupational rank can effortlessly defeat monsters of the same level before reaching level 100. Before reaching level 20, the monsters could be dispatched in mere moments. Moreover, prior to her entrance, she had procured a complete set of purple ice-themed equipment from the Apocalypse Mall. Consequently, her monster hunting pace was remarkably swift, enabling her to ascend to level 20 within a single day. However, Ling Yan's situation was entirely different. He found himself in the Novice Village. What does the Novice Village signify? Even the most formidable king-level monsters therein could not exceed level 10, with a discrepancy of 5 or 6 levels. Ordinary level 10 wild beasts would yield no experience points whatsoever. Achieving level 19 was already quite extraordinary. Reaching level 20 bordered on the impossible. How could Ling Yan have attained level 20? Could it be solely through vanquishing elite and boss-level monsters, or even king-level ones? He must have ventured to the Apocalypse continent to grind for several hours. Otherwise, reaching level 20 would be inconceivable. Sun Yaran soon grasped the situation. However, just then, Ling Yan emerged and noticed Sun Yaran, her face radiating an icy demeanor. In his previous life, he was quite familiar with her. After all, they were considered the two most talented individuals of the same cohort at Longting Star. Ling Yan and Sun Yaran were frequently compared by the well-meaning observers of Longting Star. Initially, Ling Yan dominated, as he had been assessed as the highest human rank, an R-class profession, equivalent to SSSS level, whereas Sun Yaran was merely classified as S. Unfortunately, after a few years, Sun Yaran reached SS rank, while Ling Yan's profession rating had dropped to S level, and that was solely due to being a unique profession. Otherwise, he would have plummeted to be rank or even lower. At that time, comparisons were no longer made solely within Longting Star, but across the entire Flame God galaxy. Theoretically, their paths should not have crossed, yet the reality was quite the opposite. Ling Yan had been grinding low-level monsters, while Sun Yaran had been focused on reincarnation. Successfully reincarnating required resetting one's level to 0 and starting anew, which compelled Sun Yaran to also hunt low-level creatures. Thus, they frequently found themselves in the same vicinity, becoming old acquaintances. Moreover, Ling Yan was the only one privy to Sun Yaran's secret. That esteemed senior of hers must have just awakened, right? It would be prudent not to draw her attention this time around. Ling Yan's eyes flickered, and he chose to disregard Sun Yaran. The senior he referred to was, in fact, the teacher Sun Yaran spoke of, though this so-called teacher possessed a particularly unique identity as a soul entity. Indeed, this world harbors soul entities. Professionals specializing in soul mastery, upon reaching a certain level, can achieve a state where the soul remains immortal while the body does not perish. However, attaining such a level is exceedingly rare among the human race. Sun Yaran's teacher was one of these superlative beings, the specifics of which Ling Yan was unaware. It was only during an encounter with an external powerful entity while they were hunting together that Ling Yan learned of this fact, and faced with such an enigmatic powerhouse, he opted to keep his own identity concealed. After all, even in her previous life, Ling Yan was unaware of the true identity of this formidable individual, let alone their intentions. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance erupted from the fourth-tier spacecraft high above in the sky. The light cascaded down towards the Earth, enveloping Ling Yan and Sun Yaran in an instant. Their bodies soared upward rapidly, soon entering through the vast open hatch of the spacecraft. With a soft click, the hatch began to close. Before Ling Yan and Sun Yaran appeared a grand chamber within the ship. Simultaneously, around 70 to 80 youths within the chamber turned their keen gazes towards them. In that fleeting moment, the strikingly handsome Ling Yan and the chilling yet breathtakingly beautiful Sun Yaran caused a stir among the gathered young men and women. 2. Isn't Hebei City merely a small town? How could there be two prodigies of S rank or higher? Do you not frequent the forums? It is said that the SS-ranked powerhouse resides in Hebei City, but it remains unknown who among them it could be. The LV-20 Wind Wolf King set. I never expected this lad to choose such an ensemble. Moreover, it is fully charged with rage. Could he be intending to use this gear to tackle a dark gold-level dungeon? It's possible. The Wind Wolf King set is undoubtedly impressive. However, since he opted for a purple set, he probably isn't that SS-level genius. After all, individuals above SS rank cannot be authenticated by Longting Star. Only upon entering the Enlightenment continent of the Yen God-Star system can such verification occur. Until the authentication concludes, one cannot select reward equipment. Is the girl who awakened the SS talent the one among them? The moment Ling Yan and Su Miaoran appeared, the surrounding individuals began to converse amongst themselves. Notably, more than a dozen of these individuals hailed from the imperial capital, while the remainder primarily belonged to various prominent families. Although obtaining a profession relies on luck, the probability of awakening a high-level profession is significantly greater for children from high-status families. Chapter 39. Departing from Longting Star. The Purple Gold Thunderbird Dungeon. In every era, the second generation enjoys privileges. After all, the relentless efforts of several generations cannot be so easily surpassed by mere luck. Thus, most individuals present were familiar with one another. However, have you not noticed that this classmate surpasses the so-called campus beauties of the imperial capital in beauty? Of course, I've noticed. But with her icy demeanor. Do you dare to approach her? Humph. A bunch of lecherous men only know how to admire beautiful women. Before you utter such words, could you kindly shift your gaze away from that pretty boy? How dare you call my brother a pretty boy? Are you seeking death? Naturally, being young, the conversation swiftly veered off course. Some young women gazed infatuatedly at Ling Yan. Indeed, being too handsome can be a burden. Ling Yan mused narcissistically as he observed their glances. Boom! Just then, accompanied by a deafening roar, a tremendous centrifugal force enveloped everyone present. They turned their eyes towards the windows of the spacecraft, witnessing it ascend rapidly into the sky. Soon, the spaceship pierced through the atmosphere, soaring towards the realms beyond the Longting galaxy. As its velocity escalated, distant stars began to manifest ethereal silhouettes. Concurrently, the influx of light intensified within the vessel, rendering its interior exceedingly radiant. However, the moment the spacecraft reached the speed of light, the dazzling brilliance abruptly vanished, plunging the surroundings into an abyss of darkness. Previously, as the speed increased, the light amassed, yet upon surpassing light speed, the light could no longer catch up with the ship, enveloping it in shadow. Strangely, this elementary principle of physics elicited no astonishment among those present. Suddenly, the lights within the ship flickered to life, dispelling the darkness once more. Esteemed guests, a resonant voice of an elderly man reverberated through the ears of all. Instantly, every gaze turned towards the source of the voice, revealing an elder wielding a flaming longsword, soaring forth from the depths of the cabin. At the moment of his emergence, not only did the interior of the ship ignite with heat, but even the surrounding expanse of starry sky for dozens of kilometers began to ascend in temperature. Fortunately, in the next instant, the elder reigned in his fiery aura. Otherwise, his mere presence could have incinerated all the young souls aboard, including Ling Yan, who stood no chance against such overwhelming power. Beside the elder stood the S-rank fire mage, Sikong Shuyun. Clad in a crimson robe that accentuated her alluring figure, she captivated the attention of the young onlookers, many of whom could not help but swallow hard. Yet, a portion of their focus shifted to the elder with the sword. The admiration was palpable. He was none other than the second strongest of the Longting galaxy, the SS-rank Flame Sword Master, a dual-class practitioner of both sorcery and swordsmanship. His formidable prowess was such that even a Star Lord might struggle to triumph over him. It is Lord Sikong Jian. They marveled, astonished that he himself would escort them, indicating the significance of this dark gold-level dungeon. Indeed, this was the first dark gold-level dungeon for novices in the Tianbei galaxy in thousands of years. Even the Lord of the Tianbei system had taken personal charge of the dungeon. Alas, it seemed that the Tianbei galaxy possessed insufficient strength to conquer this trial. The students began to engage in fervent discussions. Sikong Jian observed the youths with a sense of satisfaction, particularly smiling as he gazed at Ling Yan and Su Miaoran. The talent of this cohort surpassed that of previous years, especially with the emergence of Ling Yan, a prodigy of at least SS rank. Dear students, the significance of this dark gold-level dungeon is likely evident to you, even without my elaboration, although there exists the opportunity to exit the dungeon at any moment. The mortality rate is exceedingly high. After all, not everyone possesses the reflexes to seize the chance to escape. In accordance with past occurrences, the mortality rate hovers around 30%. Sikong Jian, gazing sternly at all present, spoke with gravity. Upon his utterance, the assembled prodigies felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. A 30% mortality rate implies that at least 20 to 30 individuals may perish, with even those of SS rank and above facing the specter of death. This realization caused a palpable hesitation among those eager to experience the dark gold-level dungeon. After all, they were acutely aware that talents below S rank typically participate merely for experience, with few capable of conquering such dungeons. Observing some contemplate withdrawal, Sikong Jian merely smiled faintly. Each talent above S rank represented the future of Longting Star, and there was no need for their untimely demise here. To address this situation, the Northern Sky Council, comprising thousands of Star Lords, devised a set of assessment criteria. Only those who passed the evaluation would be permitted to enter the dark gold-level dungeon. Sikong Jian spoke again, his voice steady. With a grand gesture, he waved his hand. Crack! Instantly, a vast chasm opened beneath the feet of all present, prompting them to hastily retreat to the sides. Subsequently, a spatial rift emerged from the depths, resting upon a platform. Beneath the rift lay a violet crystal, a harbinger of the moving spatial tear. The assembly was taken aback by the sight of the rift shifting in tandem with the violet crystal. Moving rifts are typically anchored to a specific energy source. Once that source is removed, the rift dissipates. Such rifts usually lead to a dungeon or directly to the Apocalypse continent, and sometimes to a novice village. The most coveted are those that lead to dungeons, for each dungeon is exceedingly precious. Next in value are those that connect to the Apocalypse continent, followed by those leading to novice villages. However, given that this is an assessment, Ling Yan surmised that this rift likely leads to a particular dungeon. This was one of the only 5 LV-20 purple moving dungeons on Longting Star, the Purple Gold Thunderbird Dungeon. Within, the wild creatures possess the power of thunder, mirroring the attributes of the current dark gold level dungeon. This dungeon consists of 5 phases. Only those who can solo 3 phases qualify for entry into the dark gold level dungeon. Naturally, if one were to form a team, passing the 4th phase of the Beast Tide would grant all members the opportunity for advancement. As Sikong Jian surveyed the crowd, he spoke slowly. Boom. Upon his declaration, the attendees erupted in fervor. Chapter 40. The Power of Thunder and Speed Enhancement. What? The Purple Gold Thunderbird? Goodness. This creature possesses both the power of thunder and speed enhancement, making it significantly stronger than ordinary wild monsters. 3 phases, and it must be soloed. It appears that without an S-level profession and a complete set of purple equipment, the hope of reaching the 4th stage is rather bleak. However, it is not entirely impossible. Individuals with formidable combat experience can indeed challenge higher-level professions. Nonsense, such individuals are rarer than S-level professions. What are you even saying? I fear soloing is out of the question. It's best to form a party. Upon hearing such lofty expectations, every genius present could only feel a sense of helplessness. Clearly, soloing is not a viable option. We must band together. The Purple Dungeon allows for a maximum of 8 players in a party, with 8 individuals joining forces. Reaching the 4th stage should not pose a significant challenge. However, one must clear the 3rd stage alone, and that difficulty is not to be underestimated. Very well. You may form your own teams. Once you are ready, you can directly enter the dungeon. The Minter, Sikong Shuiyun, will oversee your progress within the dungeon. Observing the crowd, Sikong Jian began to speak slowly, yet his gaze shifted towards Ling Yan. However, upon noticing Ling Yan adorned in the Wind Wolf King set, Sikong Jian furrowed his brow. According to the records, it seemed that Ling Yan had not applied for any equipment rewards. How could he possess the Wind Wolf King set? Shuiyun, do you have any insight into this situation? Sikong Jian inquired quietly of Sikong Shuiyun beside him. I am uncertain, but I have a nagging feeling that this young man is not as simple as he appears. It is very likely that these items were obtained from defeating a boss. Sikong Shuiyun replied gravely. What? Obtained from a boss? How is that possible? He has only defeated the Wind Wolf King twice. Even if he was the one to vanquish it both times, it would be improbable for him to acquire a complete set of equipment. Sikong Jian's frown deepened. He was acutely aware of the low drop rates for purple weapons. Ling Yan could not possibly have obtained the entire set from merely 2 boss encounters. I cannot say for certain. You may inquire yourself. Sikong Shuiyun retorted, casting an exasperated glance at her grandfather. If he did not believe her words, why ask her at all? You insolent girl! Sikong Jian exclaimed, rendered speechless. Forming teams. We shall form teams. I, the S-level bloodthirsty demon warrior, who wishes to join me. I, the S-level sonic swordsman, would like to join, esteemed one. Sonic swordsman? Utterly inadequate. Decline. I am an S-level deadly poison master. I am here swiftly. Meanwhile, these S-level prodigies began to assemble into teams. The prospect of wild creatures possessing both thunder power and speed power? Goodness, are they not delivering me a boon? Ling Yan smiled at this development. Thunder power is indeed an immensely powerful elemental force. Even at LV1, its level can reach B grade rather than just B. Should one attain LV13, it would undoubtedly be S level. It surpasses ordinary elements like fire power and wind power by a full minor realm at the same level. This is primarily because the destructive capability of thunder power at LV1 far exceeds that of fire power, while its boost to speed outstrips that of wind power. Furthermore, it inflicts considerable damage on soul-type creatures as well. Of course, there are even higher-level elements. However, those remain beyond Ling Yan's current reach. Moreover, this wild creature possesses not only the passive ability of Thunderous Might, but also a second passive, which is the elusive speed force that Ling Yan currently lacks. It remains uncertain how many wild creatures inhabit the dungeon. Should their numbers be sufficient, it could significantly elevate the level of my passive abilities. With this thought, Ling Yan felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, a haughty young man clad in a complete set of purple armor approached Ling Yan. Upon glancing at him, Ling Yan noticed a towering LV-20 rampaging bear commander standing beside the youth, suggesting he was a summoner. Summoners are esteemed as one of the professions with the highest foundational levels. Even a mere LV-1 summoning level equates to that of an A-grade practitioner. This is due to the overwhelming strength of wild creatures in this world. Particularly as their levels ascend, their might becomes increasingly formidable. A typical LV-100 wild creature often requires an ordinary B-grade practitioner to defeat solo. In contrast, a summoner can tame these formidable beasts as their companions. Even a standard wild creature can significantly bolster one's power during encounters, and the attributes of this commander-level rampaging bear are truly fearsome. Wild creature, rampaging bear, commander, level, LV-20 passive abilities. Rampaging Might LV-5, under a state of rage. Enhances its strength by 500 for a duration of 30 seconds. Physique Enhancement LV-5, grants an additional 500 to physique attributes. Health, 2, 500, 000 mana. 5, 000 attack power. 2, 000 speed. 300 defense. 4, 000 skill. Rampaging Hammer, blue skill, unleashes a terrifying damage of 300 and inflicts a chilling effect. Reducing the target's attributes by 15, summon effect. Lifelink. The bear's health is proportionally linked to the summoner's, so when the summoner is attacked, the damage is similarly transferred to the summon. Observing the attributes of this rampaging bear, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. For its strength could nearly overpower the 4 ultimate bosses at LV-10. After all, not only is the rampaging bear at LV-20, but it also belongs to the commander tier. However, whether it could defeat the Wind Wolf King in battle remains uncertain, as the Wind Wolf King's speed would render the rampaging bear ineffective in landing a blow. Furthermore, with the Wind Wolf King's purple skill, King's Blood Fury, a single burst could obliterate the rampaging bear. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that the passive ability of this rampaging bear has reached LV-5. It seems that as wild creatures' levels increase, so too does the level of their passives. If we consider king-tier creatures, their passive levels might even reach LV-7 or LV-8. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow at this thought. If king-tier creatures exhibit such capabilities, one can only imagine the terrifying strength of the emperor-tier creatures found within the Dark Gold dungeons. In the current scenario, without the golden set, one might truly be uncertain of their ability to prevail. How shall we proceed? Let us unite. This time, the Purple Golden Thunderbird dungeon shall surely be within our grasp. Chapter 41. Your power is insufficient. Upon seeing Ling Yan gazing at his raging bear in a daze, Wu Yi couldn't help but smirk with arrogance. He was not only a summoner, but an S-rank summoner at level 4. This granted him an astonishing 16-fold increase in the success rate of taming, coupled with the fact that his Wu family was the mightiest summoning lineage in Longting Star. It was with the assistance of his ancestors that he successfully tamed the ferocious bear before him. He was confident that with this raging bear by his side, along with his complete set of purple summoner gear and purple summoner skills, his power would undoubtedly surpass that of nearly all S-rank elites of the same level. Even some S-rank prodigies would stand no chance against him. Yet, Ling Yan before him could very well be that SS-rank genius. If he could recruit Ling Yan, He believed he might even conquer the purple golden Thunderbird dungeon. The onlookers, witnessing Wu Ye's invitation to Ling Yan, could not suppress their envy. Wu Ye's team was undoubtedly the strongest, composed entirely of S-rank members, all of whom hailed from distinguished families equipped with formidable purple gear and skills. It is worth noting that while the purple gear was potent, it was standard for anyone reaching S-rank. However, the purple skills were an entirely different matter, exclusive to the wealthiest of families. After all, even the skills rewarded promptly were merely blue in quality. I shall not require your assistance. Your strength is too feeble. I intend to tackle this dungeon alone. Unfortunately, in response to Wu Ye's invitation, Ling Yan merely smiled and spoke. The moment his words escaped, Wu Ye's expression darkened. Not only he, but every individual present felt a jolt of disbelief. Wu Ye's prowess was undoubtedly comparable to that of an ordinary S-rank genius. Yet Ling Yan dared to claim he was weak? This presumptuous country bumpkin had the audacity to underestimate him. It was tantamount to courting death. Wu Ye's face turned grim, nearly provoking him to take action against Ling Yan. However, recalling that the other might indeed be the SS-rank genius, he restrained himself. After all, if Ling Yan truly possessed the talents of an SS rank, his future accomplishments would far surpass the entirety of the Wu family combined. Such confidence among classmates. Could it be that you are the genius responsible for summoning the 4 ultimate bosses? Wu Yi inquired, his tone laced with sarcasm. Not a genius, merely a novice boss. Ling Yan replied slowly. I am about to enter the dungeon. If there are no further matters, please do not obstruct my path. Upon hearing this, all present turned to Ling Yan in astonishment. They had not anticipated him to be the one. No wonder he was so audacious. They had received word that the individual who had summoned the 4 ultimate bosses, while not the SS or even SSS they had imagined, was nonetheless a minimum of an SS-rank genius. With Ling Yan's words echoing in his mind, Wu Yi felt a surge of frustration. It truly was this country bumpkin before him. Reluctantly, he complied and stepped aside. Without hesitation, Ling Yan stepped directly into the instance of the purple gold Thunderbird. As for Wu Yi, witnessing the futility of winning Ling Yan over, he turned his attention to the nearby Su Miaoran. Haibei City is home to not just one SS-level player, but another S-level one as well. It appears that Su Miaoran is the latter. Classmate, would you be interested in joining our team? Wu Yi asked, his expression brimming with anticipation, his gaze somewhat fervent. It was a stroke of fortune to encounter such a beautiful girl emerging from the remote corners of Haibei City. Such a gem should not be squandered. As the heir of the most powerful summoning family, Longting Star, how could he not charm this naive girl with just a few words? If you keep looking at me with those disgusting eyes, I swear I'll gouge them out. Su Miaoran's icy retort pierced through the air as she observed Wu Yi's heated gaze. At her words, the cabin fell into an immediate silence, with everyone around staring at Wu Yi in bewilderment. Wu Yi's expression darkened. Damn it, you're courting death. Brutal bear, take her down. He snapped, his anger boiling over. In the next moment, he waved his hand decisively. Roar. The brutal bear let out a furious howl, then swiped a massive paw towards Su Miaoran. This fool is seeking his own demise. Not far away, Sikong Shuiyan scoffed, preparing to intervene. How dare he act so brazenly under her watch? The Wu family's arrogance was becoming unbearable. No need to rush, it's fine, she commanded, but was abruptly halted by Sikong Jian. Stunned, Sikong Shuiyan found herself at a loss. How foolish. Meanwhile, Su Miaoran, with a disdainful huff, plunged her long sword into the ground. Extreme cold divine sword. With her chilling incantation, the temperature around her plummeted. Several meters away, Wu Yi suddenly felt a wave of frigid air strike his spine. Clang! Before he could react, an icy blue sword materialized before him, hurtling towards him with terrifying speed. Not good. Wu Yi's face blanched as he attempted to flee. But it was too late. Thud! The ice sword erupted, piercing through Wu Yi's chest, clad in a full set of purple armor. 58,000. In an instant, a colossal damage value appeared above his head. The overwhelming damage caused his health to plummet to 0, for he possessed merely over 20,000 health points. Roar! Fortunately, at that moment, the life link activated. The brutal bear let out a pained cry. 500,000. A terrifying damage value materialized above its head. The massive wound on Wu Yi's chest transferred directly to the brutal bear's chest. With a thunderous crash, the enormous brutal bear collapsed to the ground, shaking the earth beneath it. In a flash, Wu Yi was eliminated. The ultimate purple skill, Extreme Cold Divine Sword. Isn't this a formidable skill that can only be unleashed upon defeating the level 150 boss, the Ice Queen, in the Frost Kingdom? Who is this woman? In an instant, everyone present was utterly astonished. Not only them, but even Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuiyun gasped in disbelief at this move. The Extreme Cold Divine Sword. This skill undoubtedly ranks among the pinnacle of purple skills, with a base combat power enhancement reaching an impressive 600. Additionally, it possesses a terrifying piercing and tearing damage. Had it not been for Wu Yi being a summoner with life linkage, he would have been instantaneously obliterated. My raging bear. Having just returned from the brink of death, Wu Yi finally regained his senses. Staring at the fallen raging bear, he let out a cry of despair. Ultimately, in a fit of rage, he rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground. What a useless fool, trying to lead others. Witnessing this scene, Su Miaoran let out a disdainful snort before striding away into the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon without a backward glance. How powerful! An S-class genius truly is formidable. It goes without saying that S-class elemental practitioners enjoy a staggering damage boost of 900. Coupled with a set of purple gear and skills, when unleashed. How could an ordinary person withstand such force? Chapter 42. Entering the Purple Dungeon. Passive skill, Thunderous Might. Indeed, the crux of the matter is that Wu Yi, a summoner, should have considered his approach before engaging, especially against an elemental practitioner. Without his summoned beasts, he is merely an ordinary individual. How could he dare to get so close? If he were facing an elemental practitioner, casting an elemental shield would suffice to withstand most of the damage, even against purple skills, let alone blue or green ones. Enough said, let us depart and complete the assessment as quickly as possible. We do not know if we can reach the 4th stage in one attempt, and if not, we shall simply try again. Yes, the surrounding students couldn't help but voice their criticisms as they glanced at the prostrate Wu Yi. After uttering their remarks, the remaining individuals hurried towards the dungeon. Even the 8 S-class geniuses who had initially teamed up with Wu Yi sought out new partners. Wu Yi's former strength was primarily due to his raging bear, yet with the bear now slain, his combat prowess scarcely rivaled that of a C-class talent. Why would anyone still wish to ally with him? After all, there were no members of the Wu family around to assist Wu Yi in acquiring a new summoned beast. That girl, Su Miaoran, is quite remarkable. Observing everyone depart, Sikong Jian couldn't help but express his sentiments. Indeed, it is remarkable. Defeating a level 150 boss requires at least an SS-class counterpart of equivalent strength, or an S-class practitioner with a level advantage of 30. It seems that Su Miaoran has caught the attention of a formidable individual. Sikong Shuiyun, however, appeared unfazed. After her talent had awakened, she too received numerous solicitations from powerful figures wishing to take her as a disciple. Ultimately, she declined all offers, intent on elevating her talent to SS before making any commitments. Regrettably, reality often falls short of one's expectations. The enormity of her reincarnation task is such that its completion would necessitate the guidance of a fire attribute genius of SS rank or higher. However, such prodigies are not within the financial reach of the Sikong family. Furthermore, they must be of a level not exceeding LV 100 and not lower than LV 95, which renders the search even more arduous. Therefore, it is entirely plausible for Su Miaoran to seek a formidable master. Meanwhile, with a resounding hum, Ling Yan found himself abruptly transported to a dilapidated city. Gazing upwards, he observed that the sky was shrouded in a tumult of dark thunderclouds, within which countless bolts of lightning surged wildly. Faintly, he discerned a multitude of avian creatures amidst the stormy clouds. The ground of the ruined city was littered with charred corpses, a sight most harrowing. Clearly, the inhabitants of this city had been mercilessly slaughtered by the thunderbirds of purple and gold that roamed the skies. Notification: player has entered the dungeon. Thunderbird of purple and gold. Level: LV 20 quality, purple. Attention, the dungeon consists of 5 waves of monsters. The first wave will arrive in 10 seconds, so please prepare. Note: you can choose to exit the dungeon when not in combat, but cannot leave during battle. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed within Ling Yan's mind. He pondered the number of monsters in the first wave. If too few, it would hardly suffice for his needs. Curiously, he gazed skyward. As for the notion of exiting the dungeon, it had not crossed his mind. After all, if he could not conquer a purple LV 20 dungeon, There was no hope for the dark golden dungeons. Finally, the 10 seconds elapsed. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly, the sky was filled with the cacophony of bird calls. Crackle, crackle. Concurrently, a tumult of thunder erupted from above. In the next moment, thousands of massive birds, cloaked in swirling lightning of purple and gold, swooped down from the heavens with terrifying velocity. Ling Yan swiftly accessed the attributes of these thunderbirds. Wild monster, thunderbird of purple and gold, common, level, LV15 passive talent. Thunderous might LV2. Can manipulate the power of thunder, unleashing 200 points of lightning damage. Speed enhancement LV2. Speed attribute gains an enhancement of 200. Health 55,000 magic 2,000 attack power 800 speed 150 defense 1,000 skill Thunder Strike. White skill inflicts 100 points of lightning damage. Along with 10 points of lightning damage per second, the attributes of these thunderbirds surpassed those of the LV10 Wind Wolves significantly. After all, both the thunder and speed enhancements had reached LV2. In genuine combat, a single one could likely dispatch dozens of LV10 Wind Wolves. The first wave consisted of tens of thousands of monsters. Moreover, at level 15, one cannot help but wonder what the quantity of monsters would be by the time the third and fourth waves arrive. Ling Yan cast a glance at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky. Although 1,000 thunderbirds descended in an instant, there were still tens of thousands lingering above. Should he manage to eliminate them all, his level would undoubtedly rise significantly. Unfortunately, Ling Yan had locked his level, while he could earn experience points. They could not be utilized for advancement at this moment. Furthermore, with each level gained, the remaining experience points would be halved. Upon reaching 10 levels beyond the wild monsters, any leftover experience would be entirely nullified. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, such as entering a dungeon, no one would opt to suppress their level. With a fervent shout, wind and fire power, ignite. Ling Yan did not hesitate. In an instant, a terrifying force of wind and fire erupted from his being. The fierce flames enveloped an area of over 10 meters around him. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the thunderbirds, not to be outdone, screeched and unleashed bolts of lightning toward the flames surrounding Ling Yan. Yet, as these thunder strikes made contact with the fire, they were instantly incinerated into nothingness. Wind and fire tornado slash. Ling Yan, observing the frightened thunderbirds hesitating to descend, swiftly slashed upward with his sword. With a resounding roar of flames and wind, a terrifying sword energy, several meters in length, surged towards the multitude of thunderbirds above. The speed of the sword energy was astonishing, striking the thunderbirds in a heartbeat. In that moment, a multitude of thunderbirds was torn apart by the fierce wind force within the sword energy, subsequently consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. 98,000, 98,000. Critical hit, 196,000. In an instant, a torrent of damage numbers erupted from the ashes of the thunderbirds. With only 50,000 health points, the thunderbirds stood no chance against Ling Yan's overwhelming might. Nonetheless, while the sword energy was formidable, it only managed to obliterate a mere dozen of the thunderbirds within reach. Without a moment's pause, Ling Yan unleashed another thunderous roar. The wind and fire tornado slash erupted, and a cataclysmic explosion ensued. The ferocious flames and wind swept outwards in all directions, engulfing every thunderbird in the vicinity. 78,000, 68,000, critical hit, 110,000, 51,000. A deluge of damage values surged from the heads of the thunderbirds. Due to the explosive nature of the attack, the further away one was, the less potent the damage. However, facing creatures with only 50,000 health points, all thunderbirds within a radius of over 10 meters were reduced to cinders. Ding! Congratulations, player, on slaying LV-15 thunderbirds. 256 in total. Experience gained, 25,600. Experience points accumulated in the experience bar. Acquiring star coins, 2560. The fortune roulette has activated, and you have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Thunder Power LV22. The fortune roulette has activated, and you have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV2. The fortune roulette has activated, and the drop rate has surged by 10,000 times. You have obtained the equipment, LV15 Purple Gold Thunderbird Set, Blue, 64. Skill, Thunder Strike, White, 256 copies, and acquired items, 256 LV15 Thunder Crystals. The series of notifications resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Only 100 experience points remaining? Quite substantial. Ling Yan felt a surge of joy. After all, he had reached LV20. The excitement stemmed not only from the experience, but also from other rewards. The purple LV15 Purple Gold Thunderbird set is typically dropped only by boss-level monsters. However, ordinary creatures also possess a minuscule chance of dropping it. In most cases, even after numerous dungeon runs, it would be difficult to obtain a single piece, let alone an entire set from ordinary Purple Gold Thunderbirds. Yet, with a drop rate amplified by 10,000 times, Ling Yan could almost guarantee that every monster would yield a weapon. Moreover, there were skill books, which Ling Yan deemed inconsequential due to their overwhelming abundance. Aside from corpses, most items could stack, resulting in Ling Yan's storage bag containing millions of white skill books. There were also several hundred green ones, dozens of blue ones, and 2 purple ones. Lastly, there were the crystals. Elemental crystals were quite common, valued significantly less than skill books, as any wild creature capable of utilizing elements generally possessed crystals. Even non-elemental creatures could yield life crystals. An ordinary individual could obtain one after slaying hundreds or even thousands of wild monsters, which could be used to concoct enhancement potions, healing potions, etc., rendering their value relatively low. Had it not been for the stacking feature, Ling Yan would not have bothered to collect them. However, possessing a multitude of items implied ease of transaction. As long as the quantity was sufficient, selling them could yield a substantial amount of star coins. Crackling sounds erupted around Ling Yan as a surge of thunderous energy exploded forth. In an instant, this thunder began to surge wildly throughout Ling Yan's body. Congratulations, host. Your thunder power level has been upgraded to LV3. Simultaneously, another notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. 2 LV2 passives equate to 4 LV1 passives, propelling Ling Yan's thunder power to LV3. Given that the rank of thunder mages surpasses that of ordinary elemental mages, Ling Yan has now attained the status of an A-class thunder mage. Oh, I wonder if the wind and fire domain or the wind and fire tier slash would amplify my strength when combined with thunder power, Ling Yan pondered. He had previously experimented with water power and earth power, but neither enhanced the potency of those elemental forces. Of course, it could be due to Ling Yan's lack of skill, as these 2 elements conflict somewhat with wind and fire. However, thunder power is purely an offensive element. Upon contemplating this, Ling Yan promptly commenced his experiment. In an instant, streaks of azure lightning coalesced into the power of wind and fire. Ding! Congratulations, player! The fusion of thunderous power into the domain of wind and fire has elevated its level to blue. At that moment, a notification resonated in Ling Yan's ears. Thunderfire Domain, a realm formed by the amalgamation of wind, thunder, and fire elements, capable of unleashing a sustained damage of 150 spell power per second. Mana consumption per second, 50, with an encompassing radius of 10 meters. Range consumption increases. This announcement echoed within Ling Yan's mind. The original Windfire domain was merely of green grade, primarily due to the fact that such domain skills required Ling Yan to rely solely on his own exploration. Given the opportunity to develop a high-level skill of a similar type, Ling Yan, armed with the characteristics of possessing multiple elemental powers, could undoubtedly create a skill of superior caliber. The damage output of 150 per second significantly surpassed the previous 100 sustained damage. It was undoubtedly the most effective skill for exterminating the multitude of wild creatures. However, he pondered whether this enhancement could elevate the blue-tier wind-fire tear slash to purple. Ling Yan felt a twinge of curiosity. Nonetheless, testing the wind-fire tier slash could wait. The immediate priority was to vanquish monsters and elevate the level of thunderous power. As Ling Yan dispatched countless wild creatures, the crimson-eyed gaze of over 1,000 purple-golden thunderbirds around him flared with fury. In the next moment, all the thunderbirds charged toward Ling Yan like frenzied beasts. The accumulation of enmity was indeed a remarkable phenomenon. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Yan could not suppress a chuckle. In an instant, these thunderbirds collided with the flames enveloping Ling Yan. 45,000. 45,000. Critical hit. 90,000. A critical strike. 13,500. In a fleeting moment, a deluge of damage figures erupted from these thunderbirds. Although Ling Yan's normal attacks could not annihilate them instantly, his wind, thunder, and fire powers were exceedingly ferocious. The Thunderbird's velocity was drastically diminished upon entering the domain. Chapter 44. A Wave of Thunderbird Barbecue. To traverse a distance of 10 meters would take at least 2 to 3 seconds, even under unscathed circumstances. Yet, the initial wave inflicted a staggering 45,000 damage, reducing the Thunderbirds to mere charred remnants with a sliver of health remaining. Those entirely blackened plummeted to the ground. Subsequently, as the second wave of damage arrived, all the charred birds were reduced to ashes. Within moments, over 1,000 Thunderbirds lay slain in the embrace of Ling Yan's flames. With the demise of the first batch of Thunderbirds, the skies once again darkened with a multitude of incoming Thunderbirds. Thousands of purple-golden Thunderbirds descended in a frenzied dive toward Ling Yan on the ground. Alas, no matter how many Thunderbirds came, to Ling Yan, they were merely offerings. Countless Thunderbirds collided frantically against the blazing realm of Ling Yan's Thunderfire, with 90% of them instantly exploding with critical damage, turning to ash in an instant. The remaining 10% struggled momentarily within the domain before succumbing entirely. Subsequently, the over 50,000 remaining Thunderbirds finally mobilized in unison. Boom! In an instant, innumerable bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens like raindrops, crashing fiercely into Ling Yan's Thunderfire domain. Crackle! However, this torrential downpour of lightning was entirely absorbed the moment it made contact with the Thunderfire realm. It was no jest, despite the formidable strength of these Thunderbirds. Their full force damage amounted to merely 1,600 points. Ling Yan's Thunderfire domain boasted damage exceeding 30 times that, rendering such trivial damage utterly inconsequential. Fueled by their enmity, the purple-gold Thunderbirds, after unleashing their attacks, recklessly charged towards Ling Yan, ultimately perishing in his terrifying flames. Notification: congratulations, player. You have slain LV-15 purple-gold Thunderbird 54, 150. Earning experience: 5, 415,000. Experience points accumulated. Star coins gained: 541, 500. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Thunder Power LV-283. Thunder Power level increased to LV-8, 6256. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Speed enhancement LV-280. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased 10,000 times. Acquired equipment: LV-15 purple gold Thunderbird set, blue, 13, 540. Skill: Thunder Strike, white, 54, 150. Obtained items: 54, 150 LV-15 Thunder Crystals. In an instant, a series of notifications flooded Ling Yan's mind, and he couldn't help but smile slightly. The first wave of monsters had already reached LV-8. He wondered what level could be achieved after the remaining waves were cleared. Ling Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, piercing cries echoed from the sky, shrouded in thunderclouds. Thunder rumbled. Without warning, a fist-sized bolt of lightning plummeted from the heavens. Boom! The lightning struck Ling Yan's Thunderfire shield, yet, regrettably, it too was absorbed. First wave boss has appeared, players prepare. At that moment, a series of notifications resonated within Ling Yan's consciousness. Crackle! The next moment, deafening roars erupted from the boundless thunderclouds. Subsequently, a massive bird, over 2 meters long with a wingspan of 4 to 5 meters, emerged from the storm-laden clouds. Wild Monster, Purple Gold Thunderbird, Elite, Level, LV-15 Passive Talent, Thunder Power LV-3, can manipulate Thunder Power, unleashing 300 points of lightning damage. Speed Enhancement LV-3, Speed Attribute gains an increase of 300. Health, 150,000 Magic, 5,000 Attack Power, 1,000 Speed, 200 Defense, 1. 500 Skill, Thunderfall, Green Skill, inflicting 150 lightning damage and 10 lightning damage per second. Upon observing these attributes, Ling Yan nodded slightly. It was acceptable after all. It was an elite-level creature. However, before Ling Yan could utter more words, the Golden Thunderbird charged directly into Ling Yan's Thunderfire domain. A critical hit of 135,000 appeared instantaneously, revealing an enormous damage value. The elite Thunderbird's feathers were incinerated to ashes, and without its plumage, it plummeted heavily to the ground. Boom! In the next moment, a deafening sound echoed. Screech. 20,000. Ultimately, with a tragic cry, the elite Thunderbird met its demise by crashing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying LV-15 Golden Thunderbird Elite, earning experience points. 2,000. Experience points have been accumulated. Gain star coins. 500. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Thunder Power LV3. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Speed enhancement LV3. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased. 10,000 times. Obtained equipment. LV-15 Golden Thunderbird Set. Blue. X1. Skill. Thunderfall. Blue. Obtained item. LV-15 Thunder Crystal Elite. X1. Simultaneously, a notification sound accompanied these announcements. This scene left Ling Yan feeling quite exasperated. Elite monsters are still so easy to defeat. Well, I suppose I'll wait for the next wave. Ling Yan shook his head helplessly. The second wave of monsters will arrive in 20 minutes. Please adjust promptly. Just then, another notification rang out. Hearing that it would take a full 20 minutes, Ling Yan felt somewhat speechless. He had dispatched the first wave of monsters in far less time. However, considering that typically, a purple dungeon would require several hours to clear, Ling Yan felt more at ease. I haven't eaten all day. This elite Thunderbird is still intact. Suddenly, Ling Yan recalled this fact. Although he had nutrient solutions and energy gels that could sustain him for days without food, their flavors were rather monotonous. A change to barbecue would be delightful. With that thought, he promptly severed the Thunderbird's thigh, trimming away the charred portions, and began to roast it slowly with the power of flames. This Thunderbird truly lived up to its elite status. Even a slight reduction in flame intensity rendered it unyielding to cooking. If it were an ordinary fire, it might take a day to cook through. Observing the bird leg sizzling and releasing its juices in the fire, Ling Yan couldn't help but express his admiration. The tantalizing aroma made his mouth water. Chapter 45, Skill Enhancement, Thunderfire Obliteration /LV3, Purple. Of course, compared to Ling Yan, others were not as leisurely, but it was not overly challenging. After all, they were in a team. With more people, their destructive power was significantly heightened. In another instance, 10 S-class geniuses calmly resisted the onslaught of tens of thousands of purple golden thunderbirds. An endless cloud of toxic mist enveloped the vicinity as the S-class master poisoner unleashed a formidable blue poison skill. The noxious fog shrouded the area for dozens of meters. As the thunderbirds ventured into it, their health began to plummet rapidly. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. An avalanche of damage manifested before their eyes. At this rate, the poisoned thunderbirds would be vanquished in merely 10 seconds. However, enduring for those 10 seconds proved to be no trivial task. Fortunately, among the crowd stood a guardian knight who cast a powerful shield over everyone present. The thunderbirds continued their frenzied assault, yet the shield remained unscathed. After all, nearly all were S-class, with only the last two summoned being S-class as well, yet they were exceptionally strong scions of noble families. Thus, facing tens of thousands of level 15 thunderbirds was a task easily managed. Even other teams fared similarly. Each squad consisted of no fewer than 4 or 5 S-class talents, with some boasting as many as 10. The initial wave was effortlessly dispatched, and within half an hour, nearly all teams had successfully progressed. Aboard the Dragon Rising spacecraft, Sikong Shiyun, serving as a temporary administrator, observed the messages emanating from the rift of the instance. Indeed, Ling Yan's speed was remarkable. How swiftly he had begun to rest. She wondered if he could clear the instance solo. Sikong Shiyun felt a twinge of curiosity. Completing the purple instance was not excessively challenging, as a team of 10 S-class geniuses could easily conquer it. However, attempting to solo it was an entirely different matter. An SS-class talent could at best reach the ultimate boss. To slay it, one would need at least an SS rank, and even then, success was not guaranteed. As for Dark Gold level instances, even SSS-class geniuses required a team of at least 10 SS-class members to navigate through. Solo attempts were futile, as even SSS talents could not prevail. After all, the formidable power of a Dark Gold level Imperial monster was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Should Ling Yan manage to conquer this instance alone, it would imply that his talent certification was at least SS, if not SS itself. And he might even be designated as SS. Sikong Shiyun sighed in resignation, hoping for success. Such an achievement would grant the entire Tianbei star system a glimmer of hope in claiming this Dark Gold instance. However, she lamented the improbability of clearing a Dark Gold instance. Yet, Reaching the ultimate boss remained a possibility. Generally, achieving the final stage against the ultimate boss meant thoroughly exploring the entire instance. Thus, this Dark Gold instance would belong to the Tianbei star system. Of course, other star systems could also utilize it, albeit at the cost of significant resources. The Dragon Rising Star, originally devoid of S-class geniuses, was not qualified to partake in the final conquest. At best, they could only serve as mere spectators. Indeed, the strategy group consists solely of prodigies, each one of them an exceptional genius of SS rank or higher. It takes a mere assembly of 10 SS and SS rank geniuses to have a sliver of hope in reaching the final level. Participation in the strategy group and successfully conquering the ultimate stage ensures that the planet of these prodigies will reap 1/10 of the benefits from the coveted Dark Gold level dungeons. Should two geniuses collaborate, that share doubles to 20. This elucidates why the Master of Dragon Star, upon learning of the emergence of the SS-ranked Ling Yan, promptly entrusted the leadership to Sikong Jian. The annual earnings from 10 Dark Gold level dungeons surpassed the GDP of Dragon Star for several years. How could this not warrant his utmost caution? Meanwhile, Ling Yan faced the onslaught of a second wave of monsters. With a resonating hum, the countdown reached its conclusion, and the boundless storm clouds above began to churn violently. In the next instant, Ling Yan observed a multitude of thunderbirds converging within the clouds, amounting to a staggering 200,000 to 300,000 in mere seconds. Satisfied by this formidable number, as each creature was of LV2 caliber, he prepared himself. However, before Ling Yan could react, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens like rain, descending upon him. Such an assault, if not entirely mitigated, would inflict substantial damage, amounting to tens of thousands of points even from a single strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed the full force of his thunderfire power. With a thunderous roar, the realm within a 10-meter radius of him was enveloped in a tempest of thunderfire. The torrents of lightning crashed against his thunderfire domain, only to be absorbed in an instant. Moments later, the vast swarm of thunderbirds surged downward like a tidal wave towards Ling Yan. He contemplated the potency of combining the power of thunder with his wind and fire-rending slash. With a slight raise of his brow, he brandished the Wind Wolf King's sword, which trembled slightly. In an instant, amidst the sound of the sword's song, a formidable amalgamation of flames and winds began to coalesce upon the blade. The tempestuous energies swirled rapidly, creating a terrifying aura that made the surrounding air quiver violently. Just then, bolts of blue lightning erupted from Ling Yan's hand. The lightning spiraled rapidly along the trajectory of the wind and fire-rending slash, intertwining with the swirling forces of wind and fire. As the thunder power infused into the already unstable slash, it began to tremble violently, signaling an imminent loss of control. Concurrently, Ling Yan's fortune wheel activated passively. An invisible force stabilized the chaotic wind and fire-rending slash, which was now charged with the tumultuous thunder power. As the blue lightning, red flames, and azure winds converged, the Wind Wolf King's sword quivered slightly, as if on the verge of shattering under the immense strain of the impending attack. Congratulations to the player for successfully augmenting the thunderous power. The skill Wind and Fire-Rending Slash has ascended to the rank of Purple. The Thunderfire Obliteration /LV3 is a formidable strike forged from the convergence of thunderous power, flame power, and wind power, boasting a spell damage enhancement of 650. It simultaneously inflicts continuous elemental damage from the three elements, wind, thunder, and fire, amounting to 60 spell damage per second, lasting for 10 seconds, and consuming 1,000 mana, with enhancements corresponding to level increases. Chapter 46, Frenzied Slaughter. The level of thunderous power surges dramatically. Concurrently, a system notification echoes forth. Thunderfire Obliteration / a purple skill? Upon hearing this introduction, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile. In the next moment, without hesitation, he swung his sword forcefully upwards towards the sky. Boom! Instantly, a deafening roar reverberated across a radius of several hundred meters. A terrifying sword aura, stretching 7 to 8 meters and flickering with thunderous flames, cleaved through the multitude of thunderbirds soaring above. With a series of muffled thuds, the thunderbirds were swiftly vaporized upon impact. Critical hit: 180,000 critical strike, 360,000 critical hit, 540,000 in an instant. A torrent of horrifying damage values surged forth from the spots where the Thunderbirds had been vaporized. Boom. At that moment, the Thunderfire obliteration slash erupted amidst the dense cluster of Thunderbirds. The terrifying elements of thunder, fire, and wind began to wreak havoc in all directions. Where they spread, Thunderbirds either vaporized, turned to char, or were violently torn into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, within a 50-meter radius, nearly 2,000 to 3,000 purple-gold Thunderbirds perished. This power far surpassed that of deep-sea heavy water. Ling Yan, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but marvel. Though deep-sea heavy water was also a purple skill, it remained at a mere LV1. In comparison, the LV3 Thunderfire obliteration slash was significantly more potent. Contemplating this, Ling Yan's curiosity piqued. If the power of LV3 was already so formidable, what horrors would lie in higher levels? However, he quickly reassured himself. For ordinary individuals, achieving blue or purple skills is nearly impossible within a lifetime, and even green skills are exceedingly rare. White skills, even when trained for a lifetime to a considerable level, still offer far less potency than blue or purple skills. As for higher-level skills, they are typically wielded by geniuses, whose rate of power enhancement is astonishingly rapid. They can swiftly attain levels exceeding LV 100, wherein the amplification of skill power could reach tenfold or even 20 or 30 times. Yet such increases would not significantly bolster their strength. Moreover, while one can upgrade their skills, so too can the wild beasts, often at higher levels. Upon reaching LV 100, skill upgrade functionality is unlocked, allowing skill books to be utilized as consumables to enhance skill proficiency. For most, this feature is virtually inconsequential, as even the scions of prominent families could scarcely afford to use purple skill books for skill enhancements. However, I am different. My drop rate is exceedingly high. Even for purple and golden skills, as well as dark golden skills, I shall never find myself wanting. Yet, this necessitates that I expedite my leveling up. Ling Yan resolved to hasten his ascent to level 100, for only then could his power experience a terrifying enhancement. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan unleashed the Thunderfire domain, instantly unleashing a tempest of furious thunder and flames that engulfed the surroundings. A multitude of Thunderbirds surged forth, colliding with the Thunderfire domain. Upon impact, all the Thunderbirds were reduced to ashes. As time inexorably passed, the second wave of Thunderbirds met their demise. The gatekeeper boss of this level consisted of 10 elite-grade purple-golden Thunderbirds. Alas, these purple-golden Thunderbirds were swiftly vanquished by Ling Yan in a single encounter. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have slain LV-15 purple-golden Thunderbird, earning experience points, 31. 5 million. Experience points accumulated. Gain star coins, 3. 15 million, locked. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Thunder Power LV-2495, enhancing Thunder Power to LV-10, 2, 541,000. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV-2522, elevating speed enhancement to LV-14, 1, 214,000. The fortune wheel is activated, drop rate amplified by 10,000 times. Acquired equipment, LV-15 Purple Golden Thunderbird Set, Blue, 64, 115, Skill, Thunder Strike, White, 3. 15 million copies, obtained items, LV-15 Thunder Crystal Core 3. 15 million pieces. Congratulations, player. The number of slain Purple Golden Thunderbirds has exceeded 100,000, earning you the achievement, Purple Golden Thunderbird Slayer LV2. Damage dealt to Purple Golden Thunderbirds increased by 40. Additionally, you gained 50 points of enmity value within a 300-meter radius. A series of notifications echoed in succession. Despite slaying over 300,000 Thunderbirds, Ling Yan's Thunder Power only ascended to LV-10. It was evident that once a passive skill reached a certain threshold, the rate of upgrade slowed significantly. However, Ling Yan remained unfazed, for there were still the third, fourth, and fifth waves to contend with. Most importantly, the Purple Golden Thunderbird dungeon could be challenged multiple times. Calculating that each run required less than 6 hours, he realized he could undertake at least 4 runs in a single day. Ling Yan also noted that his acquired star coins had entered a locked state. The rules governing star coins mirrored those of experience points. It seemed that these star coins would likewise diminish as his level increased. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to earning wealth or leveling up, Ling Yan mused. Suppressing one's realm is no ordinary feat. Unless one is venturing into a dungeon, it is best to refrain from suppressing one's realm. The second wave of monsters has concluded. The third wave will commence shortly. A 30-minute rest period is in effect. Please prepare yourself. A sound echoed in the ears of all present, prompting Ling Yan to seek a comfortable spot to succumb to slumber. With time to spare, idleness was not an option. Half an hour swiftly passed. Amidst the storm clouds above, a series of thunderbirds materialized, each significantly larger than before. Their wingspan exceeded 2 meters, and the surging thunder within them was vastly more potent. Wild creature, purple gold thunderbird, common, level, LV20 passive talent, thunder power LV3, capable of controlling thunder, unleashing 300 points of lightning damage. Speed enhancement LV3, speed attributes receive a boost of 300. Health, 100, 000 mana, 4, 000 attack power, 1, 200 speed, 200 defense, 1, 500 skill, thunder strike, white skill, inflicting 100 points of lightning damage, plus 10 points of lightning damage per second. Chapter 47. Millions of purple gold thunderbirds. Indeed, the strength of these purple gold thunderbirds had escalated to LV20. Not only had their attributes seen a substantial improvement, but even their passive abilities, thunder power and speed enhancement, had been elevated to LV3. Effectively, duplicating one was akin to replicating 2 LV2 instances of thunder power. Yet, despite witnessing the formidable attributes of the thunderbirds above, Ling Yan remained reclined, unperturbed. He unleashed his own realm of thunderfire, enveloping the surroundings. Boom! The terrifying force of thunderfire coalesced into a monstrous fireball over 10 meters in diameter. In an instant, the LV20 purple gold thunderbirds erupted into action. As the first wave of thousands of thunderbirds flapped their wings with fervor, a cacophony of thunder resounded. Alas, even at LV20, their strikes against the thunderfire realm were effortlessly absorbed. Subsequently, under the influence of the instance's will, all the thunderbirds, as if driven mad, dove toward Ling Yan, crashing into the thunderfire realm. However, upon impact, every thunderbird was engulfed in thunder and flames, their bodies charred within moments. Their feathers ignited, resulting in a grievous spectacle. Some, unfortunate enough to trigger critical hits, were obliterated into clouds of char, swiftly reduced to ashes. 61,000 critical hit, 122,000 critical strike, 183,000. In an instant, a deluge of damage erupted from the thunderfire realm. The increase in power, exceeding 10,000, was primarily attributed to the achievement, Thunderbird Slayer LV2. A staggering 40 boost elevated the single target damage of Ling Yan's Thunderfire realm to a horrifying magnitude. Despite such overwhelming damage, it took Ling Yan over half an hour to vanquish the multitude of LV20 purple gold Thunderbirds that filled the skies. Congratulations to the player for defeating the LV20 Golden Thunderbird, earning 300 million experience points. Your experience bar has been filled. You have also acquired 300 million star coins. The fortune wheel has activated, and you have successfully replicated the passive skill, Thunder Power LV3 to LV13, with an experience gain of 10,543,000. Additionally, you replicated the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV3 to LV15, with an experience gain of 54,110,000. What brings Ling Yan joy is that the LV20 Golden Thunderbird grants an impressive 5,000 experience points, a 100-fold increase compared to the LV15 creatures. It is only natural. A level 20 practitioner slaying a level 15 monster experiences a 16-fold reduction in rewards. If a level 15 were to engage, it would yield a mere 1,600 experience points. Thus, the 5,000 experience from a level 20 creature is not as daunting as it seems. Moreover, a LV3 Thunder Power equates to 4 LV1 Thunder Powers, meaning that 1,000 LV3s would provide Ling Yan with an astounding 4,000 points of passive proficiency. It is evident that higher-level monsters must be slain. The higher the level, the greater the passive skill enhancement. Ling Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he pondered the passive level of a LV100 monster, suspecting it to be no less than LV10. Fortunately, this world is abundant in monsters, with each dungeon housing a plethora of them. The mere purple dungeon boasts millions of creatures. Ling Yan mused about the terrifying number that the dark gold dungeon would present. Suddenly, a resounding call pierced the sky. In the next instant, a colossal creature with a wingspan of 10 meters appeared above. Ling Yan swiftly cast an identification spell. Wild creature, Golden Thunderbird, leader, level, LV20 passive traits, Thunder Power LV5, control over thunder, unleashing 500 lightning damage. Speed enhancement LV5, speed attribute gains an additional 500. Health, 500. 000 mana. 1, 000 attack power. 2, 000 speed. 300 defense. 3, 000 skill. Raging Thunder, blue skill, unleashes 3 bolts of thunder, dealing a total of 300 lightning damage and 30 lightning damage per second. In an instant, all attributes of the Golden Thunderbird leader materialized before Ling Yan. Truly formidable. As expected of a leader-tier monster, if placed in a blue dungeon, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate boss. Who would have thought it was merely a supporting role here? Ling Yan felt a sense of awe. He also recognized that the ultimate boss of the 4th wave would likely consist of more than one leader-tier monster. If the ultimate boss of the 4th level in the Dark Gold Dungeon were to be multiple Imperial-level creatures, how could they possibly contend? Suddenly, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. How on earth would they defeat such foes? The ultimate boss of the 1st wave in the Dark Gold Dungeon would certainly be a king-level creature. Even Ling Yan harbored doubts, suspecting that even the small monsters were of elite caliber, with the subsequent waves consisting entirely of leaders. No wonder it was said that an Njinji Fubung required SSS-level prodigies, accompanied by at least 9 individuals of SS rank or higher. Moreover, every participant must be equipped with a complete set of golden or even Njinji Zhongbai, along with golden skills to successfully conquer it. At present, Ling Yan feared that he might not even survive the second round. Clang! With this thought, Ling Yan swiftly drew the Wind Wolf King Giant's sword from his back. It was imperative to eliminate the foes quickly. He needed to elevate the level of thunder power to LV17 or above before the Njinji Fubun commenced. Thus, he could procure a set of golden equipment from the Alliance and venture forth to challenge the 4th wave solo. At that point, facing the Njinji Fubun, similarly comprised of thunder-type monsters, would likely yield a more formidable enhancement to his thunder powers level. With these thoughts in mind, Ling Yan did not hesitate, propelling himself forward with a powerful thrust. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the ground shattered beneath him, and Ling Yan soared into the sky, charging toward the Dingao leader above. While Ling Yan reveled in his endeavors, the other teams were encountering considerable hardship. Why were there so many monsters in this second wave? Thankfully, they were only LV15. If they had been LV20, it would have been exceedingly challenging to push through. Chapter 48, Total Failure. Ling Yan has yet to emerge. Indeed, LV20 monsters possess at least 100,000 health points. A single set of skills cannot even diminish that amount. It requires 2 sets. And any miscalculation could lead to casualties. Some prodigies, although classified as S rank, were predominantly from life professions. If it weren't for the need to gather 10 individuals for a team, they likely would not have been included at all. Consequently, the difficulty they faced was even greater than that encountered by a team of 10 A-rank pure combat professionals. Ultimately, after the second wave of monsters was vanquished, the 2 weakest teams convened and decided to withdraw. What choice did they have? The third wave consisted of a staggering 50,000 LV20 monsters. Any mistake could result in fatalities. Of course, several combat professionals were reluctant to concede, but with their comrades having retreated, they could hardly attempt the third wave with just 2 or 3 individuals, could they? Ultimately, the 2 teams resigned themselves to the decision to exit. Buzzing. Inside the Leerfeng of the Jijinlinag Fubun, figures emerged amid waves of spatial fluctuations before Si Kong Shuiyun. Instructor Si Kong, we have chosen to forfeit, a young man said, his voice tinged with disappointment. The others echoed his sentiments, feeling equally helpless and frustrated. Your decision is commendable. Needless sacrifices serve no purpose, especially considering that most of you belong to life professions. Engaging in such combat is not your forte. You have made the right choice. Upon hearing their words, Si Kong Shuiyun smiled warmly. Her reassurance lifted the spirits of those present. Ding. Player, Ling Yan, has initiated the 4th wave of monsters. However, at that moment, a sound of notification echoed from the fissure. Upon hearing it, everyone was left in utter bewilderment. Was a name revealed? Did that mean the one who triggered the fourth wave was Ling Yan? Instantly, all eyes turned incredulously towards Sikong Xiun. The 10 of them had failed to reach the third wave, yet Ling Yan had single-handedly advanced to the fourth? Could this truly be the prowess of a super genius? Ling Yan's speed was unparalleled. Even the team comprising 8 S-ranked and 2 A-ranked prodigies had yet to conclude the third wave. As the astonishment settled among the group of more than 10, Sikong Xiun began to elucidate the situation. As her words fell, a collective gasp resonated in the air. When 10 individuals teamed up, assuming their talents were relatively equal, it equated to tenfold the attack power and tenfold the number of skills. Their combat strength was nearly tenfold. Yet, despite this, the 10 S-ranked combat professionals could not keep pace with Ling Yan. Just how terrifying was Ling Yan's strength? This question lingered not only in their minds, but also in Sikong Xiun's. If they were astonished, one could only imagine the reaction of Sikong Jian or even the Star Lord. They would surely be astounded. For Ling Yan's capabilities had far surpassed those of their past selves. It is crucial to remember that both of them were also S-ranked prodigies. An hour later, Ling Yan had annihilated the fourth wave of the purple-gold Thunderbirds, including 3 leader-level purple-gold Thunderbirds. Thankfully, there were not 10. Otherwise, Ling Yan would have certainly found it challenging to breach the fourth wave alongside the 10 S-ranked geniuses. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying LV-20 purple-gold Thunderbird. Earning experience points, 1 billion. Experience points accumulated. Acquired star coins, 1 billion locked. Ding! Luck wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Thunder Power LV-33210. Thunder Power level upgraded to LV-15. 505410000. Ding! Luck wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive. Speed enhancement LV-33101. Speed enhancement upgraded to LV-16. 254120000. With the conclusion of the fourth wave, a series of notifications flooded into Ling Yan's mind. A staggering 2 million monsters. Even Ling Yan had spent over an hour in the grind. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated the sheer number of monsters in a purple dungeon. At this rate, it would take him a maximum of 8 hours to clear the dungeon once. He would need to accelerate the pace in the earlier waves. However, if he could clear 3 more dungeons, his thunder power should be able to upgrade to around LV-19. There was even a possibility of reaching LV-20. According to the level classifications, a LV-20 passive level was equivalent to SSS. Yet, Ling Yan's was of the thunder type, which corresponded to an SSS-level profession. If Ling Yan's abilities were revealed, he would undoubtedly overshadow the most formidable genius of the Yin God Star system. One could only wonder what expression that stubborn girl would wear upon witnessing my surpassing her. Ling Yan found himself filled with anticipation at this thought. The girl referred to as the dead last by him is none other than the most formidable genius of the Yin God Galaxy. In the previous life, she was consistently overshadowed by Ling Yan, who later fell from grace but continued to mock her. In this life, Ling Yan is determined to show her what it truly means to be subdued and dominated. The fifth wave of monsters is about to arrive. Please prepare yourself. Indeed. At that moment, an alert resonated within Ling Yan's mind. Boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with a cacophony of thunderous roars as endless storm clouds began to gather frantically. Amidst the tempest, Ling Yan beheld a multitude of purple-golden thunderbirds. The number of these thunderbirds this time was significantly greater than before. A rough estimate suggested there were at least 3 to 4 million. 4 million is more than sufficient for Ling Yan to elevate his passive abilities by at least 1 level. Boom, boom, boom. Out of nowhere, an explosion of thunder resonated from the heavens. In an instant, Ling Yan found himself completely engulfed by the relentless storm. Meanwhile, aboard the ship, a series of spatial fluctuations heralded the arrival of a small team, emerging one after another. The purple dungeon is indeed formidable. It is hardly easy to conquer before one has refined their skill levels. Of course, this is a novice dungeon. Unless one ceases to level up, it becomes impossible to tackle a level 20 dungeon once skill levels have increased. These teams had all abandoned their efforts after the 4th wave, lacking confidence in defeating the ultimate king-level boss in the 5th round. To defeat a king-level boss typically requires at least 4 or 5 S-class individuals accompanied by a group of S-level players. They were uncertain if they possessed such strength. Unless they were donned in golden gear and wielded a golden skill or upgraded their purple skills to level 5 or higher. At that point, even an S-class genius might stand a chance to solo it. Unfortunately, a complete set of golden equipment is not something that the talents of the Longting Star have the opportunity to encounter. Even a single piece would stretch the limits of their families. Buzz. Just then, a girl shrouded in frost emerged from the rift in space, leaving everyone astonished at the sight of her. Wait, she has just appeared. Could she have possibly conquered the fourth wave? What are they thinking? Though she is an S-class genius, soloing the fourth wave is no simple feat. Indeed, only those with purple gear and purple skills, or talent exceeding SS rank, could achieve such a feat. Upon seeing Su Miaoran, the crowd erupted in curious discussions, for she is among the most powerful geniuses of this generation, second only to Ling Yan. Naturally, she attracted considerable attention. However, no one was willing to believe that a genius hailing from a small locale could surpass such a formidable fourth wave, especially since it had taken 10 talents just to barely make it through. Indeed, she has successfully navigated through the fourth wave. Your combat prowess now rivals that of an ordinary SS. Yet at this moment, Sikong Shuyun gazed at Su Miaoran with admiration. Even she found it hard to believe the feedback she had received. As soon as she spoke, everyone around her widened their eyes in astonishment. Had she truly surpassed the fourth barrier? Incredible! Just how formidable is Su Miaoran's strength? A prodigy, a combat genius. Should she acquire golden skills and equipment in the future, she might indeed stand shoulder to shoulder with the typical SS. It is also possible that she had previously obtained some extraordinary items that could enhance her attributes. But that is improbable. Such items can only be found in dungeons of golden rank or higher. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. In this world, while talent and level are paramount, there exist exceptions. There are several methods to surpass higher-level prodigies. One method is through overwhelming equipment, and another is via superior skills. These two approaches are the most common, yet only disciples from prestigious families enjoy such privileges. After all, high-level prodigies are typically nurtured by the human alliance, receiving substantial rewards. Hence, these common methods of transcending levels are, paradoxically, the most challenging. Another method involves attribute dominance. The attribute points gained upon leveling up are constant for all. However, some exceptionally rare items can permanently enhance attributes once consumed or utilized. For instance, the most ordinary strength fruit. It is of golden rank. The lowest level is LV20. Consuming it grants a boost of 100 strength. If one is at LV 100, the increase can exceed 10,000. Such terrifying items require, at the very least, the clearing of a golden dungeon to acquire. Alternatively, one might have to slay some royal-level monsters. Yet, these creatures are formidable, and the chances of obtaining such items post-defeat are exceedingly low, making their acquisition more arduous than that of a complete set of golden equipment. Therefore, theoretically, anyone capable of utilizing such extraordinary items is undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy among humans, or a disciple from a prestigious family that governs countless life planets. Lastly, there exists one more method to slay opponents beyond 1S level: combat talent. Some individuals are naturally gifted in combat, under identical skills and equipment levels. Their combat power can be several times, even a dozen times, that of ordinary individuals, allowing one to easily dispatch hundreds of foes with matching equipment levels. Such geniuses are the true paragons of strength, capable of enhancing their talent ratings through their battle prowess. Once, in the Yenshin Galaxy, there emerged a prodigy of this kind, possessing an S talent, who annihilated an SS-level genius. An ordinary SS could hardly withstand a few of his attacks. Regrettably, that prodigy ultimately fell to the hands of extraterrestrial beings. Thus, those present speculated that Su Miaoran might be a combat genius of this caliber. Of course, she is not as fearsome as the aforementioned super prodigy. Player, Ling Yan activated the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon. Fifth wave. A resounding voice echoed, instantly rendering the chattering prodigies wide-eyed in astonishment. He dares to initiate the fifth wave, truly deserving of his SS-level genius status. However, how could he have commenced the fifth wave so swiftly? Surely there must be a rest period? Is he attempting to challenge the SS rating? If successful, he would undoubtedly be heralded as the strongest genius of our Tian-Bay star system. Indeed, if he enters the Yenshin star system, he may even rank among the top 100 on the Yenshin leaderboard. In that moment, the audacity of Ling Yan left all these prodigies in awe. Ling Yan remained within. The fifth wave S-boss was not to be trifled with. Hearing the prompt, Su Miaoran furrowed her brow. She could vanquish all the minions of the fifth wave, yet she knew she would stand no chance against the ultimate boss. At least, not in her current state. There's no need for concern. Just wait until you learn the several dark gold level skills I will impart to you, and elevate your level to SS. Even dark gold dungeons will be within your grasp. Just then, an ethereal voice echoed in Su Miaron's mind. I understand, Master. Su Miaron nodded earnestly. Indeed, dark gold level skills can be learned, though the time and talent required are formidable. Moreover, one must possess a profound understanding of the skill to teach it. The reason Su Miaron was chosen by her master is precisely this. Time passed, second by second. Moments later, the team of 10S level geniuses activated the fifth wave after Ling Yan. Now, only 2 teams remained in the entire dungeon, both having commenced the fifth wave. One was Ling Yan soloing, while the other comprised the 8S level geniuses alongside 2 additional S-level talents. They speculated that the probability of the 10-person team succeeding was significantly higher than Ling Yan's solo attempt. After all, the combined might of 10 individuals would surely surpass that of Ling Yan alone, wouldn't it? Just as their curiosity peaked, an unforeseen event transpired. Buzz. With a surge of spatial disturbance, 6 figures, battered and terrified, appeared before everyone. Zhao Wu and his companions failed. Why are there only 6 of them? The absence of a success prompt clearly indicated failure. The remaining 4 are likely dead. By the timeline, they should have reached the boss by now. It is fortunate that 6 managed to return alive. Witnessing Zhao Wu and the others in such a wretched state, everyone present could not help but sigh. The strength of the ultimate boss was truly overwhelming. Indeed, we were annihilated by a single skill that took 4 of our teammates before we could even react. If it weren't for classmate Zhu Sheng inflicting lethal poison damage that reduced the boss's health by 10, allowing us a brief respite to escape, we would have perished. Alas, just look at the evidence. Zhao Wu and his companions, unwilling to be underestimated, promptly released the ultimate boss's attribute chart along with the footage from the dungeon. The visuals revealed a terrifying bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters, unleashing 4 bolts of ferocious lightning upon its emergence. In an instant, the slowest student was obliterated. At that moment, onlookers realized that the survival of these 6 individuals was not due to their speed or formidable defenses, but merely because they had outpaced the other 4. Viewing the footage, the expressions of Zhao Wu and his team turned grim. Initially, they intended to document their glorious moment. Wild Monster, Golden Thunderbird King, King level, LV 20 passive talent. Thunderous Might LV 8, can manipulate lightning, dealing 800 points of lightning damage. Speed Enhancement LV 8, speed attribute gains an additional 800. Health, 3, 000, 000 mana, 100, 000 attack power, 5, 000 speed, 600 defense, 10, 000 skills. Raging Thunder LV3, blue skill, unleashes 4 bolts of fury, totaling 400 points of lightning damage, plus 40 points of sustained lightning damage per second. Cost, 1, 000. Endless Thunderclap, purple skill, summons countless bolts of heavenly thunder to strike enemies. Each bolt inflicts 100 points of lightning damage, capping at 600. Additionally, each bolt inflicts 10 points of sustained damage, totaling 60. After hitting 6 bolts, subsequent thunderbolts deal no damage but apply a 1-point armor penetration effect, capable of breaking through 50 points of armor. Cost, 10, 000. Upon witnessing these attributes, everyone gasped in astonishment. Although they had encountered similar statistics before, they truly comprehended the boss's might only upon confrontation. With an attack power of 5, 000, augmented by the 8-fold enhancement of Thunderous Might LV8, the resultant spell damage soared to an astounding 40, 000. Even if a single bolt of fury dealt only 100 points of damage, the cumulative potential reached a staggering 40, 000. Those present who managed to survive were indeed fortunate. Besides those extraordinary tanks capable of bolstering defense and vitality, scarcely anyone could withstand such onslaughts. Regrettably, this year's cohort lacked any such super tanks, marking a dire predicament. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension, questioning why Ling Yan had yet to emerge. Instantly, confusion swept over the crowd. Indeed, all 10 of Zhao Wu's group had appeared, yet Ling Yan remained absent. Laughter erupted, with some jesting that his delay surely indicated his demise. Surely, They couldn't still hold out hope for his survival. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed from a distance. Everyone turned to see that the source was none other than Wu Yi, the summoner whose beast had been slain by Su Miaoran. Stripped of his summoned creature, his power was barely greater than that of an ordinary person clad in purple gear, prompting him to forfeit. His words caused the crowd to frown. Ling Yan's clearing speed was even swifter than the combined efforts of Zhao Wu and his team, leading them to speculate that he had likely already engaged the ultimate boss. What a pity. An SS-level genius has fallen in such a manner. Had he assembled a team of 2 or 3, he undoubtedly would have triumphed. Alas, his arrogance has led to his downfall. The students began to discuss among themselves, some reveling in his misfortune, others expressing regret, and some harboring doubts. Could it be that this young man has truly perished within? Even Sikong Shuyun's brow furrowed deeper, for she could only ascertain that he had reached a certain level, but lacked the authority to know if anyone had met their demise. Ding! Congratulations to player Ling Yan. Successfully cleared the instance. Purple Gold Thunderbird, purple. Yet, just as everyone assumed that Ling Yan might be in peril, a notification sound resounded, striking all present like a thunderbolt. He had cleared it. He had soloed the instance. How formidable. This was undeniably the prowess of an SS-level talent. Who could have anticipated that such a genius would emerge from Lungting Star? And he is quite handsome too. Such a striking figure must be secured before someone else lays claim. Hey. Is that the point? With the emergence of the notification sound, every individual was left in sheer astonishment. The revelation was utterly staggering. Had Ling Yan truly concealed his strength? Or was he indeed the extraordinary combat prodigy that his master had spoken of? Su Miaoran's brow furrowed in surprise. Ling Yan's abilities had indeed surpassed her expectations. This young lad possesses formidable strength. I did not misjudge him. Sikong Shuyun also exhibited a smile, although her heart was still laden with disbelief. Impossible. How could he have cleared it? This must be a fabrication. Upon hearing this, Wu Yi sprang up, incredulous, shouting in disbelief. The others cast scornful glances in his direction. The apocalypse notification had never aired before. What, do you wish for my demise? Unfortunately for you, I remain unscathed. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from the rift in space, followed by Ling Yan stepping forth. As he emerged, he casually swung a hand towards Wu Yi. Instantly, a fierce gust struck Wu Yi's face. Smack! The terrifying force sent him spinning in place numerous times, dislodging every tooth in his mouth. The immense damage left Wu Yi with but a sliver of health, rendering him unconscious on the ground. To emerge and hear your incessant prattle is quite bothersome. Ling Yan cast a glance at Wu Yi and dismissed the obnoxious wealthy heir. The sight left all witnesses swallowing hard. Ling Yan's mere casual strike, devoid of any skills, dealt an astonishing 16,000 damage. Just imagine the devastation if he had unleashed a purple skill. Could it not reach 80 or 90,000? The mere thought was daunting. Chapter 50. Purple Gold Thunderbird Set. Endless Thunder LV1. Purple. Congratulations to student Ling Yan. Who could have imagined he would conquer the Purple Gold Thunderbird instance? Truly remarkable. Indeed. The ultimate king-level boss is formidable. Out of our 10-member team, fell before we barely managed to escape. Ling Yan is truly exceptional. Congratulations to Ling Yan. If this achievement is reported, he should undoubtedly receive at least an SS rating. A golden high-level set is just around the corner. How enviable. The surrounding prodigies, most of whom are quite astute, quickly extended their congratulations to Ling Yan. Thank you, everyone. It was merely a small feat. Ling Yan responded with a smile. However, his gaze soon shifted to Master Sikong Shuyun. Master Sikong, I am considering entering the dungeon 2 more times. May I proceed? Ling Yan inquired directly. His words left everyone present momentarily stunned. Entering the dungeon again? Of course, you may go as many times as you wish. Are you planning to farm some purple equipment? That hardly seems necessary. Once we reach the dark gold level dungeon on High Z Star tomorrow, you should acquire a full set of golden gear. Master Sikong Shuyun remarked curiously. Well, since I have some free time, I might as well accumulate more experience points. It would allow me to level up a couple of times, and who knows, I might even obtain some skills to sell. Ling Yan chuckled. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, they had been stalling their levels for too long. Accumulating additional experience would be beneficial. They had never considered this approach before, and to think the most talented among them, Ling Yan, could exhibit such diligence. It was truly a model for their generation. That sounds reasonable. You may proceed. Just remember not to lose track of time. Otherwise, you might miss the dark gold dungeon, and that would be troublesome. Master Sikong Shuiyun advised with a slight smile. That won't happen, Ling Yan replied confidently and without hesitation. He turned and re-entered the dungeon. Let us go as well. As long as we avoid triggering the 5th wave of monsters, we should be fine. We still need 4 teammates. Anyone interested? Hurry up. It seemed Ling Yan's enthusiasm had inspired those around him, as they all re-entered the dungeon, including Su Miaoran. These young folks are indeed full of vigor. Master Sikong Shuyun observed the spirited youths, reminiscent of her own youthful days. Unfortunately, ever since she accepted that reincarnation mission, she had scarcely engaged in monster hunting. After all, no matter how much one grinds, leveling up remains impossible. Buzz. Meanwhile, Ling Yan had re-entered the dungeon. He activated the Thunderfire domain and paid no heed to the purple-gold thunderbirds in the sky, instead directing his focus to the prompt interface. He reviewed the rewards earned from defeating the 5th wave of purple-gold thunderbirds and the Thunderbird King. Congratulations, player. You have slain LV-20 purple-gold thunderbird for 4 million. Gaining experience points, 20 billion. Experience points have been accumulated. Acquired star coins, 2 billion locked. The fortune wheel has been activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Thunderous Might LV34510, elevating Thunderous Might to LV17, 315 for 130,000. The fortune wheel has been activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV34701, upgrading speed enhancement to LV17, 254 130,000. 4 million LV-20 Azure Gold Thunderbirds have directly propelled Ling Yan's Thunderous Might to LV-17. Of course, these are merely minor rewards. The most significant rewards lie ahead. Ding! Congratulations. Player, you have single-handedly defeated the LV-20 King-level boss, Azure Gold Thunderbird King, earning experience points, 10 billion. Experience points have been accumulated. Acquired star coins, 10 billion. The fortune wheel has been activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Thunderous Might LV8. The fortune wheel has been activated. You have successfully replicated the passive skill, Speed Enhancement LV8. The fortune wheel has been activated, with a drop rate increase of 10,000 times. Acquired equipment, LV-20 Azure Gold Thunderbird King Set, Purple, Skills, Wrath of Thunder LV3, Blue, Endless Thunderclap LV1, Purple. Acquired items, 1 LV-20 King Level Thunder Crystal Core, 5 LV-40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scrolls, Backpack Expansion, 200 slots, 100 Purple Essence, 1 Azure Gold Thunderbird King Remit Soul. This drop not only yielded a full set of equipment along with a substantial amount of currency and experience points, but also a plethora of items. Among these treasures, Ling Yan's primary focus was solely on one, the Azure Gold Thunderbird set. This ensemble comprises a complete purple battle armor paired with a long spear. The spear feels exceptionally well balanced. Ling Yan has no qualms about replacing his Wind Wolf King greatsword with the spear. After all, his skills, being self-created, can be seamlessly adapted. Equipment, Azure Gold Thunderbird Set Level, LV-20 Quality, Purple Attributes, all attributes 1200, Lightning Damage, Damage Reduction 6000, Mana Recovery and Health Restoration every 60 seconds. Effect, 30 Armor Penetration for levels below LV-40. For levels above LV-40, the effect diminishes by 10 for every 10 levels. Inflicts an additional 40 damage on lightning-based entities. Skill, Thunderous Eruption, Purple, capable of continuously absorbing surrounding lightning energy to accumulate power, usable for a single explosive release. Energy Accumulation, 0, 200, 000. Beholding the Azure Gold Thunderbird set, Ling Yan felt immense satisfaction. As one of the premier sets, the damage enhancement provided by the Azure Gold Thunderbird set surpasses that of the Wind Wolf King set. Furthermore, this set's skills are remarkably effective. The effects are strikingly similar to those of the Wind Wolf King set. However, one requires slaying monsters to build rage, while the other perpetually accumulates energy. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan did not hesitate to don the new armor and also learned the skills Endless Thunderclap and Wrath of Thunder. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have learned the skills Wrath of Thunder LV3, Purple, and Endless Thunderclap LV1, Purple. A system notification resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Feeling the endless thunderclap techniques reverberating in his mind, Ling Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. This maneuver appeared to be quite effective for vanquishing foes. Ling Yan was somewhat intrigued. In the next moment, he directed his gaze towards the sky, where the frenzied purple-golden thunderbirds were ruthlessly descending upon him. Endless thunderclaps. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan summoned all the thunderous might within him and struck upwards with a palm aimed at the heavens. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, countless bolts of thunder, as thick as a human arm, erupted from Ling Yan's hand. The terrifying thunder crashed violently upon the swarm of thousands of purple-golden thunderbirds. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, any purple-golden thunderbird struck by the thunder was obliterated, transforming into a sky full of charred fragments. 73,000 critical hit 146, 000 critical hit 146, 000 fatal damage 50, 000 in the blink of an eye. Thousands of damage values erupted from the heads of these level 15 thunderbirds, and in less than a second, Ling Yan had annihilated 4,000 to 5,000 of them. Although a single bolt of lightning possessed a mere 100 spell attack power, Ling Yan's donning of the purple-golden Thunderbird King set had significantly augmented his damage against Thunder-type monsters by a staggering 40. Coupled with his achievement of reaching level 3 in the purple-golden Thunderbird Slayer title, which added an impressive 50 to his damage, his soul value of 1,800, enhanced by the level 17 Thunderous power, unleashed a horrifying damage output exceeding 70,000. If all 6 attacks landed, the resultant damage would surely surpass 400,000. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it is said that an SS-level genius can effortlessly solo a purple dungeon. Now, Ling Yan truly understood the sheer explosive power. Even the ultimate boss would have to kneel before him. Moreover, the speed at which he dispatched monsters was undeniably several times faster than merely employing the Thunderfire domain for extermination. Alas, each strike consumed a hefty 10,000 mana points. And currently, his mana stood at a mere 18,000. It seemed he needed to acquire a passive ability that could rapidly restore mana or significantly enhance his mana reserves. Ling Yan felt somewhat helpless. If only his mana were sufficient, dispatching these creatures would be a breeze. With the remaining hours, he could grind through several dungeons. Regrettably, his mana was too scant. With that thought, he reclined and began to rest. Meanwhile, in the control room of the spaceship, a middle-aged man, standing atop a colossal black dragon towering 1,000 meters high, gazed incredulously at Sikong Jian and Sikong Shuyan. Are you certain Ling Yan successfully soloed the purple dungeon? How could this be possible? The middle-aged man was none other than Long Tongue, the Star Lord of Long Tongue Star. His profession was that of an SS-level Dragon Knight. Just after awakening his class, he had obtained a black dragon egg. With this dragon, his power could rival that of ordinary SS-level geniuses. Indeed, this profession comes with its limitations. The majority of one's prowess, almost 90%, stems from the black dragon and the innate enhancements it bestows. Should the black dragon inadvertently perish, one's combat capabilities might even fall short of an ordinary S rank. This is attributed to the fact that, as a Dragon Knight, he possesses not only passive abilities that amplify the Black Dragon, but also those that enhance his own physical constitution. Hence, his astonishment is quite justified. In this current cycle, the Tianbei star system has produced several prodigies, all of whom are rated SS. This development has instilled newfound hope in what was previously deemed an unattainable fifth wave of the dungeon. If this cohort of elite individuals forms a team and is bolstered by ample resources, it is conceivable that they could indeed reach the 5th level. After all, thousands of Star Masters have collectively petitioned the Alliance for no less than 10 sets of high-grade golden armor. Such equipment is typically reserved for those of SS and SSS ranks, while the pinnacle golden sets are exclusively accessible to the SSS elite. The dark golden sets require either SSS-level geniuses to acquire them through personal effort or necessitate a talent level reaching our rank. Consequently, the emergence of an SS-level prodigy from Longting Star has drawn the attention of numerous Star Masters. Given the rarity of such talent, Longting naturally leveraged connections to secure a testing opportunity for Ling Yan, a chance to compete for a position on the strongest team, albeit not a guarantee of entry. After all, there are over 30 SS candidates this year. However, Just moments ago, Sikong Jin informed him that Ling Yan had single-handedly cleared the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. This was nothing short of an interstellar jest. The purple gold Thunderbird dungeon, being a Thunder-type dungeon, is significantly more formidable than the typical purple ones. This explains why Zhao Wu and his companions nearly faced total annihilation upon their first encounter. They could manage to clear the standard purple dungeons. Star Master, do I appear to be jesting? Upon hearing Longting's words, Sikong Jin responded with a resigned tone. He had been preoccupied with matters concerning Longting's star, delegating this particular task to Sikong Shuyun. Thus, when he learned of Ling Yan's solo achievement in the dungeon, he was even more astonished than Longting himself. Upon hearing Sikong Jin's words, Longting instantly confirmed that Ling Yan had indeed conquered the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. Who would have thought that Longting's star could produce a prodigy of at least SS caliber? It seems this lad named Ling Yan has hidden talents. After all, to defeat 4 ultimate bosses within the 3-day assessment period is no small feat. Curse it, I even sought out those old-timers for a mere assessment slot. They shall come to seek my favor in due time. Longting laughed heartily, cursing under his breath. Upon hearing his words, Sikong Jin and the others could envision the immense resolve it took for the perpetually proud Longting to approach those elders. Nonetheless, such an opportunity is indeed a rare occurrence, likely to appear only once in a millennium. To forego it would mean a significant reduction in future resources for the entirety of Longting's star. Hasten your pace. I await you in the Black Star system. At that moment, I shall unveil Ling Yan's extraordinary talent. All that which the old ones have consumed must be regurgitated in double. Remember, safeguarding Ling Yan's safety is paramount. Long Tongue gravely advised Sikong Jin and Sikong Shuyun. Rest assured, Star Master. Sikong Jin replied with a subtle smile. By the way, Shuyun, I recall that Ling Yan possesses the talent of flames. Perhaps you could entrust your reincarnation task to him. However, it is essential that you cultivate a good rapport with him first. Long Tongue then recalled this crucial point. Sikong Shuyun had once been his most promising super genius. Furthermore, she had successfully received the reincarnation task and was poised to achieve the status of an SS genius. Little did they know how arduous the reincarnation task would prove to be. I understand, uncle. But this fellow Ling Yan is either grinding monsters or grinding monsters. It's rather challenging to build a good relationship. Sikong Shuyun responded, somewhat helplessly. She had certainly contemplated this matter as well. Indeed, Sikong Shuyun's mother was Long Tongue's sister. It must be said that the upper echelons of families often intermarry. Isn't that simple? Use the wiles of beauty when necessary. I refuse to believe my niece cannot win over a mere child. Chapter 52, A Change in Choice Method? No matter how one alters it, Ling Yan remains the foremost. Yet, in the next instant, even with Sikong Shuyun's carefree nature, her cheeks flushed at Long Tongue's brazen words. Uncle, I've recorded what you said. I shall let my mother listen to it later, to see how her brother instructs his niece. Enraged, she shot a glare at Long Tongue. Upon hearing this, Long Tongue's expression shifted dramatically. I said nothing. Do not slander me. He wasted no time and immediately severed the connection, causing the projection of the black dragon to vanish in an instant, fearing that Sikong Shuyun might indeed seek out his sister. Over 10 hours later, the Black Star system. It is a realm dominated by a profound black hole. Within billions of kilometers surrounding the black hole lies an expanse of pure darkness, as if everything has been consumed by its voracity. Even the light from billions of kilometers away appears distorted. Yet, in the vast emptiness, more than 2 billion kilometers from this black hole, numerous spacecraft linger. The largest among them boasts a terrifying diameter of several 100,000 meters, resembling a floating city suspended in the cosmos. On the platform of this grand vessel, a colossal space rift stands prominently against the starry backdrop. Thousands of beings exuding formidable auras vigilantly encircle the rift. This is the dark gold-level instance, the Hell Thunder Dragon Dungeon. At this moment, a terrifying giant, towering at a height of 1,000 meters, slowly emerged. Clad in blood-red armor and wielding a similarly hued colossal sword, his level of LV-245 rendered his presence particularly menacing. Esteemed guests, it is time to confirm the roster for this strongest 10-member squad in advance. You are well aware of the immense difficulty in establishing a new novice dungeon of dark gold caliber within the Tianbei star system. Therefore, this list must be meticulously curated. Those whose talents lie in mundane pursuits, rather than in dungeon exploration, should be disregarded. The giant, known as Juk, one of the 10 formidable beings of the Tianbei star system, spoke with a deliberate tone. He is a pinnacle-level 5th-tier powerhouse, possessing an SS-grade profession, the Berserker Troll. The 5th tier serves as a classification of levels. From LV1 to LV49 constitutes the 1st tier, LV50 to LV99 the 2nd tier, and so forth. This stratification exists because only by reaching the zenith of each tier can one potentially trigger the reincarnation quest, such as at LV49, LV99, or LV149. Moreover, each advancement within a tier brings about a significant enhancement in strength. Upon Juk's declaration, the expression of one of the Star Lords darkened. For the implication of Juk's words suggested that their SS-grade spirit plant master was deemed ineffective. Yet, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, as in combat. A spirit plant master indeed pales in comparison to an ordinary S-grade genius. This situation was rather awkward. While Juk's reasoning held merit, it seemed rather unkind. I propose we utilize strength as our evaluation criterion, regardless of whether one possesses an SS rank or belongs to a non-combat profession. As long as their prowess ranks within the top 10, they should be eligible to join the strongest team. At that moment, an elderly figure clad in a black robe, with his gaze slightly lowered, gradually opened his eyes and spoke. An aura of countless wailing spirits surrounded him, causing those nearby to instinctively distance themselves. His words elicited nods of agreement from all present. Since we are embarking on a dungeon expedition, it is only logical to base our selection on strength. Some geniuses, despite their lower professional ranks, exhibit formidable combat abilities, while others, with high skill levels, can surpass higher-ranked talents to a certain extent. Most importantly, such a selection method can identify the most suitable geniuses for the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. But how shall we conduct this selection? Through combat? If casualties occur, would it not hinder our dungeon strategy? Furthermore, dungeon strategies should not solely focus on raw strength. Support roles are equally vital. For instance, healers and tanks are crucial. At that moment, a graceful woman emanating a profound vitality spoke up. I have a suggestion. Let us select according to the standard dungeon strategy formation. 2 healers, 2 tanks, and 6 combat professionals. Healers should be chosen based on their restorative capabilities and endurance. For tanks, we will rely on data, those with the highest health, strongest defenses, and most defensive skills, as well as the most effective control skills, shall be selected. As for combat professionals, we shall assess their pure strength. Just then, Longting, who stood atop a 1,000-meter black dragon, also began to speak. His strength ranks within the top 50. Though not as powerful as Juk, he is not lacking significantly either. I concur. I also agree. Indeed, this approach maximizes our chances of successfully clearing the dungeon. As Longting's words resonated, nearly everyone present acquiesced to his proposal. However, those who had initially anticipated benefiting from supporting Longting found themselves momentarily taken aback. They had intended to employ a voting system, which would have allowed for some maneuverability. Now, with Longting's insistence on basing decisions on strength, it seemed that the prodigy from Longting's star was left with little hope. Longting merely smiled, confident that no matter how the selection unfolded, he did not believe they could exclude Ling Yan. He had no apprehensions about Ling Yan's prowess. After all, there was no other individual in the entire Tianbei star system capable of soloing the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Simultaneously, numerous spatial wormholes opened at various points around the High Z star system, from which ship after ship emerged, gliding forth from the portals. The fleet comprised more than 1,000 vessels, initiating a connection to the main battleship. With a notification sound, each ship extended a passage that gradually merged with the colossal craft, measuring hundreds of thousands of meters. This vessel, known as the Tianbei Starship, was the mightiest ship in the entire Tianbei star system, owned by the Supreme Being, the Lord of Tianbei Star. It was also the ship designated for this assessment. Soon, under the leadership of numerous formidable beings, each exceeding levels of 100 or even 200, throngs of exceptionally gifted individuals, all possessing at least an S-level talent, emerged from the passage and gently descended upon the vast deck of the ship. The Tianbei star system boasted over 1,700 life-bearing planets, each harboring at least dozens, if not thousands, of super talents exceeding S-level. Longting Star, being a relatively smaller planet, could muster only a meager 80 prodigies. As these talents landed, the personnel aboard the Tianbei starship cast curious glances in their direction. Enveloped by the ship's protective barrier, the Tianbei starship accommodated millions of inhabitants, functioning as a formidable aerial city. Is that Ji Wuxue? It was said that he was the young master of the Ji family from the Yurua star, possessing an SS-level profession, Void Hunter. Known for his bloodless killings, he earned the moniker Ji Wuxue. So it is indeed him. Rumor has it that after his 3-day trial in the novice village, he acquired equipment and skills before single-handedly challenging 2 ultimate bosses. His strength is formidable. He was even recruited by the Flame God Academy ahead of time. Many turned their gaze towards a sinister-looking youth clad in blood-red armor. And there S. Luosang. He is the genius from Mengbei Star. It seems his awakened profession is Berserk Troll. He is also an SS-level super talent and the direct disciple of Lord Zhuek. His power is likely on par with Ji Wuxue. At the same time, some onlookers focused their attention on a towering youth, standing 10 meters tall. His terrifying height made him easily noticeable from a distance. As time passed, such giant professions would only grow more formidable. Even so, there is a potential for growth to heights akin to that of the towering peaks of 1,000 meters. In addition to these 2 individuals, there remain 3 other SS-level prodigies, as well as 2 to 3 dozen equally dazzling talents of the SS rank. Indeed, these prodigies not only possess formidable strength, but are also backed by powerful factions. This upcoming Dark Gold-level dungeon promises to be an exhilarating spectacle. In an instant, a wave of sentiment swept through the crowd. By the way, why hasn't anyone from the Dragon Rising Star descended yet? Wasn't it said that a prodigy of SS rank emerged from Dragon Rising Star? Suddenly, someone noticed that although the transmission portal of the Dragon Rising was extended, no one had yet emerged, leading to a sense of confusion among the onlookers. Instantly, many gazes were drawn towards the Dragon Rising. Meanwhile, within the vessel, Sikong Jian and Sikong Shiyun exchanged worried glances as they observed the fissure of the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon. Where on earth is Ling Yan? The event is about to commence. Sikong Shiyun expressed her exasperation. She had previously reminded Ling Yan not to lose track of time. Who would have thought that after completing the dungeon twice 4 hours prior, he had ventured in once more? No worries. Based on the timeline, he'll be out soon. Let us wait a bit longer. Given Ling Yan's exceptional talent, even if he misses the selection, he will undoubtedly be chosen for a 10-member team. Sikong Jian smiled slightly, but did not dwell on it too much. Shuyun, what is going on? The assessment is about to begin. Just then, a middle-aged figure riding a colossal black dragon materialized within the cabin. The sight of the massive black dragon stirred excitement among the students present. It is the Star Master. Indeed, it is the Star Master. The dark dragon exudes such an aura. Yes, seeing it on the news before had evoked envy. But witnessing it in projection is even more impressive. All the talents gazed in admiration at the Star Master. The might of Dragon Rising is truly formidable, ranking among the top 50 in the entirety of the Northern Star. In their lifetimes, they would scarcely have the opportunity to encounter such a level. Uncle, Ling Yan has yet to emerge from the dungeon. Sikong Shuyun recounted the situation with a sense of resignation. However, to her surprise, upon hearing this, Dragon Rising reacted not with concern, but with a smile. No worries. Let Ling Yan be the last to arrive. True strength does not necessitate participation in such so-called assessments. Senior Sikong, please bring the others along. Shuyun shall wait for Ling Yan. Dragon Rising stated, and before Sikong Shuyun could respond further, he disconnected. Grandfather, could there be any issues? Sikong Shuyun expressed her worries. You underestimate the value of an SS-level prodigy. There is absolutely no cause for concern. Sikong Jian smiled gently. Boom. In the next moment, a terrifying inferno erupted around him. The flames swiftly enveloped a radius of 100 meters, engulfing all the prodigies present. And under Sikong Jian's lead, they soared rapidly toward the outside world. Only Sikong Shuyun remained, watching the dungeon fissure with a sense of helplessness. Ling Yan, you must hurry. Sikong Shuyun felt a pang of impatience. Meanwhile, at the same time, within the confines of the dungeon, Ling Yan observed that his passive skill level had reached LV19, 254-115-0000, raising an eyebrow in surprise. At long last, he was only a step away from his goal. Being late was of little consequence. He had resolved to tackle the challenge solo. Although he acknowledged his tardiness, it did not perturb him in the slightest. As fate would have it, his delay provided the perfect excuse to embark on a solo venture. The fourth wave has commenced. Please prepare yourselves. Just then, A notification echoed through the skies. Aboard the Tianbei starship, over 1,000 formidable talents from more than 10,000 celestial bodies stood assembled on the deck. Before them lay the formidable LV-20 Dark Gold Dungeon, the Hell Thunder Dragon Dungeon. The gifted individuals engaged in fervent discussions, pondering how to best organize the roster for the strongest 10-man team. However, the SS-ranked talents remained unfazed, as their chances of selection in this age dominated by levels surpassed 99. Yet, curiosity stirred among some. They wondered which among the Dragon Rising Stars representatives would be the SS talent deemed worthy of joining the 10-man squad. Although Ling Yan's aptitude had been classified as SS, his remarkable feat of summoning 4 ultimate bosses during the 3-day trial had already circulated among the upper echelons of the Tianbei star system. It was highly probable that his final evaluation would also reach SS rank, thereby eliminating yet another spot. The information concerning such prodigies was strictly confidential, accessible only to the Flame God, unless intentionally disclosed by the prominent aristocratic families. Consequently, even the Star Lords remained oblivious to Ling Yan's identity, unaware of whether he was male or female. In the command center of the Tianbei starship, over 1,000 powerful Star Lords gazed silently at the real-time projections. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura descended upon the deck of the ship, causing all unprepared talents to stumble and fall. The only ones capable of withstanding this pressure were those of S rank and above, with even several SS-ranked support talents succumbing to the oppressive force. At that moment, a flicker of annoyance surged within everyone. Who was this unscrupulous powerhouse daring to ambush them, the juniors? However, in the next instant, a dazzling golden light enveloped them all, washing over the assembly like a gentle spring breeze, dissipating their earlier anger in an instant. Indeed, it was remarkable that so many could withstand the power of the Star Lord. Chapter 54, Lord Jin Xian. The battle for quotas begins. At that moment, a refined and amiable voice resonated from the heavens, prompting everyone to look up. As they did, the radiant golden light shimmered so brightly that they could scarcely open their eyes. How blinding, was the collective thought that sprang to mind. Before them stood an elderly man, his entire being aglow with golden light, gazing down at the assembly with a warm smile. Is it the illustrious master of the radiant golden star, Jin Xian? I have long heard tales of Lord Jin Xian's penchant for all things resplendent and ostentatious, and it seems those rumors hold true. After all, he has awakened to the profession of the radiant golden battle god. With his level of prowess, one can see the golden radiance emanating from him even from several thousand kilometers away. In an instant, nearly everyone present was left speechless, offering their sardonic remarks. This was merely a basic test. Those who have fallen, aside from support classes, are all subject to elimination. Of course, since you are all here, you may form teams at will. Within 10 days, you can freely enter and exit this dark golden dungeon. However, it appeared that the master of the Golden Star, clad in a full golden ensemble, was already immune to such criticisms and spoke directly. Boom. As his words echoed, the faces of all the talented individuals present shifted dramatically. Some SS-ranked combat prodigies grew anxious. My lord, we were unprepared just now. Is it excessive to eliminate us like this? Indeed, a little preparation time would be appreciated. I protest. This small faction of prodigies quickly raised their voices in protest. Yet, in the next moment, a cold snort reverberated, causing everyone to feel momentarily dizzy. The once bustling arena fell silent. Observing this scene, the Golden Star Master smiled slightly. Preparation? Would you like me to brew you each a cup of tea and allow you to relax? You are heading into a dungeon, not on a leisurely outing. One misstep could lead to your demise. Those who just spoke, be gone. Your participation in the dungeon's exploration is no longer required. With a slight wave of his right hand, a multitude of formidable figures materialized around him, swiftly escorting the rowdy prodigies away, including 2 of SS rank. In an instant, even those who harbored grievances fell silent. Indeed, dungeons are no trifling matter. Once entered, the risk of mishap is exceedingly high. According to the consensus among all the Star Masters of the Tianbei star system, this dungeon expedition requires 2 support classes and 3 tanks, with those 5 slots to be determined based on data assessment. Moreover, this has long been established. As for the remaining 5 combatants, they shall be selected from the rest of the participants. Jin Xian wasted no time and directly articulated the selection criteria. The next moment, the 5 strongest tanks and support were summoned forth. Witnessing this, the others voiced no objections. The most crucial aspect of entering a dungeon is the composition of the team. The strength of support is often more vital than that of the combatants. Among the tanks was the formidable Lothan, a troll, whose thickness of blood and defensive capabilities surpassed all present. Boom, 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 boom. Just then, 5 arenas, each 100 meters in diameter, rose from the ground before everyone. Each individual has 3 opportunities to challenge. Those who successfully defend their arena will secure one of the remaining 5 slots. Furthermore, this contest does not restrict mortal outcomes. Should you find yourselves overmatched, surrender swiftly. Do not presume that your genius status guarantees salvation. The master of the Xianjin Star slowly began to speak. As his words fell, everyone present experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, while one-on-one battles might be swifter, they also carried the risk of encountering formidable opponents early on, potentially leading to the premature elimination of top-tier warriors. Conversely, though this arena format may proceed at a slower pace, those with self-awareness could assess their opponent's data and refrain from engaging. Ultimately, selecting the 5 strongest fighters based on their prowess might yield a swifter conclusion. Moreover, as long as one possesses strength, at least one of the 5 arenas would surely be theirs. I shall claim the first arena. Anyone who dares to challenge me should be prepared for death. However, barely had Jin Xian's voice resonated when the SS-level genius, Ji Wuxue, transformed into a fleeting shadow, instantaneously manifesting at the center of the arena. This terrifying speed caused everyone nearby to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. Truly, he was a void hunter, endowed not only with S-level speed enhancement, but also with mastery over SS-level dark powers. Indeed, while neither of his abilities reached SS level individually, their combined strength surpassed that of an ordinary SS level by a significant margin. Perhaps it would be wise to avoid this arena, for Ji Wuxue was known for his mercilessness. Should one fall victim to him, there would be no recourse for justification. Witnessing Ji Wuxue's swift movements, those around him sighed in resignation, unanimously acknowledging his claim to one of the slots. The second arena is mine, declared another. Meanwhile, the other 2 SS-level combat geniuses, aside from Luoseng and Ji Wuxue, leapt onto the stage. In an instant, the 3 occupied 3 entire arenas, leaving others feeling helpless. Out of 5 SS-level contenders, there was only 1 support type, while 3 were combatants. I shall abstain. Bloodshed does not suit me. Nonetheless, observing this spectacle, the SS-level support genius smiled gently and chose to forfeit. She had merely come to join the excitement and to make an appearance. Now, only 2 slots remained. Ladies and gentlemen, let your true skills shine. Ha ha ha. I shall claim one of these slots. And I too. What do you all amount to? I shall take my turn. With the allocation of 3 slots, one after another, the SS-level combat geniuses sprang onto the stage to commence battle. Master, should I solo or team up? However, watching the fierce conflict unfold above, Su Miaoran curiously turned to her mentor. Foolish girl, what are you thinking? The last time I disallowed you from teaming up was to provide you with some training. A languid voice echoed in Su Miaoran's mind. This is a dark gold-level dungeon. Your strength, while passable, is far from sufficient to succeed. Even the golden skills I recently imparted to you will not suffice. If you were to team up, perhaps with that Ling Yan, you might manage to reach the 5th wave. As for clearing the dungeon, that is an impossibility unless all of you are SS-level geniuses. As for soloing, wait until you have reincarnated a few times, elevating your talent to SS level and acquiring a few dark gold skills before considering it. Upon hearing this, Su Miaoran felt a twinge of embarrassment, as though she had overestimated her own capabilities. Master, do you truly believe that with Ling Yan leading, we could possibly advance to the 5th wave? Chapter 55, Su Miaoran's outburst, instantaneously slaying the SS genius. Surprised by her master's words, Su Miaoran was taken aback. The advancement to the 5th wave hinged on the 4th, and by the onset of the 3rd wave, there were already royal-level monsters surpassing the king-level ones. Moreover, the 4th wave would feature not just one royal-level monster. This implied that Ling Yan could lead them to defeat more than one royal-level foe. That seemed rather far-fetched. Even with the Alliance's rewards of golden equipment and skills, it would be an arduous task. That young man is no ordinary individual. The one who can solo the Purple Gold Thunderbird dungeon undoubtedly possesses combat prowess on par with an exceptional SSS level. Even if he hasn't reached that threshold, he is certainly close. With the acquisition of a golden set and golden skills, coupled with your collective strength, there would be a 90% chance of breaching the fifth wave, perhaps even engaging the ultimate boss in a brief skirmish. However, the mysterious expert held an even higher regard for Ling Yan's abilities. In an instant, Su Miaoran's curiosity was piqued, wondering just how much potential Ling Yan had concealed. Yet, this was not the time for such musings. Is there anyone else willing to challenge? If not, this arena shall be claimed by me. An SS-level fleeting assassin, Jingyu, coldly declared from the platform. He possessed the swiftness of SS-level enhancements, along with the stealth of S-level prowess. Although his explosive power did not rival that of Ji Wuxue, his speed was sufficient to bewilder all but Ji Wuxue himself. In fact, should a battle ensue, it was likely that the other two SS-level combatants would not stand a chance against him. His record of eliminating an opponent in each of his 3 encounters left the aspiring talents below hesitant to engage, knowing full well they could not win. Stepping forward to face him would be an unwise choice. Dragon Rising Star, Su Miaoran, I seek counsel. At that moment, a clear, chilling voice captured everyone's attention. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Su Miaoran lightly pressed her foot down, gracefully descending onto the 10-meter-high arena like a celestial being alighting upon the mortal realm. Her appearance ignited an uproar throughout the venue. Boom. The people from Dragon Rising Star. Could she be the SS genius? Goodness, how beautiful. I wonder if she has a partner. Such a lovely name, Su Miaoran. Don't get your hopes up. With your looks, there's no way someone would notice you. You need to be at least as handsome as I am. Damn, your face is more unfortunate than mine. What gives you such confidence? Su Miaoran's emergence was not solely due to her ethereal beauty and frosty demeanor. More significantly, she could very well be the genius from Dragon Rising Star. After all, Ling Yan had yet to make an appearance. How intriguing. I did not expect the legendary genius to also be a stunning beauty. Alas, since you dared to step forward, do not blame me for ruthlessly shattering your bloom. Jingyu's gaze fell upon Su Miaoran, his lips curling in a cold, predatory smile. Your prowess is commendable. However, your gaze is utterly repugnant. Yet, gazing at the figure of Jingyu before her, Su Miaoran slowly began to speak. Buzz. In an instant, a terrifying chill erupted around her. The frigid air swiftly enveloped the entire battlefield. Jingyu felt as if his very blood was beginning to freeze at that moment. This is not good. This is a domain-type skill, and of a purple grade no less. Jingyu's expression changed dramatically. Domain-type skills are arguably the most formidable. While any elemental class can unleash a white-quality elemental domain, such domains do not enhance one's own power, and their effectiveness in combat is limited, primarily capable of dealing with lesser foes. However, a purple-grade domain skill is entirely different, boasting a horrifying lethality of at least 200 points per second. And each domain possesses its unique abilities. The chilling domain utilized by Su Miaoran has the special skill of deceleration through its terrifying cold. For a speedster like Jingyu, a reduction in speed is a fatal blow. Clang! The sound of a sword echoed as Su Miaoran drew forth a glacial blue longsword. I have stated before, your gaze is quite revolting, and for those who are repugnant, the best outcome is death. Su Miaoran spoke coldly. With that, she sprang forward, transforming into a streak of ice blue light, hurtling towards Jingyu at an accelerated pace, her speed within this icy domain having increased several-fold. Witnessing this, Jingyu's expression darkened. Arrogance. What does it matter if you wield a purple-grade domain? Instant Shadow Strike. Without hesitation, Jingyu unleashed his own purple skill. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. In an instant, he materialized behind Su Miaoran, his black dagger aimed mercilessly at her neck. This icy maiden is finished. In that moment, this thought echoed in the minds of all present. Die for me. A frenzied roar reverberated across the arena. Thud. The next moment, Su Miaoran's neck was severed. However, what astonished all the gifted individuals below was that as her head fell, her entire form instantly transformed into an ice sculpture. Not good, it's an ice clone. Jingyu's expression shifted in horror. Yet, just as he was struck by fear, a wave of terrifying cold washed over him from behind. He attempted to flee, only to realize too late that his legs had been frozen in place by the ice. This, impossible. Jingyu's pupils constricted violently. Thud. However, in the next moment, accompanied by the sound of a weapon tearing through flesh, Jingyu's head was cleaved from his body. 95, 400. A horrifying damage value erupted from Jing Yu's head in that instant. Though merely ordinary damage, it was more than sufficient to be fatal. Jing Yu, an assassin, possessed an utterly terrifying offensive prowess, yet lacked any means of defense. In fact, his defensive strategies never even had a chance to be deployed. As Jing Yu's head rolled onto the ground, an eerie silence enveloped the examination hall. A genius of SS rank had fallen just like that? Dead. Dead. The doppelganger, a legendary skill of the substitution type, was typically of at least gold tier. No wonder this genius from the Dragon Rising Star dared to challenge Jing Yu. It turned out she possessed a golden skill. Indeed, she was undoubtedly that SS rank talent from Dragon Rising Star. In an instant, the entire square erupted in fervor. Everyone gazed in disbelief at Su Miaoran, the seemingly fragile girl. Who would have imagined she could unleash such formidable power? A golden skill, the Ice Doppelganger. Where did Su Miaoran acquire such a skill? Chapter 56. Who do you think you are to challenge someone from Dragon Rising Star? In the distance, Xikong Jian watched the scene unfold in disbelief. Could it be that Su Miaoran's master was a super strong ice-type expert? Moreover, such a powerhouse must be at least of the 7th tier, that is, above level 300. Otherwise, how could they casually bestow a golden substitution skill? It is worth noting that substitution skills are distinct from ordinary golden skills. They can counter a death blow and retaliate in an instant. They are undeniably formidable skills for overcoming adversaries. Not only him. Simultaneously, those Star Lords in the control room gazed at the screen, displaying Su Miaoran with uncertainty. Dragon Rising, where on earth did you find this genius? She even possesses a golden substitution skill. Indeed, such a skill is something we do not even have. Could it be that the Ice God from the Ice Star system took Su Miaoran as a disciple? That seems unlikely. The Ice God is an 8th tier powerhouse. How could they easily take on someone who isn't even SS rank as a disciple? Moreover, how could she possibly know about such a genius in Dragon Rising Star? It is highly probable that she is a disciple of Lord Extreme Cold, one of the top 10 powerhouses from the Flame God Star system. I believe so too. In an instant, everyone began to ponder. The Ice God they spoke of is the ruler of a massive star system known as Ice, boasting a terrifying level of LV 385. A formidable strength indeed. Although not as powerful as the Flame God from the Flame God Star system, it is not far behind. As for Extreme Cold, they are the most powerful Ice-type practitioner within the Flame God Star system, holding the 17th position on the strength ranking at LV 321. Only such a formidable being could casually bestow a golden skill, right? It is important to note that they had applied for 10 sets of high-level golden gear for this occasion, yet they could not even secure the most ordinary golden skill, unless they were to dip into their own pockets. However, even self-funded rewards would require exhausting an entire Star Lord savings. And that is for a mere ordinary skill. If it were a golden substitution skill, it could render hundreds of Star Lords destitute. Baka. The indiscriminate slaughter of talented individuals from the human race by Su Miaoran is utterly outrageous. Furthermore, she possesses an inexplicable golden skill. Could she possibly be a spy from another civilization? At that moment, a shadowy figure concealed within the black mist, the master of the Shadow Star, Ling Yan, erupted in fury. As an SS-class shadow assassin of the Fusang lineage, he had painstakingly taken on a disciple with attributes nearly identical to his own, only to witness the young talent's untimely demise. How could Ling Yan not be enraged? Ling Yan, are you merely making noise? Jing Yu has just slain our planet's SS-class genius, and you remain silent? Indeed, if one cannot bear to lose, it is better to admit it than to slander others as spies. It is surprising that you, who cower in the shadows, have become so timid and petty. Everyone, how can you speak so harshly of Master Ling Yan? He is merely a bit sensitive, perhaps unreasonable, and prone to casting unfounded accusations. There is no need for such harsh words. Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, several other Star Masters began to mock him with veiled sarcasm. Indeed, the assessment itself carries the risk of death. To be killed is merely a testament to one's inadequacy. There is nothing more to discuss. Ling Yan, if you cannot accept defeat, you might as well have left from the start. There is no need for you to appear now. In an instant, the atmosphere was filled with derision from the surrounding Star Masters. Ling Yan's gaze turned icy. If he could not confront Su Miaoran openly, he would seek an opportunity to eliminate her in secrecy. As a shadow assassin, he was confident in his ability to assassinate her without anyone noticing. Suddenly, A furious roar resembling that of a dragon erupted. In a heartbeat, a terrifying aura surged towards Ling Yan, overwhelming him and forcing him to kneel, spitting out a mouthful of blood. 500 billion. A horrific damage value manifested above his head. It is known that assassins like him possess the weakest physical forms. He quickly summoned all his shadow powers to withstand the onslaught, barely escaping death. In that moment, he discerned that the perpetrator was none other than the Black Dragon of Longting, the Dark Magic Dragon. Longting, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you declaring war? Ling Yan bellowed in rage at Longting, who stood atop the dragon's head. What of it? If you have objections, come directly to me. Should I discover that you harbor nefarious intentions towards the talents of Longting's star, do not blame my dark dragon flames for incinerating you. As Longting spoke, the surrounding star masters were astonished to notice that the dark magic dragon had changed. A faint crown appeared atop its head, exuding the regal aura of a dragon emperor. Hiss! The dark magic dragon was on the verge of evolving into a dark magic dragon emperor. This was a royal class creature. As long as the evolution is successful, the talent level of Longting could reach at least SSS. It has been said in whispers that Lord Yin Shun once declared that Longting's talent is among the finest in Yin Shun's star. Who would have thought it to be true? If this evolution truly comes to fruition, Longting will exist on an entirely different plane from us. In that moment, every individual present was left astounded. Royal-class monsters, when faced in combat, could easily overwhelm even a typical SSS. Coupled with Longting, claiming that his talent is merely SSS would be an understatement. He may even leap to an SSS level. Of course, although this dark dragon has begun to exhibit traces of a royal aura, it has not yet fully evolved. In fact, it remains a considerable distance from complete evolution. Nevertheless, the potential is there. Perhaps another reincarnation task could lead to true evolution. Moreover, Longting's talent level has undoubtedly reached at least SS, if not even SS. Impossible. How could this be? Seeing this scene, Ling Yan's expression changed dramatically. He could hardly believe that Longting had attained such heights. But it doesn't matter. Just know that we, the people of Longting's star, are not to be trifled with by your filthy kind. Unless, of course, you wish for your own demise. Longting scoffed, speaking directly. As his words echoed, the star lords around him felt a chill in their hearts. Meanwhile, the few strongest individuals from the Tianbei star system, with levels ranging from LV-260 to 280, exchanged glances filled with concern. Just last night, they had extorted a sum from Longting. And now it seemed that not only had he proven his genius, but he had also secured his position through sheer strength. Even Longting himself appeared to have become someone they might never be able to reach in the future. At this moment, they were already contemplating how to return the resources without causing discord. As for Ling Yan, concealed within the shadows, he glared at Longting with resentment, ultimately resigning himself to retreat. Engaging with Longting now would be tantamount to courting death. After all, his instant kill technique would prove ineffective against such a formidable dragon knight. Longting's high health and formidable defenses rendered it futile. Longting, I shall let this matter rest. I see that Ling Yan lacks the courage to proceed. By the way, the 5 arenas have stabilized. I believe this time, the team is all but confirmed, right? Chapter 57, Ling Yan returns. The power of purple thunder. At that moment, an elder clad in white stepped forward and spoke slowly. He was none other than the foremost powerhouse of the Tianbei star system, the Tianbei star lord, whose level had reached LV-299. He also served as the chairman of the entire Tianbei Star Lord Council. Indeed, since the esteemed elder of Tianbei has spoken, let us acquiesce. Ha ha ha, with the current team of 10, I believe this expedition holds some promise. Given the probability of success in the 4th wave, it may even reach 30%. Instantly, the other Star Lords nodded in agreement. Although their galaxy was not selected, anyone from the Northern Sky Galaxy could still enjoy certain privileges. At the very least, the cost to enter this dark gold-level dungeon was less than 1/10 of that required from other galaxies. This would significantly enhance the growth rate of the galaxy's strength. Since everyone concurred, the Lord of the Northern Sky was prepared to announce the finalized list of the 10-member team. However, at that moment, Longting interjected, wait. How can the list be confirmed when the strongest genius of Longting's star has yet to make a move? His words left all the Star Lords in a state of bewilderment. Isn't Su Miaoran the strongest genius of Longting's star? Even SS-rank Jing Yu can be defeated in an instant. Is that not the epitome of strength? Longting, are you jesting? This is hardly amusing. In an instant, all the Star Lords gazed at Longting with disbelief. Longting smiled faintly, ready to explain. Suddenly, a message arrived from his intelligent holographic device. Instinctively glancing at it, he smiled broadly. The next moment, he slowly raised his head, his gaze profound as he looked towards the projection. The strongest genius of Longting's star has arrived. With that, the Longting ship emerged from the rift of the purple-gold Thunderbird dungeon. As the surrounding space quivered, a figure gradually stepped out from the rift. The anxious Sikong Shuiyun's eyes brightened at this sight. Yes, out. Sikong Shuiyun let out a sigh of relief. As the figure became clearer, it was none other than Ling Yan. You finally came out. If you hadn't, I would have had to tackle the dungeon solo. Sikong Shuiyun remarked, somewhat exasperated. A few matters held me up, Ling Yan replied with a slight smile, though he was puzzled as to why the candidates for the strongest team had yet to emerge. The efficiency of these individuals was rather slow. Nevertheless, he smiled again. Regardless of whether the team members appeared, he intended to tackle the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon alone this time. For at that moment, his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. With this thought, he directed his gaze towards his attributes. Attributes: name, Ling Yan, race, human, profession, passive plunderer, child of fortune, level, LV20, 125, for billion, strength, 1560, agility, 1635, 2144, 11 million, constitution, 1560, 800, 725, 6, soul, 2260, talent passives, flame mastery, LV15, 010000, fire damage 1500, thunder mastery, LV20, 244,110 million, lightning damage 2000, water mastery, LV16, 020000, water damage 1600, toxin mastery, LV9, 0512, poison damage 900, thorn armor, LV8, 0256, 40 chance to inflict 40 rebound damage on enemies. Skills: Blood Fury of the King, LV1, purple, 200 to all attributes, 0100, abyssal heavy water, purple, 500 heavy water damage, with an additional 60 per second of penetration damage. Lethal toxic explosion, purple, 500 toxin damage, and a loss of 1 health point per second. Endless thunder roar, 500 thunder damage, 50 armor penetration, and 50 destruction damage per second. Weapon: Purple Gold Thunderbird King set, LV20, purple, reduces thunder attribute damage, 6,000 damage, health and mana recovery every 60 seconds. 40 damage to thunder-type monsters, damage accumulation, 300,000, wealth, 120 billion, locked. Due to the lock on his level, Ling Yan's attribute points have not increased even slightly. However, his overall combat power has significantly surged to LV20 due to the enhancement of thunderous strength and speed, coupled with the acquisition of the Purple Gold Thunderbird set. One cannot help but wonder how formidable the Emperor-level and Royal-level bosses are. Nevertheless, with his current strength, soloing a Royal-level boss would be an effortless feat. With this thought, a slight smile graced Ling Yan's lips. Since you have emerged, hurry and seize a spot. If you delay, the 10 sets of golden high-level equipment will surely be gone. Without waiting for Ling Yan's response, Sikong Shuiyun promptly took hold of him, eager to lead him to the battlefield. Not necessary. However, at this moment, Ling Yan smiled slightly and spoke up, leaving Sikong Shuiyun momentarily stunned. What do you mean not necessary? Sikong Shuiyun inquired, puzzled. I intend to solo this dungeon. Ling Yan replied with a gentle smile. What a jest. Forming a team with others? Setting aside the possibility of his monsters being snatched away, with his current strength, there is virtually no difference between soloing and teaming up. Why then should he share the glory and the monsters with others? Are you jesting? Sikong Shuiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Soloing a dark gold level dungeon? Among all the humans, the number of individuals who have successfully soloed a dungeon to date does not surpass 10. Ling Yan must be joking. Whether it's a jest or not, you'll find out soon enough. Ling Yan smiled faintly. You claim there are only 10 sets of golden high-level equipment? If that is the case, we must first seize a set. Otherwise, we cannot enhance our speed in clearing this dungeon. With a slight glint in his eyes, Ling Yan unleashed a terrifying surge of thunderous power. Boom. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished from his location amidst Sikong Shuiyun's astonished gaze. Upon closer inspection, she realized that Ling Yan had morphed into a bolt of lightning, racing through the connection passage towards the Tianbei starship with astonishing speed. Wait, this purple thunderous power can only be achieved at LV-15 or above. And what an alarming speed. Sikong Shuyun gasped in disbelief. Had she not reached LV-99 herself, she would have been unable to perceive Ling Yan's trajectory. Chapter 58, SSS Level Talent. Where did this youth come from? However, Ling Yan has only just reached level 20. If her level were to match Ling Yan's, or even be a notch or two higher, it would still be improbable for her to discern Ling Yan's movements. Furthermore, her innate talent is at least an S or SS level speed enhancement, undoubtedly exceeding SS, coupled with a minimum of SS level thunder power. How could this be possible? Just how many professions has Ling Yan awakened? At that moment, the crimson eyes of Sikong Shuyun revealed boundless astonishment and delight. Crack! Boom, 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 boom. Simultaneously, on the platform of the Tianbei starship, enormous arenas gradually descended. This signified that the candidates for the 5 combat classes had been determined. Ha ha ha, in that case, the ones venturing into the dungeon this time will be us. Fellow comrades, with me, Luoseng, present, you need only focus on attacking. As the foremost tank, Luoseng stepped forward, smiling. His towering height of over 10 meters left everyone momentarily breathless. With our formidable lineup, we will undoubtedly secure the right to challenge this dark gold-level dungeon after overcoming the 4th wave. An SS-level Thunder Warrior nodded slightly. I am solely concerned with my golden armor and skills. As for the battle, just ensure you do not hinder my progress. Meanwhile, Ji Wuxue cast a disdainful glance at those around him. After glancing at his attributes, he knew that once his skill erupted, none present could rival him. Upon his declaration, the others paid little heed, as Ji Wuxue's demeanor was well known. Consequently, everyone directed their gaze toward the Golden Shin Star Lord in the sky. Without hesitation, the Golden Shin Star Lord waved his hand. Buzz, 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 buzz. Instantly, sets of equipment emanating a terrifying aura appeared in the sky. All 10 sets were blood red, and upon closer inspection, they were all Dragon Slayer sets. Equipment, Dragon Slayer set level, LV-20 quality, golden attributes. All attributes 3,100 damage and damage reduction against dragon kind. Mana and health recovery 200s attached skill. Dragon Soul Roar, golden, releases the slain dragon's soul. Increases damage of the next strike by 1 million. Can absorb dragon soul power for recovery. 0 to 1 million. Upon witnessing the attributes of the set, all the geniuses were instantly exhilarated. This was evidently a specialized equipment set targeting dragon kind. If donned, even Su Miaoran felt she could effortlessly solo the purple gold Thunderbird dungeon. Not solely her. Others were satisfied smiles as well. Initially, they could barely tackle the second wave's boss, likely to be obliterated by the boss's minions. After all, the second stage's bosses were at least 10 king-level monsters. Each person facing one would still have a slim chance of victory. If the 10 king-level monsters coordinated, their demise would be certain. However, this time, they were imbued with enough confidence to directly slay even royal-level beasts. Moreover, alongside the Dragon Slayer set, there were also 10 purple skills to boot. All skills are universally amplifying purple skills, known as Dragon Slaying Secret Technique Level 1, Purple, which, upon use, enhances damage against dragonkind by 300 at the cost of 20 mana. With this Dragon Slaying Secret Technique, combined with the Dragon Slaying set, one can significantly augment their lethality against the formidable dragon adversaries, increasing damage output by several times for all. Indeed, Lord Star Master has invested quite heavily this time. With such equipment and skills, there is genuine hope for conquering the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. Truly remarkable. Instantly, the other prodigies cast envious glances toward the 10 chosen elites. There was simply no contest. Their talents paled in comparison. Indeed, the equipment requested by the Tianbei star system for this dungeon expedition was specifically designed for tackling the Hell Thunder Dragon. Considerable resources had undoubtedly been expended for this purpose. Once the assessment concludes, you will be free to exchange your gear for another set of the same rank that better suits your style. As for the skills, they will be gifted to you directly, allowing you to select a top-tier purple skill that aligns with your talents. In the skies above, Lord Xinjin slowly addressed the 10 prodigies present. Upon hearing his words, the 10 prodigies nodded slightly, preparing to collect their equipment and don it. Suddenly, Lord Xuanjin's brow furrowed. His gaze shifted toward the dragon's soaring starship, and what he beheld caused his eyes to widen in disbelief. Boom! An earth-shattering clap of thunder echoed. And before the multitude of S-rank and above prodigies could react, a dazzling violet lightning bolt flashed by. In an instant, a set of golden equipment and skills vanished into the ether. The thunder then abruptly ceased. There appeared before all the prodigies a youth clad in a purple and gold Thunderbird King set, with the vanished golden equipment and skill book now in his grasp. The dragon-slaying set and dragon-slaying secret technique? What splendid treasures! With these, conquering the dungeon would undoubtedly be far easier. Ling Yan gazed at the attributes of the set and skills, a smile breaking across his face. However, the purple lightning surrounding him caused the expressions of those present to shift dramatically. Who was this individual? A practitioner of the thunder element? My goodness, purple lightning. This must be at least level 15 of thunder power, which, when rated against ordinary elemental classes, places him a tier above. Thus, this youth must be at least an SS or even SSS grade prodigy. What? At least an SS? Could he be from another star system? He descended from the dragon-soaring starship. Could he be the genius from Legends who defeated the 4 ultimate bosses in the novice village? It must be him. While Su Miaoran's strength is commendable, her talent is merely S, making it impossible for her to have vanquished even a single ultimate boss. Compared to this youth, the difference is like night and day. In that moment, the multitude of prodigies, numbering over 100,000, gazed at Ling Yan with incredulity. Even the few SS-level geniuses were furrowed with concern, for the terrifying speed of Ling Yan rendered them incapable of even catching a glimpse of his shadow. It was undoubtedly more than just the power of thunder. There was certainly an enhancement of speed as well. Moreover, it was likely no less potent than the previous Jingyu. In an instant, an unbelievable thought surfaced in their minds. This young man possesses formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing my own. Ji Wuxue gazed at Ling Yan, his eyes gradually turning blood red. A potent aura of killing intent ignited within his gaze. He was eager to ascertain whether he could indeed eliminate Ling Yan. Meanwhile, the other selected geniuses, particularly those from the combat faction, wore expressions of deep concern. With Ling Yan's emergence, did it not imply that one among them might face elimination? The revelation that Ling Yan possessed both speed enhancement and the power of thunder explained why his master had previously asserted that he had the capability to confront the ultimate boss. Chapter 59. I am not targeting anyone. All present are worthless. Su Miaoran finally comprehended why her master held Ling Yan in such high regard. However, she remained unaware that her master was even more astonished than she was. Previously, she had failed to perceive that Ling Yan possessed the power of thunder. Based solely on Ling Yan's prior strength assessment, she had believed he could reach the ultimate boss. Now, was it possible he could breach the entire dungeon? Yet, the likelihood seemed slim, as the strength of his teammates was woefully inadequate. If they were all SS level and equipped with top-tier golden gear along with golden skills, combined with Ling Yan donning a set of dark gold gear, victory would be assured. However, in reality, not only was dark gold gear unattainable, but even top-tier golden gear was beyond the meager resources of the small Tian Beishing system. Longting, to think your star harbored such a super genius. Humph. Previously, it was reported that the genius who summoned the 4 ultimate bosses was merely an SS-level talent. Who would have imagined he was indeed SS-level? Longting, I never expected you to engage in such cunning strategies. Nonetheless, this adds an intriguing twist. 5 individuals competing for 4 slots. Who will be eliminated? Within the control room, every star master gasped in astonishment upon witnessing Ling Yan's emergence. At the very least, he was an SS-level genius of the thunder attribute, complemented by a speed enhancement of at least SS level or higher. If assessed, he would undoubtedly merit an SSS rating. At this juncture, they felt a wave of relief. If previously the likelihood of clearing the 4th wave stood at only 30%, now it had surely soared to 90%. A genius with an SSS rating, even within the Yin God Star system, is regarded as an extraordinary prodigy. In the Yin God Star system, among hundreds of intermediate star systems, such talents appear only once every few years. How could this not astonish them? Engaging in cunning, I wish to partake as well. Yet I have only just learned of this. Meanwhile, Longting found himself somewhat dazed. Even he was momentarily overwhelmed upon witnessing Ling Yan burst forth like a bolt of lightning. When had Ling Yan acquired an additional thunder-based supernatural ability? Ha ha ha, I never expected another genius to emerge. Ji Wuxue. Which 5 of you are prepared to select as combatants? Meanwhile, the ever-inquisitive Luo Sang chuckled heartily. As the strongest tank, there was no way he would sit out. Indeed, upon his utterance, the 5 formidable warriors frowned in unison. Given Ling Yan's demonstrated talent, he was undoubtedly at least SS rank. How could they possibly vie for such a prodigy? Did that imply that one among their quintet would have to withdraw? Yet, having finally seized this opportunity, who would willingly relinquish it? Wait, I sense a misunderstanding. At that moment, Ling Yan smiled faintly and spoke up. His words left everyone momentarily stunned, casting puzzled glances in his direction. I do not intend to form a team. Thus, your so-called strongest 10-member squad remains intact as your own. I can manage alone. Ling Yan smiled again, subsequently stowing away his Dragon Slayer gear, preparing to delve into the dark gold-level dungeon. Boom! His declaration sent shockwaves through the throng of over 100,000 prodigies. In an instant, disbelief painted their faces as they turned to Ling Yan. Soloing a dark gold-level dungeon? Could it be that Ling Yan was not jesting? Even with an SSS talent, how could he dare? The dark gold-level dungeon was a challenge even SSS talents could scarcely conquer alone. Stop! What do you mean by that? Ji Wushue's expression darkened instantaneously. Having already been overshadowed by Ling Yan's claim to the title of the greatest genius in the Tianbei star system, he was taken aback by Ling Yan's apparent disdain for them. Do not misunderstand. I merely believe that my solo efforts are equivalent to team play, not a reflection of your inadequacies. Ling Yan, noticing the agitation in their ranks, felt perplexed. Had he not been sufficiently tactful? Reluctantly, he sought to clarify his stance further, aiming for greater precision in his expression. Indeed, his clarification ignited an uproar. What? Soloing is no different from teaming up? Does that imply that this strongest 10-member squad is as good as non-existent? Such arrogance, utterly outrageous. It felt as though a confrontation was imminent. Truly, an SSS genius speaks with such candor. Were it me, I could not endure such insolence. The S-rank talents began fervently discussing his audacity. A segment of the onlookers, reveling in the spectacle, nearly produced popcorn to enjoy the unfolding drama. Among the 10-member team, 9 members, aside from Su Miaoran, were rendered speechless by Ling Yan's bluntness, their expressions darkening. Very well, very well. Truly, an SSS genius. One might think you hail from an R-rank background. They retorted. Indeed, even an SSS genius wouldn't dare claim they could successfully solo a dark gold-level dungeon. Who do you think you are? The members of several small teams began to hurl scornful jabs at Ling Yan. I have never encountered someone more arrogant than Ji Wushue. I wonder, does he truly possess the strength, or is he merely a master of idle boasts? Even Lozan began to mock him. The scorn directed at the combat class was one thing, for no one's talent could rival Ling Yan's. Yet he was, after all, the foremost bulwark, surely. Ling Yan's health points could not surpass his own. Upon hearing their derision, Ling Yan merely raised an eyebrow, bemused. He had already shown them considerable deference. Yet these curs dared to approach him seeking scorn. Thus, he felt no remorse. Indeed, he would commence his display of superiority. Since my previous remarks displeased you all, allow me to amend them. Ling Yan spoke with a hint of resignation. As his words fell, everyone assumed that Ling Yan was likely apprehensive about inciting their wrath and was preparing to apologize. After all, even an SSS-level genius could scarcely prevail if they all joined forces. Should they scatter, it was conceivable that the opponent could not eliminate them all. Partnering with you is not merely optional. Ling Yan spoke languidly. Surely enough, this lad was about to apologize. In that instant, the thought flashed through everyone's minds. Instantly, Ji Wushue and his companions scoffed. What did it matter if he possessed formidable talent? The strongest team comprised 10 individuals. Did he dare offend them all? I could single-handedly breeze through the first 4 waves. If you were to hinder me, I doubt I could even breach the 4th wave. Therefore, for the future of the Tianbei star system, you may play among yourselves. Such a level of dungeon clearance is beyond the reach of you so-called SS and SS-level players. If one were to perish within, the loss to the Tianbei star system would be immense. After all, a complete set of golden gear and purple skills hold considerable value. I am not targeting any one of you specifically. I can only assert that all present are but trash. Chapter 60. I refuse to believe you can eliminate me. One strike to annihilate 9 SSS-level geniuses. Ling Yan smiled slightly, gradually articulating his innermost thoughts. As soon as his words resonated, The entire square fell into an eerie silence. Those who had gathered to spectate were left agape in shock. Ling Yan had the audacity to claim that these geniuses would only serve as liabilities. In his eyes, their worth was even inferior to a set of golden equipment. Ling Yan's words were indeed more audacious than those of any SSS-level genius. At that moment, the expressions of the most formidable Team S geniuses shifted from pride to bewilderment, ultimately igniting into a blaze of fury. How dare he insult us so? This is tantamount to courting death. Let us strike together and eliminate him. Ji Wuxue bellowed in a fit of rage. Instantly, everyone from the strongest team, save for Su Miaoran, sprang into action. The honor of their talents and families was not to be belittled. In their eyes, Ling Yan's words were an affront, a degradation of their esteemed lineage, graver than death itself. Yet, Su Miaoran, who understood the terrors of the dark gold-level dungeon, knew that although Ling Yan's words were harsh, they bore an undeniable truth. Within their ranks, breaching the fourth wave was utterly impossible. Even the esteemed Star Masters may remain oblivious to the true nature of the dark gold-level dungeons, for they have never ventured beyond the fourth wave. They are utterly unacquainted with the sheer terror that the fifth wave of these dungeons harbors. Such a formidable challenge would undoubtedly hinder their progress. Can they not endure a mere dose of reality? Their psychological fortitude is indeed lacking. Since that is the case, allow me to demonstrate the true strength of a genuine genius. As the 9 prodigies rushed towards him in a frenzy, Ling Yan merely scoffed at their desperation. In an instant, a purple spear materialized in his grasp. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying clap of thunder erupted. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan transformed into a bolt of purple lightning, appearing directly before Ji Wuxue. This is bad. Ji Wuxue's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Ling Yan's sudden appearance. He hastily activated his golden skill, Void Instant Flash. An endless shroud of dark energy enveloped him, causing his form to vanish in an instant. Too slow. Ling Yan, however, merely smiled with disdain. He thrust his spear towards an open expanse with tremendous force. Thunderfire piercing spear. A resounding battle cry erupted from his lips. Clang. In the next moment, a crimson-purple surge of thunderfire erupted, transforming into a spear of annihilation that hurtled towards the open ground with terrifying speed. Buzz. At that very moment, Ji Wuxue's figure reappeared in the vicinity. However, the instant he manifested, he was met with the horrifying sight of the thunderfire-piercing spear hurtling towards him. Impossible. How could it be so fast? He roared in disbelief. This was his golden skill. How could Ling Yan's speed possibly match it? Yet, before his voice could fully escape, the thunderfire energy enveloped him entirely. Boom! 190,000, a deafening explosion reverberated, and a colossal damage value materialized in the air above. At the sight of this damaged figure, every onlooker gasped in astonishment. 190,000. Even the thousands of Star Masters were left wide-eyed in disbelief. A damage output of 190,000. Is this truly what an LV-20 individual clad in purple gear can achieve? In an instant, everyone inhaled sharply. Could it be that Ling Yan's thunderous power had already reached LV-20? In that moment, a thought emerged in the minds of the formidable Star Masters. This was still under the premise that Ji Wuxue was not utilizing lightning-based abilities. It is known that the same attack on the body of the purple gold Thunderbird would receive a 40 damage boost from the gear, along with a staggering 50 achievement damage bonus. The damage could have easily approached 400,000. However, before the Star Masters could fully contemplate this, Ling Yan, having obliterated Ji Wuxue, turned his gaze towards the remaining challengers. A raging giant troll, perhaps? A physical enhancement should serve me well. Just in time. My vitality enhancement level is somewhat lacking. Ling Yan's lips curled into a faint smile before he vanished from sight, racing towards Luo Sang with astonishing speed. Quick! Someone stop Ling Yan. The Lord of the Giant K-Star shouted in alarm upon witnessing the scene. As his voice echoed, everyone finally reacted and hurried to contact Xianjin. Unfortunately, it was too late. Buzz! In an instant, Ling Yan materialized before Luo Sang and his companions. Unleashing a cacophony of thunder, with a single palm strike, he directed a torrent of lightning forward. Boom, 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 boom. In that fleeting moment, terrifying bolts of thunder surged forth like a torrential downpour, relentlessly bombarding Luo Sang and the 7 or 8 prodigies. How dare you? I am a raging giant troll. You truly think you can defeat me in an instant? Luo Sang bellowed in fury, bolstered by an impressive LV-14 physical enhancement and LV-12 strength enhancement. His health was several times that of an ordinary individual, soaring to over 300,000 due to his full health augmentation. This formidable defense meant that among those present, fewer than 5 could breach Luo Sang's defenses, and the number capable of delivering a fatal blow was nearly non-existent. The prospect of an instant kill was utterly preposterous. However, his speed was equally sluggish. There was no way to evade Ling Yan's storm of lightning. Even if the deceased Jing Yu and Ji Wu Shui, who possessed exceptional speed enhancements, were alive, they too would be unable to escape the onslaught of thousands of bolts. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the overwhelming force of lightning struck these prodigies. Several of the weaker ones were instantly obliterated, reduced to nothing but charred remnants. Damage values of 44,000, critical hits of 88,000, and fatal strikes of 22,400 appeared ominously above the fallen prodigies. Although each bolt of lightning dealt only single damage, the inherent ability to breach defenses compounded the catastrophe. Even when employing their most potent defensive skills to negate the thunderous assault, they found their defenses slashed by 50%. Coupled with the armor-piercing effect of the purple-gold Thunderbird King set, with merely 10% of their defensive strength remaining, the next bolt of lightning annihilated them in an instant. All 7 prodigies, aside from Luo Sang, perished in the blink of an eye. Even with his health exceeding 400,000, Luo Sang's remaining defenses proved futile against the onslaught of lightning. To make matters worse, he was struck by 4 critical hits in succession. The arrival of just 4 heavenly bolts depleted over 300,000 of his health. His towering 10-meter frame was reduced to a massive charred husk. I still have 100,000 health left. I refuse to believe that your final bolt can take me down. Chapter 61, Annihilation. Astonishing the 1,000-star lords for an entire year. Luo Sang roared in a frenzy. Fully aware that Ling Yan's maneuver was the ultimate technique of the purple-gold Thunderbird King, Endless Thunder. Thus, he was acutely aware that although torrents of celestial thunder rained down upon him, only the final bolt retained its formidable power. If he could endure this last assault, he was certain that salvation would soon arrive. Thunder rumbled ominously. In the next instant, the final bolt of thunder struck him with overwhelming ferocity. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the realm. Before Luo Sang could fully comprehend the situation, he was obliterated in an instant. His colossal form shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the sky. The mighty ogre, heralded as the strongest bulwark, met his untimely demise, leaving nothing but a charred residue in his wake. A fatal blow of 124,200 damage materialized from where he had perished. At that moment, the entire plaza fell into an eerie silence. Luo Sang had fallen. He was vanquished by a single skill from Ling Yan. He was the strongest bulwark, after all. Even when faced with a king-level beast, a single ultimate attack would only strip away a third of his health. Yet now, in Ling Yan's hands, he had been dispatched with a mere strike. Ding! You have an urgent message, please check. Meanwhile, in the heavens, Jin Xian observed the scene unfold and received messages from the Celestial North Star Master and others urging him to intervene against Ling Yan. He grimaced at the sight of the charred remains scattered across the ground. How convenient to think of stopping him now. It was far too late. Jin Xian was left speechless. It wasn't that he had not contemplated taking action. However, time had slipped away. Who could have anticipated that Ling Yan could eliminate everyone with a single blow? Of course, it wasn't a matter of his own inadequacy. When he had been appointed as an examiner, he had inquired whether he should intervene in the event of imminent fatalities. After all, these were prodigies of the Celestial North Star system. Yet, nearly all the Star Masters had outright denied it. Though these individuals were indeed talented members of the human race and the future of their star system, this was a battle, not a mere game. Death was a natural occurrence. Moreover, when facing opponents of equal rank, even if one possessed superior talent, it should not result in instantaneous demise. A plea for mercy could suffice for survival. If one lacked even the slightest means of self-preservation, being slain by a more gifted adversary was merely fate. They had even envisioned scenarios in which a prodigy capable of instant kills might arise. However, once one individual was eliminated, the next would likely forfeit, provided they were not foolish. Thus, when he witnessed Ling Yan preparing to confront all challengers alone, he hesitated for a fleeting moment. In his estimation, Ling Yan would not be so easily dispatched, and others could plead for their lives before being slain. Regrettably, that moment of indecision cost him the chance to intervene. After all, who could have foreseen that Ling Yan could eliminate all SS-level prodigies of the celestial North Star system with but a single maneuver? Boom! This horrifying spectacle ignited a frenzy among all those present on the deck. He had been defeated, and even Lo Song had been effortlessly obliterated. Surely, I must be mistaken. The fatal damage appeared 2 or 3 times in quick succession, and nearly every strike was a critical hit, even a devastating blow. Such astonishing luck, is it not? It is no wonder that Ling Yan remarked that even if all 10 were to join forces, they would merely be a burden. It appears he spoke the truth. In this moment, everyone gazed at Ling Yan in sheer astonishment. Given the current state of the battle, had all of them truly ventured into the instance, that 10-man squad would indeed be a liability for Ling Yan. How absurd it is that they initially believed Ling Yan's suggestion against forming a team was an affront to their abilities. It turns out Ling Yan had been exceedingly tactful. Yet, is it not rather ruthless of him to eliminate them all in an instant? Nonetheless, there were still those who felt Ling Yan had gone too far. After all, a mere conflict does not warrant such a complete annihilation, does it? Yet, the moment such sentiments were voiced, they were swiftly drowned out by the surrounding crowd. Ruthless? Had they not heard Ji Wushue's initial words? He aimed to kill Ling Yan. Why should these talented individuals from prominent families be permitted to take lives while others are denied the chance to retaliate? Indeed, when equally matched geniuses engage in battle, a single skill can determine life or death. Had he not acted decisively, who could say whether they might not have attempted a sneak attack? If such an ambush were to occur, it would be Ling Yan who faced demise. And truly, what are you barking about? Is it not the case that these individuals had already taken numerous lives during the assessment? Each of those combatants had surely slain at least a few. The chorus of furious denunciations swiftly silenced those who deemed Ling Yan's actions excessive. In an instant, all discussion ceased. Master, his strength is formidable. Even Su Miaoran looked on in disbelief at this powerful genius hailing from the same planet, even the same city as herself. Of course, it struck her now that they had scarcely exchanged a few words since their acquaintance. The power this young man concealed is indeed terrifying. Even if he were to tackle the 4th wave alone, he might succeed. It seems that within the Tianbei star system, a super genius has emerged. Should he enter the Flame God star system and be properly nurtured, he could well become a superpower capable of commanding a vast star system. That intriguing voice echoed once more in Su Miaoran's mind. The mere notion that Master believed Ling Yan could conquer the 4th wave single-handedly astonished her. It is known that to surpass the 4th wave alone signifies that Ling Yan could effortlessly breach the Golden Instance. After all, the final boss of a Golden Instance features at least several heads in the 4th wave. Such talent undoubtedly reaches the SSS level. However, within the expansive control room of the Tianbei starship, the Star Lords remained utterly silent as they beheld the projected images. The planetary lords whose talented disciples had fallen to Ling Yan bore expressions of great distress, for among the slain were their own apprentices or descendants. Yet, given the present circumstances, they had no face to erupt in outrage. 9 against 1, defeated in an instant, and yet they had instigated the conflict themselves. There is no justification for this. Gentlemen, what shall we do now? Is it truly the case that in the final assessment, we must allow Ling Yan to face it alone? After a prolonged silence, the master of Tianbei sighed deeply. The prowess of Ling Yan was evident to all. Given his capabilities, the likelihood of him single-handedly overcoming the 4th wave was substantial. Since he preferred to embark on this journey alone, so be it. Should he falter, he could then form a team. At this moment, Longting also stepped forward with a smile. Even he was taken aback by Ling Yan's sudden surge in power. Initially, he believed Ling Yan to be merely an SS-level genius. Yet it now appeared that SSS was assured, with the potential to even challenge the SSS rank. Of course, the probability of success in such an endeavor remained uncertain. As soon as he uttered these words, the surrounding star masters nodded in agreement. And what of Ji Wushue and his companions? Their talents were indeed formidable. In the Tianbei star system, it was customary to witness only one SS-level genius emerge each year. This year, aside from Ling Yan, there had been 4 others. Surely, it could not be that they would all perish so easily. Chapter 62, The Resurrection Card. What the hell? How did my equipment and skills get destroyed? At that moment, One of the Star Masters hesitantly spoke up. Ultimately, the foundation of the Tianbei star system was rather weak. Although the advantages brought by Ling Yan far surpassed those of these 9 geniuses combined, one must consider that in previous years, these prodigies were exceptionally rare in the Tianbei star system. To let them die like this would be a tremendous waste. I propose that we procure golden resurrection cards for these SS-level geniuses and those deceased SS-level talents. As for the expenses, the Star Masters of their respective planets could cover 30, with the remainder shared among us. If the Tianbei star system grows stronger, the resources available to all will also become more abundant. What do you think? The master of Tianbei pondered for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, everyone hesitated. Resurrection cards were rare items that could only be obtained from dungeons of gold grade or above. Moreover, they not only had usage limits, but also varied in requirements for different individuals. A golden resurrection card could only revive geniuses of SS to SS ranks, while a dark golden resurrection card could revive those of SSS to SSS ranks. Legends spoke of even higher-tier red resurrection cards that could restore talents above SSS rank. However, such resurrection cards had never appeared in the annals of human history, as no one had ever conquered a red-grade dungeon. Even when a superpower of our rank once led 9 SSS or higher beings into an assault, the outcome was 4 deaths and 6 injuries. It is important to note that this lineup was the most formidable pioneering team in the history of humanity. Alas, they still met with defeat. Thus, in his previous life, Ling Yan was protected so diligently. Once dead, revival was utterly impossible. After all, his class level had been capped at our rank, necessitating a red resurrection card for revival. However, that was the perspective from Ling Yan's former life. In this life, he was acutely aware that his class level exceeded our rank. Given sufficient time, he could even replicate countless our rank professions. While the golden revival cards may not possess the same rarity, their price is certainly not insignificant. Although the cost is distributed among over 1,000 Star Lords, it still constitutes a considerable sum. It seems somewhat burdensome for them to bear the expense for talents that are not their own. However, the few Star Lords who must contribute 30 do not express such concerns. The amount they are required to pay, though 100 times more than that of other Star Lords, may take them decades to repay. Yet, ultimately, it is for the benefit of their own prodigies. After all, such talents may only emerge once in a century on their planets. At worst, they can arrange for these prodigies to repay the debt in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, with Ling Yan present, this expedition into the dungeon is assuredly destined for success. Should Ling Yan manage to solo the 4th wave, it implies that our Dragon Rising Star will secure a 100-fold benefit from the dungeon. Hence, for the future of the Northern Sky System, Dragon Rising Star can lend out 20% of the funds needed to revive these talents. If the solo attempt fails, they can always form a team with the other 9 prodigies, allowing them to cover their own costs. However, let it be clear from the outset, this money is a loan and must be repaid. At that moment, Long Ting spoke with a sense of righteous resolve, and his words resonated with the gathered Star Lords. Indeed, if Ling Yan successfully solos the 4th wave, the entire dungeon's profits would rightfully belong to Dragon Rising Star. It is crucial to note that entering an epic-level dungeon requires an enormous investment. After all, epic-level dungeons not only feature higher experience points for monsters, but also do not necessitate actively seeking them out. The monsters come in abundance, leading to a significant increase in the speed of farming. The drop rates are also considerably enhanced. Particularly for novice dungeons, the demand is immense. Thus, any newly released novice-level dungeon of golden quality or above becomes a veritable cash cow. If Ling Yan succeeds in his solo attempt, the assets of Dragon Rising Star could multiply tenfold within a year. Within a century, Dragon Rising Star is poised to become the wealthiest planet in the entire Northern Sky System. A mere 20% of the funds is but a trifling sum. Of course, they would also reap substantial benefits. Every future prodigy from their planets will enjoy a discount when entering the dungeon. Consequently, the strength of the entire Northern Sky System will experience rapid enhancement. Upon contemplating this, every Star Lord felt an overwhelming sense of envy towards Long Tung. This regulation was established by the Earth Federation years ago, ensuring that no formidable individuals dared to meddle with even the most lucrative dungeons. Since the Lord of Dragon Rising Star has spoken, I find myself in agreement. I have no objections. I concur. In an instant, all the Star Lords nodded in unison. Although it is a loan, the repayment will not fall upon them. Naturally, they are pleased to contribute less. Subsequently, all of them pooled their resources, and the Northern Sky Star Lord entered the Apocalypse continent, purchasing 12 golden revival tokens from the Apocalypse Mall. The decision to acquire 12 was primarily due to the unfortunate demise of 3 SS-level prodigies, including Jingyu, during the assessment battles. Since resurrection is inevitable, let us do it together, for the genius of SS is indeed immensely precious. Utilize 10 golden resurrection cards. Resurrected players include Ji Wuxue, Luoseng, and Jingyu. Within the command room, over 1,000 Star Masters gazed intently into the void. Then, the Northern Star Master slowly began to speak. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the Northern Star Master's voice faded, the resurrection cards exploded in an instant, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles. In the next moment, these particles began to swiftly converge, ultimately coalescing into the forms of those super geniuses. As these prodigies gradually opened their eyes, they cast curious glances around, utterly bewildered. Weren't they engaged in battle with Ling Yan? How did they end up here? Master? What is happening to us? Luoseng immediately spotted his towering master, a giant resembling a mountain, standing at a height of 1,000 meters. How dare you speak? 9 individuals were eliminated by a single opponent. Do you not know how to play? Upon hearing Luoseng's words, Juk erupted in furious rebuke. Losing money is trivial, but losing face is paramount. 10 individuals felled by a single skill, and to make matters worse, one of them was a super tank, who also happened to be his own disciple. What? We were eliminated? Oh right, I recall now. After Ji Wuxue fell to Ling Yan, we were all dispatched one by one. In that instant, the 2 support class geniuses finally recollected their memories. In other words, they had been resurrected? The weight of having used a resurrection opportunity settled heavily upon everyone's hearts. After all, the usage of resurrection cards is limited. What the heck? Where are my equipment? Wait, my skills are gone as well. Damn it. Ling Yan must have looted them. My wrath of thunder. I had pleaded with my family for ages to procure that. That damn Ling Yan. At this moment, someone finally recognized the anomaly. Upon resurrection, not only had they lost their equipment, but nearly all their skills were also gone. Chapter 63. Hundreds of times the interest. Longting, are you robbing us? Indeed, their equipment and skills had been stripped by Ling Yan, and even a portion of their passives had been plundered. Fortunately, the stolen passives remained intact. Otherwise, these geniuses would truly be rendered useless. All gone. The drop rate is exceedingly high. Yes, theoretically. It should not be possible for everything to be completely looted. Perhaps it was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Individuals of exceptional talent generally possess luck beyond the ordinary. Even the Star Masters frowned upon witnessing that these geniuses, who had fallen to Ling Yan, were nearly entirely stripped of their belongings. The probability of such a drop was indeed terrifying. However, they soon reconciled with it. Geniuses are often considered as such due to their extraordinary fortune, which likely leads to the awakening of incredibly powerful professions. With such extraordinary luck, their drop rates naturally surpass those of ordinary individuals. Although Ling Yan's circumstances were somewhat outrageous, who decreed that those with great luck could not experience a second stroke of extraordinary fortune. What? You 9 were all defeated by a single individual? Truly pathetic. Where is Su Miaoran, the one who met her demise at my hands? Could it be that no one has the power to resurrect her, leaving her utterly deceased? Indeed, as a genius of grade S, how could she possibly qualify for revival? Ha ha ha. In the end, I am the one who emerges victorious. In that instant, Jingyu beside me could not contain his laughter either. However, upon gazing at Jingyu's clownish demeanor, the surrounding Star Lords could not help but twitch their lips. This fool evidently has no inkling that not only is Su Miaoran alive and thriving, but she has also acquired golden equipment and purple skills. The only reason he himself is still alive is because Longting secured 20% of the funds. This imbecile has incurred such a debt to Longting for his resurrection that he will likely spend his entire life toiling away. Wait a moment, if I recall correctly. Aside from myself, no one else was willing to pay for Jingyu's rescue, right? Senior Tianbei, are you covering the excess expenses yourself? If that is the case, I shall bear all the costs. Yet, at that moment, Longting spoke up directly. He recalled that nearly all the Star Lords had previously expressed their unwillingness to contribute to Jingyu's rescue. How absurd. The other talented individuals were aided due to the imminent human talent battle. As long as they secured certain rankings, they would all benefit. Yet, Jingyu and his master are collectively despised by all. Rescuing him? Preposterous. Given the numerous instances in the past where a collective purchase of resurrection cards had occurred, it was only Ying Along who did not contribute. Moreover, Jingyu's Fusong lineage has made him loathed by everyone. Contributing funds? Absolutely out of the question. That's unnecessary. Jingyu was revived through Ying Yilong's personal funds of 80. Star-Lord Tianbei explained, "Me contribute? Impossible. I wouldn't waste my resources on such a trivial matter. Humph. I can certainly afford to revive my disciple with such a paltry sum. Your pity is unneeded." Upon hearing Longting's words, Ying Yilong felt insulted and immediately snorted in disdain. "What a foolish notion. I demand interest. What a pity that you actually paid 80. After hearing Ying Yilong's words, Longting ceased to feign ignorance and, in fact, felt somewhat disappointed. Interest? Indeed, reviving someone could entail setting interest rates. How had I overlooked that? Damn it. Longting, how much interest did you impose on my disciple? As Longting's words rang out, the surrounding Star Lords suddenly grasped the situation. Those prodigies were utterly bewildered. What interest? Were they not merely reviving Jingyu through the contributions of the Star Lords from the Tianbei system? Must they repay the funds along with interest? Longting merely smiled slightly, then turned his gaze toward the group of talented individuals. You lot ought to remember. The 20% of the funds for your revival is a temporary loan from me. Longting Star. According to the interest rates prevalent in the Tianxi continent, I shall charge you an annual interest rate of 10%. Do not forget to repay. All these funds should be returned to Ling Yan. Pay the interest monthly. Should you forget, you may find yourselves facing death a second time. Oh, and Jingyu, your interest rate is 16%. Upon hearing this, Longting burst into laughter, then directed his kindly gaze toward the remaining talented individuals, imparting his advice. Good heavens! 10% interest. Instantly, all the prodigies were rendered speechless. An annual interest rate of 10%? Why don't you just rob a bank? Contemplating the terrifying price of the resurrection card, even prodigies emerging from prominent families find themselves momentarily dizzy, judging by their talent and the pace of their growth. It seems they might never repay the debt within 60 or 70 years. By then, the cost may have escalated to over 20 times its current amount. However, evading repayment is not an option, as preconditions are set prior to resurrection. Any breach would render the resurrection card null and void, resulting in instant demise. Naturally, these conditions must remain within certain parameters. Repayment must fall within a 16% interest rate. Jingyu's 16% interest is the maximum. While other prodigies may not hold significant grievances, the enmity between Ying Yilong and Jingyu is unmistakable. They have directly escalated the interest to its peak. According to Jingyu's terms, if a century were to pass, the interest could potentially surge to 100 times the principal. The compounding interest is indeed a terrifying prospect. In an instant, other Star Lords were left in shock. Goodness, I wondered why Long Tongue was so benevolent as to cover Jingyu's medical expenses. It turns out he was waiting for this. A 16% interest rate means that even if Jingyu becomes a Star Lord in the future, he would still be unable to repay it. It is frightful, exceedingly frightful, more ruthless than Zhou Pa Pai. How could he have previously feigned such righteous indignation? In that moment, the Star Lords finally grasped that Long Tongue's intentions were not as noble as they had assumed. It should be noted that among the 12 prodigies present, 10 were slain by Long Tongue's hand. Given Long Tongue's vengeful character, it is astonishing that he would voluntarily lend money. They had previously considered him rather amicable, but it now seems he had meticulously planned this all along. Alas, the so-called prodigies, having just emerged from the novice village, now bear a debt they may never be able to repay in their lifetime. Sigh, who told them to provoke those they ought not to? Indeed, lacking strength is one thing, but thinking others' kindness is an insult to their pride. Who else would they expect to be slain? This time, Ling Yan has struck a goldmine. In an instant, every Star Lord was abuzz with gossip. The recently resurrected Ji Wuxua and others were equally baffled. So, they had just returned to life, only to realize they would be laboring for Ling Yan for the rest of their lives? How utterly constraining. Moreover, the most significant point remains. After Long Ting designated Ling Han as the creditor, they could never lay a hand on Ling Yan. Any attack would result in the resurrection card's effects dissipating, leading to their immediate demise. At the very least, they must refrain from violence until the debt is settled. Perhaps this is Long Tongue's indirect way of safeguarding Ling Yan, a gesture of genuine care. It is worth noting that Long Tongue has yet to receive any subsequent income from the instance, indicating that the funds he has offered are undoubtedly all his savings. All this simply to pave a path for Ling Yan. Chapter 64. Plundering the Essence of Life. Lifespan 400. Now, since resurrection has occurred, let us diligently tackle the instance. As long as you can conquer the fourth wave before Ling Yan does, your debts can be settled within a year or two. As for the equipment and skills, you possess the Dragon Slayer set and the Dragon Slayer secret arts, and your rewards have yet to be claimed. A single purple skill, combined with the Dragon Slayer secret arts, will suffice for your needs. At that moment, the Northern Star Lord spoke up, and upon hearing his words, the revived talents were filled with renewed hope. Indeed, there is still a chance. Without hesitation, they promptly entered the nearby Apocalypse Rift and made their way to the Apocalypse continent. Once there, they utilized their privileges as SS-level geniuses of the Human Federation to purchase skills suited to their capabilities, then swiftly departed the control room and hurried toward the deck. As long as they could breach the dungeon quickly enough, they would have the opportunity to repay their debts in no time. Of course, the two SS-level geniuses who were ineligible to join the strongest 10-person team regretted their decision to provoke Ling Yan alongside Ji Wuxue. Although they survived, a lifetime of servitude awaited them. While the resurrection cards did impose restrictions on those revived, the Human Alliance offered a free resurrection condition for powerful individuals whose talents and levels reached a certain standard, allowing them to be revived once at no cost, provided they remained loyal to humanity. However, those revived were not without options. There were instances where unscrupulous individuals used resurrection cards to bring back certain talents, intending to manipulate them as puppets or even slaves. Some would go so far as to resurrect a genius only to slay them again, thereby depleting their resurrection opportunities. Fortunately, the Apocalypse continent had mechanisms in place to counter such schemes. Revived individuals could choose to forego their resurrection within 3 days, resulting in their immediate death without consuming a resurrection opportunity. Naturally, the used resurrection card would be lost. Those seeking to exploit the system would find themselves at a loss. And as time passed, hostile forces rarely resorted to such gambits. After all, while winning a bet might yield a genius as an underling, losing would mean losing an exceedingly expensive resurrection card. Such risks were only taken when facing super geniuses. Meanwhile, Ling Yan remained unaware that Ji Wuxue and the others had been revived. Even if he did know, it would not concern him in the slightest. His gaze was fixed upon his backhand list. Congratulations. Player has slain opponent. Ji Wuxue. Experience gained. 300 million. Star coins. 30 million. Congratulations. Player has slain opponent. Luo Sang. Experience gained. 300 million. Star coins. 30 million. Congratulations. Player has slain opponent. Su Hanyue. Experience gained. 5 billion. Star coins. 15 million. The system's notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. How pitiful. The combined experience of these 9 individuals pales in comparison to that of a single king-level monster. Ling Yan couldn't help but scoff at the notifications. Although each of these individuals possessed strength comparable to that of a king-level monster of the same rank, the experience they provided was woefully inadequate. Ling Yan's defeat of the Purple Gold Thunderbird King granted him a staggering 10 billion in rewards. The cumulative value of all these SS-class prodigies did not even approach this figure. The experience points awarded were merely slightly higher than those from typical boss-level monsters. However, what Ling Yan sought was not merely experience points or star coins. Discovered passives: Speed Enhancement LV13, Body Enhancement LV13, Strength Enhancement LV11, Dark Mastery LV15, Thunder Mastery LV13, Life Force LV4, Titanium Alloy Body LV11. Plunder Success Rate 0.0000000001. Fortune Wheel activated. Success Rate Enhancement 10 billion times. Success rate increased to 10. Congratulations, player. Successfully plundered passives: Dark Mastery LV15, Curse Mastery LV11, Life Force LV4. Fortune Wheel activated. Drop rate increased by 10,000 times. Acquired equipment: Shadow Hunter Set LV20, purple. Giant King Set LV20, purple. Acquired skills: Void Flash, gold. Berserk Troll Slash, purple. Life Revival, purple. At this moment, a multitude of notifications flooded Ling Yan's mind. In an instant, All the equipment and skills of the prodigies present were dropped by Ling Yan. Furthermore, he had acquired 3 formidable passives. Dark Mastery LV-15, Manipulate Dark Energy, increasing the power of dark skills by 1500. Curse Mastery LV-11, negative skills receive a 100-1100 enhancement. Life Force LV-4, possess immense life strength, increases lifespan by 400. Additionally, can manipulate life force to recover from any damage, enhancing healing skills by 400. Ling Yan glanced at the attributes of these 3 newly acquired passives with great satisfaction and chose to integrate them immediately. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, 3 types of energy surged wildly into Ling Yan's body. Soon, these energies began to rapidly converge within his mind's eye, ultimately coalescing into 3 enormous elemental orbs, 1 black, 1 gray, and 1 green. Not far from these elemental orbs floated a crimson orb of fire energy, which had transformed into a purple orb of thunder energy, alongside orbs of earth energy, wind energy, and several other elemental passives. However, it was surprising that this life force had already reached SS level at merely LV-4. Ling Yan found himself astonished, as he recalled that this life force resembled the passive of a prodigious life healer. Her profession had been rated as SS level. The notion that a mere LV-4 could attain SS level was indeed staggering. Yet, considering the substantial 400 years added to his lifespan, Ling Yan found solace. In this era, the average person could only live around a century, while each tier of power significantly increased longevity. A Tier 2 warrior, specifically those above LV-50 but below LV-100, would possess a lifespan of 150 years. The third-tier warriors possess a level of 100 to 150 and enjoy a lifespan of 200 years. The fourth-tier warriors, in contrast, reach an impressive longevity of 500 years. If one were to emulate Sikong Jian and break through to level 200 from level 199, achieving the 5th tier, their lifespan would soar to an astonishing 1,000 years. The sheer terror of possessing such life force, augmented by an astounding 400 enhancement, is unimaginable. Even ordinary individuals can boast lifespans comparable to that of 4th-tier warriors. In Chapter 65, we encounter the golden skill, Void Instant Flash Level 1. A 4th-tier warrior can outlive a 6th-tier warrior by twice the duration. An extended lifespan naturally translates to more opportunities for ascension to higher realms. Regrettably, offensive life skills are exceedingly rare among those endowed with life force. Relying solely on ordinary skills, their combat prowess remains akin to that of regular individuals, merely capable of enduring longer in battle. Thus, despite being classified as SS rank, their rate of advancement lags significantly behind their peers of equal caliber, even falling below the average S rank. Even with a prolonged lifespan, their ultimate achievements equate to those of a typical SS rank. I recall that on the continent of Apocalypse, numerous creatures possess life force. When the time comes, I shall hunt for some passive abilities and acquire various skills. Ling Yan holds tremendous faith in life force, given its formidable foundational level. Furthermore, Hu Wun-Ti desired the passive ability to prolong life. He then glanced at the skill he had just acquired, Life Resurrection. Life Resurrection Level 1, Purple Skill, instantly restores the target's health by 50,000 points, with a continuous recovery of 1 point per second. The restoration range extends to a radius of 10 meters, with a maximum target limit of 10 individuals. Usage requirement, total magic power 20. Learning requirement, level 20, mastery of life force level 1 or higher. To think that this mere level 1 skill could yield such terrifying effects. At level 4, it could quadruple the effects. This implies I could instantly restore a target's health to 200,000. Additionally, a sustained recovery of 4 points per second for 10 seconds amounts to an impressive 40 health points. The range could extend to 40 meters, increasing the target limit to 40 individuals. Ling Yan gasped in astonishment upon reading this. And this is merely the level 1 skill. If it were to advance to level 2 or 3, how much more formidable would it become? Alas, facing Ling Yan, they were swiftly annihilated. Otherwise, even a sliver of health would render them as indestructible as cockroaches. Of course, this skill is not the highest in rank. The pinnacle belongs to Ji Wushue's Void Instant Flash. Void Instant Flash, golden skill, allows instantaneous movement to any location within a 10-meter radius. Additionally, it grants the ability to slip into the void. No skill cooldown time. No wind-up required. Usage requirement, 10 magic power. Learning requirement, mastery of darkness level 5 or higher. Mastery of speed level 5 or higher, or mastery of void, space, or teleportation level 1. Void instant flash can be said to have touched the very essence of spatial teleportation. In an instant, one can move to any location within a 10-meter radius. The reason Ling Yan was able to slay Ji Wuxue lies in his terrifying speed. Just as Ji Wuxue had teleported to another location, Ling Yan had already fired a shot, resulting in Ji Wuxue being obliterated before he could react. It can be asserted that with such a skill, as long as the disparity in speed and strength is not as overwhelming as that between Ling Yan and Ji Wuxue, there is scarcely anyone who could eliminate him before exhausting their magical power. Consequently, the requirements for mastering this skill are exceedingly stringent, necessitating a proficiency in dark mastery and speed mastery at level 5 or above for its acquisition. Yet, even Ji Wuxue's level 15 dark mastery only allowed him to extend his teleportation distance to within 30 meters. Of course, if one possesses mastery in spatial manipulation, teleportation, or spatial proficiency, the prerequisites for learning this skill would be significantly diminished. However, possessing such proficiencies renders the need to learn this skill moot, as both spatial and teleportation mastery inherently grant the ability to teleport. Only void mastery seems to have some utility. These prodigies are truly exceptional, each one a treasure, not only boasting high passive levels, but also an abundance of potent skills and equipment. It appears there will be ample opportunities for potential future endeavors. As Ling Yan contemplated this, a grin spread across his face. His gaze swept around, spotting countless prodigies rated S and above, equivalent to 100,000 geniuses whose passive skills have reached level 7 or higher. The thought was indeed enticing. However, Ling Yan had not yet succumbed to the madness of turning against his own human race's geniuses. Instead, he pondered the galaxy, which, apart from humanity, is home to several other races, all of which have been bitter enemies for millennia. Should he eliminate their super geniuses, it would undoubtedly infuriate these formidable races. In the future, when he ventures to the continent of revelation, he could specifically target the strong from these factions. For now, however, it was imperative to enhance his own strength. System. Learn all available skills, including the dragon-slaying secret technique. Without hesitation, Ling Yan chose to proceed with the learning. Ding. Command accepted. Congratulations. You have learned the following skills: Void Flash LV1, Golden, Life Resurrection LV1, Purple, Fury of Thunder LV1, Purple, Blood Drain LV1, Purple. Upon use, temporarily reduces the target's maximum health by 10. At level 11, the curse effect can reduce the maximum health by 32. Dragon Slaying Secret Technique LV1, Purple, within 1 minute of activation, increases damage dealt to dragon-type monsters by 300. Cost, 10,000 magical power. In an instant, the memories of these skills surged into Ling Yan's mind. Due to occupational restrictions, Ling Yan could only learn 5 skills, including the dragon-slaying secret technique. He realized that the curse effect could not be directly amplified to 11 times. Upon reflection, it made sense. If the maximum health reduction of 10 were to be amplified 11-fold, it would indeed lead to a complete depletion of health, even resulting in a negative value. Had this been the case, Ling Yan would have been instantly obliterated by the curse effect previously. Thus, the curse profession would undoubtedly become the most powerful. After all, a reduction of 110 health points means that even a divine being would face instant annihilation. As for Fury of Thunder, it stands in stark contrast to Endless Thunder. It is a singular strike of thunderous damage, delivering a devastating bolt that can unleash 1,000 points of spell damage. There is no lingering damage. It delivers its full impact in one fell swoop. Admittedly, when faced with multiple foes, the damage output pales in comparison to a mere fraction of the Endless Thunder. However, against a solitary target, the instantaneous devastation is utterly terrifying. One specializes in gradual group damage, while the other focuses on instant annihilation. As for the armor sets, none can rival the might of the Dragon Slayer set. Ling Yan promptly donned a complete blood-red Dragon Slayer ensemble. Boom. In an instant, Ling Yan felt his own power surging uncontrollably. The original purple gold Thunderbird King set merely enhanced his attributes by 1,200 in total. while the Dragon Slayer set bestowed an impressive 3,000 points across the board. In a heartbeat, Ling Yan's attributes skyrocketed by 1,800. He then opened his attributes panel. Attributes panel name: Ling Yan race, human class, passive plunderer, child of fortune. Level: LV 20, 12, 91 billion. Strength: 3360. Agility: 34, 35, 2000, 144, 11 million. Constitution: 3360, 800. 7256. Soul: 4060. Talent passives: Flame Mastery LV 15, 010000. Fire damage 1500. Thunder Mastery LV 20, 244,110 million. Thunder damage 2000. Darkness Mastery LV 15, 010000. Dark damage 1500. Cursing Mastery LV 11, 02000. Curse effect 1001100. Skills: Royal Blood Fury LV 1, purple, 200 attribute enhancement, Void Flash, gold, instant teleportation within a 10-meter radius. Life Rebirth, purple, 50,000 health enhancement, and 1 health recovery per second. Endless Thunder, 500 thunder damage, 50 armor penetration, 50 destruction damage per second. Weapon: Dragon Slayer set LV 20, gold, reduces damage from dragons. 100 damage, health, mana recovery 200 per second, damage accumulation, 0 million, 100 million, currency, 12.03 billion, locked. Note: many skills and passives have been concealed, leaving only the most significant and recently acquired ones. I hope for your understanding, as some may be inclined to accuse of padding the text. Chapter 66. What on earth? Is Ling Yan perhaps infatuated with Sun Yaran? Is this truly the Dragon Slayer set? How magnificent! I envy him, but alas, only the strongest teams are worthy of wearing it. However, it must be noted that the strongest team has been decimated, leaving only Sun Yaran. What shall become of the remaining Dragon Slayer set? Do you think death is absolute? Have you heard of resurrection cards? Resurrection cards? Incredible, such a thing exists? Indeed, resurrection cards do exist, but they can only drop from monsters of royal rank or above. They are exceedingly expensive, nearly on par with the price of golden equipment. We S-rank prodigies not belonging to prominent families need not hope for such fortunes. Who would have thought that death could indeed be reversed? Yet ordinary individuals lack the opportunity. How utterly unfair this world is. What injustice is there? It is merely a matter of poor luck and limited talent on your part. Had you possessed greater aptitude, perhaps you would have access to a free resurrection. Observing the Dragon Slayer set adorning Ling Yan, it is undeniable that envy envelopes all. Such a golden ensemble is a rarity. Even among the talented, even those rated S may never don such a set in their lifetime. Senior, may I enter the dungeon now? At that moment, on the deck of the Tianbei starship, Ling Yan addressed the Golden Xian Star Master in the sky. Yes, at any time. Others are the same. Golden Xian nodded slightly. All right, I shall proceed. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan smiled faintly, unhesitatingly striding toward the rift hovering just above the deck. Wait. Suddenly, as Ling Yan approached Sun Yaran, a thought struck him. I apologize for including you in my earlier remarks about those foolish dogs. Ling Yan chuckled. His words left those around them momentarily stunned. Who would have expected Ling Yan to offer an apology? Shouldn't such arrogance render him blind to others? Could it be that he harbors feelings for Sun Yaran? Yet, it is understandable, for despite her cold demeanor, she is indeed strikingly beautiful. You speak the truth. My strength does indeed hold me back. Sun Yaran replied icily. You remain unchanged. A little more smiling would serve you well. Ling Yan chuckled helplessly. However, he refrained from further conversation and stepped into the rift. With a resonating hum, as a wave of spatial energy surged, Ling Yan's figure vanished from the deck. Did he not recognize me? Nevertheless, Ling Yan's parting words caused Sun Yaran's brow to furrow slightly. There was an inexplicable familiarity in the way he spoke to her, as if they were old acquaintances. Never mind, I shall enter as well. If my master speaks true, the treasures within this dungeon will be immensely beneficial to me. With a serious gaze, Sun Yaran watched Ling Yan's departing figure. After declining several invitations from SS-level prodigies, she ventured into the dungeon alone. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a series of powerful auras surged from a nearby hatch, and in the next instant, 11 figures burst forth at remarkable speed. Alas, we are too late. Ling Yan has already entered. How infuriating that he has outpaced us. Ji Wuxue and the other 9, upon realizing Ling Yan's absence, wore expressions of dismay. Should Ling Yan clear the 4th wave before them, they would be burdened with debt for life, unless they resorted to borrowing from their families, some of which possess more wealth than the entirety of the Lungting Star. Yet, they understood that family members, save for direct blood relatives, could be even more ruthless. What a surprise, Ji Wuxue and Lo Song. How is this possible? Were they not dead? Of course, they must have used a resurrection card. The resurrection cards are exceedingly costly. A sudden issuance of 12 is indeed a grand gesture. It is likely that the funds were amassed from over 1,000 planets, and in the future, a portion will undoubtedly be deducted from our resources. How painful it is to witness. This is our wealth. In an instant, the surrounding prodigies were filled with astonishment. However, this was quickly overshadowed by the sting of loss, for money does not simply materialize. It merely shifts from one group to another. The revival of Ji Wuxue and his companions was likely financed by the collective contributions of all the planetary leaders. Even that detestable woman managed to participate. After scanning the area and failing to locate Su Miaoran, Jing Yu was instantly engulfed by fury. He had just learned that Su Miaoran, whom he believed he had killed, was still alive. He had intended to seek revenge against her. In his view, her ability to kill him was purely due to his negligence in underestimating her ability to employ a substitute. If he could eliminate Su Miaoran, given her talent, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to resurrect her. Even if she were revived, it would cost a precious chance at resurrection. Jing Yu, join our team. Ji Wuxue commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Is that how you ask someone to join? Jing Yu exploded in indignation. Clang. In the next moment, a blood-red longsword was poised at Jing Yu's throat. The dark aura emanating from the blade caused Jing Yu's countenance to shift dramatically. I will join. I will join. He hastily nodded, too intimidated to voice any further objections. At that moment, he regained his composure. He feared no one present, as he could evade with his terrifying speed. However, Ji Wuxue was a different story. Their talents were nearly equal, yet Ji Wuxue's abilities overshadowed his own. Should a battle ensue, defeat was inevitable. Let us proceed. Ji Wuxue huffed coldly, then waved his hand decisively, collecting the remaining 8 sets of golden armor, leading Luoseng and the others into the dungeon. Of course, the additional 2 sets utilized by other prodigies were of lesser quality. They were not even high-level golden sets, and their attributes did not counter the dungeon's monsters. How intriguing. It appears that Ji Wuxue and his group are eager to compete with Ling Yan. It is uncertain who will emerge victorious. Although Ling Yan possesses the strength to defeat Ji Wuxue and his companions tenfold, that is only under the condition of their carelessness. Moreover, when it comes to dungeon runs, 10 individuals will undoubtedly surpass the speed of a single person. Indeed, it seems this time, fun awaits us. We should enter as well, this dark golden dungeon. Given our talents, we may only have a few opportunities to access it in our lifetime. Let us not squander this chance. After a brief discussion, the other 100,000 prodigies showed no hesitation. Once their teams were formed, they all surged toward the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. After all, such dungeons are excellent for leveling up. Under normal circumstances, these S to S-class prodigies would require substantial resources to enter a golden dungeon. For a dark golden level dungeon, the opportunity to enter would only arise once every decade or so. Chapter 67, The Stru Civilization, the arrival of a 7th level powerhouse. Now there are a full 10 days for them to come and go as they please, an opportunity that is simply too lucrative to ignore. Unfortunately, this dungeon is only at level 20, and they are likely to choose to upgrade their levels after their first entry. After all, they are not like Ling Yan. Even without experience, he can acquire a plethora of passive abilities and an abundance of equipment, no matter how much they suppress their levels to grind monsters. The ultimate outcome pales in comparison to that of a white dungeon corresponding to their level. Thus, amidst the fluctuations of space, these prodigies all entered the dungeon. In the control room, upon witnessing everyone's entry, the Star Lords were enveloped in silence. No matter who conquers the dungeon first, as long as they succeed, the growth rate of their novice talents will significantly accelerate. Saving time during the novice phase translates to more opportunities to advance to higher levels in the future. Beep, beep, alert, alert. An unidentified warship is approaching. Just then, a series of piercing alarms echoed throughout the control room. What is happening? All the Star Lords furrowed their brows in unison. How could an unidentified warship be approaching? Lock onto the warship's location. Analyze the warship data. The Tianbei Star Lord, with a furrowed brow, spoke gravely to the intelligence system. Analysis complete. The unidentified warship is a 7th-tier vessel of the Starlu race. The level is too high for specific data analysis. Alert, alert. Our data has been compromised. The urgent notification from the intelligence system caused the faces of everyone present to change dramatically. A 7th-tier warship can only be wielded by beings above level 300. The Tianbei starship is merely a 6th-tier vessel, and it is the only 6th-tier ship in the Tianbei system. Across the myriad star systems of the Yin God Galaxy, there are no more than 30 ships of 7th tier or higher. Moreover, this time, it is a Starlu vessel approaching. The Starlu race is one of the 4 great races of the Milky Way, boasting a history of over 1 million years. In terms of history and heritage, they far surpass humanity. The Starlu race. How dare they come to our Yin God Galaxy? Quickly contact Lord Yin God for support. How infuriating. Are they intending to wage war? Do they think they can act recklessly in the Yin God Galaxy? In an instant, the expressions of all the Star Lords turned exceedingly grim. Possessing a 7th-tier warship undoubtedly means there is a powerful entity above level 300. Should a battle ensue, they would surely perish. The Tianbei Star Lord hastily contacted Lord Yin God of the Yin God Galaxy. Soon, a message arrived from Lord Yin God. Yet the content caused the Tianbei Star Lord's expression to sour. What did Lord Yin God say? Long Ting looked at the Tianbei Star Lord with confusion. It seems that our Tianbei system is destined to miss this dark gold-level dungeon. The Tianbei Star Lord sighed deeply. What is happening? In an instant, everyone's brows were tightly knit. The Lord of the Flame Deity conveyed a message. 70 years ago, our Flame Deity Galaxy engaged in commerce with the Castor Galaxy of the Starlu people. During that transaction, we acquired a level 70 dark gold-grade dungeon from the Castor Galaxy. Thus, the Starlu of the Castor Galaxy has arrived to conquer this dark gold-grade dungeon as per our agreement. Should they succeed in their endeavor before us, the dungeon will belong to them. Conversely, if we achieve victory first, it will be ours. The Lord of the Northern Sky spoke with resignation. What? The Castor Galaxy, I recall, is a large intermediate galaxy with over 100,000 life-bearing planets. Their number of geniuses is 100-fold compared to ours. How can this be fair? We were promised 10 days. What does fairness matter? The Lord of the Flame Deity granting us this opportunity is already a stroke of fortune. It is likely that even the Lord perceives our inability to successfully conquer the dungeon. After all, we, too, have once obtained their dark gold-grade dungeon. Despite this, the value of a level 70 dark gold-grade dungeon cannot be compared to that of a level 20 dark gold-grade dungeon. In an instant, all the Galaxy Lords were filled with immense frustration, yet they felt utterly helpless. After all, this was the decision of the Lord of the Flame Deity, and it pertained to the delicate trade between 2 great races. They could not dare to utter a word of dissent. Even if their number of geniuses is 100 times ours, what does it matter? SSS-grade geniuses do not simply emerge in abundance. At that moment, Long Tongue spoke up with a smile, and his words sparked a glimmer of hope in the others. SSS-grade genius? That must be Ling Yan. Indeed, a talent like Ling Yan is rare. Even within the entire Flame Deity Galaxy, one might not appear in a year, let alone in the Castor Galaxy, which is significantly smaller than ours. The only concern was that Ling Yan typically ventures alone. Instantly, the hope of the crowd dimmed once more. If only he could team up with Ji Wuxue and the others, there would be a chance, and a substantial one at that. However, the opportunity was rapidly dwindling. Alas, it is fate. All is left to chance. Let us go and observe how the Starlu people intend to proceed. The Lord of the Northern Sky's expression grew solemn as he, along with over 1,000 Galaxy Lords, took to the skies, departing the control room and soaring into the cosmos. Is that the ship from their galaxy? How grand. It appears to be a Tier 7 vessel. What is a starless ship doing here? Are they invading? That is implausible. While the 4 great civilizations do occasionally experience friction, such a blatant invasion would only incite war between the 2 civilizations. As the Tier 7 ship from the Carlos Galaxy descended, the Guardians aboard the Northern Sky ship, having come from various planets, wore grave expressions. They immediately recognized this vessel as belonging to the Starlu race. Clearly, their intentions were not benevolent. Suddenly, an unforeseen change occurred. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from the Tier 7 ship, sending shockwaves through the atmosphere. The momentum surged across the cosmos, spanning hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and ruthlessly bore down upon all the formidable beings aboard the Tianbei starship. In an instant, every one of the over 100, even those at the 200 level, including Sikong Jian, found themselves spewing forth torrents of blood. Above their heads, a colossal damage value materialized. Fortunately, the assailants exercised restraint. All sustained only light injuries, with none grievously harmed. How dare they take action against us? Do they truly believe the human race is without defenders? Chapter 68, 500 SS-class prodigies. The solemn human warriors. In truth, the esteemed Lord of Divine Martial had been far too lenient in the past. Otherwise, the entire galaxy would belong to humanity. Although none were severely wounded, every soul felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. All gazes turned, seething with anger, towards the distant 7th-tier vessel in the starry expanse. Ha ha ha. The human race is indeed nothing but a swarm of ants. At that moment, on the deck of the Carlos starship, a figure clad in golden battle armor, standing 3 meters tall, disdainfully spoke. The Stru, resembling a long-headed, blue catfish, had 2 tentacles dangling by its enormous mouth, presenting a grotesque visage. Once an amphibious creature, the Stru had gradually risen to prominence following an ice age, ultimately evolving into the sole intelligent race. After millions of years of development, they had spread their presence throughout the galaxy, albeit at a pace significantly slower than that of humanity, which fostered a deep-seated wariness towards them. Yet, they were left powerless, primarily due to the formidable human beings, the divine martial supremes. It was laughable that a mere barbaric monkey, having emerged only a few tens of thousands of years ago, could stand on equal footing with the Stru. Had it not been for their so-called martial supremes, humanity would have been annihilated by the 3 dominant races long ago. I wonder if that old relic is still alive. How many years has it lived? Behind him, several LV-299 quasi-7th-tier warriors displayed faint smirks of derision. However, despite their mockery, the mention of the human martial supremes evoked a flicker of trepidation in each heart. In that fateful encounter with the strongest of the 3 races, the martial supremes had nearly obliterated all top-tier warriors. Had it not been for the burdensome presence of humanity, the elite forces of the 3 races would likely have been entirely eradicated. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Tianbei starship. The combined might of over 1,000 star masters, ranging from level 5 to peak level 6, surged forth towards the 7th-tier vessel. The terrifying energy instantly transformed the expressions of the quasi-7th-tier warriors, who were taken aback. Do these ants dare to resist? Fortunately, one of the 7th-tier warriors took action upon witnessing this scene. He struck the void with a resounding clap. Boom. In an instant, a blinding golden radiance erupted from his form. The ominous aura swiftly suppressed over 1,000 formidable presences that spanned tens of thousands of kilometers. The terrifying fluctuations of energy from both sides caused the nearby black hole to tremble violently, as though it were on the verge of being torn apart by the energy. Taller, as a 7th-tier powerhouse, what brings you to the Tianbei star system? Is it merely to flaunt your strength as a 7th-tier warrior? If you possess true courage, why not challenge the mightiest systems of the Yin God star system? At that moment, a chilling voice, transmitted through the tremors of space, pierced the vast distance and reached the ears of Taller and everyone aboard the Castor battleship. Upon hearing these words, Taller's expression hardened. Nevertheless, he retracted his own power, well aware that they were in the Yin God star system, and provoking a significant conflict would make their departure far from easy. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, as waves of powerful auras descended, over 1,000 star lords from the Tianbei star system gathered in this place. Even Taller and the several quasi-7th-tier powerhouses behind him wore grave expressions. As the saying goes, a chaotic flurry of punches can defeat even a seasoned master. Although these individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to breach Taller's defenses, if they succeeded, the combined assault of over 1,000 strong warriors could indeed threaten Taller's life. Oh, Tianbei brat, it has been a while. I never expected you to manage a mid-tier system as your territory. Taller coldly sneered down at the Tianbei Star Lord. The Tianbei Star Lord, upon hearing this, chose to ignore Taller. However, it must be noted that this individual was already over 4,000 years old. a 7th-tier powerhouse with a lifespan of 7,000 years. His depth and strength were far beyond that of the quasi-7th-tier powerhouse, who had lived for merely over 2,000 years. The Lord of the Yin God has clearly stated the purpose of your visit. I wonder if you have brought the talents for this exploration mission? The Tianbei Star Lord began, addressing Talar. Let it be known that all the geniuses of the Tianbei Star system entered mere minutes ago. If you wish to explore the dungeon, you must act swiftly. Seeing that Talar had retracted his imposing presence, the Tianbei Star Lord decided to treat the situation as if nothing had occurred. After all, if a confrontation did ensue. Although Talar and his companions would be suppressed by the forces led by the Yin God, and even the Carlos Star system would face destruction. The condition was that everyone present would perish. Just a few minutes? What difference does an hour make for you? Come forth, prodigies of the Stalu clan. Let the human race witness what true genius looks like. However, upon hearing the words of the Tianbei Star Lord, Talar scoffed disdainfully and spoke in a calm tone. Crack! In the next moment, the deck of the Carlos battleship slowly opened up, revealing a vast mechanical fissure. Subsequently, a series of floating platforms emerged from the deck, upon which stood numerous Stalu youths. Each of them exuded an exceptionally fierce aura. At the forefront, a Starlu youth sat cross-legged with closed eyes, suspended in the void, as if oblivious to the world around him. Yet, the dark red energy emanating from his being sent a shiver through the hearts of the Star Lords present. The caliber of this prodigy was undoubtedly formidable. 500 individuals? Was that truly all that had arrived? Observing the assembly, which totaled just over 500, the Star Lords exhaled softly in relief. However, in the next moment, Talar's words caused an instantaneous transformation in the expressions of all present. Though there were merely 500, every single one of them was an SS-grade genius. Among them were 9 at the SS level and 1 at the SSS level. With a cold smirk, Talar unabashedly revealed the entirety of his faction's prodigious talents. Boom! In an instant, the eyes of every Star Lord from the Tianbei Star system widened in disbelief. 500 all SS grade? How could this be possible? Furthermore, 9 at the SS level and 1 at the SSS level? The sheer magnitude of such extraordinary talent left them utterly astounded. Chapter 69. Our human race also has SSS geniuses. It is essential to understand that. In terms of sheer numbers, the Starla's geniuses are significantly fewer than those of the human race. For instance, the Longting Star, with a population exceeding 10 billion, typically produces 3 to 4 SS-grade geniuses each year. In contrast, the Starlu produce only 1, or even fewer. However, upon reflection, they began to comprehend the reason behind this disparity. Starlu individuals tend to live in groups, with families commonly consisting of 7 to 10 children. Thus, on planets of comparable size, while the human race can support a maximum of 10 billion, the Starlu can accommodate over 50 billion. Therefore, theoretically, on similarly sized life-bearing planets, the Starlu would possess a slightly larger number of prodigious talents. Moreover, the Castor Star system is a top-tier intermediate system, governing a staggering 100,000 life-bearing systems, which is 70 to 80 times the number of the Tianbei Star system. Given that the Tianbei system has produced 4 SS-grade individuals, it stands to reason that the Castor system could produce at least 300, especially considering its vast population. Thus, the existence of 500 SS-grade geniuses does not seem entirely implausible. However, it would be one thing if the Castor system only harbored SS-grade talents. But the revelation of 9 at the SS level and 1 at the SSS level was beyond their expectations, particularly when the Tianbei system had only 4 SS-grade geniuses. Even with Ling Yan among them, how could one individual possibly contend against such a plethora of gifted talents? There was simply no chance of victory, utterly no chance. Tianbei, do you see the might of my Starlu assembly? Talar smiled faintly, his expression radiating disdain as he regarded the Tianbei. Indeed, the talents of the Tianbei Star system were undeniably outmatched. Taking a deep breath, Tianbei resignedly acknowledged this fact. You two have moments of concession? How rare. At his words, Talar momentarily paused before bursting into laughter. By the way, I am quite curious. The SSS genius you speak of must be this young man, right? His aura seems somewhat sinister. Are you not fearful of the emergence of another genius akin to the previous one, who slaughtered his own kin? At this moment, the Lord of the Northern Star gently stroked his long beard, His curiosity piqued as he cast a glance at the youth enveloped in a swirling aura of dark crimson. Very well, I shall enlighten you. This individual is none other than the progeny of Lord Castor, known as Karsa. He has awakened as an SSS-level demon Lord of Slaughter, possessing SS-level slaughtering prowess and the passive abilities of an SS-level war mage. This time, he has brought along 9 SS-level prodigies, solely to obliterate this instance. Terrell displayed no reservations, for Karsa had already stirred quite a commotion in the Castor star system. If the Northern Star Lord and his companions wished to investigate, they would uncover the news within an hour, rendering any secrecy unnecessary. Furthermore, how could the diminutive Northern Star system possibly harbor a genius that could rival him? Upon his declaration, the eyes of the lords of the Northern Star system widened in shock. The Lord of Castor is no mere figure. He stands as the mightiest in the Castor star system, a peak 7th-tier powerhouse. Once, he too was an SSS-level genius, possessing immense strength. Indeed, the Demon Lord of Slaughter is an undeniably formidable vocation. Moreover, it seems he possesses dark gold-grade equipment. Truly, he is worthy of being the offspring of Lord Castor. The Lord of the Northern Star was equally astonished. Yet, what of the Demon Lord of Slaughter? Our Northern Star System's prodigy has already entered the fray for several minutes. Should you not hasten, you may find yourselves left behind. Our Northern Star System also boasts an SSS-level genius, one who wields both the powers of thunder and speed at SS level, a superlative talent. The mere Demon Lord of Slaughter is but an insignificant insect. Just then, from within the crowd, a figure named Ling Yan snorted disdainfully and spoke with arrogance. Upon his utterance, the expressions of Terrell and several other 6th and 7th-tier powerhouses shifted dramatically. Even Karsa, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, furrowed his brow and gradually opened his eyes. SS-level thunder and speed powers? How intriguing. This upcoming expedition may prove to be far more engaging than I anticipated. At this thought, a bloodthirsty smile crept upon Karsa's lips. I wonder how exhilarating it would be to slay an SSS-level genius. SSS? Bah, you are merely stalling for time. In that instant, Terrell finally regained his composure. Realizing why the Lord of the Northern Star was inexplicably boasting about their genius, it was to buy time for their own prodigy to conclude the instance. It must be noted that when the Flame God informed them of this dark gold-grade instance, he had explicitly stated the time of its commencement. He had intentionally arrived more than 10 minutes late to flaunt his prowess. Who would have guessed that the Northern Star System had also produced an SSS-level genius? The Lord of the Northern Star and several others, who were aware of his intentions, darkened their expressions, their gazes turning cold as they focused on Ling Yan. Baka, why are you all looking at me? I am merely using our human prodigy to intimidate them, and you have caused their faces to change color. Seeing the furious glares directed at him, Ling Yan erupted in indignation, feigning a demeanor of selflessness for the sake of humanity. Everyone, let us set forth. With all our might, let us conquer the Hell Thunder Dragon instance. Where would Terrell dare to delay any further? With a thunderous shout, all the prodigies of the Starlu clan immediately unleashed their barriers, surging out of the ship's energy field at an astonishing speed towards the Tianbei starship. Observing this scene, the master of Tianbei understood that there could be no further procrastination and had no choice but to activate the ship's barrier, allowing these talented individuals to board the Tianbei starship. Without hesitation, they, including Karsa, all plunged into the dark gold-level rift of the instance. Thus, the original quest for the instance transformed into a fierce contest between two great civilizations. An unknown space. Buzz. Amidst a wave of spatial disturbance, Ling Yan found himself amidst the desolate ruins of a city. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of collapsing skyscrapers echoed from all directions. Upon closer inspection, Ling Yan discovered that these towering edifices were being ruthlessly demolished by countless colossal lizards, each measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, their bodies crackling with terrifying lightning. Their strength was equally formidable. Each one resembled a bulldozer, flattening everything in their path. Seeing this, Ling Yan swiftly accessed the attributes of one of the gigantic lizards from a distance. Wild creature, thunder lizard, normal. Enhanced, level, LV20 passive talent, thunder power LV3, can manipulate thunder power, unleashing 300 lightning damage. Strength enhancement LV3, strength attribute, receives a boost of 300. Constitution enhancement LV3, Constitution attribute receives a boost of 300. Tail Severance Survival LV3. Upon receiving a fatal blow, can substitute any limb for the strike. If survival is successful, all attributes temporarily increase by 190, and severed limbs can be restored. The higher the level, the stronger the passive, and the faster the recovery speed. Health, 300, 000 mana, 4, 000 attack power, 2, 000 speed, 200 defense power, 4, 500 skill, Thunder Charge, White skill. Transforms into a thunderous war chariot, leveling everything in its path and dealing 200 damage. Chapter 70, Thunder Shock Slash, Dragon Slayer Blade. This is the attribute of the Thunder Lizard. An enhanced normal creature, it possesses numerous passive abilities, making it a formidable foe. Although its base attributes and passive levels may not rival those of elite monsters, its combat prowess is not necessarily inferior. After all, it has multiple passives, truly worthy of a dark gold level instance. Even the minor creatures possess 4 passives, all at LV3. Ling Yan felt a surge of excitement at this sight. Undoubtedly, the more passives there are, the more advantageous it is for him. The Tail Severance Survival passive, as he recalled from his previous life, was associated with an SS-level prodigy who awakened the Lizard Hunter class. His Tail Severance Survival was merely LV3, yet he was regarded as an SS-level genius. It is worth noting that ordinary elemental abilities require reaching LV10 to attain SS status, while LV3 is merely an A skill. It appears that this latent potential, when assessed, surpasses even that of the Thunderous Might. Upon reaching this realization, Ling Yan found himself ensnared in contemplation. However, upon further reflection, the understanding became clear. This Tail Severance for Survival not only possesses the formidable ability to enhance strength after losing its tail, but can even restore one's corporeal form. The capacity to mend the body is indeed astonishing. In this gaming era, there are numerous potent items capable of bodily restoration. Otherwise, a level 1 Tail Severance for Survival would at least be classified as an S-grade ability. Let us gauge the strength of these wild creatures. Without hesitation, Ling Yan clasped the air with his right hand. Buzz! In an instant, a blood-red colossal blade materialized in his grasp. This weapon was none other than the Dragon Slayer set. Dragon Slayer Blade, level 20, golden. At the moment the Crimson Blade appeared, a roaring phantom of a blood-colored dragon slowly emerged from its surface. Simultaneously, the dragon's eye etched upon the blade began to gradually open. Observing this scene, Ling Yan stroked his chin. This weapon certainly exuded a sense of grandeur. Roar! 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 However, as soon as Ling Yan brandished the Dragon Slayer Blade, the gigantic lizards in the distance erupted into furious roars, as if they had encountered a nemesis. In the cacophony of their bellows, these colossal lizards charged furiously towards Ling Yan. Undeterred, he unleashed the full force of his thunderous might. Boom! In an instant, a torrent of terrifying lightning surged forth from his being. The frenzied purple lightning coalesced upon the massive sword he wielded. Flash! In the next moment, with a roar of fury, Ling Yan brought the Dragon Slayer Blade crashing down upon the foremost thunder lizard. Ack! As the blade descended, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. The Dragon Slayer Blade struck the lizard's head with immense force. Splurt! In a flash, the lizard's skull was cleaved open, blood and viscera erupting forth. Unable to activate the Tail Severance for Survival skill, a critical hit of 440,000 was unleashed. The terrifying damage value obliterated the lizard in an instant. Concurrently, the massive Dragon Slayer Blade crashed down upon the earth. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, the ground was rent asunder, creating a vast pit. Moreover, the surging lightning power began to radiate in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of colossal lizards surrounding the area were struck by the cascading lightning. 220,000 critical hit, 440,000 critical strike, 660,000. A deluge of damage values erupted forth, as over 30 thunder lizards suffered fatal blows in an instant. Roar, 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 roar. Yet, an uncanny occurrence unfolded. At the moment of the attack, these lizards, with their heads thrown back in furious roars, suddenly exploded, transforming into an endless mist of blood. As the blood mist dissipated, what remained was a tail charred to a crisp by thunder. The thunder lizards had already appeared several dozen meters away. A prompt resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Congratulations, host. Skill created, Thunderquake/Green. Upon use, it inflicts a splash damage of 100 Thunder-type magic to all enemies within a 20-meter radius. Mana consumption, 100. Astonished, Ling Yan contemplated the staggering base thunder damage of 220,000, an exponential increase compared to before. If he were to employ the Thunderfire Rending Slash, amplifying his power by an additional 650, the resulting force would undoubtedly be explosive. He couldn't help but marvel at this figure. Its power was indeed formidable. Currently, his soul value stood at 4,000, with the thunder power enhancing his attack by 20 times. The Dragon Slayer set further doubled his damage against dragon-type foes. With this combination, his attack had surged to an astonishing 160,000. During his time in the Novice Village, Ling Yan had vanquished a multitude of lizards, elevating his passive skill, Lizard Slayer, to level 2, which granted an additional 40 damage. This culminated in a terrifying output of 220,000 damage. And this figure was achieved without utilizing any skills. Were he to employ skills, the devastation would be even greater. With the Dragon Slayer set, his attack power against dragon-type creatures had nearly quadrupled. Fortunately, these thunder lizards also possessed dragon blood. Otherwise, the Dragon Slayer set would have proven ineffective. Such is the allure of the Golden Set. He couldn't help but wonder if the Dark Golden Set possessed similar strength. Ling Yan's thoughts brimmed with anticipation. Nevertheless, the tail-shedding survival tactic was remarkably impressive, allowing them to flee despite being on the brink of death. Observing the lizards, now tailless and not far off, he raised an eyebrow. The peculiar movements of these lizards had piqued his curiosity, but it was the surprise that replaced it. The first lizard had failed to activate its passive ability, likely due to an insurmountable power disparity, perishing before it could react. The remaining lizards, witnessing the demise of their companion, had been startled, which enabled them to successfully execute the tail-shedding survival technique. Ling Yan pondered the implications, quickly gaining a clearer understanding of the utility of this survival tactic. As long as the power gap wasn't excessively vast, there existed a chance for successful escape. However, if the disparity were too great, it would be futile. After all, if one couldn't react in time, how could they utilize a skill? This meant that if Ling Yan could replicate this passive ability, he would need to respond before being slain to have any hope of escape. Yet, perhaps with a higher passive level, even a delayed reaction might allow for a successful evasion from the attack. These considerations would need to wait until Ling Yan managed to replicate the passive ability. With these thoughts in mind, he felt a surge of anticipation. First, he would engage the monsters. He could only wonder how much he could elevate the levels of these 4 passives this time. Chapter 71. Destruction Domain LV2, Golden. The monster spawn rate explodes with a flash in his eyes. Ling Yan propelled himself forward, charging into the endless tide of colossal lizards. Boom. At the same time, a terrifying tempest of thunder and fire erupted from his being, fueled by the elevation of his thunderous power and the substantial surge in his overall attributes. The consumption rate of the Thunderfire domain had indeed increased significantly. However, with the acquisition of the Golden Set, Ling Yan enjoyed a remarkable regeneration of 200 mana per second, which effectively stabilized his expenditure. As the monstrous lizards approached the Thunderfire domain, the overwhelming power of thunder unleashed upon him in a frenzied torrent. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the cacophony of thunderous roars, these fearsome lizards, boasting a staggering health of 300,000, were violently repelled by the unleashed thunderous might. Some that failed to invoke their tail-shedding survival tactic were obliterated into a cloud of charred remnants. 340,000 critical hit 680, 000 critical hit 680, 000. A deluge of damage values materialized above the colossal lizards. Having previously vanquished millions of foes, Ling Yan had elevated the level of his Thunderfire domain to LV2. The original violet damage of 150 had ascended to 165. Despite being a group attack skill and having reached the violet tier, the enhancement from this upgrade was not exceedingly substantial. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate this additional 15 points. For Ling Yan, this increment represented an impressive increase of 250,000 in damage. I recently acquired the powers of darkness and curses. I wonder if incorporating these into the Thunderfire domain would amplify its potency? Perhaps. It may even reach the golden tier. Ling Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Of course, he had also obtained the power of life. Yet, it was evident that this would likely manifest as healing rather than damage unless Ling Yan could master some life-based offensive skills and integrate them into the Thunderfire domain. Moreover, it was not only the power of life, there was also the power of earth. As long as he could learn the methods of these less potent elemental attacks and merge them into his domain, it would surely not pose a challenge. Without hesitation, Ling Yan summoned the gray cursed power and the pure black dark power, infusing them into the Thunderfire domain. Boom, boom. As these two elements merged, the once purplish-red Thunderfire domain began to transition into a deep black hue. As was customary when new elements were introduced, the domain initially exhibited instability. However, this instability swiftly dissipated with the rotation of Ling Yan's fortune wheel. A colossal sphere of black and purple light materialized around Ling Yan. Within this sphere, an abundance of thunder, flame, darkness, and cursed energy surged wildly. A mere glance revealed that the power of this domain had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative transformation. Congratulations, player, on successfully enhancing your skill. You have acquired the skill, Destruction Domain LV2 Gold. Destruction Domain LV2, a golden domain-type skill that weakens all attributes of opponents by 50 and inflicts a slowing effect of 80, while dealing the most potent elemental spell damage of 270 per second. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within Ling Yan's mind. The content of this notification caused Ling Yan's heart to skip a beat. Weaken opponents by 50 in all attributes. Moreover, inflicting 270 damage per second? Incredible! Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Previously, with a mere 160 damage, the force was already formidable, but now it surged to 270. Such power is indeed astonishing. Furthermore, the most impressive aspect is the total attribute reduction of the opponent. If an adversary's attributes are diminished by 50, it effectively means their capabilities are halved. Their strength would undoubtedly plummet, allowing even those once easily defeated to turn the tide against them. However, at that moment, a multitude of thunder lizards suddenly emerged from the ground. These thunder lizards charged wildly into Ling Yan's destruction domain. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, upon impact, they were instantly obliterated by an invisible force, turning to ash. 600, 000, critical hit 1, 200, 000, 600, 000, in an instant. Massive damage numbers appeared at the edges of the domain. Even a single ordinary strike was beyond the endurance of these thunder lizards, especially since their attributes were reduced by 50 upon collision with the domain. Originally boasting 300, 000 health, they plummeted to 150, 000, rendering them incapable of withstanding Ling Yan's damage. Of course, even if their attributes were doubled, 600, 000 damage would still be sufficient to annihilate them. The terrifying power of the golden skill was indeed remarkable. Henceforth, my monster-slaying speed is bound to escalate significantly. Ling Yan chuckled at the thought. Previously, he could only remain stationary, waiting for the thunder lizards to approach, as his domain could not achieve instant kills. If a critical hit were not triggered upon their charge, he would have to deliver a finishing blow or wait for the second attack to arrive. The second wave of attack would require an additional second to manifest. Ling Yan's best strategy was to stand still and let the monsters come to their demise. But now, things were different. With a determined step, Ling Yan propelled himself forward. Boom! As the earth shattered beneath his feet, Ling Yan charged at the distant thunder lizards with terrifying speed. Thud, thud, thud. Wherever the vast destruction domain extended, all thunder lizards were crushed to dust, having no opportunity to initiate a desperate escape. The cursed nature of the attack annihilated them in an instant, rendering their passive abilities futile. Subsequently, Ling Yan relentlessly dispatched the surrounding thunder lizards. A relentless wave of thunder lizards surged towards Ling Yan, only to be vanquished one after another. Finally, once the last of the thunder lizards in the surrounding cities had been obliterated, no new beasts emerged. Congratulations, host. You have slain 400,000 thunder lizards, earning experience points for billion and securing 400 million star coins. Locked. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive Thunder Power LV3654. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive Physical Enhancement LV3666, upgraded to LV11. 842,000. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Strength enhancement LV3643, upgraded to LV11-7, 842,000. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Tail severance for survival LV3688, upgraded to LV11-9, 242,000. Chapter 72. The Dark Thunder Dragon. A dragon? Merely a large lizard. In just a span of 10 to 20 minutes, a staggering 400,000 giant lizards perished at Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan also acquired 2 new passives. Even his physical enhancement saw an improvement. As for thunder power, there remains a considerable distance to its upgrade. After all, to reach LV20, a minimum of 100,000 passives is required. The number of passives here is simply inadequate. It appears that after concluding this dark gold level dungeon, he must swiftly elevate his realm and seek out high-level wild monsters to farm. Ling Yan lamented. Level 20 monsters only possess a meager LV3 passive. It is far too low. The higher the monster's level, the greater the level of its passives. One monster equates to the passives of hundreds, if not thousands, of lesser monsters, thus accelerating the enhancement of Ling Yan's passives. There is no need to kill tens of millions of monsters just to upgrade a single passive level. Furthermore, this dungeon is the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon. Does that imply that its ultimate boss is the Hell Thunder Dragon? Ling Yan pondered whether the achievement of Thunder Lizard Slayer would be beneficial against the ultimate boss. If it proves ineffective, it would pose a significant dilemma. As he contemplated this, a frown creased his brow. The damage from this achievement is considerable. Some dungeons require dozens of runs not due to increased strength, but because the achievement levels rise, significantly enhancing damage against the ultimate boss, ultimately leading to victory. If this achievement proves futile against the ultimate boss, the dungeon's difficulty will escalate several notches. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the distant void. Is the boss emerging? Ling Yan looked up. There, amidst the boundless black clouds, a colossal black dragon with a wingspan of over 20 meters and a length exceeding 10 meters burst through the clouds, hurtling towards Ling Yan on the ground. The first wave of the boss has appeared. Please take cover. A notification resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Without hesitation, he opened the opponent's attribute panel. Wild creature, Dark Thunder Dragon, King level, LV20 passive talents. Thunderous Might LV8, harness the power of thunder, unleashing 800 thunder damage. Strength enhancement LV8, strength attribute, receives an enhancement of 800. Constitution enhancement LV8, constitution attribute receives an enhancement of 800. Dark mastery LV8, wield the power of darkness, unleashing 800 dark damage. Health, 24 million mana, 100,000 attack power, 5,000 speed, 600 defense, 80,000 skills. Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, blue skill, unleashes a torrent of thunder, dealing 400 thunder damage, along with a certain degree of dragon breath damage. Cost, 3,000. Dragon's Fury LV1, purple skill, ignites its own dragon blood, enhancing all attributes by 200. Health consumption, 1 per second. Such attributes are indeed formidable, far superior to the same level of the Golden Thunderbird King. As Ling Yan observed the Dark Dragon's attributes, his brow arched slightly. The difference from the Thunder Lizard lay in the transformation from a severed tail to Dark Mastery. Truly, this is a dungeon of dark gold caliber. Even the first wave of monsters is this powerful. Roar! At that moment, the dark giant dragon in the sky let out a mighty roar. Boom! A purple-black lightning breath erupted from its mouth. Thunder Dragon Breath? Quite a satisfactory attack. Ling Yan's lips curled up slightly as he regarded this formidable breath. And then he swung his Dragon Slayer sword forcefully towards it. Thunderfire Rending Slash. With a low shout from Ling Yan, the Thunderfire Rending Slash sliced through the air towards the Thunder Dragon Breath. In an instant, a terrifying sword energy, stretching over 10 meters, surged skyward. Boom! The two attacks collided in an instant. Yet what astonished the Dark Thunder Dragon was that Ling Yan's strike effortlessly pierced through its breath. The power of the sword energy descended upon the Thunder Dragon with an unmatched ferocity. Roar! The Dark Thunder Dragon bellowed, summoning waves of thunder and dark power to defend itself. Boom! The next moment, the Thunderfire Rending Slash struck against its shield. Bang! Instantly, the The shield shattered. Puff! The thunderfire-rending slash landed heavily upon its neck, tearing open a massive wound. And a torrent of blood gushed forth like a crimson flood. Severely injured, it lost its balance and plummeted from the sky. Boom! With a resounding crash. Its enormous body, towering 3 to 4 stories high, crashed to the ground, creating a vast crater. Critical hit. 4, 260,000 ongoing bleed. 500, 000 500, 000 500. 000 in an instant, a flurry of blood-red numbers appeared. Indeed, the sheer damage from the attack was a staggering 4.23 million. Furthermore, this was damage calculated after accounting for defense. Even without a critical hit, the damage inflicted by this strike can surpass a terrifying 1/million. With a magical power of 4,000, enhanced by the might of thunder, it boasts a staggering base damage of 80,000, coupled with the 650 from the thunderfire-rending slash. And the additional doubling from the Dragon Slayer set, along with the 40 from the Giant Lizard Hunter, achieving over 1 million in damage seems far from extraordinary. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that these so-called dragons are merely larger lizards. The Giant Lizard Hunter remains equally effective. Ling Yan calculated and smiled faintly. This damage is indeed formidable, yet still within the realm of expectation. After all, this is a golden set. Typically, an SS-level genius can solo a king-level boss with merely a purple set, while it may be theoretically impossible to solo an emperor-level boss. Dispatching a king-level 1 would be exceedingly effortless. Not to mention, Ling Yan's passive level is comparable to that of an SSS level, and if all passives were uniformly evaluated, his occupational rank would undoubtedly not fall below SSS. With the addition of golden equipment, defeating the Dark Thunder Dragon before him should be a mere formality. The bleeding damage of 500,000. At this rate, even the Dark Thunder Dragon with 24 million health would not endure for a full minute. It is important to remember that this is a bleeding damage from a tear. As long as the wound remains unstaunched, the bleeding cannot cease. Thus, it is certain that the opponent will fight desperately. Roar. Chapter 73, Dark Thunder Dragon Knight, Class Transition Scroll. SS. Indeed, sensing its health plummeting, the Dark Thunder Dragon unleashed a ferocious roar towards the heavens. With a series of explosive sounds, its massive form began to fracture, fissures appearing across its body. A torrent of blood gushed forth from its wounds. Witnessing this, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. The dragon's fury. It appears it is about to be unleashed. Sure enough, the blood swirled violently around the Dark Thunder Dragon. Subsequently, an overwhelmingly terrifying force erupted from within it. Its originally purplish-black body gradually transformed to a blood-red hue. Doubling all attributes, you say? Then I shall reduce all your attributes by half. Ling Yan smirked coldly at this sight. Destruction Domain, activate. Without hesitation, Ling Yan issued a low command. Boom. In an instant, the black domain sphere expanded wildly. What was once a sphere enveloping an area of 10 meters surged to a staggering 50 meters. At the same time, Ling Yan's consumption escalated from approximately 100 per second to a full 1,000. However, Ling Yan paid no heed. He propelled himself forward at an astonishing speed towards the crashing Dark Thunder Dragon. Simultaneously, the colossal sphere moved rapidly, soon enveloping the injured and slow-moving Dark Thunder Dragon entirely. In an instant, the curse of the domain surged ferociously into the body of the Dark Thunder Dragon. Domain curse effect triggered. Dark Thunder Dragon's all attributes halved. The once formidable power of the Dark Thunder Dragon was abruptly diminished to naught. To make matters worse, it suffered a continuous drain of health at a staggering rate of 240,000 per second, coupled with a relentless damage from the destruction domain amounting to 340,000, and a bleeding effect of 500,000. The total health consumption of the Dark Thunder Dragon soared to over 1 million per second. Aghast at the realization that its strength was being siphoned away, the dragon let out a terrified roar. Without hesitation, it turned and desperately flapped its wings in an attempt to flee. But escape? Upon witnessing the creature's intention to retreat, Ling Yan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this boss would exhibit such a tendency. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the notion that even the most insignificant of foes in these games possess their own independent thoughts. With death imminent, it was hardly plausible that one would remain to await their demise. Regrettably, although your speed is commendable, It pales in comparison to mine. Moreover, within my domain. How can you possibly escape? Ling Yan smirked, his disdain evident. Indeed, no matter how fervently the dark thunder dragon flapped its wings, it could not ascend. Thunderfire rending slash. In the next instant, a thunderous roar erupted from behind it. The dark thunder dragon, filled with dread, turned around only to confront a terrifying arc of blade light. In an instant, the blade light cleaved through the dragon's head. A colossal fatal damage of 18,450,000 surged into the sky. Thus, the dark thunder dragon met its ultimate demise. Congratulations, player, for slaying the dark thunder dragon LV20. Experience gained, 10 billion. Accumulated in experience pool. Acquired star coins, 10 billion. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Thunderous Power LV8. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Physical Enhancement LV8. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Strength Enhancement LV8. The fortune wheel is activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive skill, Dark Power LV8. The fortune wheel is activated. Drop rate increased 10 million times. Acquired equipment, LV20 Dark Thunder Dragon Set, Purple, Skills, Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, Blue, Dragon Fury LV1, Purple, Acquired items, LV20 King Level Thunder Crystal X1, LV20 King Level Dark Crystal X1, LV40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll X5, Inventory Expansion, 200 slots, Purple Essence X10, 000, Dark Thunder Dragon Soul Fragment X1, Dark Thunder Dragon Knight, Class Change Scroll X1, SS level. However, this notification caused Ling Yan's pupils to constrict sharply. The drop rate had skyrocketed to an astonishing 10 million times. This was even more terrifying than the previous drop rate of the Golden Thunderbird King. This meant that an item of immense value, surpassing the combined worth of all others, had emerged. Instantly, Ling Yan locked onto it. The Dark Thunder Dragon Knight, Class Change Scroll. To his astonishment, it was indeed the legendary Class Change Scroll, and of SS level no less. The value of this item was exceedingly formidable. Ling Yan was left in awe. Although this item holds little utility for oneself, its value undoubtedly surpasses that of an entire set of golden armor, and even the worth of dark golden armor pales in comparison. For this job transfer scroll, once utilized, allows one to directly assume the role of a Dark Thunder Dragon Knight. The Dark Thunder Dragon is a king-level monster. Typically, only those with SS-level talent can single-handedly defeat such formidable foes. When combined with the Dragon Knight, its combat prowess undoubtedly reaches the esteemed SS tier. While Lungting is a Dark Magic Dragon Knight, his initial Dark Magic Dragon was merely a leader-level creature due to its passive level and low base attributes, falling short of king-level status. Consequently, his talent was initially rated at SS. However, as he secretly nurtured the Dark Magic Dragon to king level, its current state elevates his talent level to a point where it can be equated with SS, and it possesses a hint of Imperial aura. Should he succeed in cultivating the Dark Magic Dragon into an Emperor-level creature, the implications would be extraordinary. A Dragon Knight with an Emperor-level monster would at least be ranked SSS, perhaps even beyond. Of course, not every Dragon Knight is afforded such privilege. It primarily hinges on the innate potential of the Dark Magic Dragon. With dark power, enhanced speed, strength, and constitution, it embodies an unawakened elemental force. This configuration is typically reserved for Emperor-level creatures, which is why the Flame God once declared him the most gifted talent in the Flame God galaxy. Alas, potential is merely potential. Those who can truly harness it are exceedingly rare. After all, much like humans, the passive level enhancement for dragons is quite a daunting endeavor. Returning to the job transfer scroll, it is indeed the best tool for altering fate. However, the troublesome aspect is that upon changing jobs, one's former class and levels are entirely erased. This necessitates starting anew in leveling up. Otherwise, if top-tier powerhouses hoarded a significant number of job transfer scrolls, they could, like Ling Yan, effectively possess countless passive abilities. Furthermore, each of these scrolls comes with specific conditions for use. Nonetheless, many talented individuals from prominent families, if their innate talent is deemed too low, will resort to job transfer scrolls to elevate their talent level. Chapter 74. The Battle for Dungeon Domination begins. A clash of talents from two great civilizations. However, Such a job transfer scroll is utterly useless for Ling Yan. If he were to utilize it, he would lose his two unique professions, resulting in an extreme loss. Moreover, the essence of a profession lies primarily in its passives, something Ling Yan can replicate. Secondly, there are the professional skills. As long as he possesses the necessary passives, Ling Yan can also learn the skills, effectively rendering him a master of all professions in a certain sense. While the job transfer scroll may lack utility for Ling Yan, its value is undeniably high. It can be exchanged for resources at an exceptional cost-performance ratio. A single purple dungeon could potentially yield rewards of great worth. Yet, among the millions of life planets in the Flame God Galaxy, only a handful of SSS-level talents emerge each year. Ling Yan glanced at his attributes. Item: Dark Thunder Dragon Knight Class Transfer Scroll Level. SS Description: Upon use, one shall obtain a Dark Thunder Dragon Egg and ascend to the Dragon Knight profession. This grants a power enhancement level of 25 and dark power level of 18. Usage conditions: must possess a power enhancement of level 20 or higher, or a dark power of level 15 or higher. Alternatively, a Knight class passive skill of level 15 or above is required. The prerequisites are indeed demanding. Previously, it was noted that the foundational level of power enhancement is merely C grade. In comparison to elemental classes, it is a significant downgrade. An elemental class at level 20 achieves SSS. Thus, a power enhancement at level 20 can only attain an SS rating. Conversely, an elemental passive at level 25 can reach SSS, which implies that a power enhancement at level 25 can also achieve SS level. Dark power at level 15 already corresponds to an SS rating. The synergy of both yields a class level of SS. Only those who reach level 20 in power and level 15 in dark power can utilize this transfer scroll, hence the number of eligible individuals is quite limited. Nonetheless, should this transfer scroll be put up for sale, its price will undoubtedly skyrocket, especially for a Dragon Knight class scroll. It also includes a royal level dragon egg. Its strength surpasses that of an SS at the same level by a considerable margin. It is wise to keep it for future monetary exchange. Ling Yan, without hesitation, promptly stowed the scroll into his backpack. This item is more valuable than dark gold equipment, surpassing the entirety of Ling Yan's current assets by a formidable amount. The drop rate is exceedingly low, so much so that it is likely that the entire human civilization may not encounter such a class transfer scroll for a decade. Dungeon announcement: detection of 2 civilizations concurrently attempting the dungeon. Mode altered. Initiating dungeon contest. During each wave of monsters, one may choose to skip the resting period. At that moment, an alert resonated throughout the skies, reaching every corner of the world. Not only Ling Yan, but all the prodigies who entered this dungeon heard the notification. 2 civilizations? What could this mean? Besides our human race, which other civilization has come to challenge this dungeon? Is war imminent? Unthinkable. Although our northern star system is on the fringes, it shouldn't be vulnerable to incursions from other civilizations. This is infuriating. The dungeon was already challenging, and now the contest mode has been activated, resulting in likely casualties. In an instant, the expressions of all the prodigies turned grim. A dungeon contest? Upon hearing this news, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. Such an event did indeed transpire in his previous life. However, at that time, he lacked the qualifications to participate and merely observed. It seemed to involve a transaction between the starless civilization and a faction from the Flame God star system. The final outcome he recollects is that the opposing civilization failed to conquer the dungeon, with the ultimate boss proving unexpectedly formidable. Even their most talented SSS prodigy perished. However, upon reflection, he had a general understanding of the Castor Galaxy. Although it boasted 100,000 life planets, it was utterly impossible for that so-called SSS genius to assemble a complete set of dark gold-grade equipment. Lacking even a full set of gear and possessing only an SSS talent level, how could one dare to challenge the ultimate boss? Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. Being vanquished was entirely expected. Of course, the sovereign of the Castor Galaxy was well aware of the formidable nature of dark gold-grade dungeons and would not permit them to confront the final boss. It seemed that this so-called genius was overly arrogant, believing himself invincible, and made decisions unilaterally, ultimately paying with his life. The details were unclear to Ling Yan. He only knew that the loss of talent from the Tianbei Galaxy was severe this time. Moreover, he had heard of the dungeon contention battles. Such battles would commence under specific circumstances, such as two great civilizations vying for a dungeon or two galaxies competing. Typically, these contention battles would initiate during the fourth wave. However, each contention battle unfolded differently. Only the victorious team would qualify to challenge the fifth wave. Yet, the emergence of a contention battle invariably brought immense danger. Although one could exit the dungeon upon sensing peril during the battle, many individuals were unable to escape in time and were slain. After all, in the heat of combat, even a moment's distraction could lead to demise. Intriguingly, a contention battle. Previously, he was troubled about where to find geniuses from other civilizations. And now they were delivered right to his doorstep. What fortuitous timing. Given this, he needed to expedite his arrival at the fourth wave. He hoped these so-called geniuses would prove capable. Too few people would be unfavorable. With this thought, Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. The previous loss of geniuses from the Tianbei galaxy had been grievous. This time, let the situation reverse. Foregoing rest, he commanded, initiate the second wave. Without hesitation, Ling Yan spoke into the void. Initiate the second wave. In an instant, the dungeon responded. Thunderous rumblings echoed as the earth began to tremble violently. Subsequently, giant lizards emerged one after another from the ground. Ling Yan glanced and realized that these colossal lizards differed from the thunder lizards seen before. Lacking the power of thunder, they instead radiated a wave of earth energy. Each wave of monsters was unique. Ling Yan's curiosity was piqued. Nevertheless, he paid no heed and directly accessed the attributes of these giant lizards. Wild monster, earth giant lizard, normal. Enhanced, level, LV20 passive talent. Earth power LV3, can manipulate earth power. Unleashing 300 earth damage. Strength enhancement LV3. Strength attribute gains an increase of 300. Vitality enhancement LV3. Vitality attribute gains an increase of 300. Tail severance survival LV3. Upon receiving a fatal blow, may use any limb to substitute for the strike. Upon successful survival, temporarily enhances all attributes by 190. Severed limbs can be restored as one's level ascends. The potency of passive abilities intensifies, and the rate of recovery accelerates. Health, 300,000. Mana, 4,000. Attack power, 2,000. Speed, 200. Defense, 4,500. Skill, Earth Spike, a white skill. Harnessing the power of the earth, it unleashes terrifying spikes to slay foes, inflicting 100 magical damage. Chapter 75, Undying Passive. Tail severance for survival. Earth-shattering star. The earth giant lizard? Indeed, I seem to possess the power of the earth. It appears that this boss also wields such might. I wonder if I could acquire a purple earth-based attack method. If so, I might be able to integrate this earth power into my realm. With this thought, Ling Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, the ground beneath Ling Yan erupted with sharp earth spikes, aimed directly at him. Oh no, another spike monster. Ling Yan, speechless, promptly unleashed his domain power, enveloping himself. Boom. Instantly, a massive crater formed within a radius of over 10 meters, shattering the spikes upon impact. Die. Ling Yan wasted no time and propelled himself towards the massive lizard ahead. In the blink of an eye, he, carrying a sphere of destruction, found himself before all the giant lizards. In the next moment, these titanic creatures, emerging from the earth, were swiftly obliterated at an astonishing speed. 600,000. Critical hit, 1. 2 million. Critical strike, 1. 8 million. A flurry of damage values materialized upon the ground. Instant kill once again. The second wave of monsters was exceedingly numerous, totaling a staggering 4 million. Indeed, for million. This was a tenfold increase from the first wave. Thus, even for Ling Yan, who was slaughtering them single-handedly, it took over an hour to annihilate the entire horde. Congratulations, host. You have slain 4 million earth giant lizards, earning 40 billion experience points and 4 billion star coins. Locked. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive ability. Earth Mastery LV3 6940. Upgraded to LV16 388 for 120,000. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive ability. Physical enhancement LV36266. Upgraded to LV16 225 for 120,000. Fortune wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive ability. Strength Enhancement LV36443. Upgraded to LV16, 178 for 120,000. Fortune Wheel activated. Successfully replicated passive ability. Tail Severance for Survival LV36808. Upgraded to LV16, 222 for 120,000. Giant Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV3. Additional damage increased by 60. Threat range expanded to 1,000 meters. Threat value, 70. In this moment, Ling Yan's physical enhancement, strength enhancement, and tail severance for survival, along with Earth Mastery, all ascended to a remarkable LV16. Even the giant lizard hunter leveled up. Ling Yan hastily opened the attributes of his LV16 tail severance for survival. Survival by shedding tail LV16. Upon receiving a fatal blow, one may utilize any portion of their body, not less than 100 cubic centimeters, to withstand damage. Upon successful survival, all attributes can be temporarily enhanced by 580, and the lost flesh will automatically regenerate. The higher the level, the stronger the passive ability, and the faster the recovery rate. This passive ability activates automatically upon detecting a crisis, requiring no manual invocation. The estimated recovery time for the flesh consumed in one fatal defense is 1 hour. What? 100 cubic centimeters? That's merely the size of a palm. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. According to this logic, an entire arm could certainly withstand several fatal blows, making it remarkably more advantageous than before. Moreover, the recovery rate has significantly improved. Regenerating within an hour means one could potentially survive a fatal blow once every hour. No wonder it is rated as SS even at LV3, at LV16. It must surely warrant an R rating. With this passive ability, it seems I shall no longer fall prey to those whose strength only slightly surpasses mine. As for those formidable beings who surpass Ling Yan by tenfold, or even more, forgive me, but even at LV16, they would meet their demise. It is quite simple. A single strike from them could obliterate you instantly. Even if you survived and your strength multiplied 5-fold, it would still be a matter of a single blow. At worst, you might just face death a dozen times. Thus, this tactic can only be employed against those stronger than Ling, and yet not overwhelmingly so. I almost forgot. Didn't I possess a passive ability called Ray of Light Strike? Upon successfully utilizing the defensive ability, all attributes could be amplified by 58 times. If I were to cap my health at a limit of 10, the Ray of Light Strike could further augment my strength by 400, resulting in a 22-fold enhancement. Although it is but a single strike, it would likely suffice to vanquish those far exceeding my level, wouldn't it? As Ling Yan contemplated this, he felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps it was time to experiment in the future. After all, with the advantage of a LV16 physique, even a meager 10 health would surpass that of other players at the same level. Initially hesitant to employ the Ray of Light Strike for fear of being obliterated, the ability to survive by shedding his tail greatly enhances his safety. Of course, risks remain substantial. Thus Ling Yan would never dare to use it recklessly unless absolutely necessary. Roar! 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 Just then, a series of furious roars erupted from deep within the earth, and in the next moment, colossal dragons of purple and gold erupted from the ground. Crackling sounds filled the air. These magnificent dragons were enveloped in a tremendous power of thunder. Simultaneously, the surrounding earth seemed to rapidly mend and smoothen, as if to welcome the arrival of a king. Roar! 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 10 majestic dragons raised their heads to the sky and roared. Wild Monster, Earth Thunder Dragon, King Level, LV20 Passive Talent, Thunder Power LV8, can manipulate the power of thunder, unleashing 800 points of lightning damage. Power Enhancement LV8 grants an additional 800 to Strength attribute. Physique Enhancement LV8 grants an additional 800 to Physique attribute. Earth Mastery LV8 allows manipulation of the Earth's power, unleashing 800 Earth damage. Health, 24 million magic, 100,000 attack power, 5,000 speed, 500 defense power, 100,000 skills. Thunder Dragon Breath LV3, blue skill. Releases a torrent of thunder, inflicting 400 thunder damage and a degree of persistent dragon breath damage. Cost, 3,000. Earthstar LV1, purple skill. Harnesses the boundless power of the earth, instantly consolidating the earth's strength within a 300-meter radius into a single star, dealing 500 instant damage to those within its grasp. Additionally, inflicts 50 continuous damage per second. Skill duration, 30 seconds. Cost per second, 10,000. Chapter 76. Full Power Eruption. 17. 5 million terrifying damage. What in the world? An Earth Star? Is this skill for real? Upon witnessing the name and description of this skill, Ling Yan was utterly taken aback. To dare name it thus implies it possesses significant power. A continuous damage of 50 for 30 seconds means, if the Earth Star can unleash 15 times the attack power. That translates to a staggering total of 20 times when combined with the instant damage. My goodness, such might rivals that of ordinary golden attack skills. This skill is impressive. It's mine now. Ling Yan's lips curled into a slight smile. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Ling Yan's body. In an instant, a powerful aura capable of annihilating all surged forth. The black domain of destruction expanded wildly, reaching a diameter of 100 meters in the blink of an eye. While Ling Yan's magic began to deplete at a rate of 4,000 points per second. Roar, roar, roar. In the next moment, a series of earth-shattering dragon roars erupted as 10 earth thunder dragons charged madly towards Ling Yan. Wherever they went, the ground writhed in turmoil. Buzzing. In an instant, all 10 earth thunder dragons collided with Ling Yan's domain of destruction. 500,000 critical hit, 1 million critical strike, 5 million. The damage numbers appeared above the heads of the earth thunder dragons. Given their defense of 100,000, the damage was reduced significantly. Each of the earth thunder dragons' expressions shifted as their health, strength, and defense were all halved due to the domain's effect. Additionally, their already sluggish speed was reduced to a mere 20 of its original value. Not only that, but their health was plummeting rapidly. At this rate, they would perish in less than half a minute. Since you have all come, let us test my newly developed skill on you. However, Ling Yan had no intention of allowing them to perish so easily. He suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping into the air several dozen meters high. Dragon-slaying secret technique. Ling Yan bellowed. Roar. Suddenly, a colossal dragon soul roared forth from Ling Yan's body. The crimson dragon soul swiftly enveloped him, transforming into a fierce blood-red dragon pattern that adorned his form. At the moment the dragon pattern manifested, the 10 colossal dragons ahead turned ashen, their eyes betraying sheer terror. Though Ling Yan did not sense an enhancement in his own strength, the lethality against the dragon kin surged dramatically by 300%. The blood fury of kings. Without hesitation, Ling Yan unleashed his second amplification skill, a violet technique. As the Dragon Slayer's secret art and the blood fury of kings were fundamentally distinct amplification skills. They could be employed simultaneously. Roar. A phantom of the howling wind wolf king enveloped Ling Yan entirely. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Ling Yan could distinctly feel his power doubling in that fleeting moment. However, concurrently, his health began to plummet at an alarming rate. With a level 16 physique enhancement, Ling Yan's total health reached over 500,000. While this was considerably less than that of an ordinary boss, it was nonetheless formidable when compared to players. With the skill's activation, he lost 5,000 health every second. This surge in power was nearly Ling Yan's limit. In the next moment, he summoned all the elements he could command. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thunder, flames, wind, darkness, and curses, the 5 elemental forces, rushed into the Dragon Slayer blade he wielded. An inexhaustible strength converged within the blade, as the blood-red weapon gradually turned a deep shade of black-purple. Buzz. At that moment, the surrounding devastation was swiftly absorbed by the Dragon Slayer blade, ultimately coalescing into its edge. Die! With a thunderous shout, Ling Yan swung the Dragon Slayer blade with tremendous force. A black-purple blade beam, extending several dozen meters, descended fiercely upon the earth-shaking lightning dragons below. Roar, roar, roar. Aware they could not evade this horrific blade beam, the earth-shaking lightning dragons all opened their massive jaws. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, bolts of lightning erupted from their mouths, surging towards Ling Yan's blade beam. The lightning breath, fueled by the strength of the dragons, could unleash a staggering 160,000 points of damage. Yet, they were facing Ling Yan. Uft, uft. In an instant, their breath was utterly obliterated by Ling Yan's blade beam, which advanced without so much as a tremor. Uft. In the next moment, the descending blade beam ripped apart the two central lightning dragons. Both dragons perished in an instant. Fatal strike. 11 million. Fatal strike. 11 million. Two immense damage values materialized above the dragons' heads. However, it was not over yet. The colossal blade beam crashed into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. In that instant, a terrifying force erupted. A power capable of annihilating everything surged outward in all directions. In an instant, the remaining 8 Earth Thunder Dragons were enveloped. Each of the 8 dragons succumbed to the corruption of this overwhelming power, their bodies disintegrating into ashes. The anguished cries of these colossal beasts echoed in a symphony of pain. However, they were soon obliterated into mere remnants of ash by the residual forces. 17 million. A critical hit of 35 million. Another critical hit of 35 million. Massive damage values erupted from their heads. Thus, all 10 Earth Thunder Dragons faced annihilation. Congratulations, player. You have fused 5 elements to create the skill Obliteration Tear /LV3 Golden. Obliteration Tear /LV3 Golden. A formidable skill forged from the fusion of 5 powerful elements. It can unleash an explosive 1140 spell damage instantaneously. Simultaneously, it can inflict equivalent shockwave splash damage. The greater the area, the more devastating the damage. With the demise of the 10 Thunder Dragons, a notification rang out. This was the new skill that Ling Yan spoke of. Is this the true might of a golden skill? It seems one cannot underestimate those prodigies. Many possess similar abilities, and once unleashed, even I might find myself in peril. At this moment, while Ling Yan marveled at the potency of the golden skill, a sense of gravity also settled within him. This technique of his could be executed by anyone possessing the appropriate equipment, skills, and talents. And when faced with such foes, could he withstand their onslaught? The answer, it seemed, was quite daunting. Chapter 77, LV 20 Soul Attribute Fruit. Young Master Karsa is impressive. For Ling Yan lacked any substantial defensive skills. Even if his defensive abilities combined all elements, and perhaps even incorporated the powers of earth and water, it was unlikely to reach the golden tier. It appeared necessary to seek out a blue, or even higher-ranked elemental defensive skill. The skills he had developed on his own, while viable, were rooted in overly simplistic principles that failed to harness the full potential of elemental power. With this thought, Ling Yan chose to set aside such concerns for the moment. After all, in the near future, he would not encounter any enemies capable of posing a threat to him. The defensive skills he had devised were more than adequate. Congratulations, player. You have slain 10 LV 20 Earth Thunder Dragons. Experience gained, 100 billion. Accumulated an experience bar. Acquired star coins, 100 billion. Locked. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive, Thunder Power LV8. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive, Physical Enhancement LV8. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive, Strength Enhancement LV8. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully duplicated the passive, Earth Power LV8. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased 1 million times. Acquired equipment. Level 20 Earth Thunder Dragon Set. Purple. X10 skills. Thunder Dragon Breath Level 3. Blue. X10. Earth Star Level 1. Purple. X10 items obtained. Level 20 Royal Thunder Core X10. Level 20 Royal Earth Core X10. Level 40 Purple Equipment Upgrade Scroll X50. Bag Expansion. 2000 slots. Purple Essence X10. 900. Earth Thunder Dragon Soul X10. Earth Thunder Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll X1. SS level. Simultaneously, a multitude of alert tones resounded. This time, another Earth Thunder Dragon Knight Job Change Scroll was unexpectedly dropped, also of SS level. It seems fortune smiled upon me today. Ling Yan couldn't help but express his astonishment. These 2 job change scrolls were sufficient for him to acquire thousands of life orbs. To think that these 2 waves of monsters provided such a bounty. He decided to commence the 3rd wave without hesitation. 3rd wave of monsters, begin. Please prepare. Meanwhile, in another instant space, Karsa's eyes glowed crimson as he observed the throngs of massive lizards charging towards him. In the next moment, he sprang into action. Slaughter Domain. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the entire instance. In an instant, a blood-red domain began to expand wildly. Within moments, a radius of 100 meters was enveloped by this crimson slaughter domain. Roar, roar, roar. The the surrounding hundreds of thousands of earth giant lizards. Their eyes now blood-red, charged recklessly towards the enormous slaughter domain. Swish, swish, swish. However, as these earth giant lizards collided with the slaughter domain, countless blood-colored blades erupted from the void, piercing through the air with lethal intent. Puff, 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 puff. In the next heartbeat, these blades, akin to a meat grinder, ruthlessly shredded the powerful earth giant lizards. In an instant, blood and flesh flew in all directions. 30, 0, 0, 0, 30, 0, 0, 0, 30, 0, 0, 0. An uncountable barrage of damage values erupted, not substantial in individual amounts, yet overwhelming in their sheer numbers. One after another, the earth giant lizards were annihilated after enduring merely 10 strikes from the blades. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding SS-level geniuses collectively gasped in astonishment. Is this the might of an SSS genius? Such terrifying power. Every second, at least 1 or 2 dozen blades struck a monster. The total damage must surely exceed 500. 0, 0, 0. This domain skill is undoubtedly golden. Should we be attacked, even if we unleashed our most formidable defensive skills, we could barely endure for a second. Such a disparity in strength is truly alarming. Lord Castor spent a fortune acquiring the dark gold weapon, the Slaughter Necklace. It can enhance a staggering 6,000 soul points. That is double the power of ordinary golden equipment. To possess such might is no trivial matter. Though this dark gold weapon is but a single piece and not a complete set, it is something we shall never attain in our lifetimes. The dark golden weapons aside, I have heard that Lord Castor procured 10 LV 20 golden soul attribute fruits for Karsa. Each fruit can enhance a staggering 100 soul points. 10 fruits amount to 1,000. Even without weapons, the foundational advantage over ordinary individuals is already 1,000 soul points, and when combined with the killing necklace, it results in a formidable 7,000 points of soul enhancement. An effortless annihilation of us. It seems almost too easy. Every genius of the SS rank is filled with envy. However, who could blame them? For Karsa stands as a princely figure of the Castor star system, endowed with the highest talent. This excursion is merely for training. They are but mere accompaniments. As for the geniuses from the Tianbei star system, they are looked down upon entirely. It is worth noting that to facilitate Karsa's training, each of them is equipped with top-tier golden gear. With such a faction, even the 100,000 geniuses from the Tianbei star system would not suffice to challenge them. Under Karsa's terrifying output of over 600,000 points per second, every earth giant lizard that charges in is swiftly obliterated. Although this damage is comparable to Ling Yan's destruction domain, it is important to recognize that the gear Karsa wields is not the Dragon Slayer set, which inflicts double damage on dragon-type monsters. Naturally, while the enhancement may not be as pronounced, it still bestows nearly 50 to 60 points against all wild beasts. Thus, theoretically, his attack power is 13 times that of Ling Yan. However, his soul attribute exceeds Ling Yan's by more than double. When calculating the disparity, it largely stems from Ling Yan's domain skill level suppression and its added lethality against the giant lizards, excluding the enhancements from the giant lizard hunter. And with Karsa accompanied by a full complement of 9 SS allies, in an actual confrontation, the outcome remains uncertain. Returning to the main point, as Karsa wreaked havoc, the other geniuses were not idle. They unleashed their full strength, ruthlessly slaughtering the surrounding earth giant lizards. Thus, although they arrived a good 10 minutes after Ji Wuxue and his companions, their progress swiftly surpassed that of Ji Wuxue's group. However, compared to Ling Yan, they still lagged significantly, for even combined, their speed could not match that of Ling Yan, who possessed a speed enhancement of LV20. Chapter 78. My objective is the ultimate boss. Amidst the carnage within Karsa's slaughter domain, they quickly annihilated the second wave of monsters. Next, they faced a formidable challenge, 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. These 10 dragons are immensely powerful, boasting a total of 24 million health points, making them quite resilient. Even with Karsa's slaughter domain in play, it took a full 7 to 8 minutes to completely vanquish all 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Of course, if this achievement were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. 10 king-level boss creatures with 24 million health points, defeated in merely 7 to 8 minutes. Such speed is indeed remarkable. Regrettably, despite the defeat of these 10 formidable adversaries, not a single piece of purple equipment was dropped. However, they all deemed it perfectly normal. Acquiring purple equipment is no simple feat at long last. It is over. Ha ha ha, 7 minutes and 44 seconds, slaying 10 dragon-type bosses. This achievement is undeniably formidable. Indeed, a decade ago, in the Roll Star system, there was a dark golden dungeon led by an SSS-level genius, accompanied by 9 SS-level geniuses, with the fastest record barely reaching 7 minutes and 55 seconds. Naturally, how could that SSS-level prodigy possibly compare to young Master Karsar? Ha ha ha, with young Master Karsar present, we might even breach this dungeon. The 9 SS-level geniuses now appeared like humble sycophants, fervently lavishing praise upon Karsar. Yet, Karsar merely cast a cold smile at them, choosing to ignore their flattery. These geniuses were simply eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with him, hoping he would look after them once they entered the Imperial Academy. Expedite the battle. Your purpose is to assist me in conquering the dungeon, not to fawn over me. Karsar spoke coldly, and without hesitation, initiated the third wave. This demeanor rendered the surrounding 9 SS geniuses somewhat uncomfortable, yet none dared to voice their discontent. After all, their style of civilization does not treat geniuses as generously as the human race. Should they provoke this young master, their equipment might be confiscated. At that point, their strength would be significantly diminished, unable to even contend with the SS genius clad in golden armor. Hence, they refrained from any recklessness. As long as they could steadily advance with Karsar to the 5th wave of monsters, they would achieve their goals and retreat. Unfortunately, they were oblivious to Karsar's true aim, which extended beyond merely the 5th wave. It was the ultimate boss. Buzz. Just then, an invisible wave swept through the entire space. In the next moment, all 10 geniuses felt the temperature around them plummet sharply. The shattered cityscape began to coalesce with swirling frost. Roar! 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 In an instant, countless ice-blue colossal lizards emerged from the frozen ground. With resounding roars, these titanic lizards charged toward the 10 geniuses. Ice colossal lizards? Intriguing. Nevertheless, they remain but mere ants. Observing these ice attribute colossal lizards, Karsar scoffed, and in the next moment, unleashed his slaughter domain, joining forces with the 10 geniuses to mercilessly annihilate these ice colossal lizards. Meanwhile, on Ling Yan's side, he had already eradicated all the ice colossal lizards. The sheer number of these creatures was indeed staggering, totaling a remarkable 12 million. Fortunately, their abundance and density, combined with Ling Yan's destructive domain, reduced the enemies to mere ashes. Thus, their advance remained unimpeded by the corpses, merely resulting in a mound of dust at their feet. Remarkably, the time taken was little more than double that of the second wave, as they concluded the battle in just 2 hours. Congratulations, host, for slaying the ice giant lizard, earning experience points, 12 billion, and acquiring 12 billion star coins, locked. The fortune wheel has activated, and you have successfully replicated the passive, Ice Mastery LV317525, which has upgraded to LV18. 388440000. You have successfully replicated. Giant Lizard Hunter has been upgraded to LV4 with an additional damage increase of 80, and the threat range has expanded to 3,000 meters. Threat value 80. In this wave, Ling Yan not only acquired a LV18 Ice Mastery, but also saw enhancements in physical strength, power, and the skill of survival through Tail Severance, all elevated to LV18. However, proficiency in these skills has stagnated around 20,000. After all, 17,000 LV3 passives are equivalent to 68,000 LV1 passives. Achieving LV18 in one go is indeed a reasonable occurrence. It appears that the 4th wave of monsters will likely allow my passive levels to surge directly to LV20, while the 5th wave may elevate them beyond LV20. Only time will reveal the extent of the increase. Reflecting on this, Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel at the exhilaration of this dark, gold-level dungeon. Breaching a wave can lead to a significant surge in passive levels. However, up to this point, Ling Yan realizes that overcoming this dungeon remains a formidable challenge. After all, this dungeon is not as simple as it seems. The might of Imperial-level monsters is perhaps beyond Ling Yan's imagination. Buzz. At that moment, the surrounding air temperature plummeted drastically. The prior chill was already considerable, yet it now became even more frigid. Feeling the temperature drop, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. He understood that the boss of the 3rd level was imminent, an Imperial-level monster. This would be my first encounter, I wonder about its power. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Ling Yan's eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying icy wind swept through the heavens and the earth. Ling Yan wasted no time and unleashed his flame power to combat the dreadful cold. For an ordinary S-level genius, unless they possessed flame power, they would undoubtedly be frozen solid under such an onslaught of cold air. The frigid wind violently tore at the flames surrounding Ling Yan. Roar! In the next moment, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from the sky. Ling Yan looked up to see a colossal ice-blue dragon, with a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters and a length spanning several dozen meters, breaking through the clouds and diving swiftly towards his location. Its speed was astonishing, nearly matching half of Ling Yan's own. It is vital to note that this was a dragon, a terrifying behemoth weighing who knows how many tons. In an instant, the dragon hovered above Ling Yan. Roar! Another roar echoed as the ice dragon cast a piercing gaze downwards at Ling Yan. The dragon not only emanated a chilling aura but also crackled with countless arcs of purple lightning. Purple lightning? Chapter 79. The Terrifying Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. The ethereal visage of the Dragon Emperor summoned forth the dragon's soul for battle. Upon witnessing this, Ling Yan's pupils dilated in shock. This was undoubtedly a manifestation of power exceeding level 15 in the realm of thunder. Hastily, Ling Yan accessed the attributes of his opponent. Wild Creature, Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, Royal Class, Level, LV 20 Passive Talents, Thunder Mastery, LV 15, Ability to manipulate the power of thunder, unleashing 1,500 points of lightning damage. Strength Enhancement LV 15, Strength Attribute receives an additional 1,500 points. Constitution Enhancement LV 15, Constitution Attribute receives an additional 1,500 points. Speed Enhancement LV 15, Speed Attribute receives an additional 1,500 points. Ice Mastery LV 15, Ability to manipulate the power of ice, unleashing 1,500 points of ice damage. Health 15, 000 Magic Power 1, 000 Attack Power 15, 000 Speed 1, 500 Defense Power 300, 000 Skills. Ice Dragon Breath LV 5, Blue Skill, unleashes a thunderous breath, dealing 500 points of lightning damage, along with a degree of dragon breath damage. Consumption 10, 000. Ice Age LV 3, Purple Skill, releases Endless Cold, freezes everything within a radius of 1 kilometer, deals 700 points of magical damage to frozen entities, plus 70 points of ongoing damage. Ice Barrier LV 3, Purple Skill, unleashes the power of ice, forming a shield to protect oneself, increasing defense by 700 points. Dragon Emperor Visage LV 1, Special Golden Skill, summons the visage of the Dragon Emperor to assist in battle. The visage possesses the strength of a royal class boss at the same level as the user. Consumption 50, 000. Such formidable attributes. How could one dare to challenge? Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. It was terrifying, utterly terrifying. All passive abilities were at level 15. Moreover, the health reached an astounding 1.5 billion, with a staggering defense of 300,000, and this was merely the innate defense of the body. Adding in the skill-based defense along with the ice power at level 20, enhanced by 700 from the ice barrier, the total defensive power soared past 1 million. The combined magical and physical defenses approached a staggering 1.78 million. A pure output SS-class genius could only breach such defenses with a golden set and purple attack skills, and an attack power of 10,000, with a 15-fold increase. That translates to a base damage of 150,000. Should the Ice Age skill be employed, a single strike could unleash an astounding 1,050,000 points of damage. Who could withstand such devastation? Furthermore, this was an area of effect damage. Although Ling Yan's speed was twice that of his opponent, he could not evade the damage that encompassed a 1-kilometer diameter. Fortunately, Ling Yan's defense was not low. While grinding through the third wave of monsters, he conducted an experiment, merging all elements to create a shield, ultimately elevating its level to gold. Through the integration of earth power, water power, and ice power, his defensive capabilities surged dramatically. Previously, Ling Yan's defensive capabilities had soared to over 60,000 due to the enhancement of his physique at level 18. The golden defensive skill is fundamentally based on Ling Yan's spell attack power, which amounts to a soul value of 4,000, multiplied by 20 for spell damage, plus an additional 1,000 from the golden defensive skill. This impressive calculation grants Ling Yan a staggering 800,000 in defensive power. When combined with his meager physical defense of 60,000, his total defensive capability reaches an astonishing 860,000. This formidable defense nearly equals half that of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Furthermore, if the weakening effect of the destruction domain is applied, the original damage of 1,050,000 would be halved to a mere 500,000. Ling Yan's defense is undoubtedly sufficient. Moreover, he can retaliate with his own attacks rather than simply waiting to be struck. The adage that the best defense is a good offense holds true. As long as Ling Yan unleashes his overwhelming attacks against the boss, he can counteract the opponent's offensive strength. However, the opponent's most potent skill is the golden ability known as Dragon Emperor's Phantom, which directly summons a royal-grade dragon. While the exact nature of the summoned dragon remains uncertain, the power of a royal dragon is undoubtedly terrifying. At that moment, it would be akin to Ling Yan facing two formidable foes simultaneously. Indeed, such monsters are not meant to be soloed. To tackle creatures of this caliber, one would need to be at least an SSS-level powerhouse, equipped with 2 or 3 pieces of dark gold grade gear. Fortunately, Ling Yan is no ordinary individual. Otherwise, he would have been forced to retreat at this juncture. It seems that he need not resort to those special passives just yet. Nonetheless, the Dragon Emperor's Phantom skill is exceptionally impressive. The dragon summoned is of royal grade, matching Ling Yan's own level. Should this skill be employed by the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, its potency might not surpass that of an ordinary golden skill. However, if it were to be dropped as loot, its value and power would undoubtedly transcend mere golden classification, potentially rivaling that of dark gold grade skills. Such a skill has never been reported to exist in the previous generation. It is likely that no one has ever obtained it. Ling Yan fervently hoped for a stroke of good fortune this time. The thought of wielding a royal-grade dragon as an ally would be akin to becoming a dragon knight, albeit with the caveat that if the knight falls, the dragon vanishes. But as long as one possesses sufficient magical power, the dragon remains. The price for such a skill on the market would far exceed that of typical dark gold-grade abilities. Of course, the prerequisites for utilizing such a skill would be exceedingly high. An ordinary person would be incapable of wielding it even if they acquired it. Destruction Domain, activate. Without hesitation, he took the initiative. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous aura of darkness emanated from him. Whoosh. In a flash, Ling Yan's level 20 speed surged, placing him directly before the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Boom. The colossal destruction domain struck directly upon the head of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. In an instant, an endless surge of cursed power coursed into the body of the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor. A notification chimed. Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor afflicted by the curse of destruction. All attributes -50. The Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor felt a palpable decline in strength, and his countenance transformed with alarm. Death. Yet, Ling Yan spared him no opportunity. With a resounding roar, he unleashed the dragon-slaying secret technique. Simultaneously, he executed a devastating strike that cleaved through the air, aimed directly at the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor's visage. With a thunderous roar, the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor summoned forth an overwhelming blast of icy power, forming a massive barrier of frost that enveloped him entirely. However, in the next heartbeat, the devastating strike collided forcefully with this barrier. The terrifying force erupted at that moment, shattering the immense shield with a resounding crash. The now weakened strike, reduced by a third of its potency, descended upon the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor. A colossal gash was instantly torn asunder. Critical damage of 16. 4,000,000 erupted as the cursed power, thunderous energy, and fiery essence detonated at the wound's location, inflicting a relentless corrosive damage of 1,000,000. 1,000,000. The excruciating pain compelled the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor to unleash a furious roar. Suddenly, his entire icy power erupted, sweeping outward in a fierce onslaught. Could he freeze the world? Alas, after being diminished in all attributes, it seemed of little consequence. Witnessing this, Ling Yan smiled faintly, unleashing a formidable elemental force that enveloped him in protection. As the icy gust swept over Ling Yan, he felt no harm. The damage was entirely negated. Simultaneously, An area within a kilometer was cloaked in this chilling power, a truly terrifying spectacle. This was merely at level 20. Should he reach level 50, he could obliterate a city in an instant. At level 100, he could annihilate an entire continent. At level 200, even planets would succumb to his frost. This skill shall be mine, Ling Yan declared calmly. Observing Ling Yan's audacity, the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor roared in fury, unleashing a formidable torrent of thunderous breath. A thunderbolt, 10 meters wide, crashed against Ling Yan's shield. Yet, even the purple skill of freezing the world proved ineffective against this blue-level thunderous breath. What could it possibly achieve? With a deafening boom, the thunderous breath exploded, dissipating into nothingness. Ling Yan, undeterred, employed enhancement skills, knowing that he could wield only one at a time. Otherwise, the plethora of enhancements he could unleash would surely propel him skyward. The disciples of those prominent families have the potential to acquire dozens of purple or even golden enhancement skills. Should these abilities prove to be stackable, one could indeed amplify their strength by several million or even hundreds of billions times. What then remains of the game? However, passives differ significantly. Many passive skills can indeed be combined, provided their usage conditions are distinct. Yet, even though stacking is possible, one must possess a body capable of withstanding such immense power. Otherwise, it may lead to catastrophic self-destruction. With a thunderous roar, the mighty dragon of flame unleashed its fury, causing a resounding dragon's cry to erupt from the void. In an instant, a dark thunder dragon's phantom materialized behind Ling Yan, swiftly merging into his form, transforming into an intricate dark thunder dragon tattoo. At that moment, a terrifying aura emanated from Ling Yan, causing the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor to adopt a grave expression, sensing the surge in Ling Yan's power. Without hesitation, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor let out a roar, its body exploding with a dreadful energy, as a phantom of the Dragon Emperor gradually detached from it. Seeking to employ the Dragon Emperor's phantom? Alas, it was too late. Ling Yan, fully aware of his opponent's intentions, snorted coldly and propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. The ground beneath him caved in, creating a deep pit with a diameter of several meters. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yan appeared before the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Swift. Incredibly swift. This was the sole thought racing through the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor's mind. Before the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor could react, a terrifying blade of light sliced through the air, descending upon its neck with lethal intent. Hastily, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor summoned all its icy might to shield its throat. Yet, in the next instant, the immense blade, extending several dozen meters, cleaved through its neck, causing its massive form to topple backward. The Dragon Emperor's phantom that had just materialized dissipated in an instant. A staggering 56.5 million critical strike appeared in the skies above, accompanied by a thunderous roar as the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor crashed to the ground. Writhing in agony and attempting to rise, a closer inspection revealed that its neck, once gaping to the bone, now bled not a single drop, as the wound was ravaged by the relentless corrosion of 7 or 8 elemental forces. With its windpipes severed, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor could not even emit a cry of despair. In a panic, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor struggled to rise, frantically flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to escape. However, in the next moment, a vast black domain enveloped it once more, causing its already diminished speed to plummet by 80%. Gently, Ling Yan descended upon the back of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Truly, it was worthy of being a royal-level boss. Even after such a blow, it had not perished. Yet, regretfully, it would likely not withstand the next strike. Ling Yan smiled faintly and raised the dragon-slaying sword high. With a resounding boom, an eruption of 7 or 8 elemental forces surged forth from the blade. In the terrified gaze of the Ice Thunder Dragon, the already formidable dragon-slaying blade, measuring 2 meters in length, transformed into a terrifying length of several dozen meters. Die! In the next instant, with a thunderous roar from Ling Yan, the black blade aura descended with a resounding crash. Thud! In an instant, the blade aura struck the neck of the Ice Thunder Dragon. The overwhelming force severed the massive head of the Ice Thunder Dragon in a heartbeat. 75, 200. 000, a fatal strike. A colossal black number floated into the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, for single-handedly slaying the Ice Thunder Dragon. Experience gained, 3 trillion. Star coins acquired, 300 billion, locked. Fortune wheel activated, successfully copied passives. Thunder Mastery LV15, Strength Enhancement LV15, Speed Enhancement LV15, Constitution Enhancement LV15, Ice Mastery LV15. Fortune Wheel activated. Drop rate increased 10 million times. Obtained equipment: LV20 Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor Set, Gold. Skills: Thunder Dragon Breath LV5, Blue. Frozen World LV3, Purple. Ice Barrier LV3, Purple. Dragon Emperor Illusion LV1, Gold. Items acquired: LV20 Royal Thunder Crystal 1, LV20 Royal Ice Crystal 1, LV40 Gold Equipment Upgrade Scroll 5, Backpack Expansion, 1000 slots, Gold Essence 10,000, Remnant Soul of Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor 1. Night Job Change Scroll of Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor 1, SSS Grade. Strength Fruit LV20, Gold, 10, Soul Fruit LV20, Gold, 10, Speed Fruit LV20, Gold, 10, Constitution Fruit LV20, Gold, 10, Resurrection Card, Gold, 3, Chapter 81, Dragon Emperor Illusion, capable of summoning countless Dragon Emperors. Simultaneously, a series of notification sounds followed. Ling Yan had long ceased to pay attention to experience points and star coins, as he had surpassed 10 levels, rendering him unable to gain further experience. Although the experience from bosses still held some value, the worth of a royal boss was even greater. However, even the experience from a royal boss would see a significant decrease. One could only wonder if the 3 trillion would leave him with even a billion. Nevertheless, the items dropped this time were undoubtedly plentiful and useful to Ling Yan. For instance, the Dragon Emperor Illusion. Ling Yan promptly opened the description. Dragon Emperor Illusion LV1, Gold. Can summon an illusion of a royal boss of the same level as the summoner, with elemental passives matching in level for combat. Requirements for condensing a Dragon Emperor: any Royal Dragon Remnant Soul 1, and the corresponding level Crystal Core. Corresponding elemental passive level, LV15, attribute passive level, LV20. Only one of each type of Dragon Emperor may be condensed. Requirements for condensing a Dragon King: any King level Dragon Remnant Soul 1, with corresponding elemental passive level, LV10. Attribute passive level, LV15. Only 10 of each type of Dragon King may be condensed. Consumption: Royal Dragon, 50,000 magic power. King level Dragon, 5,000 magic power. Duration: 1 minute. However, the moment the introduction appeared, Ling Yan was utterly stunned. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? The number of Dragon Emperors that can be condensed is not limited to just one? What is going on? Furthermore, can one truly consolidate the Dragon King? The introduction clearly states this. As long as one possesses the corresponding elemental and attribute levels, one can consolidate not merely one, but multiple Dragon Emperors. This condition, for others, is akin to an idle boast, let alone the corresponding elemental passives. Consider the attribute passives, namely the enhancements of strength, speed, and constitution. At the Dragon Emperor level, all 3 enhancements are present. Moreover, there are various elemental enhancements, equivalent to possessing 5 passives. It is said that an exceptional talent possesses 2 passives above level 15, while 3 are so rare that not a single one is found in the entire Flame God Galaxy each year. As for 4 or even 5, it is likely that no individual among the human civilization has managed to gather 5 passives above level 15 over the years. Even if such a rarity exists, it may, at most, summon a single Dragon Emperor. For each type of Dragon Emperor can only be summoned once. Thus, this skill is indeed of golden quality. It is neither undervalued nor overvalued. However, for Ling Yan, the situation is entirely different. This skill, far from merely being golden, even dark golden cannot compare. With 4 elemental combinations, there exist 6 variations of the Dragon Emperor. Possessing 7 or 8 elements theoretically allows for at least 40 to 50, or even hundreds of combinations of Dragon Emperors. Should I acquire dozens of elements in the future, the variety of Dragon Emperors would be truly formidable. This means that the number of Dragon Emperors I can summon exceeds mere handfuls. Ling Yan chuckled at this thought. This skill is tailor-made for him. Moreover, there are Dragon Kings to summon as well. My strength and constitution have yet to reach level 20. It appears that summoning a Dragon Emperor is currently out of reach. I can only attempt to summon the Earth Thunder Dragon for now. Without hesitation, Ling Yan immediately learned the skill. He then took out 10 remnants of the Earth Thunder Dragon and several elemental crystal cores of the Earth and Thunder types. Following the instructions, he began the refining process. As Ling Yan infused his hand seals into the remnants, the souls of the slumbering Earth Thunder Dragons began to awaken gradually. He also imprinted his soul mark onto these remnants. This is what distinguishes this era of gaming from online games. All skills are directly learned through experience infusion. It is not simply a matter of shouting the skill's name to utilize it. As time passed, the 10 remnants of the Earth Thunder Dragon gradually began to revive. Boom. 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 Suddenly, powerful auras erupted from the souls. Simultaneously, arcs of lightning burst forth from the souls. Roar. 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 As the lightning flashed, the roar of dragons echoed through the skies. One by one, the remnants of the Earth Thunder Dragons soared skyward, instantly transforming into the colossal phantoms of 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Congratulations, player, you have refined 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Dragon Emperor Phantom Experience Points, 1000. Dragon Emperor Phantom level has been elevated to LV2. All attributes remain unchanged, with the duration extended to 3 minutes. At that moment, a notification sound resonated within Ling Yan's mind. He cast a glance at the attributes of the Earth Thunder Dragon, which were identical to those of the living creature. However, the mana consumption was rather daunting. Summoning a single Earth Thunder Dragon required a staggering 5,000 mana, and summoning 10 would demand a total of 50,000. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. The ability to summon just one Earth Thunder Dragon would elevate the skill to the level of an ordinary pinnacle purple skill, perhaps even surpassing some of the weaker golden skills by a significant margin. Given the substantial mana cost for summoning 10, it seemed entirely reasonable. With this thought, Ling Yan ceased the output of his mana. In the next instant, the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons in the sky erupted with a dazzling brilliance before vanishing into the horizon, transforming into ethereal orbs of light that landed in Ling Yan's hands. At merely level 20, such a high mana expenditure was quite alarming. One could only imagine the consumption at levels 100 or even 200. Ling Yan felt a twinge of helplessness. Naturally, as skills increased in level, their mana consumption would rise correspondingly. It was unrealistic to expect that at level 20, a purple skill would consume 10,000 mana and remain the same at level 100. By that stage, the total mana pool would have reached a staggering figure in the hundreds of millions. A mere 10,000 mana would be negligible in comparison. Of course, skills that deducted mana based on a percentage would remain unaffected. It would still be 10 at the end as it was at the beginning. Such skills were quite friendly to ordinary players. After all, a typical player at level 20 might struggle to accumulate enough mana for even a single purple skill. However, with percentage-based deductions, they could potentially utilize them numerous times. Moreover, due to the Dragon Emperor's Phantom ascending to level 2, its duration extended to a full 3 minutes. With a consumption of 50,000 mana, having 10 Dragon Kings fighting together for 3 minutes was undoubtedly a favorable bargain. Though the Dragon Emperor's Phantom was incredibly formidable, the materials required for its creation were still of considerable value. Ling Yan's gaze flickered slightly. To forge an Ice Thunder Dragon, he would need the residual soul of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor, along with the royal-grade crystal cores of both the Ice and Thunder attributes. Setting aside the residual soul, the price of those 2 crystal cores was astronomical. Chapter 82. Utilizing Attribute Fruits. A surge in all attributes. The drop rate of a single core rivaled that of ordinary golden equipment. The residual soul, even more so, surpassed the price of an entire set of golden gear. Fortunately for Ling Yan, he only needed to slay one Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor to acquire all the necessary components. He then turned his attention to the other rewards. A total of 10,000 golden essences awaited him. Gathering such a quantity required the disassembly of hundreds of pieces of level 20 golden equipment. Regrettably, upgrading level 20 golden gear to dark golden status would demand not just 10,000 essences, but at least 30,000 to 40,000 to suffice. In the 4th round, there are at least 3 royal dragon beasts. If they can each yield 10,000 golden essences, it is likely sufficient to upgrade the necklace of the Dragon Slayer set. At that point, my soul value would skyrocket, significantly enhancing my chances against the Hell Thunder Dragon. As for this class change scroll, if it were to be revealed, it would likely set the entire human civilization ablaze with excitement. Ling Yan gazed at the class change scroll, filled with contemplation. After all, He understood the immense value of this scroll. A profession of SSS rank is a rarity within human civilization, as elusive as a phoenix feather, with perhaps only one appearing every few decades. Now, with just one class change scroll, a successful transition is within reach. If leaked, it would be snatched away in less than a day. It is better to keep it safe. It may prove useful later on. With this thought, Ling Yan carefully stored the class change scroll. Lastly, he had a total of 40 golden attribute fruits. He picked up one of the strength fruits. Item, strength fruit level, LV20 quality, golden effect, grants a permanent increase of 100 points to strength upon use. Note, a fruit condensed from the rules of strength, while powerful. One can only consume 10 fruits of the same level and quality in a lifetime. The strength fruit is indeed an expensive item. One is equivalent to a complete set of golden equipment of the same level, and the drop rate is even lower. Being able to obtain 10 in one go must be due to extraordinary luck. Ling Yan couldn't help but marvel. Each LV20 golden attribute fruit can only be consumed 10 times in a lifetime. Of course, if he later acquires LV20 dark golden fruits, he can continue to consume those. Even if he obtains LV20 red fruits, he can still partake. However, not only are red fruits rare, but dark golden fruits are also exceedingly precious. To consume even one requires considerable wealth and at least a talent above the SSS level. After all, one fruit is equivalent to a complete set of dark golden equipment. Without hesitation, Ling Yan chose to consume the fruit. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Ling Yan felt his entire attributes begin to surge rapidly. This sensation was unlike that brought on by equipment. It felt akin to the experience of allocating points. In mere moments, all 40 attribute fruits vanished. Congratulations, player. You have consumed LV20 strength, speed, vitality, and soul fruits x10. Total attributes increased by 1,000. A notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Indeed, there is truth to the notion that the geniuses and prominent families of this world possess combat power that far exceeds that of their peers, even at the same level. Under normal circumstances, the total attributes of a LV20 player average around 400 to 500. The golden elemental fruit can enhance them by a staggering 1,000. If it were dark golden, wouldn't that be even more terrifying? Ling Yan couldn't help but be astonished. In this world, fairness is but an illusion. It ceased to exist from the day of occupational awakening. Ling Yan, endowed with the unique professions of child of destiny and passive plunderer, stands at the pinnacle of the fairness hierarchy. Moreover, he possesses 3 resurrection cards. Alas, they are of no use to me. My hopes for revival rest solely upon my rebirth passive. Even the Crimson Resurrection card could not restore me to life. Ling Yan cast a glance at the final valuable reward, disregarding it. As for the Golden Frost Thunder Dragon set, though it is considered a high-tier ensemble within this dungeon, the Might of the Dragon Slayer set is evidently superior. Consequently, Ling Yan promptly accessed his attributes panel. Attributes panel name: Ling Yan race, human profession, passive plunderer, child of destiny level, LV20, 315 trillion, strength, 4360, 1800, 1, 745, 140, 000, agility, 4435, 2000, 74, 141, 110, 000, constitution, 4360, 1800, 1, 745, 140, 000, soul, 5060 talent passives, flame mastery LV15, 010000, fire damage 1500, thunder mastery LV20, 824, for 111, 110, 000, lightning damage 2000, frost mastery LV18, 114, 114, 000, ice damage 1800, earth mastery LV16, 411, 420, 000, soil damage 1600. Skills: King S Blood Fury LV1, purple, 200 to all attributes, void blink LV1, gold. Teleport to any point within a 10-meter radius. Life Resurrection LV1, purple, 50, 000 health, with a healing effect of 1 per second. Dragon Emperor Phantom LV2, gold. King level, 10 heads, Emperor level, 0 heads, duration, 3 minutes. Frozen World LV3, purple, freezes an area of 1,000 meters. Inflicts 600 damage. Weapon, Dragon Slayer set LV20 Gold. Reduces damage from dragons. Inflicts 100 damage. Restores 200 health and mana every 2 seconds. Damage accumulation. 1 million per million. Wealth. 35, 203 billion. Locked at this moment. Ling Yan's attributes reach the impressive range of 4 to 5,000. The damage potential from such attributes is significantly more powerful than before. The next wave of the dungeon competition is about to commence. I wonder if the prodigies of the Starless Civilization have arrived at the third wave's boss. Given their strength, it may require some effort, but it should not pose a problem. Apocalypse, unleash the fourth wave. Ling Yan smiled slightly and then addressed the void. Buzz. In an instant, Ling Yan's figure vanished amidst a wave of energy. As anticipated, Kasser, accompanied by 9 prodigies, arrived before the Frost Thunder Dragon Emperor just as Ling Yan concluded the third wave. Chapter 83, Infinite Wild Monster Mode activated. Ling Yan has struck it rich. Although the battle proved to be quite arduous, more so than contending with 10 colossal earth-shattering dragons, the endeavor unfolded with remarkable ease. Even with the summoning of the Dragon Emperor's ethereal form and bolstered by the weakening of the top 10 geniuses alongside their own enhancements, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor ultimately succumbed to a relentless barrage of attacks. As for the formidable Frozen Realm, that posed no significant challenge. Each of the 10 geniuses wielded purple-tier defensive skills, and when unleashed in unison, their combined shields amplified their defensive capabilities tenfold. A mere purple skill could hardly breach such formidable defenses. This elucidates why such powerful instances necessitate a full 10-person team to navigate their treacherous depths. While the combined output of 10 individuals may not rival the critical damage dealt by Ling Yan, it certainly approached the efficacy of his standard attacks, especially with their impeccable coordination. Regrettably, although they vanquished an Ice Thunder Dragon, their spoils paled in comparison to Ling Yan's, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Their most significant acquisition was a golden Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor armor. The remaining skills yielded nothing of value, yet this singular treasure ignited excitement among them all. Golden equipment, albeit just one piece, commanded a hefty price. Naturally, the affluent Karsa dismissed it, promptly distributing the spoils among the remaining 9. The others, brimming with elation, lavished praise upon Karsa. Though he held disdain for their adulation, a smug smile crept across Karsa's face. Initiate the fourth wave. With a low command from Karsa, the 10-member team vanished from their location in an instant. Buzz. On a searing celestial body, Ling Yan materialized amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. The oppressive heat caused him to furrow his brow. Glancing skyward, he noted 3 suns mercilessly scorching the land below. The surface temperature soared to an unbearable 1 to 200 degrees Celsius. Any ordinary person would be instantly incinerated. However, endowed with immense power and mastery over flames, Ling Yan remained entirely unaffected. Could this be the testing ground for the fourth wave? Might fire elemental creatures be the adversaries? As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of excitement ignited within him. It seemed that his mastery over fire was lagging behind. It was high time for an upgrade. Attention! This round is a dungeon conquest battle. Infinite Wild Monster Mode activated. Monster density increased, and the refresh interval for wild monsters eliminated. First round of the conquest battle. Time limit, 5 hours. The 10 teams that slay the most wild monsters will progress to the second round, the boss contention battle. At that moment, the prompt of the dungeon echoed in his ears, causing Ling Yan to raise an eyebrow in surprise. Infinite Wild Monster Mode. Was this truly designed for him? Excitement surged through Ling Yan. His passive skill level-up speed had already plateaued. After all, he needed to slay a multitude of monsters to advance further. Upon reflection, he is currently at level 20. Should he elevate his rank to level 50 or even 100? The number of monsters in an ordinary dungeon would surge to at least several million, if not more. At that juncture, the passive leveling speed would undoubtedly escalate dramatically, far surpassing the current rate. Possessing such formidable strength at level 20 is already somewhat beyond expectations. Now that the infinite mode has been activated, Ling Yan estimates that his passive level will surely increase significantly over the next 5 hours. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Ling Yan understood that the wild monsters were about to emerge. Roar! The very next moment, the crimson earth began to tear apart with ferocity. Countless fire-red giant lizards, ablaze with fierce flames, erupted from the ground. These colossal creatures measured 3 to 4 meters in length, each one exceedingly fierce. With a powerful leap, Ling Yan ascended over 20 meters into the air, gazing into the distance. However, this single glance caused his pupils to narrow slightly. His eyesight allowed him to see over 10 kilometers away, and due to the planet's extreme flatness, he could even discern some features over 100 kilometers distant. Yet, as far as his eyes could perceive, everything was enveloped in a sea of blood red. In their frenzied rush, these fire-red giant lizards began to stack upon one another, forming a towering wave of crimson reaching several dozen meters high. The sheer number was easily in the hundreds of millions. This was merely what could be seen with the naked eye. Ling Yan gently descended to the ground and promptly examined one of the fire-red giant lizard's attributes. Wild monster, crimson flame giant lizard, normal, enhanced, level, LV20 passive talent, flame power LV3, can manipulate flame energy, unleashing 300 fire damage. Strength enhancement LV3, strength attribute, receives a boost of 300. Constitution enhancement LV3, constitution attribute, receives a boost of 300. Tail severance survival LV3, upon receiving a fatal blow, can substitute any limb to survive. Upon successful survival, all attributes are temporarily boosted by 190, and severed limbs can be repaired. The higher the level, the stronger the passive effect and the faster the repair rate. Health, 300, 000 mana, 4, 000 attack power, 2, 000 speed, 200 defense, 4, 500 skill, earth fire eruption, white skill, manipulates flame energy, erupting a pillar of fire from the ground to attack enemies. Caution, beware of your rear. Ling Yan's lips curled at the attributes of the crimson flame giant lizard. Beware of your rear? Goodness, why are there so many rear-end attacking monsters these days? However, before Ling Yan could regain his composure, numerous pillars of fire, each with a diameter of 20 to 30 centimeters, shot up from beneath his feet. The flames instantaneously enveloped the area within 100 meters, including Ling Yan himself. Regrettably, amidst the towering inferno reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, countless missed messages appeared in the sky. It is evident that the flames of these ordinary creatures pose no threat to Ling Yan whatsoever. Destruction domain. Without hesitation, Ling Yan activated the domain. Boom. In an instant, the area was enveloped within a radius of over 20 meters. Although domains can currently reach diameters of 1 to 200 meters, the energy consumption is staggering, and even Ling Yan finds it somewhat challenging to sustain. However, a 20-meter radius is sufficient. As the domain unfolded, dozens of blazing giant lizards that had rushed towards Ling Yan were instantly obliterated into a cloud of dust. Countless more giant lizards continued to surge forward. Ling Yan, with a swift motion, transformed into a massive black sphere of light, charging through the surroundings. Wherever he passed, all the giant lizards were crushed to ashes. Yet, just as he cleared a vast expanse, numerous blazing giant lizards emerged once again from the ground. The infinite mode proves to be inexhaustible, but alas, it lasts only 5 hours. If only it could persist for 10,000 years. With so many creatures around, relying solely on the destruction domain seems insufficient for the rate of elimination. Sensing the inadequacy of his extermination speed, Ling Yan promptly produced 10 soul orbs, infusing them with immense magical energy. Buzzing. In an instant, each of the 10 soul orbs radiated an overwhelming aura. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, the sound of dragon roars erupted forth. The orbs shot skyward, bursting into dazzling flashes of lightning and earthy hues. The light coalesced into 10 colossal phantoms of earth thunder dragons, their gazes immediately sweeping across the surroundings. In the next moment, the 10 earth thunder dragons unleashed a terrifying force of the earth, gathering it within their mouths to form a black orb the size of a fist. Whoosh! The black orb was propelled into the sky, suspended several dozen meters above the ground. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the 10 black orbs, swiftly enveloping an area of several hundred meters. The earth began to tremble violently. Crack, crack, crack. With each tearing sound, the ground was mercilessly ripped apart, massive fragments soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, all the blazing giant lizards within the radius were drawn skyward by the immense gravitational pull. Roar, roar, roar. The lizards, lifted into the air, shrieked in terror. Yet, they were soon compressed along with the earth fragments into 10 enormous earthen spheres, each with a diameter of 30 to 40 meters. While 30 to 40 meters may not sound large, this diameter equates to the length of a standard basketball court and the height of a 10-story building. And this is just the diameter. A tremendous surge of damage erupted within the Earth's sphere. With each explosive sound, the gravitational force intensified, gradually depleting the health of all the crimson flame lizards to zero. Under the immense gravitational pull, they ultimately disintegrated, their flesh and the celestial Earth merging into one. You have slain 125 for 124 crimson flame lizards. Simultaneously, a notification echoed. In a mere strike, over 100,000 crimson flame lizards were annihilated. Astonishing, this celestial Earth truly is formidable, and it is merely a purple skill. Ling Yan marveled inwardly. Wait, could it be that if I incorporated other elemental forces into this celestial Earth, it might enhance its capabilities? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ling Yan's mind. When the power of the Earth is condensed to a certain degree, it can wield terrifying gravitational force. If I were to infuse it with other attacking elements, perhaps I could indeed extend the gravitational range and amplify the attack power. With this notion, Ling Yan felt a compelling urge to experiment. Clap. In an instant, he brought his hands together. Buzz. Simultaneously, an overwhelming force of Earth energy erupted from Ling Yan and surged into his palms. As he gradually spread his hands apart, a black orb, no larger than a ping-pong ball, materialized at their center. Although this orb was significantly smaller than the black energy sphere of the Earth Thunder Dragon, the energy contained within it was several times more immense. Coupled with its more refined energy, the gravitational range was likely to surpass that of 10 Earth Thunder Dragons combined. However, Ling Yan did not release it immediately. Instead, he infused the orb with all the elemental powers he possessed: wind, fire, lightning, ice, curse, darkness, water, and the earth element, 8 in total, following the condensation method of the celestial Earth. This scene, if witnessed by those formidable beings of hundreds of levels, would undoubtedly elicit cries of madness and folly. For merging multiple elements to create a powerful skill is far from simple. Even the fusion of two elements necessitates extensive research into the resultant skills before one dares to craft a new ability. Yet, Ling Yan, in his audacity, not only bypassed this research but audaciously attempted to merge 8 elements. Was this not tantamount to courting death? Ling Yan was acutely aware of the risks. However, he felt a surge of confidence in his good fortune. With luck on his side, why should he concern himself with extensive research? All he needed was to act decisively. Indeed, although the moment the various elements first mingled together, there was immense repulsion, threatening to spiral out of control as Ling Yan's luck will turned. The 8 elements that had been on the brink of chaos unexpectedly stabilized. They began to merge together in a remarkably harmonious manner. Meanwhile, Ling Yan's magical energy surged forth like a torrential flood, with a staggering 500,000 points of magic power vanishing in an instant. Fortunately, Ling Yan is a formidable humanoid boss, possessing a soul value of 5,000, augmented by the unparalleled elemental power of Thunder Mastery at level 20. Coupled with the prior summoning of 10 Earth Thunder Dragons, which consumed a staggering 50,000 magic points, the total expenditure amounted to 550,000 points of magic energy. Merely having Ling Yan's magical capacity. The result of this immense power was the emergence of a black-red orb nestled in the palm of Ling Yan's hand. Although it was no larger than a ping-pong ball, the strength contained within it was exponentially greater than before. Even Ling Yan could sense the annihilating force that seemed capable of obliterating everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan raised his hand into the void. Buzz! In an instant, the black-red orb soared into the sky, rapidly ascending to an altitude of 1 kilometer. Boom! Suddenly, the orb erupted with a terrifying force. In that fleeting moment, an inexhaustible gravitational pull surged forth like a tidal wave, radiating in all directions. The ground within a radius of several kilometers began to tremble violently. Chapter 85, Dark Gold Skill, Annihilation Black Hole. Within this range, countless fiery red flame giant lizards ascended towards the heavens like a crimson rain in reverse. The earth itself began to tear apart rapidly. Massive fragments, some measuring several meters to even hundreds of meters in diameter, shot upwards into the sky. This overwhelming power left Ling Yan momentarily aghast. As these colossal rocks ascended, a fearsome earth sphere, exceeding 300 meters in diameter, began to take form in the sky. This sphere was 10 times the size of that created by the Earth Thunder Dragon, implying it was over 1,000 times larger. Those flame giant lizards drawn into the sphere were instantly crushed. 720,000, 720,000, 720,000. In an instant, innumerable damage values erupted forth. It is worth noting that this damage was without the use of King's Blood Fury or the dragon-slaying secret art. If employed, the damage could escalate by a staggering 6-fold. At that point, the base damage would reach an astounding 43 million. This does not even account for the possibility of critical hits. However, the most terrifying aspect was yet to come, for this damage was an area attack. Instantly, all flame giant lizards within a several-kilometer radius were drawn into the sky. The size of the sphere was comparable to that of a small town. Ling Yan estimated that the number of flame giant lizards he had eradicated in one fell swoop was at least in the hundreds of thousands. Yet, this assault was far from over. Ling Yan gazed at the colossal earth sphere above and clenched his hand into a fist. Boom! In an instant, accompanied by a thunderous roar, the massive earth star exploded with cataclysmic force. Countless shards imbued with thunder, flames, darkness, and ice rained down in a meteor shower, crashing down in all directions. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was enveloped by countless meteors. As soon as they emerged from the depths of the earth, the fiery giant lizards were swiftly obliterated by the falling meteors. 25, 410, 000. Critical hit. 15, 870, 000. Critical hit. 10, 110, 000. Critical hit. 7, 450, 000. Critical hit. A myriad of diverse damage figures soared into the sky around them. Although Ling Yan was also within the attack range, he remained unharmed due to the protective barrier he had maintained. However, the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons were utterly shattered by the collateral damage from the meteor fragments, their souls buried beneath the earth. Congratulations, player. You have slain the fiery giant lizard. 540, 000. Simultaneously, a notification resonated within Ling Yan's mind. This skill was certainly not golden. At that moment, Ling Yan was fully convinced. A golden skill could not possibly be this terrifying. Indeed, congratulations, player. You have successfully created a new skill, Annihilation Black Hole LV1, Dark Gold Level. Annihilation Black Hole LV1, a powerful skill forged from the fusion of the 8 elemental forces. It can absorb all matter within a 10-kilometer radius to form a gravitational sphere. Upon formation, it inflicts 2,000 damage. The subsequent attack has 2 forms. First form, Starburst. It detonates the sphere, unleashing countless meteoric strikes, each carrying 1,000 to 2,000 magical damage. Second form, Black Hole. It fully unleashes gravity, transforming the sphere into a black hole that continues to devour everything around it. This form requires a minimum soul value of 100 million to activate. A notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing the alert, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. According to the notification, this annihilation black hole could indeed transform into a black hole, albeit with a rather steep requirement of 100 million soul points. Nevertheless, considering that even a black hole the size of a fist could consume the Earth, becoming a larger black hole, it was only natural that creating one would demand tremendous power. Even so, the current level and potency of this skill were already exceedingly formidable. An attack power of 2,000 was a full twice that of a golden skill. Ling Yan could not suppress his admiration. Such a powerful attack would undoubtedly become his strongest trump card to date. However, it was unfortunate that this skill could not be used frequently, as it consumed a staggering 500,000 mana per use. A burden even for Ling Yan in his current state. Indeed, powerful skills are not meant for the ordinary individual. Without an elemental passive level of at least 1v15, accumulating the mana required to wield a dark gold level skill was simply unattainable. Of course, for skills that do not require elemental levels, the cost would instead be health points or certain consumables. Thus, employing this skill to eliminate minor adversaries proves impractical. There simply isn't an abundance of magical energy to expend. On another note, I recall a region in the Apocalypse continent where a certain wild creature possesses a passive ability that accelerates mana regeneration. It seems I ought to find time to investigate. With this thought, Ling Yan's eyes glimmered. If his mana recovery speed were to increase, even skills of the Dark Gold tier could be wielded as mere minor attacks. The Dragon Emperor's illusion manifested. With this in mind, Ling Yan promptly activated the skill. Dragon Emperor's illusion. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, the air was filled with the resonant roars of dragons. The very next moment, a succession of Earth Thunder Dragons emerged from the ground. Subsequently, 10 Earth Thunder Dragons spread out in all directions, launching a frenzied assault on the seemingly endless Scarlet Flame giant lizards. Meanwhile, Ling Yan swiftly engaged the surrounding Scarlet Flame giant lizards using the Destruction Domain. Given Ling Yan's current mana recovery rate, he could restore approximately 50,000 mana per minute. However, a portion of this power was allocated to sustain the Destruction Domain, while another part was intermittently used to summon the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons. Thus, every 30 minutes or so, Ling Yan would unleash a devastation black hole. Coupled with the relentless onslaught of the 10 Thunder Dragons, within just 1 hour, Ling Yan had annihilated a staggering 21.4 million Scarlet Flame giant lizards. At this rate, within 5 hours, I should be able to eradicate 100 million Scarlet Flame giant lizards. Ling Yan calculated and couldn't help but smile. Such an abundance of Scarlet Flame giant lizards would undoubtedly allow him to enhance his power and physique, upgrading all these passives to level 20 or even higher. Chapter 86. Will Ling Yan be happy to come and find you for a golden skill? Meanwhile, while Ling Yan was engaged in this massacre on the other side, Karsa and his companions had also commenced their slaughter of the Scarlet Flame giant lizards. The 10 SS level prodigies each possessed domain-type skills. Although they were merely purple, they were bolstered by top-tier golden equipment. Their power was sufficient to swiftly dispatch the Scarlet Flame giant lizards. Furthermore, with 10 individuals, their combined speed in eliminating the Scarlet Flame giant lizards was surprisingly not much slower than Ling Yan's. Of course, if they were to discover that their entire team's kill rate could not match Ling Yan's, it would likely infuriate them. Beyond Karsa and his group, over a dozen teams of prodigies from the Stala tribe had also advanced to the 4th wave. After all the teams from the Stala tribe comprised 10 SS level squads, and nearly all these prodigies possessed golden equipment. Although it may be of a lower grade and arguably less formidable than Ji Wushue's Dragon Slayer set, the strength of their classes could mitigate this disparity. It could be said that nearly all prodigies from the Stala tribe could reach the 4th wave, whereas human prodigies could only include Karsa and his companions. The disparity in talent was indeed vast. Master, is this truly the 3rd wave? Will the materials you mentioned be found here? Meanwhile, within a frigid realm, Su Miaoran had arduously arrived at the 3rd wave. If word were to spread that she managed to reach this stage solo, it would undoubtedly stir a significant uproar. This is a dungeon of Dark Gold caliber, where the strength of the 2nd wave's bosses had already reached the king level, and there were a full 10 of them. Although Su Miaoran was utilizing a Dragon Slayer set, being able to single-handedly vanquish 10 king-level foes would certainly imply a talent and ability rating that could be deemed SS or even higher. This was all due to her master. Despite being bound by the rules that prevented direct assistance, her master could still exert control over Su Miaoran's body. While her attributes remained unchanged, the skills were entirely different. The moment the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons emerged, Su Miaoran's master unleashed a terrifying secret technique of unknown rank, instantly amplifying her power 5-fold. Following that, a move akin to ice sealing the world, albeit significantly more potent in its ice-based capabilities, erupted forth, annihilating the 10 Earth Thunder Dragons in a single blow. In that instant, Su Miaoran was left utterly astonished, never having anticipated such a maneuver. However, she soon realized the drawback of this possession attack. She would receive no rewards, not a single experience point or star coin, nor would anything drop. Clearly, the dungeon had detected the presence of her enigmatic master. Furthermore, due to that singular display of power, her master was immediately restricted, making it nearly impossible to lift the ban without exiting this dungeon. Thus, defeating the Ice Thunder Dragon King in this 3rd wave was out of the question. Of course, Su Miaoran's intent was not to conquer this dungeon. Indeed, the Hell Thunder Dragon dungeon had previously ruled over several star domains. Within the 3rd wave of the Ice Thunder Dragon King dungeon, a material known as the Extreme Dao Ice Lotus thrived. Locating this lotus would enable the first ice-based reincarnation, achievable at merely level 20. However, this precious item only respawned when the Ice Thunder Dragon King appeared. With her current power sealed, the chances of acquisition were exceedingly low. At that moment, a helpless voice echoed in Su Miaron's mind. The window for the extreme Dao Ice Lotus's appearance was fleeting, and within that brief interval, one must subdue the Ice Thunder Dragon King while simultaneously locating the Lotus. Successfully harvesting the extreme Dao Ice Lotus would require a team of caliber at least akin to Kalsa's. Other SS-rank prodigy teams would be expending their utmost efforts just to defeat the Ice Thunder Dragon King, leaving no surplus strength to pursue additional tasks. Yet, enlisting such elite teams was nearly impossible. After all, Su Miaron currently lacked the means to offer anything of significant value for trade. Although her master possessed many formidable skills, they were not suitable for presentation. It seems we must give it a try. If we fail, so be it. At worst, I can change my profession when I reach level 49. Upon hearing her master's words, Su Miaron offered a faint smile, not overly concerned. However, there might still be a way. Suddenly, her master appeared to recall something. What method? Su Miaron was taken aback. Ling Yan. Her master slowly uttered these two words. And the moment Su Miaron heard them, she instantly comprehended her master's intention. Given Ling Yan's prowess, it might indeed be feasible to accomplish this. However, master, although we hail from the same city, we have never interacted. Our conversations have scarcely exceeded 3 sentences. Would it not be inappropriate to ask for his assistance? Su Miaron furrowed her brow. Moreover, if Ling Yan truly helps, how would I repay him? He is merely a prodigy from a remote star system, specializing in lightning. Fortunately, I possess a method to cultivate a golden-level lightning skill. If he agrees, this golden-tier lightning ability should suffice to cover the cost, perhaps even more than adequate. Upon hearing Su Miaron's words, her master chuckled. Su Miaron was immediately taken aback. A golden-level skill? This is even more precious than the rare Ice Lotus. Furthermore, did not my master say that my current strength should not expose such valuable items? Why then offer Ling Yan a golden-level skill? Fear not, I have my own discretion. Now quickly eliminate the surrounding minions. In response to Su Miaron's confusion, her master spoke mysteriously. Understood, master. Su Miaron did not press further, promptly unleashing her ice domain to swiftly eradicate the nearby monsters. As her comprehension of the ice domain deepened, reaching golden level might not be far off. Unfortunately, as anticipated, after spending several hours clearing all the monsters, she reluctantly discovered that the Ice Thunder Dragon's strength was simply too formidable. Therefore, the moment the Ice Thunder Dragon King appeared, she immediately exited the dungeon. After all, her master could not intervene, meaning that a moment's delay could spell her doom. Above the Tianbei starship. Chapter 87. Slaughtering over 1 million monsters. Millions of passive skills. As Su Miaron emerged from the rift in space, all eyes turned to her. Su Miaron has just come out? She managed to solo for such an extended period. Has she reached the 3rd wave? Impossible. Her talent is merely S. And even with an SS rating, it would be exceedingly difficult to surpass the 2nd wave's boss. Perhaps she took a long rest during the interval between the 1st and 2nd waves. The Star Lords quickly speculated. At present, all talents below SS have been eliminated, and Su Miaron is the last remaining S-level talent. However, she was soon overshadowed. Although her talent is commendable, she remains merely S, which does not place her among the top 20 in the Tianbei star system. Though possessing formidable combat strength, the lack of innate talent ultimately proves detrimental. Moreover, it is currently the period of fierce contention for the dungeons between the Tianbei Galaxy and the Cass Galaxy. Presently, all hope rests solely upon Ling Yan. However, as they have yet to conquer the dungeon, those without monitoring privileges remain oblivious to the current developments within. Meanwhile, time gradually slips away under the watchful gaze of all. The last 2 SS-level genius teams from the Tianbei Galaxy emerge one after another from the dungeon, each eliminated before the 3rd wave's formidable boss, the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. Tragically, 7 members even fell victim to this fearsome adversary. The losses are undeniably substantial. According to the accounts of the eliminated, the 4th wave signifies the onset of the dungeon contention in a chaotic battle format. This implies that the Tianbei Galaxy now boasts merely a small team of 10 individuals, competing for the dungeon against a staggering 500 SS-level geniuses from the Cass Galaxy? Ha ha ha, do you truly believe you stand a chance? At this moment, Terrell laughed maniacally as he glanced over. 500 against 10, should they triumph? These 10 must surely each be SSS-level geniuses. Indeed, The human race is remarkable, truly deserving of their reputation as the fastest developing race, for their talents are indeed extraordinary. The powerful individuals behind him joined in with sardonic taunts. Instantly, the expressions of the Dragon Sovereign and the Tianbei Galaxy Lord darkened. They had not anticipated that this dungeon contention would devolve into chaos. Traditionally, it would merely consist of speed races or elimination battles, both of which incur minimal casualties among the geniuses. However, a chaotic battle is an entirely different matter. A moment's hesitation could lead to total annihilation. As for Ling Yan, he is yet to emerge, and they fear he may have already perished in the third round against the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. After all, upon the revelation of the Dragon Emperor's attributes by the recently eliminated, all present gasped in astonishment. This Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor is undeniably a top-tier royal boss. It is significantly more powerful than a standard royal boss. While ordinary royal bosses typically possess 2 elemental powers, they often lack passive enhancements such as strength or speed boosts, or may even possess none at all, relying solely on dual elemental passives. Although such bosses are formidable, a standard SSS-level expert armed with golden equipment and purple skills can still vanquish them. Even slightly stronger royal bosses can fall to an SSS-level individual. However, top-tier royal bosses are a different story. If one relies solely on golden equipment and purple skills, it becomes exceedingly challenging for an ordinary SSS level to achieve a solo kill. Only an SSS-level genius wielding golden skills can accomplish such a feat with relative ease. Although Ling Yan possessed formidable talent, it was utterly inconceivable for him to attain the SSS level, let alone acquire a golden skill. Consequently, given the protracted absence, the likelihood of Ling Yan's demise loomed large. The Tianbei star system simply could not amass the funds required to resurrect such an SSS-level genius. The dark gold resurrection card was prohibitively expensive. It was not merely them. Even the caste star system, standing before them, would find it a monumental strain to resurrect a genius of SSS caliber. Alas, it appeared that they would have no choice but to beseech Lord Yin Shun for Ling Yan's revival. Such a prodigious talent could not simply be allowed to perish. The Tianbei Star Master spoke with a heavy heart. Upon his utterance, the surrounding Star Masters felt an overwhelming weight upon their hearts. It was said that the number of dark gold resurrection cards within the human alliance was dwindling. Even if they were available, they were being conserved for impending major events, reserved for those SSS-level talents and beyond. Did Ling Yan even qualify for one? At that moment, they felt helpless. Possessing too much talent seemed to be a burden. Had Ling Yan merely been of SS talent, he could have been resurrected without limit, until exhausting the resurrection attempts. Unfortunately, his talent had ascended to SSS. The dark gold resurrection cards were far fewer in number than their golden counterparts. To revive him once would require a painful sacrifice from the entire Yenshin star system. Now, all they could do was pray that Ling Yan would escape before being struck down by the Ice Thunder Dragon King. Meanwhile, within the instance, the 5-hour infinite wild monster mode had finally come to an end. On the ground where Ling Yan stood, a mound of dust had accumulated, rising hundreds of meters high, composed entirely of the remains of the fallen Scarlet Flame giant lizards. Congratulations, player. Within 5 hours, you have slain 11,240,000 Scarlet Flame giant lizards. Experience gained, 11,250 billion. Star coins gained, 112. 4 billion locked. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Flame Mastery LV3178415. Flame Mastery upgraded to LV23-1-254-000. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Physique Enhancement LV31822166. Physique Enhancement upgraded to LV23-1-540-000. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Strength Enhancement LV31864443. Strength Enhancement upgraded to LV23-1-880-000. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated the passive. Tail Severance Survival LV31838808. Level upgraded to LV23-1-740-000. Giant Lizard Hunter upgraded to LV5. Additional damage increased, 100. Threat range increased to 10,000 meters. Threat value, 100. Chapter 88. 100 million points, 100 power enhancement. A cascade of notifications resonated within Ling Yan's mind. Alas, it was unexpected how swiftly it had concluded. Ling Yan let out a sigh of resignation. Nevertheless, the spoils of this endeavor were quite remarkable, as all his passives had ascended a full 3 minor realms. Feeling the abundant power coursing through his body, Ling Yan couldn't help but smile slightly. With the flame power at level 23, he had already reached the SSS tier. Achieving level 25 would solidify this status. At this pace, a few more dungeon runs would suffice. However, the infinite monster spawn mode could only be encountered during the dungeon competition. Such luck would not come again. Ling Yan sighed in resignation. At that moment, a resounding notification echoed throughout all dungeon spaces. Dungeon competition, round 1. Infinite monster mode ends. Commencing distribution of round 1 rewards. Rewards. Points based on the number of kills in infinite mode per team member. Points. Over 100, 000 points grants a damage bonus of 10. Over 1, 000. 000 points grants a damage bonus of 20. Over 10, 000 points grants a damage bonus of 40. Over 100, 000 points grants a damage bonus of 100. 2 grand notifications followed. Your points total is 11. 2 billion, granting a damage bonus of 100. Subsequently, a singular notification resonated in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing it, Ling Yan raised an eyebrow. A 100 damage bonus? This dungeon certainly seemed intent on eliminating the Struarians. He couldn't help but reflect on his own strength, which had already surpassed those so-called geniuses from Strua. Now, with an additional 100 damage bonus, his already formidable power would escalate even further. However, others shared similar thoughts. Your team has collectively slain 10, 041, 000 monsters. Each member receives an average of 10 million points, granting a strength bonus of 40. Simultaneously, everyone in Karsa's team also heard this notification. Ha ha ha, a strength bonus of 40. In this boss competition, our team's power can probably obliterate any other team. With a smug expression, Karsa's team reveled in their advantage. A 40 strength bonus? This dungeon seems determined to ensure that the so-called geniuses of the human race do not survive. But they are merely a group of low-level weaklings. Can they truly be called geniuses? Only that so-called SSS genius has some merit. Yet I doubt he could even defeat the third wave of the Ice Thunder Dragon King on his own. If he could single-handedly conquer such a top-tier royal boss, he would not merely be an SSS. He would need to be a prodigy of the highest caliber. Laughter erupted among them. How foolish to attempt a solo run in an epic dungeon without the requisite strength. Our master Karsa remains humble, his power undeniable, and he possesses more than one golden skill, choosing to team up instead, which is the mark of a true genius. At that moment, all the supposed geniuses in Karsa's team directed their scorn toward Ling Yan. Indeed, several sycophants have openly and covertly begun to sing the praises of Karsa. Listening to their words, although Karsa maintained an air of disdain and aloofness, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Second round. Chaos mode. The boss battle begins. Rule 1. Combat is permitted between civilizations. Rule 2. A total of 52 teams will participate in this battle for supremacy, with the remaining 10 teams tasked with summoning the Guardian boss. Rule 3. With 10 teams involved, the number of Guardian bosses increases to 20, comprising 5 distinct types. Rule 4. The team that ultimately slays the most bosses will emerge as the sole victor, earning the exclusive right to challenge in the 5th wave and obtaining level 3 control over the dungeon. Rule 5. Should the victorious team perish during the battle, they will receive 1 free resurrection opportunity upon reaching the 5th wave, which will not count towards their resurrection tally. As all teams persevered in the infinite mode for 5 exhausting hours, a cascade of regulations flooded the minds of the 500 teams. What? 20 Guardian bosses? Is that truly the case? Is it excessive? Not really, considering each team faces 2 bosses. Moreover, the more formidable teams might seize the kills, leaving the weaker factions unable to even slay a single boss. Wait, only 10 teams can triumph in the chaos. Does that mean we must contend with Lord Karsa and his entourage? Are you out of your mind? You dare to challenge Lord Karsa's team? Indeed, if you take action against him, you can forget about surviving. The optimal strategy would be to eliminate the 2 human teams first, then contend for the usage rights among the remaining 9 teams. In an instant, the prodigies scattered across different dungeon spaces engaged in fervent discussions, their thoughts surprisingly aligned. Meanwhile, Ji Wuxue and his companions were left utterly stunned. 52 teams. What civilization dares to challenge us in this dungeon? Jingyu could not help but exclaim in frustration. They had barely managed to defeat the Frost Thunder Dragon King, losing 2 teammates in the process. And now, the will of the apocalypse informs them that there are a staggering 52 teams. This means, alongside them, there are 51 others. One of these is likely Ling Yan, for reasons unknown. Despite knowing that Ling Yan could not possibly possess the strength to single-handedly slay the Frost Thunder Dragon King, they felt an unsettling certainty that Ling Yan could reach the 4th wave. Perhaps they were simply fearful after being defeated. This implies that there are still 50 other teams from another civilization, all boasting comparable strength. 50 teams. That equates to at least 500 SS level or even entirely SS rank prodigy teams. If chaos ensues, they would be annihilated in an instant, without a shred of resistance. What now? Are we to withdraw from the dungeon? Ji Wushue's voice turned icy as he spoke. Having faced death once, should they encounter it again? The repercussions would be insufferable, perhaps leading to a lifetime of servitude to repay their debts. Indeed, upon hearing his words, the others were filled with hesitation. What? Have you become so timid that you lack the courage to confront even a single enemy? Chapter 89. The Dread of Kozar. His strength surpasses mine. However, the towering figure of Lo Song, standing 10 meters tall, could not help but mock his cowardly companions, who resembled frightened dogs. As soon as his words escaped his lips, the others glared at him with anger. Are you courting death, Lo Song? Ji Wuxue let out a cold snort, preparing to take action. Did I speak falsely? If you lack even this modicum of courage, you might as well return home and retire. The continent of Apocalypse is fraught with peril. Although those above SS rank may one day rise to become formidable Star Lords, it is commendable if 3 out of 10 manage to thrive. If each one were to perish, our human race would have long since lost its might. Furthermore, it is merely a matter of taking a glance. Should the enemy prove overwhelmingly powerful, one can simply withdraw. Why cower so? Observing the defiance of his companions, Lo Song scoffed. His words left everyone present momentarily speechless. Indeed, if they lacked the courage to face formidable foes, what use was their high talent? They would still be unable to grow. Moreover, it is crucial to note that there are merely 50 teams mentioned. Is it not possible that a significant portion of them comprises geniuses dispatched from the Flame God Galaxy? If so, what would it mean if they fled without even the courage to take a glance? The ridicule would echo through the ages. I shall take my leave. You may follow at your own pace. With a dismissive glance at the contemplative expressions of his companions, Lo Song activated the boss competition. He was eager to discover who would dare contest their claim to the instance. Boss competition initiated. Teleportation activated. With a series of prompts, Lo Zhang's figure vanished from sight. Let us depart. Feeling slighted by Lo Zhang's disdain, Ji Wuxue, in a fit of annoyance, also disappeared. The others hastily followed suit. Buzz. In the boundless cosmos, a shattered continent floated amidst the stars at a certain location. In the center of the continent, a barrier divided it in two, with waves of spatial distortion. A contingent of Starlu clan geniuses appeared on one side of the barrier. Each team was less than 100 meters apart. Opposite the barrier lay the human race's position. Yet thus far, not a single human had appeared. Are all the geniuses from the Castor Galaxy? Where have the human geniuses gone? Ha. They must be too frightened to enter upon hearing there are 52 teams. Indeed, the human race is nothing more than a collection of cowardly, useless swine. Seeing no human geniuses in sight, all the Starlu geniuses present erupted into raucous laughter. Buzz. Suddenly, at that moment, a wave of spatial disturbance emerged. In the next moment, Luo Sang and his companions were teleported here one after another. At this instant, the gaze of every Stalu individual converged upon them with alarming intensity. Stalu people, how troublesome. Look at their ranks. They are nearly at full strength, which implies that they must have suffered minimal losses during their battle with the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor. This suggests that the Stalu geniuses arriving here are likely all above SS rank. Upon realizing that their competitors were Stalu, the expressions of Jingyu and the others turned grim. The relationship between the Stalu and the human races is undoubtedly the most strained among the major civilizations, primarily due to their extensive territorial borders. Moreover, during the rise of humanity, the Stalu had claimed the lives of numerous human elites. Should hostilities arise, it would inevitably lead to a relentless cycle of vengeance. Although the stability of human civilization makes large-scale warfare improbable, who would care about the fates of these SS-ranked prodigies? In stark contrast to the solemnity of Ji Wuxiue and his companions, the Stalu warriors wore expressions of mockery. Naturally, 8 against 500. If they were to lose, they might as well perish. The team led by Karsa did not even spare a glance at Ji Wuxiue and the others, deeming them unworthy of attention since their squad barely met the average standards of the Stalu civilization. Buzz, just as the two sides locked eyes, a wave of spatial distortion rippled through the air. In the next moment, the silhouette of a young man materialized upon the ground. Instantly, the appearance of this youth captivated everyone's attention. Ling Yan? How could this be? He actually made it to the 4th wave. How could his strength be so formidable? It is utterly ridiculous that we once sought to eliminate him. Upon recognizing Ling Yan, although the 8 members of Luosang harbored some suspicions, the sheer shock they felt upon seeing him was unparalleled. Equally astonished were the Stalu elites. Even Karsa furrowed his brow at Ling Yan's presence. Why is there only one? Could he be the so-called SSS genius? Impossible. He must be the sole survivor of a team that perished. The Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor is an apex royal-level boss. If he could slay it, his innate talent must be at least SSS rank. Indeed, he must have been the last one standing, merely fortunate to have passed through. At that moment, fervent discussions erupted among the crowd, with no one believing that Ling Yan had truly single-handedly reached the 4th wave. Nonetheless, Karsa remained troubled, as he felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from Ling Yan. This human truly is audacious. With such a level of skill, they dare to challenge a dungeon of the dark gold tier. It is laughably absurd. They can't even muster a team of SS-ranked talents. From where does this audacity stem? Ha ha ha. Isn't this a classic example? Only a single person remained alive. The surrounding SS geniuses all gazed at Ling Yan with mocking smiles. Be cautious of this lad. His strength may very well surpass my own. However, Karsa slowly spoke up. The moment his words fell, every team member's expression shifted dramatically. How could anyone be stronger than young Master Karsa? Hiss. How could this be possible? Young Master Karsa, could you be mistaken? In an instant, several members looked incredulously towards the distant Ling Yan. Although Ling Yan wore a golden outfit, it was merely the Golden Dragon Slayer's set, which might only hasten his speed in defeating the monsters of this dungeon. Chapter 90. I shall henceforth be a citizen of the illustrious Great Sun Nation. 2 kills, Jingyu. Yet, compared to other owners of golden outfits of the same level, his combat power was considerably weaker. After all, this was merely a set designed for grinding monsters. Karsa, on the other hand, possessed a complete set of top-tier golden gear, complemented by matching dark gold weapons. If Ling Yan could truly rival Karsa as strength, could it be that he single-handedly vanquished the formidable Ice Thunder Dragon King? Faced with the astonishment and confusion of his companions, Karsa uttered no further words. He merely watched Ling Yan in silence from afar. As if sensing Karsa's gaze, Ling Yan turned to look back. Boom! In the instant their eyes met, a wave of terrifying pressure swept over Karsa's heart. How intriguing indeed. Who is he? In the small Tianbei star system, to have a genius of this caliber. In that moment, Karsa was convinced that Ling Yan's strength was truly on par with his own. Yet, he felt neither fear nor anger, only an overwhelming urge to kill. If he were to eliminate such a genius here, who knew what level of reward could be obtained? Killing an SSS-level genius would surely yield substantial rewards. Karsa couldn't help but lick his lips, a sinister smile creeping across his face. This individual, could he possibly be a homosexual, grinning at me in such a lewd manner? Ling Yan, upon seeing Karsa's smile, involuntarily shuddered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Choosing to disregard the loathsome Karsa, Ling Yan turned his attention to Ji Wuxiue and the others. Oh, you've all revived. Upon seeing them back in action, Ling Yan couldn't help but chuckle. As his words echoed, Ji Wuxiue and the others instinctively took a step back in fright. Ling Yan, don't do anything reckless. We are in the midst of a dungeon competition. Our common enemy is the Stalu people. The girl with mastery over life hastily reminded Ling Yan. Yes, if we turn on each other, wouldn't that only benefit the Stalu? Luosing quickly added. Recognizing the disparity in strength between himself and Ling Yan, he understood that Ling Yan had previously afforded them considerable respect. Ling Yan, is it? I've heard you are quite powerful, but you don't seem all that impressive to me. He spoke candidly. To be frank, While your strength is formidable, without our assistance, you stand no chance against the Stala geniuses. At this moment, we find ourselves lacking 2 individuals. If you were to join us, how about a share of 20% of the profits? Yet, there are always those who refuse to heed warnings. Jingyu, believing himself to possess superior speed mastery compared to Ji Wuxue, was convinced that even if Ling Yan sought to eliminate him, he could effortlessly escape. Thus, with an air of condescension, he addressed Ling Yan. It was laughable. They were a group of 8. Offering Ling Yan a mere 20% was already exceedingly generous. The moment his words left his lips, not only did Luo Sang and the others' expressions shift dramatically, but even Ji Wuxue felt a tremor in his heart. Every one of them instinctively took a few steps back from Jingyu. They were acutely aware, since the onset of their peril, that Ling Yan's prowess was beyond their comprehension. Now, witnessing Ling Yan single-handedly confront the Ice Thunder Dragon King, Ji Wuxue's fear of Ling Yan had reached its zenith. How audacious of Jingyu to address Ling Yan with such arrogance. Who was this individual? Did they truly assemble such incompetence? Was there no one left in the Northern Star system? Upon hearing Jingyu's words, Ling Yan instinctively checked his ears, surprised. Was this lad oblivious to how he had dispatched Ji Wuxue and the others in an instant? Or were people nowadays so emboldened, thinking that possessing a golden set of armor enabled them to exchange blows with him? Incompetent? You dare label me as such? Baka, you seek your own demise. However, upon hearing Ling Yan's retort, Jingyu was immediately incensed and hurled a curse, though his body instinctively recoiled 2 steps back, already coordinating with the will of revelation to prepare for a hasty retreat. Baka, wait a moment. Are you from the land of the rising sun? Originally intending to avoid further discourse with Jingyu, Ling Yan felt a surge of anger ignite deep within him upon hearing his colloquialism. He himself was not, but his master was. Yet this brat had taken to believing himself of ancient Yamato lineage since he had become his master's disciple. Luo Sang offered an explanation. Although I am not of Yamato descent, once I marry my master's daughter, my descendants shall henceforth be of noble Yamato blood. Upon hearing Luo Sang's words, Jingyu beamed with pride. His master couldn't he possibly be the illustrious Inoue Aikuru, could he? However, upon hearing this statement, Ling Yan narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Indeed, my master is none other than Lord Inoue Aikuru, a noble descendant of the Yamato. Jingyu replied with an air of arrogance. Very well. If that is the case, then your demise is imminent. Upon hearing Jingyu's declaration, Ling Yan's gaze turned icy in an instant. The expressions of Ji Wuxue and the others shifted dramatically upon hearing this. In a flash, Ling Yan's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, amidst a burst of flames, Jingyu's head soared skyward. 55400, fatal. A black fatal damage indicator appeared above Jingyu's head. This sudden turn of events not only startled Ji Wuxue and the others, but even the nearby prodigies of the Stru civilization were taken aback. Such astonishing speed. Did you witness that? No, what manner of speed is this? No, it is not merely speed. It is a spatial ability. Everyone was left in awe of Ling Yan's terrifying velocity. Even Carl Sasa experienced a severe contraction of his pupils. This phenomenon was not merely due to excessive speed, but rather the manifestation of a legendary spatial skill. The caliber of this skill was undoubtedly golden. The Void Flash. This was my own Void Flash. How could this be possible? Even if Ling Yan were to explode, he could never learn it. Yet at this moment, Ji Wuxue's expression changed dramatically. He was acutely aware of the rigorous requirements for mastering the Void Flash. It necessitated not only enhanced speed, but also mastery of dark power. However, Ling Yan possessed thunderous power. How could he also wield dark power? There had been rumors that Ling Yan commanded 4 elemental forces. Now, with thunder and dark power combined, he was endowed with a staggering 6 elemental passives. In that instant, Ji Wuxue finally grasped the sheer folly of provoking Ling Yan alongside Lo Song and the others. Congratulations, player. You have slain the enemy, Jingyu, earning 10 million experience points. Acquired 10 million star coins. The fortune wheel spins, increasing the passive replication success rate by 100,000 times. Congratulations, you have replicated the passives. Speed enhancement LV11, stealth power LV9. The fortune wheel activates, increasing drop rates by 1,000 times. You have acquired equipment, Dragon Slayer Set 1. You have obtained skills, Dark Domain Instant Shadow Kill LV1, Purple, Phantom Step LV1, Purple. Chapter 91, Phantom Step. The boss battle commences. Simultaneously, a series of notification sounds echoed in Ling Yan's mind, prompting him to raise an eyebrow upon hearing the announcements. 2 purple skills? Moreover, one was a movement-type skill. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. It is worth noting that he had yet to acquire any movement-type skills. And while Dark Domain Instant Shadow Kill was formidable, its utility for him was limited. Nevertheless, it was still a purple skill, and Ling Yan promptly chose to learn it. Congratulations, player. You have learned Phantom Step LV1, Dark Domain Instant Shadow Kill. Phantom Step LV1, a purple movement-type skill that allows the user to transform into a phantom, obscuring detection in the vicinity while simultaneously enhancing speed by 500. 2 notifications followed in quick succession. The Dark Domain Instant Shadow Kill enables the user to instantly transform into a phantom and strike a fatal blow from behind the enemy. While similar to the Void Flash, it differs in that the speed dramatically increases rather than performing a direct teleportation. Thus, theoretically, with the Void Flash at his disposal, Ling Yan had no practical need for this skill. Ling Yan, is it perhaps excessive to so casually eliminate the talents of the human race? Lo Song, though somewhat awed by Ling Yan's prowess, spoke up earnestly. The others were taken aback. Did Lo Song wish for his own demise? Did he dare voice dissent? Perhaps he would rather accompany Ling Yan? Ling Yan merely cast a languid glance at Lo Song. Yet that single look caused Lo Zhang's massive form to tremble involuntarily. He dared not respond. Merely posing that question had drained his courage, for Ling Yan was not one to engage in idle banter. He was truly capable of taking lives. Ling Yan observed Luo Sang's demeanor with indifference. Such so-called geniuses often believed they could take lives, yet if they themselves were slain, they deemed it a heinous crime. Were it not for Ling Yan's reluctance to soil his hands with such filth, he would have eradicated them all. Of course, his decision to eliminate Jing Yu was not solely due to the latter's desire to become a member of the Woku. It was also influenced by the shadow of Ying Along. Ling Yan vividly recalled the peril he faced years ago when a foreign power nearly ended his life. All because of a secret divulged by Ying Along. Ying Along was one of the many spies covertly cultivated and supported by the Stalo clan. It was precisely due to Ying Along that Long Tengxing was obliterated, and Ling Yan's family, including the Star Master Long Teng, met with death. Since Jing Yu dared to confront him, Ling Yan did not hesitate to send him off to meet his Amaterasu. The battle at hand was beyond the capacity of a mere handful of SS-level talents to alter. It would be prudent for them to withdraw at once. Otherwise, once the competition commenced, escape would become impossible. Should they perish again, there was no guarantee anyone would come to their rescue. Ling Yan disregarded Ji Wuxue and the others, turning instead towards the Stalo prodigies who were covertly prepared under Kalsa's instructions. It was evident they intended to launch a sudden and devastating strike against Ling Yan the moment the battle began, aiming to obliterate this super genius. As for whether Ling Yan would flee, they were unconcerned, should he dare to retreat before the battle commenced. The Stalo clan would disseminate footage of his cowardice across all human networks, ensuring that Ling Yan's so-called genius would be forever tarnished. Under the weight of public opinion, the Federation would provide no rewards or support. Even with exceptional talent, without the backing of civilization, Ling Yan would find it arduous to thrive. The consequences of such a scenario were of no concern to the internet trolls. They would only recognize Ling Yan as one who fled from his mortal enemy. Foolish individuals constitute the majority in any civilization. Thus, for Ling Yan, a wise person, it would be nearly impossible to leave directly. However, as long as he remained, he would face the instantaneous assault of 500 prodigies. No matter how formidable Ling Yan's strength, escape would be unattainable. Once targeted for assault, he would be classified as being in a combat state, rendering him unable to exit the instance. In that case, only a dead end awaited him, either disgrace and ruin or death. Regardless of the outcome, Ling Yan's reputation as a genius would be irreparably damaged. What, then, would he do? After all, they had 500 geniuses at their disposal. Wouldn't it be wiser to retreat? Preserving one's life is paramount when the mountains remain. There will always be wood to burn. The girl who had awakened her life force gazed at Ling Yan, her expression tinged with perplexity. They were not foolish and understood the gravity of their situation. As for them, they were not overly concerned. After all, their talents were merely SS and SS level. and against 500 SS-level opponents, fleeing was not an act of disgrace. Most importantly, no one would care whether they ran or not. But Ling Yan was different. As an SSS-class genius, one of the pinnacle talents of the human race, his innate abilities surpassed all the Starlu before him. If he were to flee, coupled with the incitement of certain individuals, it would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. However, they were merely a handful of Starlu, and 500 of them combined were still just 500 insignificant beings. Ling Yan smiled faintly, showing no concern. Upon hearing his words, Ji Wuxiue and the others were left speechless. Ling Yan's arrogance was truly astounding, though his strength was formidable, potentially marking him as an SSS-class genius. They were facing 500 talents above the SS grade, with possibly no less than 5 SS among them. It was absurd to think that even an SSS or R-class powerhouse could defeat such a multitude without a complete set of dark gold equipment. How could he dare to speak so boldly? We should leave. Ultimately, Ji Wuxiue succumbed to caution, aware that the moment the battle erupted, they would all face annihilation. As he spoke, the others hesitated no longer and vanished from sight. With the knowledge that the remaining 50 teams were all enemies, their presence was rendered unnecessary. Human geniuses, your civilization has fled. Are you not prepared to make your escape as well? The mocking laughter of the Starlu talents echoed. Indeed, how worthy of the human race. To flee before the battle even begins. Your courage is commendable, though not much greater than theirs. As Ji Wuxiue and his companions departed, the Starlu geniuses directed their scorn at Ling Yan, who merely regarded these gestures with quiet disdain. Their positions were conveniently within a 10-kilometer radius. It seemed the heavens themselves were against them. A slight smile crept upon Ling Yan's lips at that moment. Preparation time is over. The boss competition begins. Finally, with an announcement resonating across the continent, the barrier that had separated the two civilizations dissipated in an instant. Skill. Activate from death to life. At that moment, an SS genius bellowed fiercely, a red light erupting from his body, locking onto Ling Yan. Alert! You are in combat mode and cannot exit the instance. Chapter 92. Ling Yan is sealed. It is you who are sealed. At that instant, a notification echoed in Ling Yan's mind. This skill. Impressive. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this direct locking skill. It seemed worth learning when the opportunity arose. As for fleeing, why would he run? Attack. Seeing that Ling Yan was unable to exit the instance, Karsa's commanding shout reverberated across the miles. Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, all the elemental geniuses of the Starlu unleashed their most powerful strikes towards Ling Yan, who was a kilometer away. With over 500 geniuses, they represented more than 500 distinct professions, with the elemental types constituting a staggering 60%, over 300 in total. Thus, the colors of their skills varied dramatically. Observing the skills raining down upon him like a cascade of colorful droplets, Ling Yan did not hesitate. King's Blood Rage. With a low exclamation, all of Ling Yan's attributes surged to double their original value. Boom. Simultaneously, the terrifying domain of destruction expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, all the attacks rained down frantically upon Ling Yan. However, a shocking event unfolded before the astonished eyes of the over 500 geniuses on the opposing side. The moment their attacks collided with the domain of destruction, they were utterly consumed, leaving not a trace behind. This horrifying scene caused the countenance of all the SS-level geniuses to shift dramatically. Even Karlsa's expression changed as he gazed incredulously at Ling Yan. He had unleashed his most powerful killing spear, yet it had failed to vanquish Ling Yan. Although it had entered the domain of destruction, it mysteriously vanished. This was impossible. What level of domain was this? Even a golden domain could not possess such formidable strength. What attributes were at play here? This power seemed to encompass more than 3 or 4 elements. Could it be a new type of domain he created by fusing 5 or 6 elements? Hiss. Fusing 5 or 6 elements. Was he courting death? In an instant, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. The fusion of elements to create new skills was a gift for those possessing powers of more than one element. If the fusion process went smoothly, the combination of 2 SS-level elemental professions could rival an SS. However, the drawback of element fusion was its exceedingly low probability and immense danger. A moment's carelessness could lead to elemental chaos, resulting in severe injuries or, in graver cases, the annihilation of oneself. The most severe instance involved a warrior over level 300 who forcibly fused 2 elements, resulting in the destruction of an entire star system and countless fatalities. Now, Ling Yan had successfully fused 5 or 6 elements. How could this be possible? Within the domain of destruction, Ling Yan gazed at the astonished group of over 500 geniuses and smiled slightly. After all, his domain was not invincible. It was not a defensive skill, merely a domain-type skill. Therefore, some powerful attack-oriented geniuses, boasting attack values exceeding 1 million, managed to breach Ling Yan's domain. Alas, surrounding Ling Yan was a destructive barrier created by the fusion of 8 elemental powers, so robust that even Carl Saw's full-force strike failed to penetrate and was shattered instead. Since your attacks have concluded, it is now my turn. The domain dissipated instantly, and Ling Yan looked at the 500 geniuses across from him, smiling as he spoke. Arrogance surely stems from using some immunity spell. Everyone, charge at me with physical attacks. An SS-level genius reacted immediately, shouting in fury. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly understood. If there was an immunity to spell attacks, then they would obliterate him with physical assaults. With this realization, they all charged toward Ling Yan. No one contemplated leaving. After all, it would take 500 of them to flee from just one, and if word got out, the starless civilization would become a laughingstock among the other great civilizations. The excuse of immunity to spell attacks? Such a rationale is merely a figment of your imagination for self-comfort. Upon hearing this, Ling Yan couldn't help but scoff. Buzz. In the next moment, the Dragon Slayer armor he wore transformed into a resplendent ice blue suit of armor. Roar. As the suit materialized, a phantom of the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor erupted forth from it. Equipment: Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor armor level, LV20 quality, golden attributes, all attributes 3000. Enhances ice-based attacks by 50. Ice-based attack, damage reduction by 30, 000, mana recovery and health regeneration of 200 per second. Attached skill, Revenge of the Ice Dragon Emperor, golden. Accumulates ice power. Releasing it all can instantly engulf a radius of 10 kilometers. Those enveloped in the cold will enter combat judgment and cannot escape the dungeon. 1 million. 1 million. Indeed, the attached skill of this Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor armor was to simultaneously eliminate the crucial skills of these so-called geniuses of the Starla clan. Upon obtaining this armor, Ling Yan infused it with his own ice power, intending to seal off any chance for these alleged geniuses to escape. Naturally, while this skill was formidable, it lacked the convenience of the skills utilized by the genius of the Starla clan. After all, this was a set skill. Only those donned in the armor could wield its power. Once Ling Yan reached the hundreds in levels, he certainly wouldn't be wearing this LV20 armor, would he? However, the skills of his opponents were different. Even if Ling Yan reached 1,000 levels, they could still use theirs. Ice Age. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yan activated the suit's effects. Roar. Instantly, a dragon's roar erupted, and the blue chill emanating from the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor armor exploded, transforming into a tidal wave of energy that spread in all directions. In but an instant, the frigid air enveloped a radius of 10 kilometers. Alert! You are targeted by the residual soul of the Ice Dragon Emperor and cannot escape the dungeon. Alert! You are targeted by the residual soul of the Ice Dragon Emperor and cannot escape the dungeon. Alert! You are targeted by the residual soul of the Ice Dragon Emperor and cannot escape the dungeon. Simultaneously, all the geniuses of the Starlu civilization were inundated with this ominous notification. What is happening? He actually sealed us in? Does he fear our escape? Absurd, utterly absurd. He looks down upon us. Damn it, let us kill him. In an instant, all the geniuses were consumed by rage. 500 against 1, and they felt belittled. However, in the next moment, their fury dissipated. Chapter 93. Annihilating 500 SS-class geniuses. The Great Explosion. Crack. Suddenly, Ling Yan clasped his hands together. In the next moment, as he opened them, a black energy sphere levitated at the center of his palms. Subsequently, with a flick of his right hand, the black orb soared into the sky, ascending to a height of 1,000 meters. Buzz! Suddenly, a terrifying gravitational force enveloped everyone present in an instant. All individuals were involuntarily propelled skyward at an alarming speed. In their fright, they desperately unleashed their full strength to resist. However, it proved utterly futile. What is happening? Why am I ascending? The Earth's celestial body. This is the earthly thunder dragon's celestial body. No, with the gravitational pull of the earthly celestial body, how could I be unable to break free? This is not the earthly celestial body. This gravity is far more potent. Many quickly recognized that this ability bore a striking resemblance to the earthly celestial body. Yet it was entirely distinct. They had vanquished the earthly thunder dragon before, even being ensnared by 10 earthly celestial bodies simultaneously. Nonetheless, they could shield themselves from the gravitational force using defensive skills. However, Ling Yan's destructive black hole was completely different. Not only was its gravity amplified 100-fold, but even the elemental barriers they had just summoned were instantly crushed, along with the shattered remnants being drawn skyward. Crack, crack, crack. To their utter despair, the land within a radius of several kilometers began to be violently torn apart, hurtling toward the sky at an alarming pace. Some prodigies, unable to evade, were struck by massive boulders, each with a diameter of 100 meters. Thud, thud, thud. The terrifying impact obliterated these talented individuals, scattering them into countless droplets of blood. A series of horrifying fatal damage notifications echoed through the sky. Even those with SS-level physical enhancements and golden equipment, boasting blood volumes of 5 to 600,000, could not withstand a single blow from the onslaught. As the colossal sphere in the sky grew ever larger, 500 prodigies were ultimately drawn to the immense earthen orb by the overwhelming force. Bang, bang, bang. With the gravity erupting thunderously, all prodigies were instantaneously crushed into a mist of blood, merging into the vast earthen sphere. Ding! Congratulations, player, for slaying 478 royal-level prodigies. Experience gained, 478 billion. Star coins gained, 478 billion. Passive discoveries, 1450. The fortune wheel spins. The success rate of passive replication is increased to 100,000 times. You have acquired the passive skills, Strength Enhancement LV1010, LV1114, LV1221, LV1314, LV203, Speed Enhancement LV10, Constitution Enhancement LV10, Golden Power 18, Light Mastery 10, Fire Mastery 24, Water Mastery 31, Wood Mastery 21, Earth Mastery 22, Dark Mastery 3, Wine Mastery 7, Knight's Soul LV19, Blood Weeping LV15, Crimson Lotus Burn LV19. You have acquired the skills, Night Charge, Purple, Radiant Judgment, Purple. You have obtained the sets, Dragon Knight Set LV20, Gold, Radiant Paladin Set, Gold. In an instant, a cacophony of notifications flooded into Ling Yan's mind. Strength, Speed, and Physique. These three passive abilities are common among many, leading to their proficiency levels soaring by tens of thousands. Yet, they have yet to progress to the next tier. In contrast, elemental passives have seen remarkable advancements. Not to mention those previously acquired, the new passive, Golden Power, has been attained by Ling Yan and has already ascended to level 19. Additionally, the Mastery of Light Power stands at level 18, while the Mastery of Wood Power has reached level 20. Ling Yan possesses most of the elemental passives available. Furthermore, there are some unique profession-specific passives, such as the Knight's Spirit at level 18, which grants an attribute boost of 900 combat power while mounted. Another notable passive is Blood Weep at level 15, which offers a 15 chance to inflict a lifesteal effect of 15 when attacking foes. For Ling Yan, this 15 translates to a near certainty of 100. If utilized effectively, this passive could nearly elevate him to divine status. The Crimson Lotus Burn at level 19 was acquired from a Crimson Lotus warrior. This active passive, once activated, inflicts a continuous spell burn of 380 damage per second to surrounding enemies. Coupled with Ling Yan's level 23 Fire Mastery, the effects of this burn are truly formidable. Akin to perpetually wielding a fire domain that requires no mana, its power rivals that of a level 4 or even level 5 Golden Fire Domain. These three passives are currently the most beneficial, while the remaining ones hold little value, prompting Ling Yan to disregard them. As for the equipment and skills, it has been previously mentioned that the Stalu clan offers minimal recognition to prodigies, and even SS-tier talents are relegated to basic golden sets, devoid of superior skills, which are limited to purple-tier abilities. Among these, a few usable skills can be found, but the golden set will likely be dismantled entirely. However, not everyone perished under Ling Yan's onslaught. The sole survivor is Karsa. This is not due to his formidable defense, but rather his powerful defensive skills that mitigated some of the gravitational pull, allowing him to avoid complete absorption for the time being. Regrettably, this merely delayed his demise. What level of skill is this? Could it be golden? No. Even golden skills cannot possess such overwhelming strength. Karsa, exerting every ounce of his strength, could only move slightly beneath this horrifying gravitational force. In this moment, panic seized him. He was acutely aware that if he were to perish, it would likely be his true end, as even his father lacked the resources to resurrect an SSS-tier genius. Must he resort to that one technique? How infuriating. Karsa's expression darkened significantly. He had initially intended to use that technique to vanquish the Hell Thunder Dragon. Yet now he found himself compelled to employ it prematurely. After all, if he did not act, death was inevitable. Celestial Demon Blood Sacrifice. Karsa roared. In an instant, his lower body erupted, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 94. The Blood Sacrifice of the Demon. Instantaneously vanquishing Karsa. In the next moment, a torrential blood mist surged into Jihong's upper body. Instantly, all of his attributes began to skyrocket uncontrollably. On the ground, Ling Yan witnessed this spectacle, raising an eyebrow in astonishment. The terrifying aura emanating from his opponent shattered the gravitational field enveloping him. After all, this was a wide-range attack. The force was dispersed over several kilometers, thus the intensity of the gravitational pull at a single point was not particularly formidable. Human race, I shall bring about your demise. Having broken free from the gravitational control, Karsa, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust, roared and charged madly towards Ling Yan. A secret technique to enhance strength, and of a golden hue? Upon witnessing Karsa's secret method, Ling Yan's brow furrowed in realization. Now he understood why this fellow dared to challenge the Hell Thunder Dragon. It was all due to this. This golden technique for enhancing power could potentially boost all attributes by a staggering 400. Such a terrifying enhancement, combined with Karsa's dark gold equipment, would undoubtedly inflict damage upon even Imperial-level monsters. Yet, alas, he still fell short of achieving a kill. Otherwise, Karsa would not have perished in the dungeon in his previous life. This secret technique appeared impressive, though it required self-harm. He possessed the LV-22 Tail Severance skill, allowing him to recover completely within a few hours even if he were to lose his lower half. Such an explosive skill could indeed be life-saving in critical moments. With this thought, Ling Yan broke into a smile. This skill was now his. With that, Ling Yan unleashed his phantom step. Whoosh! In an instant, Ling Yan vanished from sight. Where has he gone? Karsa's expression shifted dramatically. Behind you. However, a voice as eerie as a wraith echoed from behind him. Thud! Before Karsa could escape, a colossal sword engulfed in roaring flames pierced through his chest. The flames, reaching LV-23 in power, began to spread throughout his entire body. 554100 fatal damage. A massive black fatal damage value appeared above his head. Staring in disbelief at the immense damage, Karsa's eyes widened. However, the next moment, his body was consumed by the searing flames igniting from his chest. In no time, he was reduced to ashes. Congratulations, host. You have slain a LV-20 King-level player. Experience gained. 3 billion. Star coins gained. 3 billion. Passive skills discovered. Killing power LV-14. Physique enhancement LV-20. Speed enhancement LV-20. Strength enhancement LV-20. Blood demon power LV-14. Fortune wheel activated. Copy success rate increased 100 million times. All passives successfully copied. Fortune wheel activated. Drop rate increased 10,000 times. You have obtained equipment. Killing armor, gold. Killing boots, gold. Killing spear, gold. Killing necklace, gold. Abyss necklace of dark gold grade. You have acquired the skills. Blood sacrifice of the celestial demon, golden. Demonic spear of slaughter, golden. Realm of carnage, golden. Shield of the war mage, golden. With the demise of Karsa, a series of notifications echoed in Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing these notifications, Ling Yan could not help but marvel. Indeed, as an SSS-grade genius, this reward was far more exhilarating than defeating an Emperor-level boss. The enhancement of the 3 physical attributes had astonishingly reached a formidable level 20, truly befitting the legendary demon Lord of Slaughter, an SSS-grade prodigy. However, with such immense prowess, One wonders if defeating R-grade talents could elevate one of Ling Yan's passive skills to unprecedented heights. It is noteworthy that the limit for SSS-grade passives is level 34, implying that if an R-grade genius possesses only one passive skill, its minimum level would be 35. Contemplating this, Ling Yan felt an overwhelming urge to seek out R-grade talents from other civilizations for a sparring match. Alas, he quickly became disheartened, for individuals of R-grade are exceedingly rare, emerging only once every millennium. The last R-grade talent appeared over 200 years ago and has since ascended to over level 400, becoming a top-tier powerhouse among humanity. Other races are similarly scarce. To return to the matter at hand, the Slaughter Demon Lord wielded both slaughter power and blood magic power. Though both were merely at level 14, their potency rivaled that of thunder power, thus equating to an SS grade level. Regrettably, he chose to provoke Ling Yan, who promptly eliminated him in an instant. The Slaughter set is undeniably a premier golden set, yet despite its might, the Dragon Slayer set remains superior in this dungeon. Once I vanquish the Hell Thunder Dragon, I shall obtain the complete Hell Thunder Dragon set. At that moment, my power will multiply exponentially. Ling Yan felt a surge of anticipation. Initially, he harbored little confidence, but the trio of golden skills bestowed by Karsa ignited a glimmer of hope. He wondered if the demonic spear of slaughter and the realm of carnage, after merging various elements, could evolve directly into a dark gold grade. With that thought, Ling Yan decisively chose to learn. Boom! Instantly, a torrent of terrifying knowledge surged into Ling Yan's mind, encompassing all the cultivation and learning methods for the 4 golden skills. Congratulations, player, you have learned the skills: Blood Sacrifice of the Celestial Demon, Golden; Demonic Spear of Slaughter, Golden; Realm of Carnage, Golden; Shield of the War Mage, Golden. With each notification, the excitement built. 4 golden skills in total. While Ling Yan could not upgrade the Blood Sacrifice of the Celestial Demon, the remaining 3 golden skills were certainly upgradable. Congratulations, player, you have annihilated all enemies. You will face 20 Emperor-level bosses as the last member of your team in a one-on-one battle. Victory may yield hidden rewards. As Ling Yan pondered, a notification sound suddenly resonated in his mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. Hidden rewards? This was the first time he had encountered such a concept. Ling Yan felt a tinge of confusion, uncertain of what this so-called hidden reward entailed. However, it was evident that its value would be considerable, for the challenge of facing 20 royal-level bosses was nearly on par with that of confronting a singular imperial-level boss. Booming tremors erupted from the earth, shaking violently. A resounding roar echoed from the depths of the ground. In the next instant, the earth erupted, and a series of colossal dragons wreathed in azure flames ascended into the sky. Chapter 95. The Arrival of 20 Royal-Level Bosses. Elemental Guardian Shield, Dark Gold Level. Ling Yan quickly counted 4 Azure Flame Dragons. Wild Monster, Crimson Flame Thunder Dragon King, Royal Level, LV 20 Passive Talents. Thunder Mastery LV 15, can manipulate thunderous power, unleashing 1,500 lightning damage. Strength Enhancement LV 15, Strength Attribute, gains an additional 1,500. Constitution Enhancement LV 15, Constitution Attribute, gains an additional 1,500. Speed Enhancement LV 15, Speed Attribute, gains an additional 1,500. Fire Mastery LV 15, can manipulate fire power, unleashing 1,500 fire damage. Health 15, 000 mana. 1, 000 attack power. 15, 000 speed. 1, 500 defense. 300. 000 skills. Raging Thunder Dragon Breath LV 5. Blue skill, unleashing a torrent of thunder breath, inflicting 500 lightning damage, alongside a degree of dragon breath damage. Cost, 10. 000. Inferno Conflagration LV 3. Purple skill, releases an endless inferno, scorching the earth, causing 700 magical damage to all entities within a 1,000 meter radius, along with 70 damage over time. Thunderfire Barrier LV 3. Purple skill, unleashes the power of thunder and fire, forming a protective shield that boosts defense by 700. Continental Eruption LV 1. Golden skill, igniting the earth to unleash endless fire pillars, dealing 1,000 damage instantly and 100 damage per second for 10 seconds. Cost, 50,000. These 4 royal-level bosses were none other than the Crimson Flame Thunder Dragon Kings, theoretically serving as the gatekeepers of this level under normal circumstances. Observing their attributes, Ling Yan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. These stats were impressive. It seemed they could be used to forge a Dragon Emperor's phantom, and their strength would likely be formidable. Ling Yan felt no fear, but rather a spark of excitement ignited within him. Roar, roar, roar. At that moment, powerful roars resonated from the boundless sky. Subsequently, waves of spatial fluctuations surged through the heavens. One after another, dragons of various colors and attributes emerged in the sky. 4 Frost Thunder Dragon Kings, the 4-headed Earth Thunder Dragon Emperor, the 4-headed Dark Thunder Dragon Emperor, as well as the 4-headed Frenzied Thunder Dragon Emperor and the Ice Thunder Dragon Emperor have all been encountered. The remaining Earth Thunder Dragon Emperor and Dark Thunder Dragon Emperor are merely advanced versions of their respective counterparts. In addition to their fundamental abilities, they each possess a golden skill, the 10,000 Great Mountains and the Dark Necromancer Sphere. The former summons towering mountains to strike foes, inflicting terrifying crushing damage, while the latter is a pure dark elemental orb of immense power. As for the Frenzied Thunder Dragon Emperor, it is exclusively a Thunder-type Dragon Emperor, wielding a singular elemental force, thunder. However, its thunderous strength reaches an impressive level of LV-19, complemented by the golden skill, Thunderfall Cataclysm. In terms of explosive might, it surpasses other dual-element Dragon Emperors by a third. With such formidable power, it certainly does not appear to be a mere gift for me. Observing these Dragon Emperors, Ling Yan felt an immense satisfaction. After all, their ever-growing strength would only serve to enhance his own power once he refined them into Dragon Emperor phantoms. Roar, roar, roar. Yet, it seemed as though the Dragon Emperors sensed Ling Yan's underestimation. In an instant, they opened their enormous jaws and unleashed a torrent of thunderous breaths. A total of 20 dragon breaths descended upon Ling Yan with ferocity. It was an opportune moment to test the slaughter barrier. Without hesitation, Ling Yan immediately activated the slaughter barrier by channeling a total of 15 elemental powers: wind, fire, light, darkness, thunder, wood, water, earth, ice, gold, slaughter, blood magic, life, and concealment into the barrier. As the 15 elements united, chaos ensued. In the blink of an eye, a colossal barrier enveloping a radius of 30 meters materialized, pulsating with the energies of all 15 elements. The combined might of these elements rendered the barrier's strength unparalleled. Boom, boom, boom. Finally, the 20 dragon breaths collided with the barrier, producing earth-shattering roars that echoed across the continent. The ground beneath Ling Yan's feet, extending hundreds of meters, crumbled under the weight of this terrifying force. Yet, amidst the unrelenting storm of thunder, Ling Yan's barrier remained utterly unperturbed. Instead, it absorbed all the energy, causing the barrier to glow even more brilliantly. Congratulations, player. You have successfully created a new defensive skill, Elemental Guardian Shield LV2, Dark Gold Infinite. Elemental Guardian Shield LV2, Dark Gold Grade. A shield forged from the confluence of over 10 elemental powers, capable of integrating additional elemental forces to enhance its quality. The more elements combined, the higher the level. It can absorb identical elements to fortify the shield. Defense Enhancement, 2,200. Upon absorption of elements, defense limit can be elevated to 4,400. Additional effect, Shield Shatter, can be detonated at will to cause splash damage. At that moment, a notification resonated in Ling Yan's mind, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. The ability to absorb elemental energy to enhance defense? He glanced at the shield, which had fortified its defense to an impressive 2,500 after absorbing 20 bolts of thunderous dragon breath. Of course, this enhancement was temporary. Upon subsequent use, the shield's power would revert to its original strength of 2,200. Nevertheless, even so, it was remarkably formidable. Moreover, the skill that shattered the shield appeared to possess considerable might. With a spell attack power of 2,500, he wondered if a single strike could incapacitate these dragon sovereigns. Ling Yan raised an eyebrow, though he doubted it. After all, he had not employed any techniques to bolster his own strength when he created this shield. This implied that its power would not be overwhelmingly potent, perhaps even less than the might he had wielded during his previous golden skill, the Destruction Slash. However, the dragon sovereigns possessed golden skills themselves. If he could unleash one, he pondered, perhaps he could maximize his defense. With this thought in mind, Ling Yan activated his skill, Blood Rage of the King. Boom. In an instant, all of his attributes doubled. The shield, which had encompassed a 30-meter radius, expanded to an astonishing 50 meters. Yet, its defense value diminished to 2350. Upon witnessing this transformation, the 20 dragon sovereigns in the sky instantly changed their expressions, becoming acutely aware and cautious. They refrained from attacking Ling Yan, understanding that any assault would only serve to strengthen his shield. Not attacking, they might not get another chance. Destruction tier slash. Ling Yan wasted no time. Gripping the Dragon Slayer sword tightly. Instantly, 14 types of elemental energy surged into the blade. He consciously excluded the life force, which lacked offensive capability. It would surely be necessary for fusing with the shield, but using it to attack might inadvertently heal others. Crack. As the 14 offensive elements infused, a crack appeared along the blade of the Dragon Slayer. Die. Ignoring the fissure, Ling Yan swung his sword violently towards the sky. Whoosh. In an instant, the surrounding air was violently torn apart, unleashing a terrifying black blade of energy that soared skyward, stretching over 100 meters. It moved with such speed that the dragon sovereigns had no time to evade. Thud. In the blink of an eye, 3 nearby Earth dragon sovereigns were swept away by the colossal blade of energy, meeting a gruesome fate. 15 million. 15 million. 15 million. 3 terrifying black damage values erupted simultaneously. Boom. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the black blade of energy exploded with cataclysmic force, unleashing a dreadful power that radiated in all directions. In an instant, the surrounding 8 dragon emperors were enveloped within a terrifying force that obliterated them. Even those several hundred meters away suffered a loss of health ranging from 10 million to 1 billion. Naturally, there were critical hits among them, but even so, the sheer power remained profoundly fearsome. Has the fusion of 14 elements not brought about an upgrade? However, Ling Yan noticed that no notification sound had been emitted. Upon examining the skill description, he realized that although its potency had increased somewhat, it still fell short of the dark gold tier standard. It appeared that the foundational level was simply too weak. The difficulty of fusing 14 elements was evidently less challenging than when he had previously created the elemental guardian shield. Ling Yan pondered this for a moment and swiftly discerned the reason. The destruction tier slash had been developed step by step from a basic blue skill. Now, to elevate it to the dark gold level, merely fusing 14 elements was insufficient, as the fusion technique was too rudimentary. However, while Ling Yan was in deep thought, an unexpected change occurred. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the earth cracked open with fissures, and in the next moment, pillars of lava erupted violently, crashing down upon Ling Yan's elemental guardian shield. This was the continental flame explosion of the Crimson Flame Thunder Dragon Emperor. Before Ling Yan could react, the 3 remaining Ice Thunder Dragon Emperors in the sky summoned their dragon phantoms, with 6 Ice Thunder Dragon Emperors simultaneously unleashing their icy breath upon him. Meanwhile, 4 Storm Thunder Dragon Emperors unleashed a devastating thunderstorm, for purple bolts of celestial lightning, each several meters in diameter, descended with tremendous force. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all these elemental attacks were absorbed by Ling Yan's elemental guardian shield, causing its defense to surge to 2,900. Regrettably, the Earth Thunder Dragon Emperor and the Dark Thunder Dragon Emperor were engulfed by the explosion, leading to their complete annihilation. Otherwise, Ling Yan's shield energy would have likely surged above 3,000. Such was the level of Dragon Emperor tier attacks. Since you possess no value, perish entirely. With a sense of disappointment, Ling Yan shook his head, his expression suddenly turning cold and fierce. He thrust his foot down with force. Boom. The earth was rent asunder, creating a massive pit, and Ling Yan propelled himself skyward, soaring hundreds of meters into the air. With his colossal shield, he found himself at the center of all the Dragon Emperors. Startled, they instinctively turned to flee, but Ling Yan activated the special ability of his skill, Shield Collapse. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the glowing elemental guardian shield exploded. In an instant, a black magical light of annihilation spread in all directions, enveloping all remaining Dragon Emperors who, without a sound of protest, were reduced to mere dust. Congratulations, player. You have successfully slain 20 Dragon Emperors. Experience gained, 60 trillion. Star coins obtained, 6 trillion, locked. Fortune wheel activated. You have successfully replicated all passive abilities. The wheel of fortune has been set in motion, and the drop rate has surged by an astonishing 10 million times. You have acquired the equipment for pieces of the Dragon Emperor set. You have obtained skills: Continental Fire Blast, golden; Dark Necromancer Sphere, golden; 10,000 Mountains, golden; Thunderfall, golden; Dragon Emperor Mirage, golden. You have received items for fragments of the 5 Great Dragon Emperors, 36 Royal Elemental Crystals, 100 LV, 40 Golden Equipment Upgrade Scrolls, an expansion of your backpack, 20,000 slots, 200,000 Golden Essence, and 4 SSS Grade Transformation Scrolls for the 5 types of Thunder Dragon Emperor Knights. Additionally, you have received 200 LV 20 Golden Strength Fruits, 200 LV 20 Golden Soul Fruits, 200 LV 20 Golden Speed Fruits, 200 LV 20 Golden Constitution Fruits, and 60 Golden Resurrection Cards. In an instant, a multitude of notifications flooded into Ling Yan's mind. Upon hearing these notifications, Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, this time he had struck gold. 200,000 Golden Essence, 200 of each type of elemental fruit. Even the resurrection cards numbered 60. Not to mention a full 20 transformation scrolls of different attributes for the Thunder Dragon Emperor Knights. This was a true windfall. Regrettably, the elemental fruits were of little use to him, and the resurrection cards held minimal value as well. Transformation scrolls were similarly redundant. Ling Yan sighed in resignation. However, in the next moment, a glimmer of realization crossed his mind. Speaking of which, certain talents with passive abilities seemed exceedingly useful and quite rare, such as that genius from the Tianbei star system who possessed the power of life. If I were to resurrect her, then kill her, followed by another resurrection and yet another killing, would it not allow me to infinitely harvest her passive abilities? After all, it seems that deaths occurring within 3 days of resurrection do not count against the total resurrection attempts. Suddenly, Ling Yan's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity.